Chapter 1. To save one, to kill one. The sound of pattering rain filled the air. In June, the rain blanketed the entire city of Luoyue. As dusk fell, beneath the eaves of Jimin Hall, a young boy of unremarkable appearance, clad in tattered garments, knelt on the ground with a small girl on his back, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Li Shini, I implore you, save my sister. Wei will repay your kindness by toiling like an ox or a horse. The creaking of the door echoed. The vermilion door of Jimin Hall stood ajar, revealing Li Shini, draped in a gray robe, who lingered behind the door, seemingly reluctant to approach the impoverished boy. He cast a cursory glance at the small girl, wrapped in a tattered raincoat and sleeping on Wei's back, and with a wave of his hand, he expressed his impatience. Her complexion is deathly pale, her breath unsteady. She is beyond saving. Return and find a place to bury her. No, it cannot be. It is impossible. A tremor coursed through Wei's heart as he hastily pulled out a handful of copper coins from his pocket, presenting them with both hands in a plea. This is all I have. You have a heart of compassion. Please save my sister. The rain intensified, cascading relentlessly to the ground, splashing onto the siblings. Their tattered clothes were drenched, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Li Shini disdainfully glanced at the meager coins in the boy's hands, and with a loud slam, he shut the door. I have already stated that she is beyond saving. If you persist in your entreaties, I shall have to remove you. Wei's gaze faltered, and the copper coins slipped from his trembling fingers, the sound of them clattering against the stone floor resonating sharply, even drowning out the rain. He sat there, dazed and despondent, kneeling in place for what felt like an eternity. Tick-tick. Gradually, the rain lessened, and night descended. Wei snapped back to reality, casting a lingering gaze at the brightly lit Jimin Hall before he unsteadily rose to his feet, gently murmuring to the girl on his back, Shinner, we are going home. Do not worry, your brother will ensure your safety. On his back, the delicate-featured girl furrowed her brow slightly, but remained sound asleep. In a humble abode within the impoverished district of Luoyue City, Wei gently laid his sister on the bed and tucked her in. He tenderly caressed the strands of her hair at her ear. Gritting his teeth, he turned away and ran towards the outskirts of the city. After a considerable time, panting heavily, he arrived at the foot of a great mountain. Gazing at the narrow cavern in the stone wall ahead, he took a deep breath and resolutely stepped inside. Inside the cave, a flickering candlelight illuminated the space, revealing a frail old man, his white hair and skin stretched tightly over his bones, sitting cross-legged on a straw mat in the corner. The old man's face was haggard, his lips blackened, resembling a person whose time was almost up. You have arrived. He seemed to sense someone approaching, opening his eyes with a smile, and inquired, Young one, have you made your decision? In the center of the cave, Wei stood frozen in place, recalling their encounter. Not long ago, while gathering firewood in the mountains to support his family, he had saved the old man who was on the brink of death, and learned that the old man was a mysterious ghost doctor, gravely injured by celestial beings, with little time left to live. The ghost doctor, possessing unparalleled medical skills, was a being capable of reviving the dead. Yet, their methods of killing and extracting souls for medicinal purposes made them detestable to the celestial beings, who would eradicate any they encountered without hesitation. Regaining his composure, Wei clasped his hands in a bow and resolutely stated, Old sir, please save my sister. I am willing to forsake my past and inherit the ghost doctor's legacy, feeding the ghost spirit with my blood. Good, haha. The ghost doctor has an air I can die with my eyes wide open. The old man erupted into excited laughter, but the movement exacerbated his injuries, leading him to cough violently, his complexion growing even more pallid. After calming himself, he raised his withered hand to his forehead, pulling forth a crimson flower of the other shore, which floated in the air. Gazing at the scarlet flower, the old man sighed. Oh, ghost spirit, after so many centuries of consuming the essence of previous ghost doctors, why have you not awakened? Little one, accept the ghost spirit. It will bestow upon you the ghost doctor's legacy, but all your previous memories will be erased, and you will enter a period of slumber. During this time, I will tend to your sister. By the time you awaken, I fear I may no longer be here. From now on, you must diligently cultivate otherwise. Your vitality will be drained by the ghost spirit. Additionally, there is a rule in the ghost doctor lineage. To save one, one must kill one. Are you prepared? Wei solemnly nodded, deeply bowing again. I am prepared, old sir. Please inform my sister that I have gone far away. The old man acquiesced, swiftly forming hand seals, and the other shore flower emitted an enchanting red glow, swiftly darting towards Wei's brow. Fragments of memories shattered, tearing at his soul, inflicting unbearable pain. Then, an overwhelming legacy of the ghost doctor surged in, deeply imprinting itself in his mind. In March, as spring flowers bloomed, life thrived in the mountains beyond Luoyue City. Within the cave, Wei slowly awakened, gazing around in bewilderment. After a moment, he noticed a jade stone placed on a stone table and curiously approached it. As his fingers brushed against the jade, a stream of information surged into his mind. You are Wei He, the heir of the ghost doctor, with a sister residing deep within the impoverished district of Luoyue City in Guichen Alley. Furthermore, your identity as a ghost doctor must remain concealed. When you grow strong enough, assist your master in destroying the Chongqing and Kwes sects. The ghost doctor's creed: to save one, to kill one. Remember this, sister? Wei rifled through his memories, but all remnants of the past had vanished. Brother, don't go. Suddenly, the voice of a little girl echoed in his mind, growing louder, shaking his very soul. Ah! Wei's face contorted in anguish, clutching his head and crouching on the ground, shaking uncontrollably as if his brain were about to explode with pain. At that moment, a cool sensation coursed through his meridians and a red aura enveloped his body, alleviating some of his torment. The ghostly transformation scripture. The term emerged in Wei's mind, and without hesitation, he sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. The ghostly transformation scripture comprises 18 realms, with the first realm being the River of Oblivion, and the second realm being the River of No Return. Whoosh! Several hours passed, and he ceased his cultivation. Clenching his fists, he felt an abundance of vitality coursing through him. The cool, ghostly energy circulating through his meridians, indicating he was in the early stage of the River of Oblivion. Upon careful sensing, he discovered threads of vitality surging from his flesh, disappearing without a trace at his brow. Is this the ghost spirit? Wei touched his brow and, gazing towards the cave entrance, murmured, I have a sister. Finding her will reveal the truth of my past. In the impoverished district of Luoyue City, within Guichen Alley, Wei surveyed his surroundings, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. Before long, he arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Stepping inside, he found the house in ruins, the scene a chaotic mess, clearly having been abandoned for some time. Is there no one here? Wei furrowed his brow, stepping out of the courtyard just as he spotted a beggar passing by, who blocked his path and inquired, Young man, do you know where the residents of this courtyard have gone? The beggar looked at him with surprise. Given your attire, you must also be from the impoverished district. How can you not know this significant matter? Seeing Wei's confusion, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to continue. Last autumn, a celestial being arrived here, slaying a rogue cultivator, and took away a little girl. What? Wei was taken aback, hastily pressing for more details. Do you know which sect that celestial being belonged to? How would I know? After all, there are so many celestial sects in the Dashua kingdom. The beggar's eyes darted around. However, I suspect that since they appeared in this flourishing Luoyue city, they must be affiliated with the royal family's Yuding sect. It is said that the female disciples of the Yuding sect possess exceptional alchemical physiques, capable of dramatically enhancing the cultivation of their male counterparts. They are currently recruiting disciples, and many aristocrats have flocked there. Alas, people like us can only watch from the sidelines. The Yuding sect? Wei's eyes turned cold, and with a sudden fist, he struck the courtyard door, which instantly splintered into fragments that cascaded down. The beggar, startled, fell to the ground, and once he regained his senses, scrambled to collect his broken bowl before fleeing. The Yuding sect is a top-tier presence in the Dashua kingdom. Other sects can only bow in submission before them. To become a disciple of the Yuding sect, both cultivation aptitude and status must be met. Unless one possesses an exceptionally rare physique, a commoner stands little chance. Clad in tattered clothing, Wei He departed from Luoyue City, hastening along the road towards the neighboring Dashue Imperial City. It is said that the recruitment site for the Yuding sect disciples is located there. The journey from Luoyue City to Dashue Imperial City takes half a month, with treacherous mountains and numerous bandits along the way. Boss, look! Someone is coming. In the midst of the forest, several mountain bandits lay in ambush. Upon spotting a tall, slender youth of about 16 or 17 years passing along the road below, one of the bandits awakened the dozing leader. Chapter 2. Dashue Imperial City, Selection of Disciples for the Yuding Sect. The bandit leader bore a ferocious appearance, with a diagonal scar running down the left side of his face, giving him a formidable presence. Awakened, he turned his gaze toward the hastily dressed Wei He and frowned, raising his hand to deliver a slap. Just looking at you, it's evident you hail from a destitute family. How could you possibly possess any wealth? Do not disturb my rest, or I shall make you regret it. The bandit's subordinate, nursing his face in dismay, dared not retort. Having lain in wait in the forest for most of the day, without sight of anyone, they had finally spotted a passerby, only to be met with a slap in their moment of excitement. On the road, Wei He moved swiftly in the early stage of the River of Oblivion. His vitality surged, making his speed and strength several times greater than that of an ordinary person. To become a disciple of the Yuding sect will surely be no easy feat, even if I manage to enter. I do not know my sister. At present searching for her feels akin to seeking a needle in the vast ocean. Yet this is the only clue we have. We must pursue it without fail. Crack! Crack! A finely crafted carriage galloped towards us, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. At the reins sat a robust man, clad in dark attire, his countenance formidable, reminiscent of a battle-hardened soldier. As the carriage prepared to cross the Wei River and depart, a sudden commotion erupted from the mountains as a dozen bandits emerged, obstructing their path. The horses reared, and the sturdy man narrowed his gaze, brandishing his whip and bellowing, "Ignorant brigands, do you know whom you dare to obstruct? Stand aside at once, or face death." The bandit leader hesitated momentarily, then, with a sneer, brandished his long knife and retorted, "Humph! It matters not who you are. Those who pass through here must either part with their riches or their lives, or both." From the carriage, the robust man's gaze turned even colder, regarding the bandits as if they were already dead. "Asan, wait a moment." A feeble male voice unexpectedly interrupted from within the carriage, halting the sturdy man's impending action. The door curtain lifted, revealing a man clad in a flowing white robe. His demeanor was gentle, his features handsome, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. The only drawback was his pallid complexion and frail physique, suggesting he was afflicted by illness. "Esteemed gentlemen, I am Luo Chang'e from the Luo family of Luoyue City, en route to the Imperial City for the selection of disciples for the Bathing Cauldron Immortal Sect. I humbly ask for your leniency and permission to pass." Luo Chang'e offered a slight bow, his manner endearing, evoking no sense of disdain. Nearby, Wei He's pupils flashed crimson momentarily. He shook his head slightly, for as a ghostly physician, he discerned that Luo Chang'e's days were numbered. Upon hearing the name Luo, the bandit leader paused, contemplating, and stroked his chin with a sinister grin. "Ah, so it is young Master Luo. The Luo family is indeed influential. If I capture you, I could demand a handsome ransom in return." Preposterous! Asan, beside Luo Chang'e, could no longer contain his fury. He leaped forward with lightning speed, seizing the bandit leader by the throat and lifting him high, his eyes blazing with wrath. "You seek death, and I shall oblige." Behind him, the bandits' underlings, witnessing their leader's capture, fled into the woods in terror, disappearing in the blink of an eye, faster than rabbits. "Asan, there is no need for lethal force. Merely a lesson will suffice." Luo Chang'e sighed softly, then turned his gaze towards Wei He. "My friend, you have been observing me closely. Do you have a matter to discuss?" Surprised by his perceptiveness, Wei clasped his hands. "I am quite intrigued by the selection for the Bathing Cauldron Immortal Sect. Would it be possible for young Master Luo to take me along? In return, I can extend your lifespan afterward." "Oh!" Luo Chang'e was taken aback, scrutinizing Wei He for a considerable time. Recognizing that he could discern his terminal illness at a glance, he felt a surge of joy and nodded. "Please, do enter the carriage." Once Asan dealt with the bandit leader. He observed his young master allowing a stranger into the carriage, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he said nothing as they continued their journey to the imperial city. Inside the spacious carriage, Luo Chang'e poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wei He, inquiring cautiously, "May I ask which esteemed sect your brother hails from? Given such abilities, he must surely belong to a renowned lineage." Taking a sip of tea, Wei He smiled mysteriously, saying, "I apologize, but my sect has regulations against disclosing such information." "Ah, it seems you belong to a reclusive medical sect." Luo Chang'e mused softly, refraining from further inquiries. His participation in the selection stemmed from a reluctance to succumb to untimely death, seeking a glimmer of hope through cultivation. Yet to enter an immortal sect, one must possess innate talent. Doubtful of his own aptitude for the esoteric arts, he viewed the individual before him as a last straw after despairing of any path to immortality. Noticing Wei He's simple attire and furrowed brow, Luo Chang'e chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not. My father has some connections with the selection elders of the Bathing Cauldron Immortal Sect. As long as you meet the cultivation criteria, regardless of your true identity, I guarantee your successful selection." "That would be splendid." The two engaged in lively conversation, their camaraderie suggesting a long-lost friendship. In the grand imperial city of Deshui, adorned with intricately carved towers and bustling streets, the atmosphere was a vibrant tapestry far surpassing that of Luoyue City. Upon their arrival at dusk, the trio sought refuge in an inn for the night. The following morning, they emerged from the inn, making their way to the selection venue. With Luo Chang's assistance, Wei He tied back his long hair and donned a splendid outfit crafted from fine satin. The saying that a person is judged by their attire did not apply to him, as his countenance remained unremarkable, yet within that ordinariness lay an undeniable resolve. The selection site for the Bathing Cauldron Immortal Sect was situated in the central square of the imperial city, vast and resplendent, its ground etched with dragon and phoenix motifs, exuding in ancient grandeur. At this moment, young scions from various aristocratic families across the Deshui kingdom gathered. Exchanging polite greetings to become a cultivator was the highest honor. Among them were also some young commoners, testing their luck in hopes of being the rare talent for cultivation. If they were to succeed, their destinies could be transformed, freeing them from oppression. Such opportunities were rare, and not to be missed. To let them slip away could mean a lifetime of regret. As Luo Chang'e and Wei He arrived at the venue, they were approached by a group of elegantly dressed young men and women, each bearing an air of arrogance. It was clear that they hailed from noble families. One stout young lad cast a sideways glance at Wei He and, perplexed, inquired of Luo Chang'e, "Luo brother, who is this?" Luo Chang'e adjusted his collar, his demeanor warm as he clasped his fists. "Brother Chun, this is Wei He, a friend of my father, a scion of the Wei family." Though he was an educated man, he lied without so much as batting an eye. "The Wei family? Oh, so it is young Master Wei. A pleasure to finally meet you." The plump youth pondered for a moment, seemingly familiar with the Wei family, and immediately bowed with an unexpectedly cordial demeanor. Before they could exchange further pleasantries, a voice cried out, "Look, the immortal has arrived."
Chapter 3. The Abyssal Eyes That Can See Through Cultivation Talent. Whoosh. 5 figures glided through the skies on swords, swiftly arriving above the central square of the imperial city, clad in flowing white robes. Their long hair billowed elegantly behind them as they stood effortlessly upon their swords, hands clasped behind their backs, gazing down with an air of indifference at the throngs below. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in white, whose appearance, though unremarkable, exuded a faint aura of dominance that stifled the crowd. "I am an elder responsible for the selection of disciples for the Yuding Xian sect. The selection process commences now, with priority given to the royal family, followed by the noble clans. Common folk may also take a chance. If one possesses exceptional talent, exceptions will be made for admission." With a flick of his wrist, the elder sent forth a beam of blue light, which landed heavily in the center of the square. Boom! The ground trembled, causing many youths to lose their balance and tumble to the earth. Upon rising, they discovered a crystal doorframe had materialized at the center. This is the testing gate. Those who pass through it will find that if they possess cultivation talent, the frame will emanate a blue glow. The deeper the hue, the greater the talent. Some recognize this object, their hearts racing with excitement. Stepping over the threshold would reveal whether they could ascend to become cultivators. Among the royal circle, the young nobles held their heads high, each taking turns to stride through the doorframe. Yet, cultivation talent is not a privilege bestowed by noble birth alone. The first 10 individuals failed to incite any change in the crystal frame. Alas, it seems I have no hope. Luo Chang'e gazed at the crystal door, his expression one of despondency. His eyes turned to Wei He, who remained composed, causing his heart to stir with unease. Could it be that he harbored confidence? Wei He indeed possessed such confidence. Furthermore, as a ghostly physician, he could discern with clarity the physical conditions of the youths present through the abyssal eyes. Who among them had cultivation talent, who did not? And the extent of their abilities were all apparent to him. This ability was nothing short of miraculous. If the major sects possessed it, they would not need the testing gate to recruit disciples. As the realm of the ghostly transformation scripture advanced, so too did the abilities of the abyssal eyes, allowing him to perceive others' cultivation levels effortlessly, regardless of any mystical techniques they employed to conceal them. In the depths of Wei He's gaze, an eerie crimson light flickered as he fixated on a young woman standing before the crystal doorframe. She donned a striking crimson dress, her long hair cascading lazily to her waist. Her exquisite face bore large, watery eyes that gazed at the doorframe, hesitating. "What troubles you?" Luo Chang'e observed Wei He's unwavering stare at the young woman and remarked with a smile, "This is Xue Huang's youngest daughter, Xue Panpan. Among his many offspring, she is the least favored due to being born of the same palace maid." Least favored? Wei He shook his head dismissively, murmuring, "This girl not only possesses remarkable cultivation talent, but she is also a pure infernus physique. Seems her mother is destined for a resurgence." Luo Chang'e paused, his brow furrowing in confusion. "How do you know this?" Wei He offered no reply. Merely gesturing for him to continue watching, before the crystal doorframe, Xue Panpan took a deep breath, gathered her resolve, and stepped over the threshold. Whoosh! In an instant, the crystal doorframe radiated a brilliant azure light, dazzling to behold. How is this possible? Among the royal offspring, astonishment rippled through the crowd, their gazes towards Xue Panpan transformed, some filled with envy, others with jealousy. Eye in the skies, the selection elder's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent! At last, we have won! That young lady, quickly report your name, and upon the conclusion of the testing, return with me to the sect." Xue Panpan, overwhelmed with joy, quietly stated her name before stepping aside, appearing quite docile. As an onlooker, Luo Chang'e was utterly taken aback. Regaining his composure, he immediately grasped Wei He's sleeve, both excited and anxious. "Wei brother, do I possess cultivation talent?" Wei He, with a hint of annoyance, brushed away his long fingers and smiled knowingly. "We shall see shortly, won't we?" Yet, Luo Chang'e, consumed by impatience, paced back and forth, wringing his hands. "My good brother, please don't keep me in suspense. Surely you possess some means to discern my talent. Enlighten me, so I may brace myself." This prompted Wei He to consider his words carefully, realizing he must tread lightly and not reveal too much. His expression immediately turned serious as he sighed. "What I said earlier was merely conjecture. If it were that simple, would I not be more formidable than the major sects? Really? Indeed." Luo Chang'e pondered this deeply. Moreover, while Xue Panpan displayed talent, her pure infernus physique had not yet revealed itself. Unbeknownst to him, the furnace physique must be tested within the Yuding Xian sect. Generally speaking, women with furnace physiques invariably possess cultivation talent, while those with cultivation talent do not necessarily have furnace physiques. Soon, the royal offspring's testing concluded. Among several hundred, only 10 successfully passed the selection. Next came the disciples from noble families. With Luo Chang'e's falsified credentials and their splendid attire, Wei He successfully blended in among them. Numerous noble scions possessed cultivation talent. Of the 50 who approached, 7 or 8 were selected. Taking a deep breath, Wei He stepped towards the crystal door. His apprehension was not due to a lack of talent, but rather the fear that his displayed abilities might astonish the celestial beings hovering above. Fortunately, the ghostly transformation scripture was unique, allowing him to modify his physique and talents while in operation. Standing before the door, he glanced at the 5 celestial beings observing him, then stepped forward. Whoosh! The The crystal door emitted a gentle blue glow, soft yet inviting. Though your talent is not exceedingly high, it is still acceptable. Please state your name and stand with the qualified disciples. The selection elder nodded, his gaze shifting expectantly to the next youth awaiting testing, who was none other than Luo Chang'e. Luo Chang'e's complexion turned pale, looking rather haggard. He slowly approached the door, glancing at the middle-aged man in the sky before stepping inside. Bang! Suddenly, the crystal door trembled, radiating a deep blue light that left all spectators speechless. Deep blue. The door shivered, a talent unseen for a decade. Who is this person? It appears to be Luo Chang'e, a scion of the Luo family from Luoyue City. Haha, splendid. Chang'e, please join the group of qualified disciples. The selection elder clapped joyfully, directly announcing Luo Chang'e's name. Luo Chang'e stared blankly at the crystal door, momentarily at a loss. Upon hearing the elder's voice, he exclaimed in delight, I possess cultivation talent. I am saved. He excitedly rushed to the group of qualified individuals, clutching Wei He's shoulder and shaking it relentlessly. Wei brother, I have talent. I truly have talent. Wei He, caught between laughter and tears, had already discerned this upon arrival. His talent was indeed rare, and with diligent cultivation, extending his lifespan was not beyond reach. As he calmed his exhilaration, Luo Chang'e realized he had lost composure. Scratching his head sheepishly, his scholarly demeanor nowhere to be found. Time passed swiftly, and the testing of the noble disciples concluded, with a total of 238 individuals qualifying for entry into the Yuding Xian sect. In the sky, the selection elder gazed down at the eager faces of impoverished youths and waved his hand, declaring, You may also take a chance. If any possess talent unseen for a decade, you may enter the sect. Among the qualified crowd, Wei He crossed his arms, intrigued by a boy clad in tattered clothing, his face covered in dust. Chapter 4. Rare cultivation talent seen once in 50 years. The humble boy stood apart from the others, his gaze calm as he surveyed the crystal doorframe. Bowing his head, he joined the throng, awaiting his turn to test his talent. Among the children of the impoverished, a few were able to elicit a faint blue glow from the testing gate. Yet due to their status, they could not enter the sect. Their potential for cultivation, though present, was limited. Naturally, the Yuding Xian sect would not accept them. Wei He's admission was solely due to Luo Chang'e's endorsement as a scion of a noble family. It was said that the royal families offered various cultivation resources annually. With such connections, any of their offspring with a hint of talent would be considered for admission to the Yuding Xian sect. Soon, it was the humble boy's turn. He walked steadily to the door, observing the 5 celestial beings above, who were now drowsily seated on their swords. Clenching his fists, he boldly stepped into the testing gate. Boom! The crystal door quaked violently, radiating a dazzling deep blue light that outshone the sun, blinding all who looked upon it. What? Astonishment swept through the crowd. The practitioners of the Yuding Xian sect in the sky stood abruptly. 5 pairs of eyes fixated on the humble boy, ignoring the piercing blue glow. This talent is likely to be encountered once in 50 years. As the selection elder's voice echoed, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. A cultivation talent seen once in 50 years. Such a phenomenon had never before occurred in the Shui Kingdom sections. The unselected royal, noble, and scion offspring wore complex expressions, grappling with feelings of discontent. Loss and defeat etched across their faces. Young man, what is your name? The selection elder's voice trembled with excitement, gazing at the humble boy as though he were a rare treasure. Surprisingly, the boy maintained his composure. Unlike Luo Chang'e, responding with calm dignity, I am Yi Qing, a commoner from a rural town. Why Yi Qing? Yi Qing, splendid. You have passed. The elder selected for the assessment wore a beaming expression. This time, he had successfully brought back a disciple with a rare talent for cultivation, one that could be encountered only once in 50 years, and the sect would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Thus, he was in high spirits. Wei Yiqing remained as unperturbed as a tranquil lake, walking into the crowd where Wei He was located. His calm demeanor made Luo Chang'e feel somewhat inferior, prompting him to steal a few more glances at him. The subsequent impoverished youths were not as fortunate. None possessed any talent for cultivation, and the selection for the disciples of the Yuding Xianzong had finally come to a close. The elder raised his hand and summoned the crystal gate, which transformed into a beam of light and was stowed away in his storage bag. Observing the group of qualified new blood, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, "You now have 2 hours to collect your thoughts and inform your servants of the good news of your selection. After this period, follow me into the Immortal Gate." "What? So short?" The crowd stood stunned for a few seconds before immediately dispersing to the outskirts of the square to find their respective servants, instructing them to relay the joyous news home. In an instant, only Wei He and Yi Qing remained at the original spot. The two exchanged glances, both enveloped in silence. The awkward atmosphere made Wei He slightly uncomfortable, prompting him to break the silence with a simple greeting. "I am Wei He. We shall be fellow disciples from now on. I hope for your guidance. I remember your name from when you were selected." Yi Qing responded coldly, turning away as if dismissing the lineage-born Wei He, who had gained his place through connections. Wei He frowned slightly but paid it little mind, choosing instead to sit cross-legged and meditate. Time swiftly passed, and as the 2 hours drew near noon, the qualified youths began to arrive one after another, congregating in the center of the square to engage in conversation and forge connections for the future. "Wei brother, that Yi Qing seems rather unsociable. Sitting alone without acknowledging anyone. With such a temperament, he might struggle to fit in at the Immortal Gate," Luo Chang'e remarked, seated beside Wei He, glancing at Yi Qing in the distance with a furrowed brow. A gentle breeze passed, and Wei He opened his eyes, which held a depth reminiscent of the stars and the ocean, lending an extraordinary quality to his otherwise ordinary face. As cultivators, strength is paramount. Even if one possesses a solitary disposition, as long as they are exceptionally gifted and powerful, they need not fear where they go. Why worry about fitting in? Upon hearing Wei He's words, Luo Chang'e pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Have we finished our instructions? Then let us proceed into the Immortal Gate." 5 figures sliced through the sky. Standing upon their swords, the elder waved his hand, and an ancient azure vessel materialized before the crowd. He and the other 4 took their seats at the bow of the ship and called out to the youths, "Board the ship." As Wei He and the others climbed aboard, they curiously explored their surroundings, marveling at the celestial artifact, which was a first for them. The elder performed a hand seal, and a radiant light emanated from his palms as he pressed against the ship's surface. In an instant, the azure vessel began to ascend, soaring swiftly toward the horizon, trailing azure light behind it. Standing at the railing, the youths gazed down at the rapidly passing mountains and rivers, filled with anticipation for the future. Their fists clenched tightly. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning of a brutal journey. The world knew only of the vast powers of cultivators and their long lifespans, but it was only when one became immersed in it that they understood it was a path of no return, a road fraught with slaughter, plunder, schemes, and unimaginable cruelty. Soon, several hours passed, and the azure vessel glided into a boundless mountain range, where peaks touched the clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. The ship landed atop a towering mountain, and as the crowd disembarked, they were greeted by a colossal stone gate, upon which the imposing characters Yuding Xianzong were carved. Upon the elder's arrival, the disciples guarding the Yuding Xianzong's entrance stepped forward in unison. Bowing respectfully, dressed in white robes, the male and female pair exuded an ethereal charm, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Noticing the youths eyeing the gatekeepers, the elder smiled knowingly and said, "In our Yuding Xianzong, once one achieves a certain level of cultivation, partners will be assigned based on their strength. Our sex techniques require both genders to cultivate together, leading to accelerated progress. There is no need for envy." Wei He's lips twitched at the thought of potentially finding his sister within the sect, and he felt an urgency to locate her, to uncover their shared past, and to lead her away from this treacherous place. Many of the youths and maidens were momentarily taken aback by the elder's words. The boys appeared elated, while the girls knitted their brows. They likely understood that by joining the Yuding Xianzong, they would sacrifice love for the sake of cultivation. Luo Chang'e showed little interest in this notion. His ultimate goal was to break free from the confines of fate and seek immortality. Among the throng, Yi Qing maintained his composure, his thoughts unknown. Yet Wei He understood that his purpose was likely not as simple as it appeared. His cultivation talent, a rarity encountered once in 50 years, was not innate but rather a result of refining his flesh with spiritual herbs, enabling him to resonate more closely with the energies of heaven and earth, a truth only the Ying I could discern. As the Crystal Gate test could not reveal it. Chapter 5. You are all sentenced to transcribe the compendium of herbal medicine 100 times. Not long after passing through the stone archway, the sight before them was of ancient stone steps ascending towards the clouds. Ethereal white mist floated on either side, and celestial cranes soared gracefully, creating a scene both fantastical and awe-inspiring. The elder led the group into an ancient hall, which was already filled with people of various ages. Some conversed across the aisles, while others meditated in silence. On the jade table before them lay wooden plaques inscribed with the names of various departments, such as the herb department, the steward department, the guardian department, and the combat department. Upon the elder's entrance, the conversation ceased abruptly. A plump middle-aged man stood up, approached, and with a cheerful demeanor, said, "Elder Zhou, you've worked hard. Please, go rest. I will take care of the rest." After a moment of contemplation, the elder pointed to Yi Qing, Luo Chang'e, and Shui Panpan, declaring, "These three possess exceptionally rare talents and shall be brought into the inner sanctum. As for the others, I shall leave them in your capable hands." The outer management looked on in astonishment at Luo Chang'e and the others, expressing their congratulations to Elder Zhou, who had unexpectedly brought back 3 new disciples qualified for the inner sanctum, an uncommon occurrence in the past. The inner sanctum was the heart of the Yuding Xianzong, where the energy of heaven and earth was purer, making cultivation distinctly different. Outer disciples wishing to enter must place in the top 10 during the triennial competition to qualify. Once the elder departed, all eyes turned toward the new disciples in the hall, their expressions akin to wolves circling prey, sending shivers down the spines of the youths. With heads bowed, some even retreated a few steps, clearly intimidated. Seeing this, the outer management cleared their throats and declared loudly, "Male disciples may now choose to join any of the sex departments for training. As for the female disciples, follow me for a Yuding physique assessment before selecting your paths." The authoritative tone quickly drew the maidens together, following the steward out of the grand hall. "Junior brothers and sisters, don't just stare. Come to the steward department. We manage the order of the outer realm. And joining us comes with numerous benefits. Little ones, come to the guardian department. There is hardly any work here, leaving plenty of time for cultivation. After all, who would dare provoke our Yuding Xianzong within the Great Shui Kingdom? Solemnly cultivating ice, the only way. Youngsters, come to the beast department. When you tire of training, you can ride mythical beasts and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sect. Isn't that delightful?" In an instant, all departments were fervently promoting themselves, vying for the attention of the newly initiated disciples. In the next moment, the young men surged forward, eagerly selecting their desired departments, lining up in anticipation before the jade table. Wei He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the pharmacy department, which comprised only 3 individuals, and strode towards it with purpose. The pharmacy department, apart from cultivation, was also responsible for gathering herbs and concocting potions for the treatment of the injured. Although it sounded somewhat exhausting, as the sole heir of the ghost doctor lineage, he was keen to witness the medical practices of the immortal sect. Once the departmental selections were complete, the senior brother from the pharmacy led Wei He and the other 3 out of the grand hall, boarding a sizable avian creature that soared towards the location of the pharmacy. Upon arrival at the pharmacy of the Yuding immortal sect, they were greeted by elegant pavilions amidst wisps of white clouds. The senior brother guided them on a tour, explaining the rules of the department. By the time they returned to their living quarters, night had fallen. In the courtyard, 2 young maidens stood with grace, having also chosen the pharmacy department, awaiting room assignments. The senior brother ventured out briefly to procure the Yuding immortal sect's cultivation methods and the compendium of herbs, along with several sets of garments, a flying sword, and a storage pouch. He informed them that they must attend the lecture hall the following morning to learn from the senior brother about cultivation, before departing with a swift leap. The 6 of them resided in a small courtyard, and apart from Wei He, the others hailed from prestigious martial families, each possessing remarkable appearances and distinct airs of pride. What left a deep impression on Wei He was a girl named Yumashi, whose fair skin and autumn-like eyes were enchanting. Her smile revealed 2 delicate dimples, sweetening the sight to the heart. Most notably, her body harbored a strong vitality, marking her as a unique furnace physique. Different furnace physiques serve various purposes, and generally, the majority are of purine nature. Cultivating the Yuding methods together with a purine furnace partner accelerates the speed of cultivation, enhancing the effects exponentially. After exchanging polite words, they each retreated to their rooms. Sitting on his bed, Wei He curiously opened the male cultivation manual of the Yuding Immortal Sect, delving into its intricacies. The realms of cultivation for immortal practitioners are categorized into gathering energy, transforming qi, mystic river, condensing crystal, nurturing spirit, and breaking aperture. Simply put, it is the process of gathering the energies of heaven and earth to transform them into true qi, further advancing one's cultivation. Moreover, true qi is said to possess attributes such as destructive, fiery, icy, and thunderous properties, with the cultivation method determining the nature of the true qi. Any true qi endowed with attributes undoubtedly originates from powerful immortal sects. The minor sects lack the capacity to condense true qi with such characteristics. The Yuding Immortal Sect's cultivation methods are particularly unique, divided into male and female sections. When true qi is cultivated separately, it lacks attributes. Yet when the male and female sections unite, they can absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Setting aside the manual, Wei He closed his eyes and began to circulate the ghostly transformation scripture, feeling the hidden ghostly energy within him surge. Following the male manual's instructions, it soon transformed into the essence of Yuding true qi. This is the marvel of the ghostly transformation scripture. As long as one possesses a cultivation method, they can replicate and transform into the unique true qi aura of various immortal sects, making it difficult to discern authenticity. Furthermore, other substances can also be modified. According to the teachings passed down, as one's cultivation level rises, even a stone can be transformed into a piece of gold. Currently, at the level of the Forgetting River, it is equivalent to the transforming qi stage of cultivators. Thus, he must conceal his cultivation for the time being. Opening his eyes, Wei He picked up the compendium of herbs nearby and began to peruse it. Compared to the cultivation manual, the herb compendium held greater allure, and he found himself engrossed for several hours. The compendium contained not only numerous heavenly spiritual herbs, but also methods for extracting the essence of medicinal liquids and recipes for concocting various potions. Closing the compendium, Wei He shook his head slightly. The medical practices of the Yuding Immortal Sect were rather simplistic and overly singular in the inheritance of the ghost doctor. There were not only secret formulas for concocting ghostly medicines, but also the 8 extraordinary needle techniques and the soul retrieval technique, making it seem as if one were comparing heaven and earth. Gazing out the window, he noticed that night had deepened and decided to close his eyes to cultivate the ghostly transformation scripture. Knock, knock, knock. In the morning, a series of knocks awakened Wei He, prompting him to hastily exit his cultivation. He got out of bed and opened the door to find Yumashi standing at the threshold, clearly displeased, her large eyes glaring at him. Wei He was momentarily taken aback and scratched his head, instinctively asking, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong? Wei-Dagu, do you not remember that we need to attend the lecture from the senior brother this morning? Everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time." Yumashi's face flushed with anger as she rolled her eyes and stamped her foot in frustration, deciding it was best to ignore her. She turned on her heel and walked away. "Oh, there really is such a thing," Wei He murmured softly, closing the door behind him as he stepped into the courtyard, where the 3 boys and 2 girls were present, seemingly having waited for a long time. After offering them an apologetic smile, they headed together towards the lecture hall of the pharmacy. In the lecture hall, a striking young man clad in white sat on a cushion. Upon noticing Wei He and the others had arrived a bit late, he frowned and sternly declared, "As disciples of the pharmacy, you cannot even manage the most basic principle of punctuality. I shall impose a punishment of transcribing the compendium of herbs 100 times. To be submitted tomorrow before we discuss your cultivation." Chapter 6. The Ghost Doctor's Methods, the Ancient Transformation Butterfly Seeking Herbs. What? Senior brother, the distance from our courtyard to the lecture hall is quite considerable. We did not mean to be late. Please show us some leniency this once. Yumashi stole a glance at the young man in white, her brows furrowing slightly. He was quite handsome, but why was he devoid of any compassion? Distance? The senior brother, Zhao scrutinized Yumashi with a cold smile. If you had risen early and made your way here in advance, you would not have been late. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of laziness. The distance is but an excuse. Why? Yumashi fell silent, unable to argue back. Wei He pondered for a moment before stepping forward, calmly gazing at the indifferent Zhao, and cupped his hands, saying, "Senior brother, it was my late rising that caused the delay for them. I will take on the punishment of transcribing the compendium of herbs. so please allow them to receive their cultivation instruction. For some reason, he felt a sense of discomfort when it came to asking for favors. If not for his guilt, he would never have acted in such a way. Zhao Yu's icy gaze bore into Wei He as he stood up, flicking his sleeves with disdain. "Do you wish to play the hero? Very well. Since you are willing to take responsibility, I shall grant it. You will transcribe the compendium of herbs 600 times. And after that, go to the back mountain of the pharmacy to gather purple leaf cinnamon branches and blue-flowered summer withering grass. Fail to complete it, and do not expect me to teach you how to cultivate or use techniques." "What?" Yumashi was taken aback, casting a complex glance at Wei He, senior brother. "It's also my fault for not calling him earlier. Perhaps it would be best if he only transcribed the compendium of herbs." Aside from her, the remaining four appeared indifferent, feeling that Wei He deserved the punishment. Ridiculous. If you have chosen to cultivate, why should anyone need to call you? Zhao Yu's expression darkened, and a powerful aura radiated from him, intimidating those present. Wei Yumashi seemed poised to say something further, but Wei He quickly grasped her arm. Stepping forward, he looked into Zhao Yu's indifferent eyes, his pupils narrowing slightly, and replied flatly, "As you say." "I shall go with that." He turned and departed the lecture hall without a backward glance. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Yu internally scoffed, thinking, such youthful arrogance. Does he truly believe that gathering herbs is so simple? Once outside the lecture hall, Wei He strolled leisurely along the cobbled path. Reflecting on the earlier events, he was surprised that Yumashi had defended him, although her attitude that morning had been poor. Her character was not malevolent, she was rather straightforward. "Hey, Wei He, little junior brother, weren't you supposed to head to the lecture hall? Why are you still lingering here?" A figure descended from the sky and landed before him. The senior brother who had shown them around the pharmacy the day before. Noticing his displeasure, Wei He clasped his hands in greeting and sorrowfully explained the situation. The senior brother sighed, rubbing his forehead in distress. "How could you dare to contradict the senior brother? Do you understand that the back mountain is rife with ferocious beasts? Gathering herbs is not as simple as it seems, especially since you currently lack cultivation. At this point, your only option is to return and plead for mercy, hoping for a lighter punishment from the senior brother. Plead for mercy? That is out of the question." Wei He thanked him for his goodwill and then inquired, "Senior brother, were there new disciples admitted to the sect last autumn?" The senior brother shook his head. "Little junior brother, you may not know, but disciples are recruited once every 5 years. There were no new disciples admitted last year." Wei He frowned, realizing that his sister was not in the Yuding Immortal sect. Where could she have gone? Just then, the senior brother seemed to recall something and stroked his chin, saying, "Last autumn, there were indeed no new disciples. But I heard that the Grand Elder brought back a girl with extraordinary talent who is currently cultivating in the inner realm." "Why do you ask?" Wei He's heart jolted, yet his expression remained calm as water. "Oh, nothing. Just asking casually. I advise you to seek out the senior brother and plead for mercy. Do not ruin your future." After offering his enthusiastic advice, the senior brother hurriedly took off, as if he had urgent matters to attend to. His sister is in the inner realm? If only I had raised my cultivation a bit higher, but doing so would surely draw the attention of some old monsters. One misstep, and my identity would be exposed. Now, the only way is to secure a place in the top 10 during the competition in 3 years. After pondering for a moment, Wei He strode purposefully towards the back mountain of the pharmacy. The back mountain was a sprawling range, dense with trees, and faint roars of ferocious beasts could be heard in the distance. These beasts could provide both medicinal materials and sustenance, and the pharmacy was too lazy to clear them out, treating them as livestock, only hunting a few when necessary. As he wandered through the deep mountains and old forests, Wei He glanced around, noticing no one was in sight. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and a dark red light burst forth in the ethereal realm. A butterfly spirit materializes, fluttering incessantly by my side in search of medicinal herbs. Yet, no challenge can thwart me, the ghostly healer, with the ancient metamorphic butterfly. I seek the purple leaf osmanthus and blue summer withered grass. As I softly utter these words, the wings of the ancient metamorphic butterfly gently flutter, sending ripples radiating outward, encompassing a 100-mile radius. Moments later, it senses the location of the herbs and gracefully takes flight. Weha, adept in the ghostly arts, transforms into a fleeting shadow, closely pursuing it. After about half an hour, the ancient metamorphic butterfly alights beside a mountain stream. Is it here? Weeha's gaze fixates on the bank of the brook, a glimmer of joy lighting his countenance. There, he spots a osmanthus tree, its emerald leaves adorned with a branch that has mutated. Its twigs and leaves rendered in shades of purple leaf osmanthus, vital for invigorating spiritual veins and enhancing yang energy. Weeha softly murmurs, refraining from immediately harvesting it, for at that moment, a green-haired unicorn bull is quenching its thirst at the water's edge. Through his ethereal vision, he perceives the beast's overwhelming bloodlust and formidable strength. Though he is merely at the initial stage of the Forgetting River realm, he harbors no confidence in defeating it. Concealed behind a large rock, Weeha remains patient, sitting cross-legged, awaiting the creature's departure once it has satiated its thirst. Moments later, the green-haired unicorn bull indeed drinks its fill, swishing its tail as it turns. Leisurely ambling toward the large rock, this is perilous. A jolt of alarm courses through Weeha's heart. After a brief contemplation, he resolves to flee swiftly from the area. Moo! Upon spotting the figure, the massive eyes of the green-haired unicorn bull widen momentarily before it stomps the ground, transforming into a blur as it charges forward. Its speed is astonishing, the brute force of its body crashing through countless towering ancient trees, and in no time, it is upon Weeha's heels, seeing the ferocious beast barreling toward him. Weeha furrows his brow, deftly adjusting his position just in time to evade a strike. Boom! The green-haired unicorn bull skids to a halt, its immense inertia carrying it a few paces further, toppling several trees before it finally comes to a standstill. Fuming with rage, its eyes blaze crimson as it fixates malevolently on the human before it, paws frantically tearing at the ground, its sharp horn aimed directly at Weeha, charging forth in a sudden thrust. Weeha, stunned, realizes the speed is too rapid to evade. With a sharp exclamation, he feels the dark energy within him surge violently, coalescing in his fist. In an instant, a blood-red aura, akin to the rising sun, disperses the shadows of the forest. Thud! His fist collides with the bull's horn, a raw, unyielding force reverberating through him, threatening to shatter flesh and bone. In that moment, the dark energy within him surged forth, manifesting a devouring power that absorbed the force entirely. Weeha stumbles back several steps, shaking off the numbing pain in his arm, deeply impressed by the ferocity of the green-haired unicorn bull. Had it been any other practitioner at the initial stage of the transformation realm, they would have likely been impaled by the horn by now. Moo! With one failed charge, the green-haired unicorn bull becomes even more incensed, its body enveloped in a vibrant green aura, embodying a spirit of either it or the human must perish. Chapter 7. Do not be too moved. Boom! In the depths of the medicinal department's rear mountains, Weeha engages in a pure physical confrontation with the green-haired unicorn bull, blood splattering, trees collapsing around them. The scene a tableau of devastation. Gazing at his battered fists and the tattered, blood-stained garments, Weeha's pallid face is etched with gravity. It is only due to the unique capabilities endowed by the dark energy that he has managed to endure this long against such a formidable beast. The green-haired unicorn bull, too, does not emerge unscathed. Although not as grievously wounded as Weeha, it has lost patches of its fur, revealing bruised and swollen skin, its once majestic form now diminished. Regrettably, the ancient dark arts within the ghostly healer's lineage have yet to be unsealed. This beast, formidable as it is, likely rivals those of the mid-transformation realm, making escape a daunting prospect. Weeha kneels upon the ground, wiping away blood from his lips, his mind racing with strategies. However, the green-haired unicorn bull grants him no respite. Rising on its hind legs, it brings its enormous hooves down with malicious intent, aiming to trample the human into oblivion to alleviate its fury. As the hooves descend toward his head, the wings of the ancient metamorphic butterfly on his shoulder flutter gently, causing the surrounding world to momentarily freeze. This spectacle startles Weeha, yet there is no time for contemplation. He quickly rolls away to evade the impending hoof strike, kneeling nearby. Channeling the dark energy, his eyes blaze with a crimson hue as he identifies the bull's vulnerability, the weakened abdomen. Yet it remains a challenging target. With no one beneath its hooves, the green-haired unicorn bull stands bewildered, its eyes wide with disbelief. How could this human have evaded its strike? Is it but an illusion? The aged bull blinks furiously, confirming the human remains unharmed, then shakes its head and bellows in fury, rearing its hoof once more for another assault. This time, its speed is even greater, and it is confident that this strike will land. With no room for error, in contrast, Weeha's expression brightens with delight as he urgently calls out, "Ancient metamorphic butterfly." The gray-red wings of the butterfly spirit on his shoulder flutter once more, halting all around them except for Weeha and itself. Seizing the moment, Weeha channels the dark energy, gathering it into his fist, and delivers a crushing blow to the green-haired unicorn bull's abdomen. Moo! The bull emits a pained bellow. Its massive frame sent soaring, crashing heavily to the ground, foam erupting from its mouth as it trembles. Yet, it does not perish. It merely loses the ability to move temporarily. Understanding this, Weeha spares no time for recovery. He vaults onto the bull's back, raising his hand as crimson smoke spirals from his claws, pressing down upon the bull's head and pulling. Soul extraction. Wisps of gray smoke begin to escape from the bull's head, coalescing in his grasp, forming a swirling mist. The mist thrums with agitation, echoing the bull's unwilling roars. Relieved to behold the captured soul mist, Weeha exhales deeply, securing it within his storage pouch before making his way unsteadily to the brook's edge. After harvesting the purple osmanthus branch, twilight descends. Not wishing to return to the medicinal department, he settles down to meditate on the spot. Under the brilliance of the full moon, in the newly established courtyard of the medicinal department, Yumashi stands at the door to Weeha's room, holding a stack of papers, gently tapping at the door. After a prolonged silence yields no response, her brow furrows with concern as she gazes toward the rear mountains. Could he truly have ventured into the mountains to gather herbs? It is said that many ferocious beasts dwell within. This is reckless. Nibbling on her crimson lip, she paces anxiously before finally sighing. Her expression a complex mix of emotions as she returns to her own quarters. The following morning, sunlight bathes Weeha's face as he gradually opens his eyes, his complexion markedly improved, though not yet at its peak. The previous day's battle with the beast has drained considerable blood energy, and the ghostly spirit continues to unwittingly siphon energy from him. Compounding his plight, he realizes he must recuperate thoroughly over the next few days. For now, he must seek out the blue summer withered grass and procure additional herbs to heal his wounds before resuming his training. With hands forming seals, an eerie crimson mark materializes, and the ancient metamorphic butterfly emerges. Soaring into the distance, following its flight, Weeha reflects deeply, for the ghostly healer's legacy only mentions the butterfly's ability to locate herbs, omitting its capacity to halt the flow of time. Yesterday's anomaly has unveiled a new realm of possibility. The recorded legacy may not encompass all its capabilities. Continuing on his path, the ancient metamorphic butterfly soon leads him to the site of the blue summer withered grass, perched upon a small cliff. This time, the vicinity is devoid of ferocious beasts, allowing Weeha to ascend effortlessly. Harvesting the grass and securing it on his return journey, he gathers numerous herbs, grinding them into a paste to apply to his wounds. In no time, the injuries begin to heal swiftly, leaving only faint traces behind. By the time he returns to the courtyard, dusk has fallen, and in front of his room, Yumashi furrows her brow. Clutching a thick stack of papers, pacing restlessly, Weeha, puzzled, approaches her and asks, "Do you need something from me?" Seeing him unscathed, Yumashi's expression brightens, her eyes sparkling with joy, yet the next moment her demeanor turns cold. She slaps the papers into Weeha's arms with irritation, stating, "I thought you might have perished in the mountains. Here, I've copied the herbal compendium 600 times over the past 2 days. So you can report back to the senior brother." Weeha hastily embraces the papers, examining them closely. The elegant handwriting indeed reflects the contents of the herbal compendium. Completing 600 copies in just 2 days surely required immense effort on her part. "Thank you," Weeha smiles slightly, surprised to find such kindness among the offspring of prominent families. "It is truly rare." Yumashi, raising her chin proudly, turns to leave and remarks indifferently, "Don't be too touched. I only feel guilty because you bore the brunt of our punishment." Watching her retreating silhouette, Weeha smiles softly and shakes his head. Regardless of the circumstances, he will remember this kindness. After resting through the night, He rises early the next day and heads to the lecture hall, presenting the purple osmanthus branch, blue summer withered grass, and the 600 copies of the herbal compendium to Zhao Yu. Staring in astonishment at the 3 items laid before him, Zhao Yu takes a long moment to recover. You truly gathered these? You encountered no ferocious beasts? Weha raises an eyebrow, responding slowly, I did see ferocious beasts. But fortunately, they did not detect me. Well then, senior brother, can you now guide me in my cultivation and techniques? Zhao Yu gazes deeply at Weha, reluctantly retrieving a piece of paper from his storage pouch and tossing it toward him. This is a technique from the sword arts of the Yuding Immortal Sect, named One Sword Traversing the Heavens. Return and practice diligently.as for insights on cultivation. Just consult the other newcomers. Wei He grasped the paper. Casting a glance and realizing that there was indeed only one version, it appears that this senior brother still harbors some grievances. Nevertheless, one sword technique suffices. Feigning overwhelming excitement, he expressed his gratitude and turned to leave the lecture hall. Intending to linger no longer. Wait a moment, the apothecary hall is short-staffed. Please assist there for a while and earnestly learn the medical arts of the Yuding Xian sect. Your senior brother has high hopes for you. Zhao Yu said with a smile, his words laden with hidden meanings. Chapter 8. Senior sister, you are suffering from depression. Wei He's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded before departing. The apothecary hall, situated at the heart of the medicinal department, comprised 5 sections: the reception area, the diagnosis hall, the medicine dispensing counter, the alchemy pavilion, and the recuperation building. Upon entering the reception area, he observed numerous disciples of the medicinal department meticulously attending to the injured, guiding them towards the diagnosis hall. Those 2 grievously wounded to move were carried in on stretchers, indicating the arduous nature of the task at hand. This junior brother, you've come to help? Haven Tu, quickly follow me. We are in urgent need of personnel at the medicine dispensing counter. A handsome young man, noticing the character for medicine embroidered on Wei He's robe, approached with a pleased expression. Taking his hand and leading him inside, they surveyed the scene, with injured individuals streaming in and out. Wei He paused, perplexed. Senior brother, why are there so many injured disciples? Has something happened? The handsome young man shrugged helplessly, explaining as they walked, Junior brother, you may not be aware, but new disciples must venture out for training upon reaching the Qi transformation realm. Previously, there were no issues, but this latest batch of 1,000 trainees has been pursued by a mysterious assailant. Even the senior brother leading them, a master of the Xuanhe realm, was left severely battered. This has kept our medicinal department exceedingly busy. Fortunately, the inner circle has dispatched personnel to investigate. They will surely capture the culprit. Wei He was taken aback. Even the Yuding Xian sect, which dominated the land of Dashue, could be targeted. Could there be profound enmity involved? As they spoke, they arrived at the medicine dispensing counter. The handsome senior introduced Wei He to those inside before stepping out to continue attending to the injured. Behind the counter stood rows of medicine cabinets, approximately 50 or 60 in total. At that moment, several disciples of the medicinal department were rummaging through the cabinets, thoroughly occupied. Newcomer, have you memorized the compendium of medicinal herbs? Can you manage? If not, go to the recuperation building to care for the injured. Do not cause chaos here. A stout man in a black robe, named Wang Pang, inquired with a frown, his demeanor extremely unwelcoming. Wang Pang was aptly named, being quite portly, yet his most striking feature was his keen, shrewd eyes. Wei He smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself that the medicinal herbs documented in the compendium were far less than what he already knew. Just then, a graceful senior sister approached, holding a prescription. The gentle breeze carried a tantalizing fragrance. Wei He promptly stepped forward, took the prescription, and upon discovering the woman's name was Lin Ruoyan, he said, Senior Sister Lin, please wait. I shall fetch your medicine right away. He picked up a medicine tray beside the counter and strode confidently towards the cabinets, navigating through them according to the names of the herbs listed. In no time, he had gathered the necessary ingredients and handed them to Wang Pang for confirmation. What good is speed if the selection is incorrect? Wang Pang scoffed internally, receiving the prescription. Upon examining the tray of herbs, he was instantly astonished. The prescription listed over 30 types of medicinal herbs, many of which bore striking similarities in name, shape, and color. Yet this junior brother had selected them all correctly. After a meticulous recheck, he found no errors. Unlike Zhao Yu, who was petty and small-minded, Wang Peng's face broke into a warm smile as he jovially declared, "Good, from now on, you shall assist me here, and I will provide you with a vial of spiritual liquid each month." Wei He nodded, handing the packed medicine back to Lin Ruoyan. "Senior Sister Lin, the medicine is ready. Please take it to the alchemy pavilion for them to refine it into a potion for consumption." "Ah, so quickly?" Lin Ruoyan's charming face was filled with surprise. "When I previously visited the apothecary hall, I had to wait an eternity to receive my medicine." Wei He cast her a calm glance and advised earnestly, "Senior Sister, after taking the potion, you must exercise restraint for the next few months. Otherwise, the condition may relapse." Lin Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks suddenly flushing with embarrassment as she rolled her eyes playfully and hurried off with the medicine. Although the prescription did not specify the ailment, the combination of herbs suggested the cause, rendering the use of the nether eye unnecessary. Of course, such reverse deduction was difficult for others to accomplish unless they had an exceptional understanding of the compendium of medicinal herbs. In the medicinal department, all diagnosed patients had their ailments noted on the prescription, and since Lin Ruoyan's did not, it was likely a proprietary formula. Seeing Lin Ruoyan flee in embarrassment, Wang Peng's keen eyes fixated on Wei He. "Junior brother, what ailment does the top beauty of the management department suffer from? Quickly tell your senior brother, and I'll give you 2 vials of spiritual liquid." "Spiritual liquid? The kind that accelerates cultivation?" Wei He momentarily hesitated, reasoning that disclosing someone else's private matters was unethical. However, the prospect of 2 vials of spiritual liquid was tempting. After pondering for a while, he glanced sideways at the rafters and reluctantly raised his hand. Wang Peng understood immediately, without hesitation retrieving 2 vials of spiritual liquid and placing them in Wei He's hands, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wei He leisurely stored the spiritual liquid in his storage bag. Teasingly replied, "Senior Sister is suffering from, junior brother, be careful with your words, lest senior sister tear your mouth apart." Before Wei He could finish, Lin Ruoyan stormed back, her formidable aura enveloping the entire medicine dispensing counter. Wang Peng instinctively shrank back, turning to face the cabinets as if he were casually selecting herbs. Lin Ruoyan, fuming, had hurried away in embarrassment, unable to think clearly. However, the more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. How did that junior brother know? The prescription clearly did not list the ailment. Thus, she rushed back to test him, only to stumble upon this scene. Wei He was taken aback, his thoughts racing. He quickly said, "Senior Sister, you are indeed suffering from depression. There is nothing shameful in that. Depression? Is that true?" Lin Ruoyan paused, her beautiful eyes narrowing in suspicion as she scrutinized Wei He, trying to discern whether he was lying. "I merely made a random guess based on the prescription. I do not know the specifics," Wei He replied with a composed expression, though internally he felt somewhat anxious. A surge of intense killing intent had just enveloped him, and the threat of having his mouth torn apart was no idle threat. Receiving this confirmation, Lin Ruoyan retracted her imposing aura, her smile blossoming like a flower. "You have deduced correctly, junior brother. Recently, several disciples have encountered troubles during their training. I find myself truly distressed and unable to sleep." To deduce the cause of an ailment from the herbs is a remarkable skill in medicine. Coincidentally, I have many pathological queries. Would you be willing to visit my residence tomorrow for an in-depth discussion? Is this an invitation? Wei He's heart raced, and bowing slightly, he replied, "It is merely a coincidence, but the apothecary hall is quite busy at the moment, and I fear I would be unable to meet your expectations." Lin Ruoyan's gaze flickered, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gracefully turned away. "No worries. Once the apothecary hall is less occupied, I shall come for you." Watching the most beautiful woman in the management department depart, Wei He furrowed his brows, an inexplicable feeling stirred within him, suggesting he had stirred up trouble. Before the medicine cabinets, Wang Peng pondered deeply for a long while, muttering in confusion, "Depression? Even the esteemed senior sister of the management department experiences such a condition? I find that hard to believe." Chapter 9. Junior brother, I shall confide a secret. Injured individuals continued to come and go to procure their medicine. With Wei He's assistance, the other disciples of the medicinal department found their workload considerably lightened, and they began to view this junior brother with increasing fondness. While conversing, Wang Peng learned that Zhao Yu had not personally guided Wei He in his cultivation, only providing him with a single sword technique. He slammed his hand on the table in indignation, exclaiming that Zhao Yu, as the senior brother of the medicinal department, should be fulfilling his duty to instruct new disciples. It is truly despicable for him to treat you this way. Junior brother, since he is unwilling to teach you, allow me to step in. I can instruct you in techniques like sword flight. Anything you wish to learn, I shall gladly impart. Wei He, caught off guard by the unexpected generosity, was genuinely touched. After a moment's thought, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang. I am indeed eager to learn sword flight, but as for other techniques, I shall wait until I have mastered the one sword move before proceeding. Wang Peng and the others exchanged astonished glances before breaking into hearty laughter. Not greedy but focused. This junior brother will surely achieve greatness in the future. Wei He regarded the group with a rather peculiar expression, musing inwardly. It's not that I'm not greedy. Rather, I simply do not find them appealing. His mind was filled with the legacy of the Ghost Doctor's ancient nether arts, albeit sealed away. Only by breaking through to the next realm could he unseal it. Learning the sword techniques of the Yuding Xian sect was merely a means to mask his identity. Thus, even with just one technique, it sufficed. During the brief respite at the medicine dispensing counter, Wang Peng meticulously explained the sword flight technique to Wei He, sharing insights about the Yuding Xian sect. In the Yuding Xian sect, disciples must venture out for training upon reaching the Qi transformation realm, typically for a year. Once they attain the crystal condensation realm, the sect will allocate partners based on their abilities and talents, ensuring they need not remain solitary. Of course, if both parties are mutually interested, they may report to the sect for approval to become partners without the need for allocation. However, women possessing the furnace body constitution have no choice in the matter. They generally become the furnace for particularly talented disciples or elders within the inner circle, and may even be sent to more powerful immortal sects beyond the borders of Dashue to establish connections. Thus, possessing the furnace body constitution is not necessarily a good thing. Wang Peng shook his head with a hint of melancholy as he discussed the stringent regulations of the sect. We can discuss this privately, but we must not let those in power know. Otherwise, we shall face severe penalties. Wei He wore a solemn expression, his thoughts drifting to his sister and then to Yu Moxie. However, it was unlikely that Yu Moxie's unique furnace body had been detected. Otherwise, she would not have arrived at the medicine department. As a day of toil came to an end, Wei He returned to his small courtyard, feeling quite fatigued. In the past, such weariness would have been unheard of. It was merely the lingering effects of the blood energy lost in the back mountain that had not yet returned to its former state, compounded by the recent increase in the quantity of ghostly energy absorbed. In the courtyard, Yu Moxie lay on the stone table, propping her chin with her hands as she gazed at the bright moon in the sky, her eyes glistening with tears, an image of pitiful despondence. Meanwhile, the other 4 occupants of the house were illuminated by bright lights, clearly still occupied within. Noticing this, Wei He approached and sat beside her, asking, "Are you troubled?" Yu Moxie turned her head slightly to glance at Wei He, lowering her gaze to the stone table as she lamented, "I suddenly miss home. I have no desire to cultivate, yet I must." The Yu family was a fallen military clan of the Great Shui, and in order to rise again, its offspring had to become cultivators to gain the royal family's attention. Luo Chang'e sought to alter his fate, Shui Panpan for the sake of her mother who was a palace maid, and Yu Moxie, for the sake of her declining family. Each had their own story. Embarking on the path of cultivation might not have been their initial wish, but for certain matters and individuals, they had no choice but to do so. Observing the forlorn Yu Moxie, Wei He retrieved a bottle of spiritual liquid from his storage bag and gently placed it on the stone table. Rising, he walked towards his room, softly saying, "Since you miss home, strive to cultivate diligently. Reaching the Qi transformation stage will allow you to venture out for experiences." Under the moonlight, the bottle of spiritual liquid emitted a soft, white glow, soothing the mind and spirit. This spiritual liquid? The kind that can only be obtained by serving the sect. Yu Moxie snapped back to reality and turned to inquire, only to find that he had already vanished. Gripping the bottle tightly, she cast a deep glance at Wei He's room, her confusion dissipating. Inside the room, Wei He sat cross-legged, swallowing another bottle of spiritual liquid in one gulp, activating the ghostly Yin Transformation Sutra. The energy of the surrounding world flowed into his body continuously. The ghostly energy surged within his meridians, as if alive, ravenously consuming the abundant energy around him. Gradually, the scarlet ghostly energy became increasingly pure and chilling, while the blood energy within his flesh steadily grew warmer, contrasting sharply with the ghostly energy's coldness. Surprisingly, the two energies did not conflict. Instead, they coexisted harmoniously. As dawn broke, the sun rose on a brand new day. Wei He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes within him, his heart brimming with joy. He had reached the peak of the initial stage of the Forgetting River, and the ghostly Yin Transformation Sutra was incredibly formidable. With the spiritual liquid as a catalyst, it forcibly drew in the surrounding energy and good spirits from his progress. He tidied himself up and exited his room, heading towards the medicine hall in the center of the medicine department. The medicine hall remained bustling with activity as it had the previous day. Aside from the injured, several disciples from the sect had come to procure earthly medicinal materials and spiritual liquids. The spiritual liquids were refined by the medicine hall, and today marked the monthly distribution day, with even those in the inner realm sending people, creating quite a lively atmosphere. As Wei He arrived at the reception area, he encountered familiar faces, Luo Chang'e and Xue Panpan. Luo Chang'e, now with a rosy complexion, donned a white robe and held a folding fan. Exuding an air of cultured elegance, he was indeed a rare talent, his aura indicating that he had reached the mid-stage of energy gathering. Wei brother! Spotting Wei He amidst the crowd, Luo Chang'e's face lit up with joy as he strode towards him. I've missed you so much these past few days. Wei He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the seemingly demure Xue Panpan nearby, and whispered, Luo brother, you seem rather radiant. Could it be due to your association with Xue Panpan? The two, with no prior connection, being together was indeed suspect. Luo Chang'e's expression faltered, and he waved his hands dismissively, rapidly explaining, do not misunderstand. She merely accompanied me to collect the spiritual liquid. I have no interest in romantic entanglements at this time. I was just joking. No need to get flustered. By the way, Luo brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Wei He pulled him aside, his previously playful demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Without hesitation, Luo Chang'e patted his chest and declared, what relationship do we share? Speak freely. As long as it doesn't involve murder or theft, I'm at your service. Looking around to ensure privacy, Wei He lowered his voice again. It's not a large matter. I simply wish for you, when you have the time, to check on the girl who was taken back to the inner realm last autumn and see how she is faring. Oh, that's all? Luo Chang'e's tension eased, and he chuckled, rest assured, I'll handle it for you. But you must have entered the sect for her, right? Do you know her? Wei He suddenly appeared lost in thought. Muttering, I'm not sure. Just check on her for me, and perhaps ask if she has an older brother. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Luo Chang'e refrained from pressing further and nodded in agreement. After exchanging farewells, Wei He returned to the medicine dispensing counter to prepare medicine for his seniors. As time flowed by, noon approached. Wang Peng, having seen off a disciple from the Internal Affairs Department, approached Wei He with a conspiratorial air. Junior brother, I have a secret to share, but you mustn't tell anyone. Setting down the medicine tray, Wei He turned, puzzled. What secret? Wang Peng glanced around cautiously and whispered. Our senior brother Zhao Yu has a crush on Lin Ruoyan. Wei He fell silent for a moment, unable to suppress a bemused smile. Is that even a secret? Lin Ruoyan is not only beautiful but also the senior sister of the affairs department. Surely, she has many admirers. Zhao Yu's feelings are quite normal. No, it's not normal. Wang Peng shook his head vigorously, a mischievous grin on his face. Did you know Zhao Yu is Lin Ruoyan's cousin? That kind of blood relation. Wei He was taken aback, staring in disbelief for a long time before skeptically asking, how do you know this? Zhao Yu would never say something like that himself. In both the celestial sect and the secular world, romantic relationships among close relatives were taboo, and if discovered, the consequences could be dire. Seeing the astonishment on Wei He's face, Wang Peng smugly nodded. It happened during an outing. One night when the moon was dark and the wind howled, I inadvertently overheard them conversing in the woods. Zhao Yu gazed adoringly at the beautiful Lin Ruoyan. His affection evident. Cousin, actually, Before he could finish, Lin Ruoyan interrupted sharply. Stop. Why do we cultivate? Have you forgotten? It's a fruitless endeavor. Do not let yourself be foolishly deluded. As if realizing her tone was too harsh, Lin Ruoyan took a deep breath, turned away with her hands clasped behind her back, and said, The person I admire must be someone steady and powerful, willing to sacrifice everything for family and friends. A man of deep loyalty. After watching her retreating figure for a long time, a fierce glint flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes. What I desire, I shall obtain. As Wang Peng animatedly recounted the scene, Wei He was left dumbfounded, giving him a thumbs up. Senior brother, your storytelling is extraordinary. I can vividly picture it. Hey, don't share this with others. Zhao Yu is not only petty but also vengeful. If I had greater strength, I wouldn't fear him. Alas, my talent is limited, and I cannot cultivate as quickly. With a light sigh, Wang Peng produced 4 bottles of spiritual liquid from his storage bag and handed them to Wei He. These are for you. Spiritual liquid no longer has much effect on me. Use them well, and I'll be watching out for you. Looking at the spiritual liquid in his hands, Wei He felt a mix of emotions and quickly offered them back. Senior brother, this is too much. Even if it's of no use to you, it can be exchanged for something else. You don't need to give them to me. Wang Peng smiled gently. Pushing his hands away, I have connections in the refining pavilion. Obtaining these is a piece of cake for me. Don't hesitate. Very well, I shall remember your kindness, senior brother. Accepting the spiritual liquid, Wei He turned his gaze toward the medicine cabinet and whispered, Senior brother, may I secretly take some medicinal materials back with me? Wang Peng was taken aback, an amused smirk appearing on his lips. Junior brother, you're quite bold. After everyone else leaves, take whatever you want. But don't be too greedy. If we're caught, it would be hard for me to explain as the one in charge here. Grateful, Wei He clasped his fists and nodded. I understand, senior brother. As night fell, the stars twinkled overhead. Returning to his small courtyard, Wei He walked straight to Yu Moxi's room and gently knocked on the wooden door. With a creak, a delicate and enchanting face appeared. Upon seeing the visitor, Yu Moxi's autumn-like eyes sparkled with joy. With a sweet smile, revealing a hint of dimples, she said, Wei big brother, please come in. Wei He stepped into the room, surveying his surroundings. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a woman's room, it was impeccably tidy and filled with a faint fragrance of orchids that was refreshing to the senses. Thank you for the spiritual liquid, Wei big brother. I am now at the peak of the initial stage of energy gathering. Yu Moxi prepared a cup of tea and walked over gracefully. Wei He accepted the tea and took a sip, saying, No need for thanks. It is I who should be grateful to you for copying the herbal compendium 600 times. You worked hard those 2 days. He took out 3 bottles of spiritual liquid from his storage bag and placed them in her delicate hands. Take these and strive to cultivate diligently. Aim to break through to the Qi transformation stage as soon as possible. Yu Moxi's cheeks flushed crimson, and fortunately, Wei He released his hand immediately. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where to hide. Gazing deeply at the seemingly ordinary man before her, whose eyes held profound depth, Yu Moxi lowered her head and softly inquired, Why are you so kind to me? Wei He was momentarily taken aback. Contemplating earnestly for a moment before responding, Because you have been kind to me, huh? Yu Moxi raised her head, wishing to express something, yet Wei He had already turned to leave. Gazing at his retreating figure, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her heart. Upon returning to his chamber, Wei He consumed the spiritual liquid, assuming a cross-legged position to meditate. The amount of celestial energy drawn from the surroundings by this spiritual liquid was significantly diminished. Nevertheless, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of Wangshuan. Noticing that dawn had yet to break, Wei He retrieved various herbs from the medicinal cabinet, stroking his chin in contemplation. He mused that he still required the soul of an exceptionally gifted practitioner. Perhaps he could substitute it with the soul of the green-haired unicorn bull and attempt to concoct the gifted spiritual liquid from the legacy of the ghost doctor. It was worth a try. With a mere thought, wisps of nether energy emerged from his body, swirling around the herbs, lifting them into the art. As the nether energy continuously rotated and extracted, the herbs transformed into droplets of liquid, which, upon a unifying sound, began to coalesce and merge. Observing the thumb-sized blue liquid floating before him, Wei He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his expression gravely serious. The subsequent fusion of the soul was of utmost importance. Failure would render all his efforts futile. Gently tapping his storage pouch, the spectral mist of the green-haired unicorn bull floated beside the blue liquid, appearing significantly larger in comparison. At that moment, the mist writhed restlessly. faint echoes of unwilling beastly roars emanating from within. Wei He let out a cold snort, his hand forming a sword-like gesture, crimson nether energy surging forth, slicing horizontally through the mist. Instantly, the mist divided into 4 portions, each equal in size to the blue liquid. He withdrew 3 portions, enveloping 1/4 of the soul and liquid with nether energy, drawing them closer together. The ferocious beast's soul vehemently resisted. However, the nether energy's dominance consumed its lingering will, forcibly merging it into the blue liquid. With a resounding crash, ripples spread out, and the blue liquid deepened into a profound azure, illuminating the room. This deep blue gifted spiritual liquid, when ingested by practitioners, would bestow them with extraordinary talent. It was a success. Carefully storing the gifted liquid into a small vial, he placed it in his storage pouch. By the time he completed this task, dawn was breaking. Wei He exited his chamber, raising his hand to flick, causing a flying sword to hover just above the ground. He stepped onto the sword's blade, which wobbled as it ascended into the sky. It was his first attempt at the sword flying technique. Half an hour later, Wei He had successfully mastered it, soaring through the air with grace. His garments billowed, and his long hair danced behind him. Akin to a celestial being, the sword flying technique? Who dares to teach you so boldly? A figure darted in, revealing Zhao Yu, who stood on his sword with his arms behind his back, his expression grim as he blocked Wei He's path. Chapter 11. Senior sister, you must help me kill someone. What? Senior brother is unwilling to teach. Does that mean I cannot learn? Wei He's pupils constricted as he steadied his gaze, inquiring in a slightly somber tone. Are you not aware that new disciples can only learn techniques from me? If you disclose the identity of the one who taught you the sword-flying technique, I may pardon you. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences of stealing techniques. Your cultivation will be stripped, and you will be expelled from the sect. Zhao Yu sneered repeatedly, unleashing a powerful aura that spread outward, revealing his full cultivation at the late stage of qi transformation. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Wei He, causing him to sway. He muttered a low incantation, channeling nether energy to stabilize himself. Standing firm on his sword, he remarked, expelled from the sect? Even if I did learn unlawfully, it should be the duty of the disciplinary department to investigate, not yours to decide. Seeing his suppression fail to intimidate, Zhao Yu's eyes flickered with surprise but quickly hardened. You believe you lack the authority? Little junior brother, you may not understand the intricacies of relationships. If I vouch for it, the disciplinary department will undoubtedly believe me. Acting first and reporting later is not out of the question. I give you one more chance. Name the one who taught you the technique. I claim it was self-discovered. Do you believe that? Wei He replied, his gaze piercing, refusing to reveal Wang Peng. Unaware of your own peril. Do not blame me for being merciless. Zhao Yu's lips curled into a cruel smirk as a giant shadowy hand shot forth, grasping Wei He tightly. The tremendous force constricted his limbs, causing excruciating pain. Wei He's expression contorted, sweat beads forming on his forehead. This is the rhythm of incapacitation, he thought, recalling Wang Peng's words about the ruthless nature of the senior brother. An inferno of fury ignited within him. The nether energy stirred violently, unleashing a domineering, devouring force that consumed all surrounding power. Zhao Yu, enough! At that moment, a soft voice echoed, sending Zhao Yu staggering back several steps, astonished and conflicted. Before Wei He stood a graceful and beautiful woman, clad in an azure dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, with a face like a delicate peach blossom. Hovering mid-air, she resembled a descending celestial being. Her eyes reflected boundless disappointment as she reproached. After all these years, you have not changed. This technique was taught by me. What, do you intend to punish me as well? Cousin, Zhao Yu faltered, glancing at the way he sheltered behind her, his fists clenched tightly, green energy swirling above his head. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together. Since it was you who taught him, I have no further objections. You have deeply disappointed me. Relying on you is less reliable than depending on others. Lin Ruoyan sighed softly, shaking her head, before seizing Wei He's arm and vanishing from sight. Her words of disappointment left Zhao Yu unsteady, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Why? I toil in cultivation solely for you. Why have I never received your acknowledgement? For a stranger, you would scold me. He lingered in the air for a long while, his gaze shifting from despondency to ferocity. Wei He, I shall make your life a living hell. And Lin Ruoyan, I will claim you in due time. In the disciplinary department, within a towering pavilion, Wei He gazed calmly at Lin Ruoyan, who sat across from him, his brow twitching. Why do you help me? Lin Ruoyan delicately held a teacup, taking a sip before lifting her gaze, her tone transforming as she admonished, You, a new disciple, have committed the crime of stealing techniques. What punishment should you face? Wei He paused momentarily before breaking into a cold smile. Stealing techniques? Wasn't it senior sister who taught me? How can it be deemed stealing? Lin Ruoyan appeared momentarily stunned, then suddenly laughed, her demeanor steady and loyal, far superior to her cousin. Mentioning Zhao Yu caused her to frown deeply. Forget about him. I brought you here to seek your help in curing my ailment. Senior sister, you overestimate me, as a new disciple. How could I possibly heal? Wei He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Lin Ruoyan's beautiful eyes scrutinized him intently before she remarked, Do not downplay yourself. If you can discern the medicinal formula for this ailment, you are surely no ordinary person. If you assist me, I can offer you protection outside the Yuding immortal sect, and the matter of Wang Peng and others misappropriating spiritual liquid will be forgiven. You know about it? Wei He exclaimed, his expression suddenly turning serious. Misappropriating spiritual liquid was a graver sin than stealing techniques. Lin Ruoyan shot him a glance. I discovered it some time ago, but found it tedious to intervene. Now, if you refuse to comply, do not blame me for being impolite. Wei He contemplated for a moment, his pupils flaring with a crimson glow as he carefully observed Lin Ruoyan. Finally, his gaze settled on her abdomen, and he was momentarily stunned. There, a worm resided, he sighed, retracting his gaze. Very well, I can assist you. However, you must help me eliminate someone, or our discussion is moot. Eliminate someone? Lin Ruoyan was slightly taken aback, her brows knitting. That is not impossible. Who shall it be? Wei He's pupils constricted as he enunciated each word. Zhao Yu. What? Lin Ruoyan shot up in surprise, immediately refusing. I cannot believe it. He is my cousin. Though I bear no fondness for him, I cannot kill him. Choose someone else. Wei He resolutely shook his head, solemnly stating, You must think clearly. The drug can no longer contain the cold devouring worm. Within 2 years, it will undoubtedly transform into a blood moth, devouring your internal organs. How did you know I had a cold devouring worm inside me? Lin Ruoyan trembled, realizing that even the elders could not detect its presence. The cold devouring worm was specifically known to consume the cold energy of women with furnace physique, lurking in the lower abdomen, causing unbearable itching, compelling women to act involuntarily. Wei He stroked his chin, earnestly explaining without ulterior motives, Enough. Do not speak further. Lin Ruoyan felt a mix of shame and anger, her brows furrowing tightly. Can you truly remove it? Wei He nodded, standing tall with confidence. If I can mention it, I can surely cure it, but I require a few more medicinal catalysts. Seeing the little junior brother's unwavering confidence, Lin Ruoyan began to pace back and forth, then paused, her tone shifting to one of pleading. Could you possibly choose another person? I assure you Zhao Yu will no longer target you. Little junior brother. Do not be so petty. Petty? Wei He scoffed, his tone flat. Senior sister, since you understand his pettiness and vengefulness, do you believe he would spare me? If one seeks to kill me, I shall respond in kind. Is that not normal? Lin Ruoyan stood frozen, rendered speechless. Contemplating his words, her expression fluctuated as she found herself in a dilemma. But he is my cousin. I simply cannot bring myself to do it. What if I ensure he never appears in the Yuding immortal sect again? My mind is made up. Do not speak further. Aside from me, no one within the entire Dashue kingdom can eradicate the cold devouring worm. Senior sister, weigh your options wisely. Wei He let out a light hum and waved his sleeve as he departed, eyeing the small courtyard of the medicine department. Yu Moxie pushed open the door, stretched lazily, and inhaled a breath of fresh air, revealing her snow-white waist, delicate and slender. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a melancholy woman in white sitting beside a stone table, and she curiously walked over. This woman, who had joined the medicine department with her, was named Du Yuer, possessing a rather charming appearance. Yuer, what troubles you? You seem rather listless. Yumoxi inquired as she approached and gently took Du Yuer's small hand, expressing her concern. Chapter 12 Junior brother, let me take you out to see the world. Ah? Du Yuer was startled for a moment, realizing it was Yumoxi, and then she settled down, shaking her head repeatedly. And no, it's nothing, really? Yumoxi frowned slightly, sensing that Du Yuer was concealing something. Du Yuer forced a smile, whispering, it's nothing. I'm just going to find senior brother Zhao Yu to learn some techniques. Would you like to join me? For some reason, her words seemed to carry a hint of longing. Zhao Yu? Yumoxi immediately rolled her eyes and waved her hands. No, I don't want to see that guy. He annoys me. Du Yuer trembled slightly, lowering her head and tightly clenching her hands, looking dejected as she said, all right, then I'll go alone. Watching her retreating figure, Yumoxi muttered in confusion. Why has Du Yuer been seeking out senior brother so often these past few days? Techniques can be understood from the manuals too. Pondering this conundrum without resolution, she decided to let it go and walk towards the medicine department for her training. The medicine dispensing station. Wang Peng noticed Wei He arriving late and kindly handed him a cup of tea. Junior brother, why are you so late today? I went to the steward department, Wei He replied. What? The steward department? Did you get into trouble? Wang Peng asked, taken aback and quickly pressing for details. Not at all. It was just senior sister Lin who asked me to discuss medical techniques, Wei He explained briefly, discreetly slipping a small bottle containing Talent elixir into Wang Peng's hand from his storage bag. What is this? Wang Peng looked at the deep blue liquid inside with suspicion, utterly baffled. Wei He, however, wore a mysterious smile, winking, a good thing. You'll know after you take it tonight, and you'll surely be grateful to me. Oh? So mysterious? Then I thank you, senior brother. Wang Peng laughed heartily, cupping his hands in gratitude. Accepting the Talent elixir without hesitation. Time flew by, and after several months at the medicine department, Wei He had advanced to the late stage of the Forgotten River realm. However, to conceal his identity, he deliberately masked his aura to that of the late stage of the Gathering Spirit realm. During this time, Lin Ruoyan had not come to respond, and Zhao Yu had not sought him out either. Everything remained unchanged. Each day was spent either dispensing medicine or practicing the Ghostly Transformation Sutra and the Sword of Dominance. Since Wang Peng took the Talent elixir, he had been revitalized, his stagnant cultivation skyrocketing to that of a late-stage transformation realm expert. He excitedly embraced Wei He one day, declaring that they were now like brothers and that he could take medicinal materials freely, with any issues being his responsibility. With access to medicinal materials, Wei He refined another bottle of Talent elixir and handed it to Yumoxi. After taking it, her beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she was filled with curiosity about the mysterious Wei Gu. Having reached the pinnacle of gathering energy, just one step away from venturing out for training and visiting her family, Wei He felt anxious as he still had not received any news about his sister from Luochanga. He was burning with impatience, but alas, outer disciples were not permitted to enter the inner sanctum. Could it be that something had gone awry? Soaring through the mountain ranges behind the medicine department on his sword, Wei He was filled with worry. Today was different. He was not working at the dispensing station but had accompanied Wang Peng and others to gather medicinal materials in the back mountains. Due to mysterious attacks on the practicing disciples, there was a significant depletion of resources in the medicinal store. The group split up, and when he found himself alone, Wei He formed seals to summon the ancient transformation butterfly. Quickly locating numerous medicinal materials, roar, as he was collecting a purple-orange pailon. A wave of heat surged from behind him, and a blazing red flame tiger lunged at him, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp, chilling teeth. The ancient transformation butterfly's wings fluttered lightly, suspending time briefly as Wei He soared into the air, activating his netherworld eyes to gaze at the towering, fire-red red flame tiger, his heart racing. With such intense blood energy, its strength could rival that of a late-stage transformation realm expert. After the initial shock, excitement surged within him. With the significant amount of ghostly energy he had absorbed, he could use the beast's blood to refine blood energy elixirs, enhancing his own vitality. A surge of nether energy roiled within him, and as he clenched his fist, a crimson halo enveloped his body, resembling a war god descending from the heavens, as he struck a powerful punch toward the red flame tiger's massive head. Roar! The red flame tiger, enraged that a seemingly weaker cultivator dared to retaliate, roared furiously, its red fur billowing as if ablaze. raising the surrounding temperature even higher. Teeth leaped high into the air, extending its enormous claws to swipe at him. He swiftly dodged the attack, twisting his body as he punched the tiger's neck, flooding it with nether energy. With unstoppable momentum, he smashed through its defenses. Boom! The colossal form of the red flame tiger was sent flying, struggling to right itself as its limbs trembled uncontrollably. Feeling the energy within it being relentlessly devoured by an icy force, its crimson eyes filled with terror, bewildered that this seemingly weaker presence was so powerful. Desperately, it gathered its blood energy to fend off the encroaching chill. However, he would not grant it any respite. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned a sword to his hand and, with a sharp command, swept it across. Point one sword dominance. The space trembled, and a wave of blood surged forth. Overwhelming and destructive, as if it could annihilate all. The red flame tiger howled in defiance, releasing a half-transparent sound wave that spread out, clashing against the blood wave. Surrounding trees shattered, and the mountains trembled. Yet, the blood wave possessed an insatiable devouring force, pushing forward relentlessly, sending the tiger crashing far away, landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, the red flame tiger was covered in deep, visible wounds, blood streaming from its 7 orifices. A sight too brutal to behold. Soaring above on his sword, he felt a surge of emotion. With the one sword dominance combined with the devouring power of the nether energy, its might had escalated to a whole new level. With a flick of his fingers, he reached down to extract the tiger's soul, transforming it into a misty orb and storing it in his storage bag. He then retrieved numerous jars, gracefully descending to joyfully gather blood from the carcass. "Junior brother, where are you? It's time to head back." Wang Peng's voice echoed from not far away, causing Wei He to furrow his brow slightly. Looking at the 10 jars of beast blood beside him, he muttered, "All right, this should be enough to refine 3 bottles of blood energy elixirs." Collecting the jars of beast blood, he stepped onto his flying sword and hurried towards the sound. Above the majestic mountain peak, Wang Peng was anxiously traversing through the air, calling out loudly in every direction. Whoosh! A streak of rainbow light flashed as He appeared beside him, glancing at the sky with a puzzled expression. "Senior brother, it's still early. Why are we leaving?" Seeing him safe and sound, Wang Peng sighed in relief, then joyfully declared, "Just now, the elders sent word for me to leave the sect to gather medicinal materials at the Falling Star Ruins. And I can bring one person along. How about it, junior brother, are you interested? The Falling Star Ruins?" He scratched his head in confusion. He had never heard of such a place. The Falling Star Ruins are located around the territory of the Great Shui Kingdom. Inside, there are not only rare spiritual herbs but also ancient cultivators, treasured legacies, and other valuable items. According to the timing, it won't be long before the barrier of the Falling Star Ruins loosens, and various sects will likely flock there seeking opportunities. It will be quite lively, junior brother, if you're interested. I can take you to see the world." Wang Peng was bursting with excitement after the monotonous routine at the medicine department. He's expression shifted. He quickly clasped his hands. "I am indeed interested, but senior brother, my cultivation is only at the late stage of gathering spirit. Can I leave the sect?" "No problem. As long as I tell the elders that you are knowledgeable about various medicinal materials and can assist in gathering them, they will surely permit it," Wang Peng confidently promised, throwing an arm around Wei He's shoulder as they left the medicine department's back mountain together. Chapter 13. I'll keep your secret. Within the medicine department of the Yuding Immortal Sect, there are 2 powerful instructors. One is responsible for the training of the disciples, and the other oversees the normal operations of the medicine hall. Above them, there is also a chief steward of the medicine department, whose duty is to coordinate all affairs, large and small. However, this chief steward is somewhat of a hands-off manager, delegating tasks to the 2 instructors and spending most of his time seeking breakthroughs outside the sect. It is said that this chief steward possesses extraordinary strength, ranking among the top in the entire Yuding Immortal Sect. Thus the sect does not dare to question his methods, choosing to turn a blind eye. The instructor responsible for disciple training in the medicine department is the true head of the lecture hall. He has been in seclusion for the past few years, entrusting all training matters to his only direct disciple, Zhao Yu. "Senior brother, from what you say, the medicine hall's instructor must be quite amiable," He mused, walking along the wide stone path with a pensive expression. When it came to the medicine hall instructor, Wang Peng's face filled with reverence as he whispered, "Of course. Our medicine hall instructor is far better than the one from the lecture hall, among the outer sects of the Yuding Immortal sect. Our medicine department disciples are the weakest and often face ridicule. The instructor understands our intentions behind secretly using the spirit liquid for cultivation, so he chooses to turn a blind eye. As long as it's not excessive, he won't interfere." Wei He halted his steps, glancing at Wang Peng, wanting to mention that even the stewardess from the steward department was aware, but had chosen not to report it. However, considering that Lin Ruoyan had a request of him, it was highly unlikely she would report him now. "Junior brother, look at that little sister. She seems lost in thought. Did she suffer some grievance?" Wang Peng's gaze was fixed ahead, observing the woman who approached languidly from the direction of the lecture hall, akin to a mere walking corpse, her face etched with confusion. Wei He looked up. Noticing that the woman's complexion was ashen, her eyes vacant as she walked steadily towards them. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Peng moved his plump figure forward to block her path, forcing a benign smile as he inquired, "Junior sister, what troubles you?" "Ah?" The woman trembled slightly, as if suddenly awakened from a daze, retreating timidly a few steps before mumbling, "Nothing, nothing at all." Stealing a furtive glance at the two of them, she swiftly turned and hurried away. Wang Peng was left in a state of bewilderment, scratching his head and awkwardly chuckling, "Junior brother, do you think it's our appearances that frighten her?" Wei He's pupils, once glowing with a deep crimson, swiftly dimmed as he grinned and replied, "Brother, while we may not match Zhao Yu's handsomeness, we certainly cannot be deemed ugly. How could we possibly scare her away? Then it is indeed perplexing. Why did she flee?" Wang Peng pondered further, continuing to move forward. Perhaps it was to mask her true feelings. Wei He squinted towards the lecture hall, murmuring to himself. Through his ethereal eyes, he discerned that the woman had visibly lost a significant amount of her yin essence. And she had recently engaged in a joint cultivation in the Yuding Xian sect. Disciples were only permitted to engage in such practices once they reached the crystal condensation realm, as at that stage, both parties' energies were stable, allowing for swift cultivation without harm to either. The female disciple from the medicine department could not possibly be in the crystal condensation realm, suggesting she might have been threatened or seduced into losing her yin essence. Under the bright sun, within the small courtyard of the medicine department, Lin Ruoyan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of emotions. Wei Yumashi and others stood nearby, hesitant to speak, their curiosity piqued as they observed her. The male disciples whispered among themselves, "Is she truly the top-ranking senior sister of the external disciples? She is exquisite." Indeed, the senior sister holds the title of the most beautiful in the external realm. In 3 years, during the disciple competition, she is bound to clinch victory and enter the inner realm. Wei Yumashi frowned, pondering, what brings the senior sister here, and why does she keep gazing towards Wei Ji's room? Could it be that, lost in her musings, a sudden wave of disappointment washed over her, her small hands gripping the edge of her garment as she contemplated? Whoosh! A streak of light dashed across the sky as Wei He descended gracefully on his sword into the courtyard. He cast a surprised glance at Lin Ruoyan, then cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Sister Lin, I thought you had forgotten your junior brother. Have you come to a realization today?" "Not far off." Yumashi trembled slightly upon hearing this. Biting her lower lip before retreating into her room in the courtyard, Lin Ruoyan regarded Wei He with a complex expression before taking flight on her sword, stating, "Junior brother, let us speak elsewhere." Wei He pondered for a moment before promptly following suit. Creak! Yumashi opened her door just a crack, watching the two depart, her head drooping as she murmured, "Not only is the senior sister stunning, but her strength is formidable as well. Surely, anyone would be enamored." Atop a towering stone peak in the back mountains of the medicine department, Lin Ruoyan cast a glance at the composed and steady Wei He opposite her, her voice low and resolute. "It is unwise to act within the sect. Once Zhao Yu leaves, I shall seek the opportunity to eliminate him. However, aside from eradicating the frostbite worm, I require another favor from you." Wei He furrowed his brow. Scoffing lightly, "Sister, is it customary to barter this way? You kill for me, and I agree to save you. This would settle the matter. Why must I assist you further? Isn't that rather greedy? Are you implying you refuse?" In an instant, Lin Ruoyan exuded an overwhelming aura, scattering the surrounding clouds, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Amidst the raging winds, Wei He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his garments billowing, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Betraying no sign of fear, that a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ruoyan's eyes as she retracted her imposing presence, gazing toward the horizon as she reminisced. 10 years ago, the Lin family, one of the most prominent clans of Deshui, was inexplicably obliterated by a certain elder of the Yuding Xian sect, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, I was visiting the Zhao family at the time and narrowly escaped. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, I entered the disciple selection of the Yuding Xian sect under the guise of a commoner. Thankfully, both Xiao Yu and I possessed remarkable cultivation talent, allowing us to join the sect. Upon testing my furnace body, the sect discovered my rare in cold furnace physique and brought me into the inner realm, where I encountered my family's murderer. As I recounted this, my demeanor turned fierce, an aura of murderous intent enveloping me. Shaking the heavens. After a brief pause to regain my composure, I continued. I initially intended to train diligently, seeking the day I could avenge my kin. However, the sect master intended for me to become that man's furnace. How could I submit to such a fate? I feared that before I could exact my revenge, I would perish from torment. Thus, during my trials outside the sect, I faced numerous tribulations and ultimately discovered the frostbite worm, which devoured the cold essence within me, transforming me into a woman devoid of a furnace body, and I was subsequently expelled from the inner realm. Wei He was taken aback, discovering that the esteemed senior sister bore such a tragic tale. After a moment of silence, he regarded her with suspicion. Sister, are you not afraid I will expose you? Expose me? Lin Ruoyan scoffed lightly, amused. Do you know why I brought you here to the back mountains? The scene of you slaying the crimson flame tiger is still vivid in my mind. Wei He's gaze darkened, and he bellowed, You were following me? Lin Ruoyan appeared unfazed, lost in her own thoughts. That concealed cultivation technique was so adept that even I could not discern it, along with the soul extraction method. Iske, junior brother, your background must be quite extraordinary. I suspect your motives for entering the Yuding Xian sect are not merely as they seem. With a playful wink, she continued, I have no interest in your reasons for joining the sect. As long as you agree, I shall keep this secret for you. What say you? Chapter 14. What is your relationship with her? Wei He quickly regained his composure, stroking his chin. Are you suggesting that when I achieve a certain level of cultivation, I should assist you in your revenge? In other words, I would be akin to a second Zhao Yu? Lin Ruoyan regarded him with a mix of surprise and contemplation, nodding before shaking her head. Junior brother, your prudence and caution far surpass Zhao Yu. How could you equate yourself with him? Wei He crossed his arms. Smirking slightly, Sister, you flatter me, yet I cannot escape your keen eye. But what prompted your sudden change of heart regarding the notion of killing Zhao Yu? It is for revenge. I am willing to do whatever it takes. Furthermore, Zhao Yu has committed an egregious error by secretly cultivating forbidden techniques. A look of disdain crossed Lin Ruoyan's face, clearly displeased with the implications of such forbidden arts. Wei He paused, then slowly articulated. You are referring to Zhao Yu's act of seizing the Yin essence from female disciples, correct? How did you know? Lin Ruoyan's astonishment was palpable as she scrutinized this enigmatic junior brother of hers, feeling as if he possessed an uncanny awareness of everything, exuding an air of mystery, particularly from his captivating gaze that drew one in deeper. Indeed, Wei He sighed inwardly, stating, that is knowledge you need not concern yourself with. If I were to assist you, what would I gain in return? Lin Ruoyan contemplated for a moment, her tongue playfully licking her lips as she teased. Once vengeance is achieved, what harm would it be to offer myself in return? Please, no. Wei He raised his hand to halt her, turning on his heel. I must depart the sect to seek medicinal ingredients. During my absence, please ensure that Yumashi is well cared for, should anything happen to her. Our agreement is null and void. Lin Ruoyan paused for a moment, then smiled teasingly. I did not expect my junior brother to have such attachments. Alas, the senior sister seems to have no fortune in that regard. Fear not, we are allies now. I shall certainly protect her. Wei He raised an eyebrow but chose not to respond. Soaring away on his sword, as night fell, the moonlight cascaded down, blanketing the ground in silvery frost. Wei He gently rapped on Yumashi's door, waiting for what felt like an eternity until her voice finally came from within. Wei Gu. Mashi has already gone to sleep. Is there something you need? Wei He was taken aback, glancing up at the night sky. Typically, at this hour, she would be engrossed in her cultivation. Why had she retired so early today? Not dwelling on it further, he softly replied. I merely wish to bid farewell in advance. Since you are already asleep, I shall not disturb you. With a sudden clatter, the door swung open, revealing Yu Mashi, fully dressed and looking flustered. You're saying goodbye? Where are you going? Wei He regarded her with a bemused expression, chuckling as he rubbed his nose. So you weren't asleep after all. Why didn't you open the door? Yu Mashi's cheeks flushed crimson as she diverted the subject. Pressing on with her inquiries, where are you headed? I thought one isn't allowed to leave the sect until reaching the Qi transformation realm. Wei He's gaze sharpened, his demeanor serious. With the permission of the medicine hall's elders, I will accompany Brother Wang in a few days to the Tianyun ruins in search of medicinal ingredients. I see. Yu Mashi's eyes reflected a sense of reluctance. Her head bowed as she murmured, It's a pity I am still a step away from the Qi transformation realm. Otherwise, I could join you in this journey. Seeing the lovely girl's dejection, Wei He felt at a loss for how to console her. His previous experiences of comforting his sister slipping from his memory in a moment of awkwardness, he mimicked Wang Peng's stiff demeanor, lightly patting Yu Mashi's shoulder and saying, It's all right. Perhaps I will not be gone long before you break through. Then you too can venture into the ruins. However, this clumsy gesture elicited a mix of anger and delight from Yu Mashi, who shyly nodded. I understand. These past few days, Du Yuer has been visiting Zhao Yu daily for some reason. She appears to have grown quite haggard. Du Yuer? Wei He was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed encountered Du Yuer before, but she was not the same woman he had met today. It seemed that Zhao Yu's mischief had adversely affected more than one individual. This fellow was practicing some forbidden technique, exhibiting a madness that was utterly appalling. It was entirely possible that he might also cast his lecherous gaze upon other female disciples, among those who harbored grievances against him. The one who was relatively close to him, Yu Mashi, was likely to be the next target. Fortunately, she had made a deal with Lin Ruoyan. Noticing Wei He's grave expression, Yu Mashi waved her delicate hand in front of him and inquired with concern. What is it? Is there a problem with Du Yuer? Snapping back to reality, Wei He informed her of Zhao Yu's practice of forbidden arts. After a moment of shock, fury ignited on Yu Mashi's delicate face as she gritted her teeth and proclaimed, As the eldest senior brother, how could he behave in such a manner? This cannot stand. We must report this to the disciplinary department and ensure this scoundrel is expelled from the sect. Observing the naive beauty, Wei He shook his head in resignation and replied, It's futile. Those women are threatened and dare not confess. In the medicine department, with the support of the hall master, Zhao Yu wields considerable power. Then, does that mean Du Yuer is left to endure this injustice alone? Yu Mashi's eyes turned towards a brightly lit room across the way, feeling a surge of resentment. Mashi, I understand your kind heart, but there's nothing we can do. You should rest early and not worry too much. Lin Shiji will secretly protect you, Wei He said before turning to leave. Lin Shiji? Lin Ruoyan? Yu Mashi stood there, momentarily stunned, biting her lip in contemplation. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask, Wei Gu, what is your relationship with Lin Shiji? Even though the answer she was likely to receive would be unsatisfactory, she felt compelled to ask. Otherwise, her heart would be uneasy. Wei He paused, glancing back at the beautiful girl standing by the door. There's nothing much to it. I merely requested her assistance in keeping you safe. Oh? You asked her? A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Mashi's eyes. Upon seeing Wei He nod, she beamed with a sweet smile, revealing an enchanting dimple. Be careful on your way back, and take good care of yourself. With that, she closed the door with a decisive thud. Leaning against the wooden door, a trace of delight, or perhaps a silly smile, crept onto her face. Wei He stood still, scratching his head in confusion. Unsure of what had just transpired, of course, he had told a little white lie. He and Lin Ruoyan were well aware of each other's secrets and could be considered allies. Perhaps he would need the help of this senior sister in the future. For taking his sister away from the Yu Ding Xian sect would not be an easy task. Days passed, and after tidying up, Wei He, following Yu Mashi's warm-hearted advice, soared out of the medicine department on a flying sword alongside Wang Peng. Upon arriving at the sect square, he was pleasantly surprised to see Luo Chang'e and others among the crowd. All the disciples, except for Yi Qing, displayed excited expressions, eager to leave the sect for their trials. Seeking treasures and realms, Luo Chang'e spotted Wei He in the sky and immediately waved, shouting, "Wei Xiong, over here, over here." In midair, Wang Peng chuckled, "Junior brother, let us join them. This group of trial disciples is heading to the Tianyun ruins, and we should accompany the main party on a flying beast for a faster journey." Wei He nodded, and together with Wang Peng, they descended to the square. Luo Chang'e, brimming with joy, wanted to say something but held back upon noticing Wei He's incessant signals. Before long, the leading senior brother arrived, a middle-aged man of the condensation crystal realm from the inner sect. He waved his hand, and a massive azure-feathered eagle soared down from the depths of the sect, circling majestically above the square, stirring up gusts of wind and echoing its cries through the heavens. "Let us go." With a light command from the leading brother, everyone flew up on their swords. Landing steadily on the broad back of the azure eagle, with a piercing cry, the eagle transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the horizon. Half a month later, above a desolate city at the eastern edge of the Great Shui Kingdom's territory, numerous cultivators stood densely upon their swords, gazing down at the crumbling ruins, seemingly awaiting something. "Look, the Yuding Xian sect has arrived," someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd toward the enormous azure eagle soaring from the heavens. Some gazed with envy, others with disdain, some remained indifferent, while a few gritted their teeth in seething anger. Chapter 15. I will live as long as the heavens, immortal and indestructible. Wei He and the other disciples stood firmly on their swords. Feeling the weight of the multitude of eyes upon them, their hearts racing with anxiety. Experiencing such a scene on their first outing was undeniably nerve-wracking. Wang Peng observed the many cultivators ahead, his expression grave as he murmured, "Junior brother, this place is a mix of fish and dragons. Besides our great Shui cultivators, there are also practitioners from other nations. We must exercise caution. Those fellows are not afraid of us from the Yuding Xian sect." Practitioners from other nations? Wei He was taken aback, recalling the message left by the Ghost Master, which warned that if powerful enough, he would annihilate the Chongqing and Kei sects to take revenge. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Senior brother, do you know about the Chongqing and Kei sects?" Wang Peng thought carefully but shook his head. "As far as I know, there are no such sects within the Great Shui Kingdom." "Very well, I shall explore this further later. For now, my strength is insufficient. A sect capable of severely wounding the Ghost Master must be incredibly formidable." Wei He sighed inwardly, moving beside Luo Chang'e, who was scanning the surroundings. The two exchanged a knowing glance and discreetly stepped away from the group, halting at a distance. "Wei Xiong, I inquired and learned that a girl indeed arrived in the inner sect last autumn. Not only does she possess an extraordinary talent rarely seen in a century, but she is also a supreme alchemical body, surpassing even the extreme Yin and cold alchemical bodies. The sect master took her as a direct disciple, and within a year, at such a tender age, she has already reached the late stage of Qi transformation." Luo Chang'e stood atop his sword, sighing in amazement, reflecting on how one mountain surpasses another. His own talents, which had taken him a decade to cultivate, seemed insignificant in comparison to that girl. Late stage of Qi transformation? Wei He exclaimed, grasping Luo Chang'e's shoulders excitedly, glancing at the area where the Yuding Xian sect's disciples were gathered. "Is she here for the trials?" "Wei Xiong, you're crushing my shoulder." "Ouch, that hurts." Luo Chang'e grimaced, astonished by the strength his brother had displayed. Wei He froze, awkwardly retracting his hands. Given the true realms of cultivation, Luo Chang'e, at the initial stage of Qi transformation, naturally could not withstand such a grip. Rubbing his shoulder, Luo Chang'e looked at him in disbelief and continued, "As the sect master's direct disciple, she hardly needs to undergo trials. She likely spends her days in seclusion within a mansion, cultivating. I had to exert tremendous effort just to obtain an opportunity to serve her a spiritual meal to even meet her." Oh? Wei He's pupils constricted. It seemed his sister was indeed imprisoned. With such an alchemical body, the sect master of the Yuding sect likely harbored ulterior motives. After all, every woman with such a body was merely a tool for the higher-ups to enhance their cultivation. With this thought, his expression darkened further, an aura of ominous energy swirling about him, causing the temperature around him to plummet rapidly. Achoo! Luo Chang'e shivered, rubbing his nose in confusion. What was fine just now? Why has it suddenly turned so cold? After some suspicion, he continued, Wei Xiong, I also asked as you suggested, and it seems she has lost some memories. After pondering for a long time, she mentioned having an older brother. That must be my sister. Wei He clenched his fists slowly, his gaze turning resolute. No matter what, I must rescue her from the Yuding Xian sect. Luo Chang'e glanced discreetly at Yi Qing not far away and whispered, There's something interesting too. Yi Qing seems very interested in that girl. I wonder what his intentions are, as he often lingers around her mansion, seemingly with ulterior motives. What? Wei He's brow furrowed, feeling as though his scales had been touched. Turning to look, he found Yi Qing gazing back at him. The two pairs of eyes collided, and sparks seemed to fly between them. Eventually, Yi Qing was the first to avert his gaze, staring at the ground. Lost in thought, boom! At that moment, the vast ground of the desolate city suddenly shook, a thunderous sound reverberating, deafening to the ears. This phenomenon stirred excitement among the cultivators in the sky. The Tianyun ruins were about to open. Crack! A massive, deep fissure appeared, rapidly spreading and cleaving the desolate city in two. As they gazed at the unfathomable crack emitting black smoke, the new disciples of the Yuding Xian sect hesitated. While other cultivators wasted no time, flying into the fissure on their swords, disappearing from sight. Those willing to seek great fortune in the Tianyun ruins, come with me. Those unwilling may leave now. The leading inner sect brother called out before swiftly vanishing into the crack. Wang Peng, noticing that Wei He and Luo Chang'e were still at a distance, waved and called out loudly, Junior brother, hurry. This fissure will soon close. If you miss it, you won't be able to enter. We must seize this opportunity. Wei He nodded, leading Luo Chang'e as they flew into the crack. Navigating through the darkness, they did not know how long they traveled, until a glimmer of light appeared in the distance, prompting them to quicken their pace. Gradually, the light grew more radiant, enveloping everything in a bright white. Crossing through the brilliance, they emerged into a cerulean sky, while behind them, the pitch-black fissure began to mend itself. Gazing down at the ancient mountains, flowing rivers, and the ethereal holy pool, as well as the enormous golden-winged birds soaring in the sky, Wei He and his companions were left utterly speechless, filled with astonishment. Roar! In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the sky and leaving the three in a state of dizziness. As the dark energy within them surged, Wei He swiftly regained his senses, wielding his sword to catch the two who were falling. He turned his head, only to be met with a sight that filled him with horror. A colossal hand, the size of a loft, hurtling towards them. In comparison, the three appeared as insignificant as mere flies. The owner of this gigantic hand was a four-armed, towering white-furred ancient ape, its scarlet eyes glaring menacingly, revealing its fearsome fangs. On the verge of being crushed, Wei He uttered a sharp command, and the ancient creation butterfly materialized. Pausing time momentarily, with the dark energy within him surging violently, he transformed the two into a streak of light, propelling them towards the horizon. The four-armed ape stood bewildered, watching the three small figures fly away. Its rage boiling over as it unleashed a torrent of punches that shattered the surrounding peaks. On top of a great mountain, Wei He sat on the ground, panting heavily, while the other two looked utterly bewildered. They had only heard a roar, experienced a moment of dizziness, and suddenly found themselves atop this mountain. Little junior brother, could it be that we have encountered a fearsome creature? Wang Peng quivered as he recalled the terrifying roar. Wei He took a moment to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he nodded. Indeed, I am fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Wang Peng, filled with trepidation yet somewhat embarrassed, lamented that as the senior brother, he had been saved by his junior. There was no need to question how Wei He had managed to awaken so swiftly. From the beginning, he had placed immense trust in this junior brother, especially since he had been gifted with the essence liquid. This celestial ruins is truly perilous. Had I known earlier, I would not have come, Luo Chang'e lamented, plopping down on the ground and rubbing his head, filled with regret. Wei He approached, patting him on the shoulder, offering comfort as he said, Brother Luo, since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Cultivators who encounter great opportunities can achieve greater heights and live longer. Therefore, if you wish for longevity, you must seize opportunities. Mere cultivation alone will not suffice. Luo Chang'e paused, half convinced, and asked, "Is it truly possible? As long as there are opportunities, can I indeed live as long as the heavens?" Wei He pondered for a moment, casting a peculiar glance at the eagerly expectant figure before him, before nodding affirmatively. "Ha ha!" Luo Chang'e exclaimed, suddenly springing to his feet, pointing dramatically at the sky. "I, Luo Chang'e, shall seize great fortune and live alongside the heavens. To be immortal and indestructible." Wang Peng approached Wei He, expressing concern in a hushed tone. "Is this brother truly all right?" Chapter 16. Since the junior brother is fond of it, let him have it, he's fine. What you may not know is that Luo Chang'e has suffered from a terminal illness since childhood, destined not to live beyond 20. It is for the sake of longevity that he embarked on the path of cultivation. Wei He explained with a smile, prompting Wang Peng to understand. "Now that we find ourselves in this unfamiliar space, how shall we search for medicinal herbs?" Wei He inquired, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Wang Peng chuckled heartily, producing a piece of beast hide from his storage bag and handing it over. "Junior brother, look here. This is a map given to me by the Herbal Hall Master. It details the location of the ancient medicine garden within the celestial ruins. Though the map is incomplete, as long as we find these iconic twin peaks, the way forward will become clear." Taking the hide, Wei He noted the marked location not far from the ancient medicine garden, indeed indicating two towering stone peaks known as the Twin Peaks. Returning the hide, he contemplated briefly before stating, "Very well, senior brother, Brother Luo, let us split up and search for the Twin Peaks." Luo Chang'e hesitated, timidly suggesting, "Why not search together? That way, if danger arises, we can look out for one another." Wei He gazed toward the horizon, shaking his head with a sigh. "That would consume a great deal of time. If we stray even slightly off course, we may never find the ancient medicine garden." Wang Peng nodded in agreement, producing 2 stones from his storage bag and tossing them to the duo. "These are communication stones. Once we locate the Twin Peaks, we can contact each other promptly." The 3 then parted ways, each soaring in a different direction. Deep within the untamed mountains, a bloodied man found himself surrounded by dozens of people. Corpses littered the ground, a scene of utter devastation. Among the crowd, a woman in a crimson dress strolled leisurely, gesturing to the nearby bodies. "Look, your brothers have already perished. Why cling to life so desperately? Hand over the celestial ruins Xintian iron, and perhaps you might die with some dignity." The man, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, surveyed the carnage around him, a grim smile crossing his face. He had long heard of the treachery of the Burning Flame Immortal Sect. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he found it to be true. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a fist-sized piece of Xintian iron, from which wisps of cold mist emanated, coating his sleeve in a thin layer of frost. "You seek this celestial ruined Xintian iron, do you? Ha! I will not give it to you." He glared defiantly at the woman in red, his true energy coalescing in his hand as he hurled the iron skyward. Boldness indeed. "Kill him!" The woman, Tu Hua Air, roared, promptly taking flight in pursuit of the iron's trajectory. Amidst the dense forest, Wei He strolled leisurely, the ancient creation butterfly flitting gracefully around him. In no time, he had collected a decade-old spiritual mushroom. Ordinary medicinal herbs are indeed abundant in this celestial ruins. But to find rare ancient herbs, we must venture to the ancient medicine garden. After securing the 10-year spiritual mushroom, he ascended on his sword. Just then, a black streak streaked across the sky, a peculiar stone hurtling directly toward him. Wei He focused intently, his body enveloped in a crimson glow as he grasped the stone firmly. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from above, he momentarily froze, astonished. "This is celestial ruins Xintian iron." As he scrutinized the stone, the joy on his face grew more pronounced. Just when he lamented his lack of proper silver needles to perform the ghostly innate miraculous acupuncture technique, he realized that crafting silver needles from this Xintian iron, combined with dark energy, would yield exceptional results. Suddenly, a red figure swooped down, hovering in midair. Tu Hua Air fixated her gaze on Wei He, scrutinizing him from head to toe. When her eyes fell upon the Xintian iron in his grasp, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. How can this be? Such a weak aura, yet he holds the iron without condensation of frost. Could it be that he is deliberately concealing his strength? A true expert above the Xuanhe realm? After cautiously surveying the surroundings, she smiled sweetly. Dear junior brother, that Xintian iron in your possession belongs to me. Please return it, and I shall be immensely grateful. Wei He retracted his hand, stowing the Xintian iron in his storage bag, crossing his arms as he inquired, how does senior sister intend to prove that the Xintian iron is yours? Tu Hua appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied with a radiant smile, little junior brother, all you need to do is take it out and take a closer look. You will find the character fire inscribed upon it. Oh? Wei He smirked slightly. I have already examined it, and there is no such character. Tu Hua's expression darkened, her voice cold as she said, are you not planning to hand it over? Are you not afraid of offending my Keyue immortal sect? Keyue immortal sect? Wei He felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression growing serious. Are you truly from the Keyue immortal sect? Seeing his reaction, Tu Hua secretly rejoiced, raising her head with pride. My Keyue immortal sect is one of the foremost super sects in the Wild Sky continent. If you are wise, you will promptly return the Xintian iron, lest your sect face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Wei He inhaled sharply. So, the enemies of the ghostly master are indeed this formidable. The Great Shui Kingdom is merely a small nation in a remote corner of the Wild Sky continent. Wait a moment, why would someone from Keyue immortal sect be in such a remote location? Wei He frowned, scrutinizing Tu Hua. Clad in a red dress that accentuated her curves, her round face featured sensual red lips and brows reminiscent of spring hills. Coupled with her current haughty demeanor, she exuded the air of a disciple from a grand sect. However, the jade pendant hanging from her waist appeared rather ordinary, and her innate talent seemed less potent than that of Shui Panpan. At present, his infernal eyes could not discern the true energy content, making it difficult to ascertain her cultivation level. Yet, based solely on her talent, it was highly likely she was not truly a disciple of Keyue immortal sect. Wei He chuckled softly, clasping his hands in greeting. Ah, so it is the esteemed senior sister from Keyue immortal sect. I have long heard of your reputation. I am a disciple of the Chongqing immortal sect. Our two sects share a bond, so how about you let me keep the Xintian iron? Tu Hua paused, her brows knitting slightly. Chongqing immortal sect, close with Keyue immortal sect. I have not heard of such a thing. While she had heard of Keyue immortal sect, she was unfamiliar with Chongqing immortal sect. Observing the expression of this fellow, it seemed he truly understood the relationship between the two sections. Could he genuinely be a disciple of Chongqing immortal sect? After pondering, Tu Hua huffed, if you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall give it to you. With that, she formed a hand seal, distorting the space behind her as flames erupted, rapidly transforming into a sea of fire. Fire serpent, Tu Hua called out, pointing her hand, as the fiery ocean coiled into a great serpent, roaring as it lunged forward, radiating intense heat. Ah, so she has reached the late stage of Qi transformation. Wei He thought, feeling slightly relieved, he raised his hand, summoning a long sword. With dark energy surging forth and a blood-red glow flashing, he struck fiercely. One sword, cutting across. A wave of blood surged forth, dyeing the clouds in the sky. Sizzle! The massive fire serpent was cleaved in two by the unstoppable torrent of blood, dissipating into the air. Tu Hua, aghast, clasped her hands in salute. Since junior brother desires it so, the Xintian iron is yours. Senior sister has matters to attend to. Farewell. With a meaningful glance at Wei He, she hurriedly turned to leave. Chapter 17. Senior, spare my life. I did not intentionally set the mountain on fire. Wait, is senior sister in such a hurry to call for reinforcements? Wei He hovered in midair, a trace of indifference curling at the corners of his mouth as he squinted, scrutinizing Tu Hua. How could this be? Tu Hua exclaimed, her eyes flashing as she quickly added. Given our relationship within the immortal sect, how could I possibly harm you, my junior brother? Wei He, with his long hair flowing, laughed and swept his sword horizontally, unleashing another wave of blood, showing no sign of compassion or tenderness. Tu Hua gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. It was the first time she had encountered someone who could so easily see through her thoughts. Rapidly forming hand seals, she conjured a blazing inferno around her. Crackling and roaring, creating a protective shield reminiscent of a tornado, boom. The devouring force within the blood wave was overwhelming, causing the fire shield to tremble and rapidly dissipate. Damn it, who is this guy? He wields the sword techniques of the Desire Cauldron Immortal sect, yet his true energy possesses an unheard-of devouring attribute. Tu-Horus' expression soured. If not for this attribute, she would not be so passive. Junior's sister Horror. At that moment, several figures flew in from the horizon, witnessing Tu-Horror under attack. They swiftly wielded their swords, launching fiery blades towards the blood wave. Bang! Under the force of their combined power, the blood wave could bear no more and ultimately shattered. Excellent, brothers, let us slay this fiend, Tu-Horror exclaimed joyfully, rallying her companions. Wei He staggered back under the assault, stabilizing his stance with a furrowed brow. These individuals were all at the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, and their combined might was not to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his dark energy without reservation, coalescing it in his hand. And once again, he slashed his sword horizontally. The space trembled, and the surrounding trees swayed. Is that all you can do? Tu-Horus scoffed, pressing her palm down. A gigantic fiery hand surged forth, colliding with the coordinated attacks of her dozens of companions with an unstoppable momentum. One strike is sufficient, Wei He retorted, his blood-red wave gleaming fiercely, the wild devouring force pulling in surrounding energy, the wave growing increasingly formidable, akin to a great tide sweeping away all obstacles. Puff! Tu-Horror and her companions spat out blood, akin to birds with severed wings, crashing to the ground. Wei He stood on his sword in midair, strands of crimson light wafting around him, resembling a deity of slaughter as he looked down at the pale-faced Tu-Horror. Preparing to strike. Senior brother, save me, Tu-Horror cried out, her delicate form trembling as she called desperately from afar. Wei He felt a jolt in his heart. With a gentle flutter of the wings of the ancient creation butterfly, he retreated dozens of meters in an instant, boom, where he had just stood. A colossal phantom of a flame hand descended, wreaking havoc. Huh! A figure in white appeared in midair, standing unsupported, gazing at Wei He with evident surprise. An imperceptible strike had been evaded by this seemingly weak cultivator. This shouldn't be possible. Early stage of the Xuanhe realm. Wei He's face rarely bore a solemn expression as he turned his gaze towards the ground where Tu-Horror lay. Sending a sword flying, the red glow on the sword expanded, slicing through the air at an incredible speed. You dare, little brat? The white-clad man bellowed, swiftly appearing before Tu-Horror, raising his hand to crush the long sword. Seeing Wei He fleeing into the sky, his expression darkened. With a single step, he transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. Between the mountains, two figures darted swiftly, one pursuing while the other fled. Wei He maneuvered his sword to evade but was still struck by the white-clad man's palm from afar. Spitting blood as he plummeted into the depths of the mountains. With no time to ponder, he scrambled through the towering ancient trees above. The white-clad man snorted lightly, pressing a hand downwards. Vast swathes of trees below were ignited. Flames spreading in an instant, transforming the area into a sea of fire. Amidst the inferno, Wei He's face turned a ghastly shade of white. He had not anticipated that merely being one realm higher would create such a disparity. Before this adversary, he was utterly powerless. What then of Lin Ruoyan, who was at the mid-stage of the Xuanhe realm? Clutching his chest, he coughed up blood and looked skyward, noticing the white-clad man leisurely suspended in the air, waiting for him to emerge from the flames. What to do? He could not match the man's speed. Escaping was futile. For the first time, Wei He felt a profound sense of crisis. His brow furrowed as he dodged the collapsing fiery trees. Contemplating a strategy, suddenly, a chilling sensation surged from his forehead, and an ethereal flower, the Bayan flower, materialized. This bestowed an ordinary visage with an added layer of beauty and mystery. Ghost spirit. Wei He touched his forehead. Astonished, the Bayan flower appeared, causing the surrounding flames to recoil, hovering uncertainly at a distance of 3 feet. Swish from his forehead. A tremendous suction force emerged. Wei He's flesh and blood rapidly withered, his life essence continually flowing into the Bayan flower, which grew increasingly vibrant. Before long, he was reduced to skin and bones. Wei He let out a pained howl, resonating through the heavens. Just as he thought he would perish from blood loss, the Bayan flower ceased its consumption. Gently quivering, transmitting a purer and more potent dark energy that coursed through his bones. In an instant, his long hair turned crimson, and his eyes became blood-red. He resembled a demonic figure from the depths of hell. Instilling terror in all who beheld him, he took a light step, hovering in midair, facing the white-clad man. "What is this? Such a powerful aura!" The white-clad man was struck with dread. He had completely transformed, rendering him unrecognizable. His bones were shrouded in human skin, his hair flowing wildly, and his eyes were like two deep crimson seas. Suspended in the air, he emitted a continuous stream of red mist, as if he could shatter the void itself, sacrificing flesh and blood to nourish the dark god. This power felt as though he had transcended two realms. He looked down at his withered claws. Shaking them with a grip, the world darkened, and the earth trembled. The white-clad man was horrified, his true energy surging wildly as he struggled against the immobile space surrounding him. He immediately cried out for mercy. "Please spare me, Senior. I had no knowledge of your cultivation in the mountains. I did not intend to set the forest ablaze." Opposite him, he coldly clenched his fist. Crack! The white-clad man's figure twisted, contorted into a spiral, blood gushing as he fell into the ravine. A soul, filled with unwillingness, attempted to escape, but upon casting one glance at the crimson-haired humanoid monster nearby, it froze, its will completely shattered. Coincidentally, the healing devouring worm required a fire attribute technique soul. He raised his hand, drawing the soul towards him. Swish! Suddenly, the Bayan flower at his brow slowly concealed itself, and the immense power coursing through him dissipated alongside it. He felt a dizzying sensation as he plummeted directly to the ground. White clouds drifted, and the sun set behind the mountains. In the forest of charred bananas, a skeletal figure lay amidst the ashes. Uncertain how long had passed, the moon rose, and the fingers of that body trembled, slowly rising. Observing his current form and sensing the remaining trace of cold dark energy within, he furrowed his brow. This must be the aftereffect. He lightly patted his storage bag, retrieving the blood of the crimson flame tiger obtained from the back mountain of the medicinal department, raising the jar to his lips and drinking deeply. Before long, he had consumed 5 jars. His flesh gradually plumped up, yet he still did not regain his former appearance. He looked considerably thinner than before. After a period of meditative recovery, he was astonished to find his cultivation realm had loosened, successfully breaking through to the next stage. Surviving a great calamity surely brings subsequent blessings. After the initial surprise, he quickly delved into his sea of consciousness. Indeed, a technique within the ancient dark arts titled Ghost Blade opens the heavens was no longer vague but engraved into his mind. Ghost Blade opens the heavens, it said, summons the ghostly weapon of the underworld using dark energy. 1 strike brings forth the wails of thousands of ghosts, opening the heavens and annihilating the world. His dark eyes also transformed at this moment. Glancing towards the opposite mountain, he could clearly see the ants on the ground, and upon further scrutiny, he discerned their microscopic anatomy. Chapter 18. It is said that the women of the Desire Cauldron Immortal sect are well versed in the art of harmonious cultivation. Lost in the first form of the ancient dark arts, he found himself returning to reality as night fell, sighing, "Truly, the ancient arts are difficult to comprehend." After tidying himself up, he took to the skies on his sword, leaving the depths of the mountains. Meanwhile, Tu Horror and her junior brothers sat by the campfire, gazing into the distance with worry etched upon their faces. Why hasn't senior brother returned yet? Could he have encountered some misfortune? After a moment's contemplation, she quickly shook her head. With her senior brother's cultivation level, eliminating that foe would be a trivial matter. He must have discovered some hidden realm and gone to explore. Relaxing her mindset, she propped her chin on her hand, pondering Hei's identity. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared before them. Tu Horror and the others immediately stood, respectfully bowing. "Master." Zhou ran, his soul stone shattered. He may have encountered danger. Please, recount in detail what transpired today, the master of the Burning Flame Immortal sect inquired in a grave tone. Tu Horror shuddered, shaking her head in disbelief, muttering, "It's impossible. My senior brother is at the Xuanhe realm. How could he run into trouble?" The opponent displayed only the strength of a late-stage Qi transformation cultivator. The master of the Burning Flame raised an eyebrow. prompting Tu Horror to relay the day's events. You mean to say that the individual possessed an attribute within his true energy, and he claimed to be a disciple of the Everlasting Life Immortal Sect? The Master's brow furrowed as he murmured, Everlasting Life Immortal Sect? I have never heard of it. Tu Horror nodded affirmatively, stating, Master, could it be that fellow is indeed a person from a super-immortal sect? But why does he employ the sword techniques of the Desire Cauldron Immortal Sect? The black-robed master waved his sleeve, snorting, regardless of who he is, since he has used a sword to wreak havoc. I shall go to the Desire Cauldron Immortal Sect and demand an explanation. After speaking, the figure unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Within the remnants of the celestial ruins, the morning sun shone brightly. Wei He soared through the mountains and rivers, having searched for the Twin Peaks for several months without success. The only gains he made were numerous medicinal herbs and the slaying of a few feeble beasts, which significantly restored his vitality. Moreover, he had grasped the rudiments of the first form of the ancient nether art, the ghost blade opening the sky, allowing him to wield it against foes, albeit clumsily. He wondered how Brother Luo and his senior brother fared. Taking out a communication stone, he inquired, Senior brother, Brother Luo, how are things on your end? After a prolonged silence, a flustered and hurried voice from Luo Chang'e responded, Wei brother, I am being pursued by a horde of maidens and have mistakenly entered an ancient city. Where are you? Hurry and save me. It is terrifying here, surrounded by the lingering souls of ancient people. Wei He was taken aback and quickly replied, Brother Luo, find a place to hide. I shall hasten in your direction, though it may take me several months to arrive. Luo Chang'e lamented, then, please hurry. Wei He retracted the communication stone, sighed softly, and sped off in the general direction Luo Chang'e had departed. He was uncertain whether he would locate that ancient city, and could only pray that fate would favor his companion, allowing him to escape from peril in the dim and mottled ancient city. Luo Chang'e pushed open a palace door and cautiously stepped inside. The interior was a chaotic mess, thick with dust, and an ancient skeleton sat at the forefront. After closing the door, he surveyed his surroundings and plopped down onto the floor, pondering, surely, that group of maidens cannot find me here. Sigh, what offense have I committed against them? Why do they scream for blood upon hearing the name of the Yuding Immortal Sect? Suddenly, a crisp sound from behind startled him, and he quickly turned to see the seated skeleton crumbling away until only a skull remained. Approaching cautiously, Luo Chang'e noticed that the skull was etched with shimmering runes. Curiosity compelled him to touch it, and in the next moment, a beam of celestial light surged from the skull, striking his brow. In an instant, Luo Chang'e's entire being was enveloped in celestial radiance, as if he had consumed an elixir of immortality, on the cusp of transcending. After a long while, the celestial light receded, and as he touched his brow in astonishment, his eyes brightened with joy. Could this be the inheritance of celestial talismans? Might this be the great opportunity Brother Wei spoke of? As Wei He continued his flight, he encountered the grim realities of murder and treasure-seeking. Choosing to bypass any conflict point one day, he witnessed a group of cultivators pursuing a woman. The woman's tattered clothing revealed large swathes of her fair skin, which was particularly striking. The pursuers grew more excited, howling like wolves as they chased and jeered at her. Wei He halted, contemplated for a moment, and then descended swiftly, landing in front of the woman. Upon seeing Wei He, the woman's expression brightened momentarily before concern clouded her features. Wei brother, you must flee. The cultivators of the Wanxia Immortal Sect are formidable. You are no match for them. Do not concern yourself with me. However, the cultivators were quick, surrounding the two of them. One man, whose lips were a sickly shade of blue, stepped forward with a lecherous grin. I have heard that the female disciples of the Yuding Immortal Sect are well versed in combined cultivation techniques. Perhaps you could enlighten this young master? Shui Pan, hiding behind Wei He, peered out and bit her lip defiantly. You shameless ruffians. My senior brother is on his way. You will pay for this. The cultivators erupted into laughter. Oh ho, she claims her senior brother is coming. He has likely gone to seize opportunities, and will not spare a thought for you. Today, you shall not escape. Wei He frowned. These men clearly regarded him as insignificant. Dismissing his weaker aura, Shui Pan cast a desperate glance at Wei He and sighed. Wei brother, you should not have come. Now you may lose your life as well. Wei He scrutinized her with a puzzled expression. Though her eyes reflected despair, her demeanor was not frantic. Yet, there was no time for such contemplation. Pointing his sword at the disciples of the Wanxia immortal sect, he declared coldly, "Leave at once, or face death." "Ha ha, a disciple at the peak of energy gathering dares to be a hero. Very well, we shall first let you witness your fellow disciples being humiliated, then strip you of your clothing and toss you into the mountains to feed the beasts. How does that sound?" The man grinned wickedly, exuding confidence. However, as his words fell, Wei He vanished from sight, transforming into a shadow that darted swiftly. The onlookers remained frozen in place, their expressions unchanged yet paralyzed. Moments later, a line of blood erupted from their throats, separating head from body. These men were merely early-stage cultivators of the energy-gathering realm. Dispatching them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword and departed. Schwepampen stood stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took to the skies on her sword to follow in midair. Wei He glanced back, his tone indifferent. "You are safe now. Do not follow me," with tears welling in her eyes, Schwepampan implored. "Wei brother, this place is perilous. Please allow me to accompany you." Wei He halted, a crimson glow flickering in his pupils as he scrutinized her, crossing his arms and sneering, "Schwepampan, with your mid-stage energy-gathering cultivation, escaping should not be difficult. Could it be that you sensed my presence and are deliberately acting this way?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Schwepampan's eyes, and she stammered, "What mid-stage energy-gathering cultivation? Wei brother, do not speak nonsense. My talents cannot compare to Yi Qing and the others." Wei He merely smiled in silence. He had indeed detected the unrefined young essence within her. He decisively turned away and warned, "If you follow me again, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie." Watching Wei He's retreating figure, Schwepampan furrowed her brow in contemplation, muttering, "How did he know my cultivation level?" Sighing, she resolved that this mysterious individual was not to be trifled with and decided to seek out weaker disciples to absorb their yang essence for her cultivation. After lingering in indecision for some time, she ultimately lacked the courage to pursue him and instead flew off in another direction. Chapter 19. Sisters, let us slay this villain together. Upon reaching the Xuanhao realm, one could stand upon the air without the need for sword flight techniques. Yet, to conceal his cultivation, Wei He still opted to travel via sword. He leaped over endless, majestic mountains and arrived in a mist-laden forest. Within, a group of women moved about, seemingly searching for something. Each of these women possessed striking beauty, their long figures accentuated by their lively, sparkling eyes. After some contemplation, Wei He descended and cupped his hands, inquiring, "Fellow cultivators, might there be an ancient city in this vicinity?" One stunning woman clad in a crimson gauze dress stepped forward, casting a dispassionate glance at the sword-bearing Wei He. She waved her hand dismissively. "There is no ancient city here. Your cultivation is weak, so it would be wise for you to depart quickly lest you fall prey to the Zongling bear." Zongling bear? Wei He's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he plunged into the depths of the mountains. The Zongling bear possessed pure vitality, and when paired with a practitioner of fire-based techniques and 10 years of purple gold flowers, one could repel the frost-eating worms. Moreover, the bear's flesh was exquisitely delicious, offering benefits to replenish vitality, enhance blood flow, and strengthen the body. Greatly favored by many elders of various sects, it was said that a single Zongling bear could be worth an entire kingdom. The woman in the crimson dress frowned at Wei He's recklessness, displeased as she remarked, "Truly, a newborn calf knows no fear of tigers. You do not heed my warnings, so if you meet your demise, you have only yourself to blame." With a flick of her sleeve, she led her companions further in search of their quarry. Deep within the mountains, Wei He walked cautiously, vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he was drawn to the rustling of nearby bushes. Approaching, he discovered an injured little fox lying within. The fox bore 4 deep claw marks, its blood staining its snow-white fur, and it was on the brink of death. Upon noticing the unfamiliar presence, the fox panicked and struggled, but its injuries were too severe for it to flip over. Its body trembled uncontrollably, and despair filled its eyes. Wei He crouched down, contemplating for a moment. He then gently patted his storage bag. Retrieving an array of medicinal herbs, rubbing them together in his hands, He crushed them and applied the mixture to the fox's wounds. Within moments, the injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Observing the fox's improved condition, he softly said, "It seems fate has spared you. This claw mark carries the scent of a Tsangling bear. Do you know where it resides?" The little fox, possessing remarkable spirit, blinked its eyes and then nudged its head in the direction of the distance. Wei He cradled it and took to the skies on his sword, racing towards the indicated location, between two towering mountains. A broad waterfall cascaded down, crashing violently against the rocks below. The white foamy spray surged forth, flowing continuously to the east. Just as Wei He arrived, before he could investigate further, a thunderous roar erupted from within the waterfall. A massive Tsangling bear leapt forth, baring its teeth at Wei He. Upon seeing the little fox in Wei He's arms, the bear's eyes gleamed with excitement, and it stood on its hind legs. Thumping its chest, then, it charged forward, raising its colossal paw to bring it crashing down upon Wei He. Wei He's pupils flickered with a crimson light. The bear's strength was comparable to that of an early-stage Xuanhe cultivator. Holding the little fox in one arm, he summoned the nether energy within him and struck the bear's paw with a mighty punch. Boom! The surrounding energy surged, rippling outwards from the point of impact as if disturbed water. Nearby ancient trees swayed, and leaves cascaded down in swathes. The Tsangling bear staggered back repeatedly, a look of seriousness entering its eyes. The human before it possessed formidable physical strength and power, shaking its paw lightly. The bear circled Wei He slowly, drawing in the energies of heaven and earth before roaring and expelling a brilliant beam of light. Its might terrifying today. Let me test the ghost blade opening the sky technique on you. Wei He gently murmured, twisting his wrist to press against the void, and suddenly grasped. The void rippled, and a pitch-black long knife was slowly drawn forth. With a clang, as the long knife fully revealed itself, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, imparting a sense of impending doom. The ghost blade, once unleashed, began to voraciously absorb the dark energy within Wei He, intricate demonic carvings appearing densely on the blade. Raising the knife towards the heavens, the roiling clouds above formed a massive vortex. The wails of countless ghosts echoed incessantly, seemingly lamenting the imminent shattering of the sky, profoundly haunting. The ghost blade cleaved the heavens. Observing the Tsangling bear, paralyzed by fear, Wei He gritted his teeth and shouted, letting the long knife descend as the dark clouds parted in two. A beam of shadowy light flashed, cleaving the Tsangling bear along with the pillar of light it had emitted into two halves. Even the waterfall behind it was split asunder. Hiss! As the ghost blade dissipated, Wei He knelt on one knee, cradling the little fox, his complexion pale and his breath unsteady. The previous strike had consumed nearly all of his dark energy. Had he not withdrawn the blade in time, he would have likely been drained completely. Gazing at the bisected Tsangling bear, he gradually rose. The ancient dark arts had not disappointed him. Swish, swish, several figures of women appeared on the horizon, their expressions turning to shock at the sight of the lifeless Tsangling bear and the severed waterfall. Was this the work of him? A woman clad in a crimson gauzy dress stood poised on her sword, her gaze fixed incredulously on the pale-faced Wei He, muttering in disbelief. They had been drawn here by the celestial anomaly, only to witness such a soul-stirring spectacle upon arrival. Taking a deep breath, the woman immediately clasped her hands in greeting. "I apologize. Yu Yin was indeed short-sighted earlier. I was unaware of your formidable cultivation. I hope you will forgive my rudeness." Tang Yuyin hesitated briefly, her gaze shifting to the corpse of the Tsangling bear, continuing, "May I request a portion of the Tsangling bear's flesh? The 100-Flower Immortal Sect is willing to pay a handsome price." Wei He furrowed his brow, waving his sleeve dismissively. "I shall not sell it. Depart swiftly, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Tang Yuyin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flickering with indecision. Yet she could not let go of the Tsangling bear. She bowed persistently, pleading, "Friend, I urgently need the flesh of the Tsangling bear to heal my master." Before she could finish, the surroundings suddenly trembled. "Ha ha! At last, Luo Chang'e, have emerged." Casting a glance, they saw Luo Chang'e standing on his sword, draped in white, exuding an aura of boundless elegance. The sudden appearance of this figure left Wei He and the others momentarily stunned. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, Tang Yuyan's expression darkened dramatically, and she coldly exclaimed, "Villain! Scoundrel! You shall perish!" Without waiting for a response, she raised her sword and struck. Luo Changa's smile quickly faltered. His brows twitched as he circulated his true energy, forming a sword-like gesture with his hand and sweeping it through the AI art. As he did so, shimmering, arcane symbols appeared before him, effortlessly blocking the attack. Late stage of Qi transformation. How is that possible? The crowd was astonished. Even Wei He was taken aback. Upon entering the celestial ruins, this person had clearly been in the early stage of Qi transformation. How had he advanced 2 levels in just a few months? Incredible! Luo Changa glanced sideways, slightly surprised upon recognizing his assailant, and quickly retorted, "What scoundrel? You must not wrongfully accuse me. I, Luo Changa, have never harmed or insulted anyone in my life." Silence. Not a single one of the Yuding immortal sect is virtuous, if it were not for you. Tang Yuyan did not wish to hear his defense, turning and shouting, "Junior sisters, join me in slaying this rogue." At this moment, Luo Changa also noticed Wei He on the ground, his expression brightening, and he immediately descended, urging, "Brother Wei, you must adjudicate. I truly have not committed any heinous acts." Tang Yuyan, suspiciously glancing at the two, momentarily paused her actions. After a brief daze, Wei He cleared his throat and spoke towards the sky. "I know not the grievances between you and the Yuding immortal sect, but my brother here is indeed a good person. Thus, I shall part with some of the Zongling bear's flesh, and we can let this matter rest for today. Is that acceptable?" He had not intended to resolve it this way, yet the depletion of his dark energy made conflict unwise for either party. Moreover, the celestial phenomenon from earlier would likely attract other cultivators. Many would be eager to reap the benefits within the celestial ruins. Therefore, it was prudent to avoid entanglement. Tang Yuyan's fury gradually subsided, and she agreed, "Very well, I shall abide by your wishes." Wei He approached the Zongling bear's carcass, slashing with his sword to sever a bare leg and tossing it into the air. He then gathered the remaining flesh and, pulling Luo Changa along, prepared to leave. "Is it you, scoundrel? You are not dead? What of my senior brother Zhou?" At that moment, several figures flew in from the distance, revealing themselves as members of the Burning Flame Immortal Sect, including Tu Horror. Chapter 20. The great benefactor Luo Changa. Tu Horror glared fiercely at Wei He, observing his pale countenance, her eyes flickering. Surveying the chaotic scene around her, she sensed an opportunity for action. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a communication stone. "Second brother, I have located the thief. Come quickly." Wei He felt an ominous premonition and turned to Tang Yuyan and the others, saying, "Help me fend them off, and I shall share half of the Zongling bear's flesh with you." Tang Yuyan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend why such a powerful individual would offer assistance. However, the significance of the Zongling bear was paramount, and without further hesitation, she immediately took to the skies to confront the oncoming attackers. Tu Horror's expression darkened. Pointing at the 100-flower immortal sect members, she shouted, "Are you seeking death? Do you wish to oppose the Burning Flame Immortal Sect? An enemy sect?" Tang Yuyan's brows knitted together, and after a moment's hesitation, she resolutely shook her head. "I am sorry, but I have resolved to handle today's affairs." In an instant, the two sides clashed. A tumultuous battle ensued, with bloodshed unrelenting. "Luo, we must flee," Wei He urged, dragging Luo Changa as they dashed into the woods. Yet Luo Changa appeared to have lost his senses, halting and shaking his head. "Gazing at the battlefield, seeing so many injured, my heart cannot bear it. Moreover, with the senior brothers of the Burning Flame Immortal Sect arriving, it is likely that all those from the 100-flower Immortal Sect will perish." "What?" Wei He was stunned, taken aback by this unexpected display of compassion from Luo Changa, recalling a previous encounter with bandits on the ancient road, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he said solemnly, "I understand, but what does it matter? Did not Tang Yuyan call for your death? Do you truly wish to intervene and save them?" Luo Changa hesitated, sighing with his hands clasped behind him. "To save our own lives while sending the 100-flower immortal sect to their doom weighs heavily on my conscience." With that, he formed seals with both hands, and a flurry of symbols, like raindrops, surged forth, embedding themselves within the ranks of the Burning Flame Immortal Sect. Go Wei He's astonishment. The members of the Burning Flame Immortal Sect froze mid-action, rendered immobile, their eyes widened in fear. Their bodies bound by a force, escaping would require time. This is astonishingly similar to the function of the ancient creation butterfly. No, it is different. The ancient creation butterfly can freeze all things in the universe. Even thoughts, however. This symbol can only immobilize the body and must strike true. Regaining his senses, Wei He understood why this cherisher of life would act thus. He must have obtained some great boon. Fairies of the 100-Flower Immortal Sect, flee. My symbols will not hold them for long, Luo Chang'e exclaimed, urging Wei He to take flight on his sword. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yuyin and the others ceased their hostilities and hastily followed suit. In the celestial ruins, amidst the rocky terrain, Tang Yuyin observed the refined Luo Chang'e by her side. Her expression complex. I was mistaken about you. Not all members of the Yuding Immortal Sect are villains. Luo Chang'e turned back, smiling warmly. Might I inquire what grievance you hold against the Yuding Immortal Sect? Tang Yuyin exchanged glances with her sisters, sighing. A few years ago, an elder from the Yuding Immortal Sect came to our 100-Flower Immortal Sect, abducting many disciples and even forcing them to merge their foundations. Our master pursued, but that individual was exceedingly powerful. She was gravely injured, her foundation harmed, and now her vitality wanes. Thus, your pursuit of the Zhongling Bear is to save your master? Having exited the stone cave, Wei He appeared considerably better, having regained much of his dark energy. Tang Yuyin nodded. Indeed, we heard that the celestial ruins housed the Zhongling Bear, and we, along with my junior sisters, came here secretly without informing our master. Wei He sighed. The flesh of the Zhongling Bear indeed has restorative properties, but injuries to the foundation are difficult to remedy, unless... He paused, contemplating. It is recorded that for those whose foundations are harmed, the key lies in the source point. One must extract the foundations of others and harmonize them with various medicinal catalysts to heal the injury. However, many of those catalysts are already extinct. Thus, even knowing the method, it is of little use. Tang Yuyin was taken aback, hastily stepping forward to grasp Wei He's arm, but hesitated and retreated a few steps, her eyes filled with anticipation. Unless what? Do you have a way? If you can truly save our master, you shall be our benefactor. As she spoke, all the female disciples knelt in unison. Wei He watched them kneel, feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if he too had once sought aid. Rise. Once we exit the celestial ruins, I shall accompany you to investigate further. Tang Yuyin rejoiced, believing that given the earlier celestial phenomenon, this person must have a means, and perhaps could indeed heal their master. Seeing everyone in agreement, Luo Chang'e glanced around, scratching his head. Brother Wei, where should we head next? Shall we continue to search for the Twin Peaks? Wei He gazed towards the horizon, lost in thought, murmuring, it is difficult. Over half a year has passed, and we have yet to see a trace. I know not in which direction to proceed. Tang Yuyin furrowed her brows, deep in contemplation, and inquired, is the Twin Peaks you speak of two towering stone summits that are connected? Wei He and Luo Chang'e, taken aback, hastily pressed on. Indeed, could it be that you have seen them before? Tang Yuyin flashed a charming smile, captivating in her beauty. What a coincidence! I have indeed encountered such peaks with my junior sisters. Come, allow me to guide you. Summoning her flying sword, the group ascended from the rocky terrain towards the two cloud-piercing mountains. As they approached, dozens of figures swept in, standing at the mountainside, gazing at the stone pinnacles. Wei He, elated, quickly retrieved a communication stone, exclaiming, Brother Wang, we have discovered the Twin Peaks. Where are you now? However, silence loomed on the other end, stirring feelings of concern. Noticing Wei He's furrowed brow as he clutched the communication stone, Luo Chang'e comforted him. Do not fret, Wei brother. Perhaps Brother Wang, like myself, has inadvertently wandered into a secret realm and is currently seeking opportunities. Let us hope so, Wei He replied, retracting the communication stone. Very well. Let us first seek the ancient herb garden and see if it contains any medicinal herbs I require. Guided by memory, the group flew to the location of the ancient herb garden. Nestled within a rugged mountain range, a tranquil lake lay in a hollow, shrouded in ethereal mist, surrounded by lush greenery and fragrant herbs. As they neared, an immense pressure suddenly bore down upon them, forcing them to the ground. A flying restriction? Luo Chang'e exclaimed in astonishment, stroking his chin and murmuring, "It appears we must proceed on foot." After several hours of walking towards the lake, the destination remained tantalizingly close yet frustratingly unreachable. Wei He halted, shrugged, and solemnly stated, "It seems we are ensnared within a formation. What shall we do now?" The women, including Tang Yuyin, queried in a state of panic, casting anxious glances around. At that moment, Luo Chang'e had a flash of inspiration. Stepping forward with a smile, "Fear not, for I possess a method." With hands forming seals, he conjured a symbol that materialized in the air before them. "Break the formation," he commanded. Crack! The symbol erupted with radiant light, shattering the space ahead like a broken mirror. What lay before them was not a lake, but a grand and ancient wall. Upon the wall was a door, inscribed with the powerful characters, "Holy Pool Herb Garden." "Is this truly the ancient herb garden?" The disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, including Tang Yuyin, gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Someone approaches. Luo Chang'e pointed ahead, his voice filled with surprise. The gate swung open with a creak, and from the swirling mist emerged an elderly man and a young boy. Chapter 21. "This place is ominous. We must leave at once." The young boy, simply dressed and about 12 years old, possessed a fair visage and a sun-kissed complexion. His bright black eyes calmly surveyed the surroundings. The elder, clad in a gray robe, with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, exuded an air of kindness. The two stood a short distance from the group, exchanging glances. "Do you think that you little ones could break the formation? Truly, heroes emerge from youth." The elder's weathered gaze fell upon Luo Chang'e, nodding in approval. Luo Chang'e, taken aback by the praise, promptly bowed in humility. "Elder, are you also here in search of herbs? Have you found anything?" The elder sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. "I have found nothing that I require." He gestured to the young boy, who assisted him as they moved past the crowd. Wei He's eyes glimmered with astonishment as he observed the boy's vigorous energy coalescing into crystalline form, indicating he was of mid-stage crystal condensation realm. In contrast, the elder's energy seemed depleted, yet a small sapling grew beside him, bearing a fruit, an indication of the coveted Dao fruit realm. Such a realm is rare, with scarcely one appearing among 100,000 cultivators. Yet, the sapling appeared dark and withered, seemingly tainted by poison. Without intervention, the poison would surely spread to the fruit within a decade. Watching the pair depart, Wei He pondered aloud. "Elder, I may have the means to alleviate your affliction." The elder paused, turning to scrutinize Wei He before responding with a faint smile. "You are a clever child to perceive my plight. However, claiming you can cure it is rather boastful," he continued. "I have consulted many renowned immortal physicians across the Wild Heaven continent, all of whom were at a loss. How could a mere junior cultivator hope to succeed where they could not?" Having lived for so many years, he had seen much. The notion that a small cultivator could resolve his internal poison was utterly implausible. The poison was formidable. Merely a trace could lead to his demise 1,000 times over. Shaking his head, he turned and vanished from sight. Wei He stood there, momentarily disheartened. He had hoped to assist the elder in curing his ailment and, in return, request his aid in retrieving his sister from the Yuding immortal sect. With the elder's Dao fruit realm, the sect leader would certainly not refuse. To his dismay, the old man had doubted his capabilities. Though he could not cure the poison now, he believed that with time and increased cultivation, he would gain the confidence to do so. One of the 8 strange needles of the ghostly physician specifically targeted unique poisons, aptly named Detoxify. Sighing, he murmured, "Let us proceed. We must search for herbs with that." Wei He stepped into the ancient herb garden. If others did not believe, there was no need to press the matter. Inside the garden, the air was thick with enchanting mist and fragrant herbs, invigorating him as he inhaled deeply. The fertile soil was abundant with an array of rare herbs, each more astonishing than the last. To Wei He's astonishment, he indeed found the legendary 100-year golden flower, far more potent than its 10-year counterpart. The ancient herb garden was vast, and as they ventured deeper, the herbs became increasingly rare and precious. Alas, his small storage pouch could scarcely contain the bounty. Luo Chang'e wandered aimlessly, finding little allure in the herbs, while the women of the 100 Flowers sect knelt joyfully, caressing the vibrant blossoms. After collecting the 100-year golden flower and other herbs, Wei He's storage pouch was brimming. Upon reaching the central area, he also gathered some soil, rare black herb soil that could promote the vigorous growth of medicinal plants. 1 year in this soil equated to 10 years outside. Surveying the surroundings, he lamented, "If only I could take it all. It would be akin to possessing a garden of my own. With such a garden, I could cultivate and harvest herbs endlessly, eliminating the need to scour the land for them." Suddenly, the primordial creation butterfly spirit emerged, fluttering gracefully above the herb garden. It exuded a mysterious allure, and in an instant, it absorbed the vibrant energies from the ancient herbs, leaving them desiccated. Before long, the butterfly began to take on a corporeal form, its body dark red and wings moonlit white. "This is a gross misuse of nature," Wei He lamented, watching the wilting herbs with a heavy heart, as the transformed primordial creation butterfly settled on his arm. Satisfied, he could only ruefully smile and retract it, realizing that blame would change nothing. Turning back, he noticed that Luo Chang'e and the others remained motionless, as if the very fabric of reality had frozen. Could it be that the butterfly's ability to suppress the heavens had grown stronger? Just as he pondered, Luo Chang'e and the others regained their freedom, gazing in bewilderment at the withered herbs. Rubbing their eyes, they exclaimed, "What has happened? Why have they suddenly withered? Is there something sinister here?" In a state of alarm, they drew their swords, ready for confrontation. Not far off, Wei He's lips twitched in frustration as he quickly suggested, "Since the herbs have withered, we should depart post-haste. Indeed, this place is too eerie. We cannot linger." Exiting the holy pool herb garden, Wei He retrieved the communication stone once more, inquiring, "Brother Wang, how fare you now?" After a lengthy pause, Brother Wang's weak voice finally emerged. "To the west of the falling sky ruins, at the true immortal mansion, haste is required." The group exchanged astonished glances before promptly heading westward. To the west of the falling sky ruins, amid the expansive sea, numerous cultivators were executing intricate hand gestures, their spells cascading into the ocean with great force. Yet, despite their efforts, the waters remained undisturbed. Gazing at the resplendent immortal mansion floating above the sea, the cultivators' eyes gleamed with determination, pouring every ounce of strength into their attempts. Suddenly, the figures of the elderly man and the young boy reappeared in the sky. Overlooking the ocean, the boy's bright black eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Grandfather, perhaps within lies a miraculous elixir that could cure your ailment." Taking a step forward, the ground trembled as a colossal shadow of a foot crashed onto the water's surface. Yet again, no ripples ensued. A mid-stage crystal condensation cultivator cannot even create a disturbance. It seems the mansion's restrictions are insurmountable. Opportunities lay before them, yet their cultivation levels were insufficient. The group sighed in disappointment. The boy frowned slightly, reluctant to yield, and prepared to make another attempt. However, the elder raised a hand to stop him, smiling, "With your current strength, you cannot breach this restriction. Allow me to give it a try." The elder pointed towards the water's surface, casually slicing through the air. A fearsome sword light erupted, blinding all present. The water quivered, waves rippling outward, yet after a while, it returned to its original state. "Predecessor, allow me to assist you." At this moment, several figures soared across the horizon, led by an elder clad in black robes, accompanied by Tuhua and others. Upon gazing at the elder in gray robes, the master of the Burning Flame sect respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. The previous strike had been witnessed. The sword energy emanating from this elder bore an overwhelming force, nearly shattering the true immortal's barrier. Such profound cultivation was beyond even the sect master's reach. The elder in gray cast a casual glance at the master of the Burning Flame and nodded slightly. Suddenly, the two unleashed their powers, and a fiery serpent and a beam of sword light collided fiercely upon the water's surface. Crack! The lake's barrier could not withstand the impact and began to crumble. In an instant, a massive vortex erupted. A monstrous creature, with horns adorning its head and a terrifying visage, emerged from the depths. Its furious gaze fixed upon the cultivators in the sky. With a deafening roar, many cultivators were caught off guard, meeting a swift demise, their bodies dissolving into a crimson mist. The elder in gray shielded the youth. Retreating rapidly, his expression one of sheer horror as he beheld the creature. It was the Azure Dragon. To think that such a being still thrived within this estate. With a thunderous roar, the azure dragon emerged fully from the vortex. Coiling majestically in the air, issuing a human-like declaration, "You audacious fools, have you dared to invade my royal abode?" What audacity! The mention of a Dragon King's residence sent a shock through the master of the burning flame. This estate, bathed in ethereal radiance, surely harbored a true immortal. It appeared that this azure dragon had claimed it for itself. The arrival of the azure dragon sent the multitude of cultivators into a frenzied retreat. Retreat? You shall not escape. The azure dragon's eyes chilled, and it exhaled, engulfing the sky in flames. The searing heat incinerated countless cultivators to mere ash. Flee! The master of the burning flame shouted, unleashing his mid-stage spirit master power to protect Tuhua and the others as they sped away. Chapter 22. This dragon is unwell. Flee! Was it not you and that old coot who struck first? The azure dragon roared, its dark-scaled claws lunging forth, the space around them cracking as if on the brink of collapse. The master of the burning flame's eyes filled with despair. He could not evade the claw that seized him, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as he exploded into a mist of crimson, leaving only a spirit in a frantic escape. Tuhua and the others, witnessing their master's demise, were momentarily paralyzed with shock before fleeing without a backward glance. Fortunately, the azure dragon seemed indifferent to them. Its gaze fixated elsewhere. The elder in gray hovered in the air, a look of trepidation crossing his features in its prime. He could have subdued this azure dragon, but now, with toxins coursing through his body, his strength was greatly diminished. "Old man, are you not going to flee?" The azure dragon sneered, its long whiskers swaying, exuding an oppressive aura. The elder, hands clasped behind him, his robes billowing, replied with calm composure, "You have yet to make a move. Have you not? Surely you understand that if we were to clash, neither side would emerge unscathed. Let us put this matter to rest, shall we?" The azure dragon narrowed its eyes, falling into silence, withholding a response. Weeha and his companions arrived at the scene, witnessing the master of the burning flame being crushed in a single grasp, halting at a distance atop a mountain, too fearful to approach. Taking out a communication stone, Weeha inquired, "Senior brother, we have arrived at the estate. Where are you?" This time, he did not wait long before the voice of Wang Peng echoed from within, "Little junior brother, I am trapped inside the estate and cannot escape." "What? How did you get in?" Weeha asked, taken aback with curiosity. Wang Peng's voice carried a tone of exasperation. "I do not know either. Upon entry, I encountered a ferocious dragon that nearly crushed me. It spared my life upon learning I was an alchemist and compelled me to assist in concocting elixirs." Weeha sighed, activating his netherworld eyes to appraise the azure dragon hovering above the ocean, and suddenly realized, this dragon is unwell. In the skies above the ocean, the azure dragon pondered for a moment before grumbling, "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall let you go. Depart." The elder in gray smiled faintly. Not wishing to disrupt the moment, he stepped forward, taking the boy with him as they vanished from sight. Soon, tranquility enveloped the area once more, though the ground by the shore bore witness to the bloodshed that had transpired. As the azure dragon prepared to retreat into the vortex, Weeha instructed Luo Chang'e and the others to remain behind, then flew forward on his sword, hovering in the air. "Foolish humans, you dare approach." The azure dragon's countenance hardened, and it swung a massive paw towards him. The shadow of the colossal paw loomed overhead, but Weeha's gaze was steely as he shouted, "Do you not wish to rid yourself of this ailment?" The azure dragon paused, its claw grasping Weeha, bringing him closer, its large eyes fixated upon him. "What did you say?" "I am robust, brimming with vitality. How could I possibly suffer from an ailment?" Weeha observed the row of sharp teeth and the swaying whiskers beside him. Taking a deep breath to quell his startled emotions, "No, you are weakened." The azure dragon's body trembled, and it scanned its surroundings, ensuring no one was near before whispering, "Can you heal me?" "If I dare to appear. I can certainly provide a remedy, but you must release my senior brother." Weeha found it difficult to twist his body. The grip of the azure dragon was far too tight, causing him discomfort. "You mean that chubby fellow?" The azure dragon realized, "No problem. As long as you cure me, anything can be negotiated." Hope flickered in its dragon eyes as it seized Weeha, diving into the vortex. Soon, the ocean returned to its serene state. Atop the mountain, Luo Chang's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. He collapsed, pounding the ground in despair, lamenting, "Weeha, oh Weeha, why did you choose such a perilous path? That dragon is terrifying. You are surely doomed." Beside him, Tang Yuyin rolled her eyes in annoyance, retorting, "Weeha may not be dead. He must have his reasons for going forward. Why the incessant wailing?" Luo Chang'e was taken aback, scrambling to his feet. "What shall we do now?" Tang Yuyin pouted, contemplating, then gazed longingly at the ocean. I will await his return and then rescue our master." In the Dragon King's residence, Weeha beheld Wang Peng, feeling a wave of emotions wash over him. He had lost considerable weight, the cause of which remained a mystery. Wang Peng glanced at the enormous azure dragon, lamenting, "I have been tirelessly concocting elixirs day and night, which is why I have dwindled so." Cough, cough, the azure dragon lightly coughed, clearly displeased. "It is your ineptitude. You have brewed so many potions, yet none are effective." Turning its serious gaze towards Weeha, it continued, "Kid, I hope you can truly heal me. Otherwise, like him, you will spend your life concocting elixirs for me within this estate." Weeha, with unwavering confidence, stepped forward. "Your dragon essence has been depleted for far too long. Relying solely on potions is futile. If you seek true healing, I will require the essence of other ferocious beasts. More is better, and the stronger, the better." The azure dragon blinked, skepticism evident. "Other beast essences can replenish my dragon essence? What a jest! My bloodline is unparalleled. Nothing can compare." Weeha merely smiled and remained silent. Indeed, the essence of other beasts differed in attributes and rank and could not serve as a supplement. However, with the Netherworld creation scripture, he could potentially transform the beast essences into something akin to dragon essence, especially when combined with the secret prescriptions of the Ghost Doctor, which could remedy its deficiencies. Seeing the small cultivator exude such confidence, the azure dragon pondered briefly before declaring, "Very well, I shall venture out to procure the beast essences." It shifted its massive body, casting a reluctant glance at Weeha. "Fine, I will take you along, so you may witness my majesty." Wang Peng, taken aback, immediately asked, "And me? I have not been out in ages." "You, humph." The azure dragon cast a dismissive glance and chose to ignore him. Soaring out of the estate with Weeha, with a resounding roar, the azure dragon commanded the beasts to bow in submission. On the mountain, upon seeing the massive figure of the azure dragon rise from the water with someone atop its back, Luo Chang'e and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Did Weeha truly subdue the azure dragon? How is that possible? In the desolate mountain range, a towering four-armed ancient ape, casually gnawing on a beast's leg, suddenly froze, turning to see a long shadow approaching from the sky. Then, a commanding voice boomed, "Die!" And that was the end of it. Weeha sat atop the azure dragon, stunned into silence, eyeing a single strike. The four-armed ancient ape was obliterated, its skull crushed. Such terror! Having gathered the beast essences, the azure dragon continued its enthusiastic search for the next target. "Enough, enough. That is more than sufficient," Weeha exclaimed from atop the azure dragon. "Enough? No, no, no. I have yet to unleash my full power. These creatures are far too weak. Not a single one is worthy of a challenge. Surely you have not seen enough." Chapter 23. At that time, "I will shield you. I mean, the beast essences are enough," Weeha replied, somewhat exasperated, finally realizing that the dragon had brought him along merely for show. Moreover, it seemed to take great pleasure in tormenting beasts and humans alike. Relishing the feeling of dominance, the azure dragon, momentarily taken aback, turned back. "Is it truly enough? Very well, let us return." Restoring its dragon essence took precedence. It would temporarily spare these lesser beasts. Wait a moment, Weeha suddenly focused on the distance. His brow furrowing slightly, he observed the members of the Burning Flame sect stealthily fleeing through the forest. They seemed to have spotted the azure dragon and, fearing to attract attention, had chosen to evade flight. Among them were two cultivators at the crystal condensation stage, yet Tuhua was notably absent. Weeha narrowed his eyes, smirking. "It seems I have yet to satisfy my curiosity. There is a group of cultivators over there. Shall you not display your dragon might once more? Other cultivators?" The azure dragon paused, then instantly became animated. With a swift flick of its tail, it soared to the opposite mountaintop, unleashing a mighty roar. Die! In an instant, the entire mountain was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes by the searing heat, leaving not a single stone unscathed. Observing this spectacle before him, Songlong nodded in satisfaction, soaring into the sky, and soon returned to his abode. Within a grand hall, Wei He sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating a strand of dragon essence in his hand. He focused his mind, channeling the ghostly transformation scripture, casting intricate runes that fell among the numerous beast essences floating before him. With a swish, a radiant white light erupted from the beast essences, and before long, the aura of dragon essence permeated the air, merging all the beast essences together. He then retrieved various medicinal herbs, concocting them into a vial of elixir. Before him, Songlong watched intently, astonished. "Is that it?" he inquired. Wei He lifted his gaze and replied, "Not quite. There is still one step remaining. However, before that, I would like to request your assistance." A wild pressure filled the ancient hall, and Songlong bared his teeth, ferociously retorting, "I have already agreed to spare you too. What more do you desire?" Wei He's long hair flowed as he remained unfazed, stating, "This task is but a trifle for you, and it would also allow you to showcase your dragon might." Songlong's eyes flickered. If it meant displaying his majestic power, he could indeed lend a hand. He cleared his throat and asked, "Pray tell, what is it?" Wei He rose and paced a few steps, his expression grave. "Accompany me to the celestial flame sect to rescue a young girl." Songlong's massive form paused. His expression conflicted as he shook his head. "I fear I cannot assist you. The exit of the celestial flame ruins is shrouded by the will of the true immortals. The beings within cannot escape. After all these years, do you think I do not yearn to leave? I dream of it," he lamented. "The reason my dragon essence is diminished is due to years of battling against the will of the true immortals." "The will of the true immortals?" Wei He's brow furrowed as he pressed on. "Is there truly no other way?" Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, he mused that every day his sister lingered within the sect increased her peril. Songlong pondered for a moment before replying, "It is not without possibility. The will has weakened somewhat. When the next opening occurs, it shall be less formidable. If my dragon essence is restored, I may be able to break through." "Does that imply we must wait another decade?" Wei He sighed in resignation, stepping forward to Songlong's head. "Allow me to restore your lost dragon essence now. Relax your mind and do not resist." With fingers deftly forming seals, he merged the pseudo-dragon essence with the elixir, instantly creating a dazzling orb of light. A single palm pressed down, and the orb gradually melded into Songlong's head. A howl erupted. Moments later, Songlong let out a contented roar, shaking the hall to its core. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through. "It is truly restored," he exclaimed, his dragon visage elated as he gazed at the human youth no larger than a fist floating in the air. Curiously asking, "Why do you not flee? Are you not afraid I might renege?" Wei He stood poised in the air, a gentle smile on his lips. "I naturally trust the character of the Dragon King. If you wished to capture me, I could not escape regardless." That moment, his right hand behind him cautiously clasped a swirling crimson mist. Should Songlong make any hostile move, a mere squeeze would unleash the lingering ghostly essence within the pseudo-dragon essence. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of diminished essence. Songlong regarded Wei He deeply, suddenly bursting into a hearty laugh. "Trust me, you are the first to utter such words. I find it most agreeable. Since you have aided me, I shall not treat you poorly. Follow me." Songlong moved his colossal frame deeper into the estate. Wei He sighed in relief, dispersing the crimson mist in his hand as he followed suit. Before long, the man and the dragon arrived before a towering, ancient bronze door. Songlong gathered his strength and unleashed a torrent of white energy upon the door. Creak. The bronze door slowly opened, revealing a burst of celestial light within. As they stepped inside, Wei He was utterly astonished. The space was filled with numerous treasures, books, and peculiar items, all haphazardly strewn across the ground, glimmering radiantly. Seeing this, Songlong chuckled awkwardly. "Upon discovering this treasure chamber, I rummaged through it and found nothing of use, thus carelessly discarded the items." Wei He bent down, retrieving a ring. As the ghostly essence seeped into it, He gasped in shock. Is this a storage ring? Such an item. Even the sect master in the Great Shui realm lacked. Yet it had been carelessly discarded. If they were to learn of this, what would their reaction be? Donning the ring, he continued to pick up a book, skimming through it only to shake his head in disappointment. It contained records of an advanced cultivation method, the Taixian, which imbued one's true energy with what attributes. A rarity indeed. However, possessing the ghostly transformation scripture, he found it unworthy. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to keep it, as it could benefit Yumashi and his sister in their cultivation. As he continued to search, most items proved useless, and his disappointment grew. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly spotted a purple war spear. Extending a hand to touch it, a surge of azure celestial light rushed through him, accompanied by a deafening roar. The purple cold war spear. Sensing the celestial light, the ghostly essence within him surged, enveloping it with a devouring force. The celestial light momentarily hesitated, then emitted a water attribute to resist. Yet the ghostly essence was insatiable, consuming and digesting it. Gradually, the ghostly essence grew stronger and purer. In an instant, his cultivation broke through to the mid-Nai stage. Yet this was not the end. As the celestial light fully dissipated, his cultivation reached the late Nai stage. Hiss, a glimmer of celestial light had allowed him to leap 2 tiers. Returning to his senses, Wei He gasped, his eyes lighting up as he discovered another swift yet side-effect-free cultivation method. Seeking more celestial light or divine power to devour for cultivation. With this thought, he resumed his search among the scattered treasures, yet found no celestial light among the other items. After yielding no results, he collected the spear and addressed Songlong. I only require these 3 items. Songlong, surprised by his modest request for just 3 items, nodded approvingly, his fondness for Wei He increasing. Exiting the bronze door, Wei He sought out Wang Pang, saying, Senior brother, I have gathered some herbs from the ancient medicine garden. Let us return to the sect. Calculating carefully, he realized they had been out for 1.5 years. If they did not return soon, Lin Ruoyan would be in grave danger, leaving Yumashi unprotected. Wang Pang considered this and nodded in agreement. The two bid farewell to Songlong and soared out of the true immortal estate. Songlong called out to them as they departed, Wei lad, once I exit the celestial flame ruins, I shall seek you out at that time. I shall protect you. Wei He paused for a moment, turning back to offer a respectful bow of gratitude. He then stepped onto the mountaintop by the ocean, where he met with Luo Chang'e and the others. Let us proceed to the celestial flame ruins. The exit of the celestial flame ruins was fixed to the east, where an unfathomable abyss awaited. Descending into it would lead them back to the desolate city they had originally arrived from. Approximately half a month later, the group arrived at the abyss. At that moment, several disciples from the Celestial Flame sect were also present, Yiqing, Shui Panpan, and others, but their leading inner sect brother was nowhere to be seen. Lao Gu, upon spotting Luo Chang'e, Shui Panpan's face lit up with joy, and she rushed towards him. However, noticing Wei He's presence, she halted abruptly, timid and hesitant to approach. What's the rush? You shall have your turn soon. Luo Chang'e beamed with a warm smile, nodding at her, Sister Panpan. I hope you have fared well. Shui Panpan offered a gentle smile, gracefully returning the gesture. Wei Yiqing remained expressionless, fixating his gaze on Wei He, seemingly harboring some hostility. Wei He's brow furrowed slightly as he tugged at Luo Chang'e's sleeve, voicing his concern. Is there anything between you and Shui Panpan? Luo Chang'e was taken aback before responding with disdain. Wei brother, do you take me for such a person? Beyond cultivation and longevity, I hold no interest in anything else. Wei He was momentarily stunned, then replied meaningfully, that is good to hear. However, do remain on your guard against Shui Panpan. Guard? Why must I guard against Sister Panpan, who is so sweet and charming? Luo Chang'e inquired, puzzled, his expression serious. Just as he was about to elaborate, Shui Panpan approached timidly. Wei brother, may we have a private conversation? With pupils narrowing, Wei He contemplated for a moment before nodding. The two moved to a nearby grove, where Shui Panpan spoke first. Wei brother, I do not know what you have discovered, but please believe that Panpan would never harm Luo Chang'e. Since childhood, he has been the only one, aside from my mother, who has treated me well. I have long regarded him as an elder brother. Wei He's brows knitted in concern as he asked solemnly, Then why do you cultivate forbidden arts? Shui Pan trembled, lowering her head. You know? Very well, it was my mentor who forced me to practice. They claimed that such a technique would amplify the extreme yin within me, allowing me to reach the condensation realm and assist them in their breakthrough. What? Wei He was taken aback, left in shock for a long while. These elders would go to such lengths for their cultivation. Shui Pan raised her head, tears brimming in her eyes. I beg you. Do not tell Laoget. If he learns that I have harmed many, he will surely shun me. Wei He scrutinized the pitiful girl before him, then turned away. Very well. I shall keep your secret. However, remember what you just said. Returning to the group, Luo Chang'e approached curiously. Wei brother, what did you two discuss? Could it be that Sister Pan has feelings for you? Wei He shot a sidelong glance. Responding coolly, I have no interest in romantic entanglements. Huh? That sounds familiar. I believe I have heard it somewhere before. Luo Chang'e cast her gaze downward, murmuring to herself as she fell into the abyss. Akin to stepping upon the surface of water, in an instant, the scene shifted, revealing the desolate city above. Tang Yiyin surveyed her surroundings and immediately offered a respectful bow, beseeching, Wei Daoist, please accompany me to the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect. Wei He pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yiyin's complexion paled, and biting her lip, she implored, please save my master. I would serve you like a beast of burden. Repay you for your kindness. Serve like a beast of burden? Wei He was taken aback, a bitter smile escaping him. You misunderstand. I must first rescue my senior sister from the Yuding Immortal Sect. And once that is accomplished, I shall certainly visit the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect. It was indeed a poignant thought. Tang Yiyin held a deep trust in Songlong. She would not let even the slightest hope slip away. Perhaps it was due to the old man from the Fruit Realm, who had visited many immortal physicians in the wild. Tang Yiyin's expression brightened as she hurriedly produced a jade token and pressed it into Wei He's hand. This is the sect token of the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect. Once presented, no one shall dare obstruct you. Wei He accepted it, bidding her farewell as he hastened with Luo Chang'e and the others towards the Yuding Immortal Sect. Outside the Yuding Immortal Sect, amidst the sprawling mountains, two stunning women were fleeing in haste, one of whom bore a sword wound. Mo Shi, you must flee quickly. I will hold off that villain. Lin Ruoyan halted, regret washing over her pale face. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have let him go. Mo Shi, glancing at the injured Lin Daosher, was filled with worry. But your injuries? It matters not. That scoundrel relies on absorbing vast amounts of yin essence to forcibly elevate his realm. Even in the later stages of the Xuanhe, I am confident I can escape. You go ahead and return to the sect to report to the elders. Lin Ruoyan offered a gentle reassurance, though her eyes were filled with grave concern. Flee? Can you truly escape? Today, I shall harvest your yin essence and assist my breakthrough to the perfect Xuanhe realm. Suddenly, a figure clad in white descended from the sky, standing aloft. It was Zhao Yu. His mocking expression and greedy gaze fixated on Mo Shi and Lin Ruoyan, unable to resist licking his lips. Zhao Yu, how dare you act so treacherously? I am your own cousin, Lin Ruoyan exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger. Zhao Yu's eyes darkened, a sinister growl escaping his lips. What does it matter if we are related? You know well that I harbor feelings for you, yet you constantly leave me disappointed. Have you ever considered my feelings? You? Lin Ruoyan trembled, pointing at him with gritted teeth. I am indeed disappointed. I should never have placed my hopes in you. Zhao Yu's expression grew increasingly sinister as he coldly retorted, if you do not place your hopes in me, do you then place them in that way? Cousin, he is merely a lowly cultivator. How can he compare to me? Lin Ruoyan scoffed, retorting, what of a lowly cultivator? At the very least, he possesses humanity, unlike you. A heartless demon. Demon? Zhao Yu's gaze turned icy as he suddenly advanced toward Lin Ruoyan, seizing her delicate neck. You dare call me a demon? Very well, then I shall show you just how demonic I can be. With a swift motion, he tore a large piece from her clothing, revealing her fair skin beneath. Release my senior sister. Mo Shi cried out in fury, her initial stage chi manifesting as she lunged forward. Zhao Yu glanced aside, sneering as he raised a hand to strike. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered, and Mo Shi was sent flying several meters, blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. Why the rush? Your turn shall come shortly, Zhao Yu laughed maniacally, instilling fear and despair in the hearts of both women. Harm her, and there shall be a price to pay. In an instant, a tall figure appeared before Yuemo Shi, a chilling aura emanating from him, freezing the flowers and grass below. Wei He, brother Wei. Yuemo Shi's heart soared with relief upon seeing the newcomer, a sense of safety washing over her. Zhao Yu regarded Wei He with a frown, pushing Lin Ruoyan aside with a cold smirk. You arrive just in time. Now let my cousin see who she should truly depend on. Lin Ruoyan fell to the ground, coughing violently before urgently shouting. Junior brother, flee. He is in the later stages of the Xuanhe. You are no match for him. And no sooner had she spoken than Wei He's figure vanished, reappearing before Zhao Yu, his hand gripping his neck, lifting him high. The price is your death. With a twist of his hand, Zhao Yu's neck snapped, his life extinguished in his final moments. His eyes reflected horror and confusion, unable to comprehend why a cultivator in the initial stages of qi could suddenly possess such overwhelming power. What? Lin Ruoyan and Yuemo Shi stood in stunned silence, hands covering their mouths in disbelief. After discarding Zhao Yu's lifeless body, Wei He observed as its soul attempted to escape, only to be met with a chilling smile as he raised his hand and shattered it into fragments. Having completed these tasks, Wei He examined the injuries of the two women. Seeing that they were not life-threatening, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Upon returning to the sect, he had learned that Yuemo Shi and the others had departed for training not long ago, with Zhao Yu following closely behind. Thus, he had hurriedly ventured out, only to hear Zhao Yu's deranged laughter echoing through the mountains. He never anticipated that Zhao Yu would dare to act so brazenly here. Unconcerned about the sect's discovery, junior brother, you, Lin Ruoyan snapped back to reality, about to speak when a booming voice echoed from the distance. Who dares to act so recklessly and kill my disciple? The voice thundered, imbued with potent true energy and an air of menace. Yunshan Realm, Hallmaster of the Medicine Department, Zhang Shanhe. Wei He was taken aback, clutching a beauty in his arms as he swiftly took to the skies. Chapter 25, Junior Brother, what skill? You have already set your sights on what lies within me. Zhang Shanhe, the Hallmaster of the Medicine Department, had a close relationship with Zhao Yu, who was his direct disciple. It was previously mentioned by Wang Peng that they shared a strong bond, and now it was evident that their connection was indeed significant. As the former breathed his last, the latter rushed out of seclusion. Zhang Shanhe, having passed the age of 50, donned a blue and white robe, his hair a mixture of black and white. Upon seeing the cold corpse of Zhao Yu on the ground, his face turned pale, lips quivering and his eyes filled with a fierce malice. Who is responsible for this? His anguished roar shattered nearby trees. Calm down, Hallmaster. I know who killed your disciple. At that moment, a figure appeared in the air. Standing firmly before him, Zhang Shanhe cast a glance and in a low tone asked, Who are you? The man's face appeared simple and unassuming, yet he remained composed as he clasped his hands, declaring, I am Yi Qing, an inner sect disciple. Inner sect? Zhang Shanhe paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him closely, his tone shifting. I hope, brother, you will enlighten me. Yi Qing turned his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he spoke slowly. What I witnessed was a disciple of the medicine hall. Wei He, Wei He, Wei He. Zhang Shanhe muttered the name, gritting his teeth as he clenched his fists in rage. I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. With a few muttered words, he departed at great speed in the great Shuiyu city, within the fully restored Yu family, in a secret chamber. Wei He attended to Lin Ruoyan's wounds, and with the aid of medicine, she healed remarkably quickly. Tap, tap, tap. Yuemo Shi pushed open the stone door, rushing in with an anxious expression. Brother Wei, the sect has discovered that Zhao Yu was killed by you. A large number of personnel from the Elders Department have already left the sect, searching for your whereabouts. What shall we do? Wei He furrowed his brow in contemplation, questioning, How do they know? Logically, the three had escaped swiftly, leaving no trace behind, making it impossible for them to uncover the truth. Why Yuemo Shi pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly as she replied. It is said that the inner sect disciple Yi Qing witnessed it firsthand. Strangely, he only mentioned that you killed Zhao Yu, without mentioning me or senior sister Lin. Cough, cough. Lin Ruoyan, propped up on the bed, spoke indignantly. I will go explain to the elders department that Zhao Yu brought this upon himself. It is not junior brother's fault. Wait, Wei He placed a hand on her shoulder, sighing softly. Explaining to them would be futile. The elders department is making such a fuss. It must be in cahoots with Zheng Shanhe. Then what should we do? Are you suggesting we flee? Lin Ruoyan asked urgently. Flee? My sister is still within the sect. How can I leave? Wei He contemplated for a moment before addressing Yu Emo Shi. Emo Shi, you go out first. I will expel the cold-biting worm from senior sister Lin. Without hesitation, Yu Emo Shi nodded and exited the secret chamber, having already been informed of the situation by Lin Ruoyan. Junior brother, I did not aid you in killing Zhao Yu. Why are you still willing to help me? Lin Ruoyan's expression was complex, her words somewhat stammering. It was indecisiveness on my part that allowed that scoundrel to live. Wei He cast her a faint glance, stating, to expel the cold-biting worm, you must help me with one task. What task? With an alternative condition presented, Lin Ruoyan felt considerably more at ease, as she truly did not wish to owe him a favor without cause. Wei He turned his gaze toward the Yuding Immortal Sect, noting that only a year remained until the competition for Outer Sect disciples. With your cultivation, you will surely enter the Inner Sect. At that time, I will provide you with a vial of medicine. Once you enter the Inner Sect, locate Luo Chang'e and give him the medicine, instructing him to deliver it to my sister. Sister? Your sister is in the Inner Sect? Lin Ruoyan suddenly understood, realizing that this junior brother had joined the sect for his sister. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded and affirmed, no problem. As thoughts of her sister, whom she had yet to meet, filled his mind, Wei He felt a sense of longing. May she not have reached the condensation crystal realm within the year? Returning to the present, he regarded Lin Ruoyan with a serious expression. Then let us begin. Disrobe and lie down. Disrobe? Lie down? Lin Ruoyan trembled, clutching her clothing tightly, biting her lip. Completely disrobe. Upon witnessing the vigorous and youthful countenance of her junior disciple, Lin Ruoyan nodded solemnly, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Hesitating momentarily, Wei He observed her fidgeting demeanor, furrowing his brows as he declared, as a healer, my focus lies solely on ailments. I harbor no interest in your physique. Gasp! Lin Ruoyan halted, momentarily taken aback by his words. Did he imply that she lacked allure? With a flicker of her eyes, she gritted her teeth and undid her garment, reclining upon the bed, her eyes firmly shut. Wei He regarded the alabaster treasure before him, his heart fluttering for an instant before he regained his composure. He retrieved the soul of Zhou Rian from the burning flame immortal sect, erasing its consciousness, and then procured the blood of the Tsangling bear beast along with the century-old purple flower. Under the influence of the nether energy, the three components merged into a cohesive entity, emanating a gentle, emerald glow. Satisfied with the shimmering concoction suspended in his palm, Wei He approached the bed. He placed his hand upon Lin Ruoyan's smooth ivory belly, which felt warm to the touch, devoid of any excess flesh, as the medicinal liquid permeated her skin. A sensation of both heat and chill coursed through her. Lin Ruoyan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her body quivering involuntarily, and she could not suppress a soft moan. Her cheeks flushed deeper, resembling a ripe apple. Within her body, in the sea of vital energy, a blood-red larva materialized, seemingly drawn by the potion. Sluggishly swimming towards Ita in a moment, Wei He's eyes glinted scarlet as he called out sharply, yanking the emerald liquid out, revealing yet another moth-like larva within. This is the blood moth, imbued with a potent chill, he explained. Lin Ruoyan hastily donned her attire, her gaze fixed upon the small creature in Wei He's hand, her irritation mounting as she was about to swat it. Wei He quickly withdrew his hand, preventing her from doing so. No, I still need it for concocting a potion. With a flick of his sleeve, a multitude of medicinal ingredients flew forth, and combined with the blood moth, they yielded a bottle of lotus-pink liquid. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, he handed the vial to Lin Ruoyan, saying earnestly, once you enter the inner realm, deliver this potion to Luo Chang'e. Curiously assessing the vial, Lin Ruoyan inquired, what is the purpose of this potion? Wei He candidly responded, it is the bone concealment spirit liquid capable of masking the furnace physique. Once ingested, the extreme essence within will meld with your bones, rendering it undetectable. The blood moth serves as the most crucial ingredient for the bone concealment spirit liquid. Upon discovering the rare creature within Lin Ruoyan's body, he had resolved to concoct it. Thus, he agreed to her treatment with alacrity, diligently searching for precious items such as the purple flower in the celestial ruins. Gazing at the spirit liquid, Lin Ruoyan was taken aback. Had she possessed this earlier, she would have avoided years of tormenting it, now that her physique was no longer that of a furnace. She found it unnecessary. Realizing certain matters, her brows furrowed in dissatisfaction as she remarked, "Junior disciple, you truly possess cunning methods. You had long since set your sights on the blood moth within me." Merely a mutually beneficial arrangement, Wei He replied without a hint of remorse, stating matter-of-factly, "If I do not assist in extracting it, sister, you shall perish. Regardless, you stand to gain. I will not relent. You must promise to aid me in avenging my grievances in the future." Lin Ruoyan recalled the scene of Zhao Yu's demise and felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Wei He pondered for a moment before nodding slowly, "Very well, given that I am now at odds with the Yuding immortal sect. What is the name of your nemesis?" Lin Ruoyan's gaze turned icy as she spat. "The strongest master in the inner realm, Sikongyu." "Sikongyu? I have noted that down. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall lend you my assistance." Wei He's pupils constricted, seriousness etched upon his face. Lin Ruoyan smiled alluringly at him, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Sister is grateful to the junior disciple. I shall personally deliver this bone concealment liquid." Turning to push open the stone door, she happened upon Yu Moxie waiting outside. A momentary pause ensued as she asked, "Moxie, would you accompany me back to the sect?" Yu Moxie glanced into the secret chamber before finally nodding. Leaving the Yuding immortal sect would mean her family's decline yet again. "Wait, Moxie, come in for a moment." At that moment, Wei He's voice echoed from within. Why, Yu Moxie's expression brightened as she hurried inside. Upon seeing the now taller and graceful figure of the young woman whose smile brought tranquility to the heart, Wei He was momentarily taken aback. Understanding her plight, he retrieved a scroll from his storage ring, saying, "This is the advanced cultivation technique, Taixian, superior even to that of the Yuding immortal sect. Cultivate diligently, and you shall surely achieve great success." Chapter 26. Has the Azure Dragon been subdued by my elder brother? Yu Moxie gazed at the Taixian in her hands, yet her joy was overshadowed by disappointment as she murmured, "Wei Gu, is this your way of saying goodbye?" Wei He paused briefly before responding with a gentle smile. "I shall not depart. The Yuding immortal sect still has my sister." Hearing this, Yu Moxie's face lit up with joy, but after pondering for a moment, she returned the Taixian. "Though this cultivation technique is advanced, I have already practiced the techniques of the Yuding immortal sect. If I were to train in it, my vital energy would conflict. If I were to dissipate my cultivation to start anew, the process would be too slow. I do not wish to distance myself from you." Wei He stepped forward and lightly tapped her forehead. "You are foolish if I give it to you. There is certainly a solution. Each cultivation technique requires different vital energies. Aside from dissipating one's cultivation to start over, the ghostly physician's secret formula contains another remedy. This remedy is the purifying essence liquid. Upon consumption, it will erase the essence and attributes of the vital energy within. When one cultivates other techniques thereafter, the resultant vital energy will merge seamlessly with the previous one, indistinguishable from one another." Fortunately, he had concocted several bottles during their return to the sect. He took out a bottle and placed it in her hand, saying, "Consume this, and the issue will be resolved. However, do remember, do not carelessly reveal the aura of the Taixian technique within the sect. If any powerful individuals, such as our elders, discover it, the consequences would be dire." Yu Moxie clutched the vial, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she did not inquire about its contents. "Very well, I shall diligently cultivate in secret and strive to catch up to you." Wei He smiled, affirming, "That day will surely come." Having perused the Taixian thoroughly, the vital energy cultivated would embody the wood attribute, and combined with the vitality within her, her accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. It was akin to a bespoke fit, a perfect match. Reluctantly casting a lingering glance at Wei He, Yu Moxie softly declared, "Then, I shall return to the sect with sister," after Lin Ruoyan and Yu Moxie departed. Wei He's expression turned grave. The bone concealment spirit liquid could not address the root issue. He must enhance his strength or devise a strategy to extricate his sister. Moreover, what was the reason behind Yi Qing's animosity? Thankfully, in the inner realm, there was Luo Chang'e to help watch over his sister. First, I shall head to the 100-Flower Immortal Gate. If I can rescue Master Tang Yuyan, perhaps they may provide some assistance. With that thought, he set forth, departing the Yu family and hastening into the distance. Within the medicinal hall of the Yu Ding Immortal Sect, Wang Peng knelt in the main hall, urgently pleading, "Elder, the junior disciple is not that kind of person. There must be some hidden circumstances. Please, you must intervene on his behalf." Seated, a middle-aged man closed the book in his hands and rose, gazing into the distance outside the door. Alas, even if I intervene, it would be futile. Zhang Shanhe not only has good relations with several elders of the disciplinary department, but he also has the backing of the sect leader's favored disciple, Sikong Yu. As long as he maintains his stance, it cannot be altered unless what? Wang Peng seized upon a glimmer of hope, inquiring eagerly. The medicinal hall elder glanced at him, gradually responding, "Unless we find the head of the medicinal department." The head possesses formidable cultivation and a keen sense of right and wrong. Yet I do not know his current whereabouts. The head of the medicinal department? After contemplating briefly, Wang Peng clasped his hands in supplication. "Elder, please allow me to venture outside the sect." The medicinal hall elder, aware of Wang Peng's intentions, did not deter him, waving his hand, "Go ahead." In the inner realm of the sect, Luo Chang'e stormed into a chamber, grabbing Yi Qing by the collar as he exclaimed, "Yi Qing, why are you targeting Brother Wei?" At that moment, his face was aflame with fury, entirely devoid of his usual calm demeanor. "Why?" Yi Qing frowned, shaking off Luo Chang'e's grip and straightening his collar. Smiling, "Targeting? I merely stated the truth. I indeed witnessed him slay Zhao Yu. No, it's impossible. How could Brother Wei massacre a fellow disciple? I refuse to believe it." Luo Chang'e's face turned pale as he shouted, flinging his sleeves in rage. Yi Qing let out a cold laugh, raising his hand towards the door. "The facts are indeed as such. If you refuse to believe it, you may go seek the elders to discuss it. Do not disturb me during my cultivation." His demeanor unmistakably signaled his intention to dismiss Luo Chang'e. Gradually regaining his composure, Luo Chang'e retorted firmly, "I know what you are attempting, but I will not allow you to succeed." With that, he strode out with determination. Yi Qing watched his retreating figure, frowning for a prolonged period, lost in thought. The 100-Flower Immortal Gate, situated in the southern part of the Great Shui Kingdom, featured a landscape of interwoven valleys, abundant flowers, and a fragrance that permeated the air. Before the gate, a mist floated gracefully. Numerous, elegantly dressed maidens in white stood with swords in hand, a sight to behold. Whoosh! A graceful figure soared from within, standing tall. Gazing into the distance, she turned back and asked, "Still no visitors?" A female disciple immediately clasped her hands in respect, bowing her head as she responded, "Sister Tang." "None." Tang Yuyan's expression darkened as she murmured, "So many days have passed. Could it be that he has forgotten? Should I venture to the Yu Ding Immortal Sect?" She quickly shook her head and turned to re-enter the Immortal Gate. "That vile sect, I shall not go." As the sun gradually set in the west, a tall figure approached swiftly from afar, landing steadily at that spot. The guarding female disciple hastily stepped forward to inquire, "Is that you, Wei Gu? Please present a token for verification." Wei He was taken aback. The 100-Flowers Immortal Sect truly possessed a remarkable intent. Upon retrieving the jade plaque, the female disciple received it with delight, her expression transforming into one of exuberance as she repeatedly expressed her respect and gratitude. One particularly charming and graceful female disciple took it upon herself to lead the way, her face glowing with admiration as she frolicked beside Wei He, hands clasped behind her back. "Big Brother Wei, I heard that you severed a waterfall with a single sword strike in the celestial ruins, vanquished the Tsangling Bear, and even entered the abode of the true immortal, riding the Azure Dragon. Wow, is that all true? A single sword strike to sever a waterfall? Surely, that must have been conveyed by Tang Yuyan." Wei He scrutinized the female disciple before him, though she lacked the stunning beauty of Lin Ruan. Yu Moxie, or Tang Yuyan, her delicate visage radiated innocence and liveliness, presenting a unique charm of its own. With a gentle smile, he nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, it is true." The disciple's admiration deepened, her hands clasped at her chest, eyes sparkling with wonder. "Was the Azure Dragon tamed by you, Big Brother? Can you show it to me?" The barrage of questions left Wei He momentarily speechless, torn between amusement and exasperation. Emo Shuang, cease your nonsense. A graceful figure approached, pulling Emo Shuang away with an apologetic demeanor. Brother Wei, Shuang has been cultivating within the sect for too long. She is rather Navi, I hope you will not take offense. Wei He waved his hand, observing Emo Shuang's eager gaze, and replied, no harm done. Please, lead me to the sect master of the 100 Flowers. Such vivacity felt familiar, though he could not quite recall where he had encountered it before. Tang Yuyin shot a stern glance at Emo Shuang, dismissing her before guiding Wei He to a magnificent pavilion. Standing outside the door, she respectfully announced, Master, Brother Wei has arrived. Creak. The exquisitely carved wooden door, adorned with floral motifs, swung open, and a faint, delicate voice beckoned. Please, come in. Upon entering the chamber and gazing at the figure reclining behind the gauzy drapes, Wei He paid his respects, declaring, I greet the sect master of the 100 Flowers. The sect master cleared her throat, slowly propping herself up, and gestured for him to sit. I have heard from Yuyin that you possess a method to restore one's foundation. I ask that true? Only in the initial stages of energy transformation. And yet you dare to contend with me? Wei He took a sip of tea, setting the cup down as his gaze drifted towards the curtain. A method exists, however, if the sect master is unwilling to reveal herself. How can I assess the severity of the injuries, friend? She, sensing the discontent in his tone, Tang Yuyin began to explain, but was halted by the sect master's raised hand. Yuyin, Brother Wei speaks wisely. Even the most skilled immortal physician must observe. Listen, inquire, and palpate before making a diagnosis. Why apologies for being abrupt. As the curtain slowly parted, a gaunt face emerged, revealing a visage once radiant, now dulled by illness. Her heart-shaped face bore eyes that once sparkled like peach blossoms but now seemed devoid of luster. Her lips pale, and her hair lifeless, lacking vitality. Despite her frailty, the remnants of her beauty were evident. She must have once been a great beauty, yet now, her vitality had withered away, leaving her more emaciated than a withered flower. A flicker of crimson light passed through Wei He's eyes as he averted his gaze, lost in thought. The sect master's foundation was damaged, her energy largely collapsed, and her vitality severely diminished. It was likely she would not survive beyond 5 years. The 100 Flowers sect members were taken aback, casting several astonished glances at him. Go discern the condition of the energy C at a glance. You are indeed extraordinary. Do you possess a method for healing? Noticing Wei He's pensive silence, Tang Yuyin immediately knelt, urgency lacing her voice. I implore you, please lend your assistance. For a cultivator, the foundation lies within the energy C. Logically, to restore it, one must be willing to relinquish their own cultivation, drawing from the essence of their energy C in conjunction with special medicinal agents to facilitate healing. Wei He regarded Tang Yuyin, his tone gradually imbued with significance. What? Tang Yuyin trembled slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip. I am willing to sacrifice the essence of my energy C. Please save our master. Yuyin, do not act rashly. The sect master's brows quivered as she admonished her. Turning her gaze to the composed Wei He, she inquired, you seem to possess alternative methods. Please, do share. Wei He grinned, rising to stand at the door. Hands clasped behind his back as he gazed towards the horizon. Indeed, other methods exist. I possess a secret technique that allows me to draw from the energy Cs of other cultivators as well. You may decide whom to eliminate. Furthermore, should you wish for my assistance, the sect master must agree to one condition. The sect master narrowed her eyes, asking, what is it? Wei He turned back, his voice resolute. I wish for the entire 100 Flowers sect to heed my commands. On the ground, Tang Yuyin gazed at the man before her, her expression a mix of complexity. She had not expected him to harbor intentions towards the 100 Flowers sect. The sect master pondered deeply for a considerable time before sighing. Very well. As long as you treat the 100 Flowers disciples kindly and relinquish the position of sect master, I shall comply. Once my injuries are healed, I will depart. Master, Tang Yuyin, in a fit of urgency, attempted to interject. The sect master again halted her, saying, Yuyin, follow him. Help the 100 Flowers sect flourish. Witnessing this scene, Wei He could only chuckle bitterly. Shaking his head, There is no need for such formality, sect master. I have no time to govern the sect. The 100 Flowers sect shall continue to be managed by you. Is that so? The sect master paused, her countenance brightening with delight. Though reluctant to part with her long-time disciples, she acquiesced. Wei He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, you may decide whom to eliminate. Once you have made your choice, seek me out. As Tang Yuyin surveyed the desolate area around the sect, she rose slowly, bowing her head. Master, is it truly necessary? Mu Xiao gazed into the distance, nodding slowly. The 100 Flowers sect has been in my hands for many years. Yet it has achieved little, suffering continuous harassment from other sects. It is my inadequacy as a master. This individual seems rather mysterious. Perhaps following him will strengthen our sect. Tang Yin pondered for a moment before responding. Then what of the essence of the energy sea? Mu Xiao looked towards the horizon, murmuring, I have heard that outside the 100 Flowers sect, there is a rogue cultivator who has been robbing and killing many. Let it be him. Tang Yuyin clasped her fists in acknowledgement and exited the pavilion. On a modest mountain stronghold amidst towering peaks, a man clad in white stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him loomed a group of fearsome bandits, their presence imposing. In the center of the hall, a group of elegantly dressed men and women knelt upon the ground, trembling in fear. The white-clad man turned, revealing a strikingly handsome face, his smile radiating malice as he glanced at the kneeling figures below. Men, drag the males out and execute them. The females, bring them to my chamber. The bandits, awestruck, dared not defy his orders and hastily complied. Suddenly, the white-clad man's gaze shifted towards the door, his brow furrowing as he soared into the air on his sword. Hovering in midair, he surveyed the pair standing opposite him, a man and a woman. Upon noticing the woman's graceful figure and striking beauty, he momentarily paused, smiling as he cupped his hands in greeting. Esteemed friends, what brings you here? Tang Yuyin, witnessing the young maidens being dragged into the room, erupted with fury. You rogue cultivator! You spare no one, even the innocents. Today, the 100 Flowers sect shall rid the world of your menace. 100 Flowers sect? The white-clad man paused, his gaze fixated on Tang Yun's delicate form as he licked his lips. I have yet to experience the allure of the 100 Flower fairy. I wonder how it feels. Wei He frowned, recognizing the implications of his words. It seemed this man was a rogue disciple of the lustful cauldron sect. In every sect, there were disciples who defected, unable to endure the constraints of their orders. They seized opportunities during training excursions to escape and become rogue cultivators, some hiding in the mountains, others blending into bustling cities, or even taking to banditry to conceal their identities. With this realization, Wei He activated his ethereal vision, momentarily stunned. The true energy within this man indeed belonged to the lustful cauldron sect. Beside him, Tang Yuyin seethed with anger upon hearing the white-clad man's words, her chest heaving with indignation. Barely in the late stages of energy transformation, she propelled herself forward, her sword turning into a streak of light aimed directly at him. Only in the late stages of energy transformation, the corners of the white-clad man's lips curled upwards as he sidestepped, seizing Tang Yuyin's wrist and pulling her into his embrace, inhaling deeply the fragrance of her hair. Utterly captivated, mid-stage of the Xian River realm. You, release me, Tang Yuyin exclaimed in shock, desperately writhing to escape. Yet, her true energy was suppressed, rendering her powerless. Why, little beauty, tonight you shall serve as my intimate companion. The white-clad man laughed maniacally, relishing the softness pressed against him. Opening his eyes, he glanced mockingly at the weak, dazed disciple before him. As for your little junior brother, I shall take care of him for you. With that, he sealed Tang Yuyin's true energy and tossed her aside. Striding towards Wei He, true energy surged as he struck out. Wei He raised his gaze, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, and met his palm with his own. Only in the initial stages of energy transformation, and yet you dare to engage me? The white-clad man scoffed, but the next moment, he regretted his arrogance. Boom! Their palms collided, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the tiles of the towering structure. The white-clad man spat blood, his body sent careening through the walls, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. How is this possible? This true energy, a chilling, bone-deep current surged through him, and in an instant, all of his true energy was completely devoured. How is this possible? Swish, Wei He landed gracefully before him, his demeanor calm as he intoned, "Have you ever heard of the 100 Flowers sect having male disciples?" Without granting the man a moment to respond, she raised her hand and pressed it against his abdomen, forcefully yanking away his essence of qi. Soon, a swirling cloud of grayish-white mist hovered in her palm. The man in white robes writhed in pain, sweat pouring down his face, contorting in agony as he cried out, "Senior, spare me. I possess treasures that I can offer you." Wei He snorted coldly, shattering his skull with a single palm strike, and plucked the storage pouch from his waist, muttering to himself, "Killing you. Aren't I the one doing it?" He stored the pouch and the essence of qi into his ring, then stepped in front of Tang Yuyan, shaking his head in bemusement. In this instance, he had inadvertently aided her in taking a life. With the death of the white-clad man, the pressure on Tang Yuyan's true qi dissipated, allowing her to move her body and lower her head in embarrassment. Let us depart for the Immortal Sect. Chapter 28. Master, do you enjoy collecting these items? In the attic of the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect, Wei He replicated his earlier actions, transforming the essence of qi from the white-robed man, merging it with a potion. He waved his hand, sending wisps of smoke wafting into the air, integrating into the main body of the 100 Flowers sect, which was seated cross-legged before him. In an instant, the nearly collapsed sea of qi, akin to a parched land meeting a refreshing rain, greedily absorbed the essence of qi. Before long, it returned to its former state. The pale and emaciated face of the 100 Flowers sect master became increasingly rosy and vibrant, her long eyelashes fluttering enchantingly. Suddenly opening her eyes, she radiated joy, rising to bow respectfully to Wei He. Mu Xiaoyu pays her respects to the sect master. Behind her, Tang Yuyan and the other female disciples quickly knelt, acknowledging their new sect master. Wei He gestured for them to rise, addressing the 100 Flowers sect master. "Your foundation has been restored, yet to regain your former cultivation, you must undergo further training. Fortunately, the previous barriers have been shattered. It should not take more than a year to reach the peak once again." Mu Xiaoyu nodded, eager to commence her training. Wei He pondered for a moment before interjecting, "The techniques of the 100 Flowers sect are not of high rank. I happen to have read a manual called Tai Xian, which possesses attributes within its true qi. Once I transcribe it, you may train with it thereafter." Mu Xiaoyu and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. Techniques imbued with attributes were treasures exclusive to major sects, rare and coveted. After the initial delight, however, Tang Yuyan and the other disciples fell into a state of concern. Wei He surmised their thoughts, likely similar to Yu Mashi's reluctance to relinquish their current cultivation. With a wave of his hand, 10 small jade vials appeared. "Take this elixir. It will resolve the clash of true qi. I will reside in the Immortal Sect for the next few days, concocting more elixirs, aiming for all disciples of the sect to cultivate the Tai Xian technique." Mu Xiaoyu trembled with excitement, bowing once more to express her gratitude to the sect master. Suddenly, she envisioned the path to the rise of the 100 Flowers sect and realized that following this mysterious man might indeed be a wise choice. Time passed swiftly, and Wei He had already resided in the 100 Flowers sect for 10 days, expending a vast amount of medicinal materials, while all female disciples officially transitioned to the new technique. Given time, they would undoubtedly instill fear throughout Deshui. Alone in the attic, he retrieved the storage pouch of the white-robed man, curious to see what treasures it contained. Emptying the contents onto the floor, he surveyed the items scattered about with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Among the items were numerous women's undergarments, in shades of red, white, and a spectrum of colors. Additionally, there were several flying swords, some common medicinal herbs, a scroll, and a delicately carved small iron box. He picked up the scroll and, upon opening it, discovered it contained forbidden techniques from the Yuding Immortal Sect related to cultivation. After a brief examination, he discarded it, opting instead to inspect the iron box, which he presumed was the treasure he had mentioned. Curious, Wei He opened the box, and in an instant, a radiant celestial light burst forth, dazzlingly bright, forcing him to shut his eyes. Once he adjusted, he opened them to find a thread of celestial light gently swirling within the box, not attempting to escape. "This is a thread of celestial vein." Wei He was astonished, his hands trembling with excitement. Celestial veins were exceedingly rare. It was said that to break through to the true immortal realm, one required such a substance. Beyond containing pure celestial energy, the celestial vein possessed extraordinary powers, capable of transforming a cultivator's sea of qi, altering its essence to become more resilient and capable of accommodating the celestial energy necessary for cultivation beyond the true immortal realm. Just this single thread would suffice to stir the entire wasteland continent. No wonder that fellow sought to flee the sect while possessing such a treasure. If discovered by the elders, it would spell disaster for him. He opened his mouth and swallowed the celestial vein, channeling the Gue Ming Transformation Sutra. In an instant, a celestial light enveloped his entire being, rendering him akin to a true immortal. Gradually, the dark energy intensified. Suddenly, the sea of qi trembled. In a certain corner, a dark red river manifested, and above it, a stone bridge materialized, inscribed with 3 ancient characters. Nai He Chiao, on the banks of the dark red river. Dark energy continued to coalesce, and a towering stone rose from the ground, also inscribed with the words, San Shang Shi. Wei He abruptly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. As he turned his gaze inward to assess the state of his sea of qi, he murmured, "Could it be that I have broken through to the Nai He realm and entered the San Shang realm? But how could such a transformation occur in my sea of qi? The Gue Ming Transformation Sutra contains no record of this. Could it be the result of the celestial vein's extraordinary power merging with the transformative capabilities of the Gue Ming Sutra?" After pondering for a moment, he dismissed the thought. What mattered was that he had broken through. Now equivalent to a cultivator at the crystal condensation realm, in the territory of Deshui, such a level of cultivation was scarcely found among a mere 10,000 individuals. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking at the door jolted Wei He back to reality, prompting him to gather the scattered items from the floor. However, before he could do so, the door swung open, and a small head peeked in. Emo Shuang gazed at the multitude of women's undergarments strewn across the floor, her mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment. "Sect Master, do you enjoy collecting these items?" Wei He nearly spat blood in disbelief. Hastily replying, "You arrived just in time. These are the belongings of a rogue cultivator outside the sect. Please take them away and burn them." "Oh, I knew it. How could the master I admire be such a person?" Emo Shuang exclaimed, rushing in to gather the undergarments into her storage pouch. Picking up the scroll on cultivation techniques, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Sect Master, what is this technique? Is it also from that man?" Seeing this, Wei He swiftly snatched it away, rubbing it between his hands until the book crumbled into dust. With utmost seriousness, he cautioned, "This is an evil tome. It would be best for you not to read it. By the way, did you come to see me for a reason?" Only then did Emo Shuang remember her purpose for visiting. She patted her small head, exclaiming, "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot the main matter. An envoy from the Wanxia Immortal Sect has unexpectedly come to visit. Master has yet to fully recover her cultivation and is not suitable to appear, so Senior Sister Tang asked me to inform you. The Wanxia Immortal Sect, weren't they cultivators from another nation? What business did they have in Deshui? After all, they had lost many disciples in the Tianyun ruins." Wei He stroked his chin thoughtfully, smiling gently as he said, "I understand. I will tidy up and head over." Mo Shuang immediately dashed to the clothing rack, presenting him with a stone blue robe. Wei He cast her a helpless glance before accepting it and putting it on. Now, the entirety of the 100 Flowers sect, almost all female disciples, treated him with utmost respect upon learning he was the true sect master, refraining from any disrespectful behavior. Tang Yuyan was no exception. Her demeanor marked by formality. In contrast, Emo Shuang was comparatively lively, unconcerned with status, often seeking opportunities to engage in conversation, voicing thoughts that other female disciples dared not express. Wei He found joy in this dynamic, for it added a touch of amusement to life within the sect. Before the 100 Flowers sect, a black-clad man among the Wanxia disciples surveyed his surroundings, greedily eyeing Tang Yuyan. "TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder the 100 Flowers sect is renowned. Its disciples are so enchanting. Why hasn't the sect master come out to greet us?" Impudent. Tang Yuyan's expression darkened as she shouted angrily, "The sect master cannot be summoned at your whim. Speak plainly of the purpose of the Wanxia Immortal Sect's visit." The black-clad man narrowed his eyes, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. A mere insignificant sect dares to speak to me in such a manner. Chapter 29. With a single stroke, he severed the Wan Xie. Among the Wan Xie immortal sect disciples, the leading black-clad man, his long hair flowing, emanated the pressure of the crystal condensation early stage, overwhelming the surroundings. Tang Yuyin and her companions felt an imminent threat, hastily fortifying their bodies with true qi and retreating. Was the Wan Xie immortal sect truly that formidable? Whoosh! Before the women of the 100 Flowers sect, a tall figure slowly materialized, like a specter. Behind him followed a lovely young woman in a verdant dress, curiously observing the Wan Xie sect and its members. With his appearance, the oppressive atmosphere vanished as if it had never existed. Who might you be? The black-clad man from the Wan Xie sect furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wei He with a blend of confusion and surprise. This man before him exuded weak cultivation energy, seemingly only at the early stage of the Xianhe realm. How could he so easily shatter the pressure of someone in the crystal condensation realm? Could he be an old monster concealing his true strength? With this thought, the black-clad man warily took a few steps back. Sect Master Tang Yuyin and the others, upon seeing Wei He, felt their tense hearts ease slightly, kneeling in reverence. Sect Master? The 100 Flowers sect's leader has changed to a man? The disciples of the Wanxia immortal sect stood in utter astonishment, rooted to the spot for a considerable time. Upon hearing that the Baohua immortal sect comprised solely of women, and that their cultivation was weak and inconsequential, the sect master had dispatched only a disciple at the crystal condensation stage to lead the expedition, convinced that the matter could be resolved with ease. However, to their surprise, before even entering the premises, they encountered this unexpected new sect master, a male cultivator whose intentions were inscrutable. Wei He observed the group with an indifferent gaze, his sleeves swaying as he stood with hands clasped behind his back. His voice low and somber, "Has the Wanxia immortal sect come to my Baohua immortal valley merely to demonstrate their might?" A formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, and in an instant, the ground began to crack and freeze. A penetrating chill swept through the air, prompting the disciples of Wanxia to hastily retreat. Suspended in midair, gazing down at the 3-inch thick ice below, their spines tingling with fear, they became increasingly certain that this individual must be concealing his true power. After all, the aura generated by a single utterance was beyond what a crystal condensation cultivator could achieve. Wei He, momentarily taken aback, recognized that having reached the 3 live stage, coupled with the transformation of his energy sea, his dark energy had indeed undergone a qualitative enhancement, allowing him to contend with others of the same realm. Yet, he had not anticipated that mere dark breath could emanate such overwhelming strength, far exceeding his expectations. The black-clad man, initially shocked, quickly composed himself and raised his voice. "Master of Baohua, I come on behalf of the sect master of Wanxia Immortal Sect to discuss important matters with you. Please, do not be angered." Mentioning the sect master of Wanxia instilled a degree of confidence in him, leading him to believe that this man would not dare to act recklessly, even if he were to strike. "What business do you have?" Wei He cast a brief glance at the few individuals in the sky, his expression remaining as cold as ice. The black-clad man hesitated for a moment, then continued. "Our sect master has heard that the Baohua Immortal Sect is often bullied by other sects within the Great Shui region, and out of compassion, he has devised a plan to make Baohua Immortal Sect a vassal of the Wanxia Immortal Sect. In this way, our sect will provide cultivation resources, and I believe that soon, your sect will be able to establish a firm foothold in the Great Xue.as." Wei He listened. His expression grew increasingly frigid. The words may have sounded pleasant, but if they truly became a vassal, they would undoubtedly be subject to constraints. This would mean entrusting the lives of all the female disciples to the Wanxia, a sect notorious for its ill repute and contemptible conduct, which had drawn the scorn of many cultivators. Realizing this, he seethed. "Have you finished speaking? If so, begone you." The black-clad man's countenance darkened, gritting his teeth as he replied. "It seems that Master Baohua does not accept this goodwill. Very well, I shall report this to the sect master. Farewell." As the group prepared to depart, Wei He's eyes turned icy, and he altered his course of action, stating calmly, "You think you can leave peacefully after having bullied my disciples?" With a swift motion, he drew a pitch-black long knife from thin AI or die in an instant. The wails of countless spirits echoed. shaking the very heavens and earth. The sky turned ominously dark, heavy clouds looming overhead, and a frigid wind howled through the art. An inexplicable terror and agitation surged within the hearts of the onlookers. What kind of sorcery is this? We must flee. The crystal condensation cultivator from Wanxia snapped back to his senses, shouting frantically, only to realize that his fellow disciples had been paralyzed with fear. Trembling helplessly in midair, flee? Was escape even possible? The cold, detached voice rang out like a death sentence. A beam of ghostly light streaked across the sky, and the black-clad man felt a sudden, searing pain at his waist, causing him to lose consciousness immediately. When he opened his eyes, he found his body cleaved in two, plummeting rapidly downward. The faint remnants of his soul cried out, attempting to escape, but Wei He seized him, crushing him in his grasp. Withdrawing the ghostly knife, the oppressive clouds dissipated, revealing the blazing sun. Tang Yuyin and the others stood rooted to the ground, still in shock. Was this not the very scene where the extraordinary phenomenon had occurred in the Tianyun ruins? Emo Shuangshang gazed at Wei He's back with admiration, excitement bubbling within her as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "That knife must be the one from Duanpu, right? Its power doesn't seem as exaggerated as what sister mentioned." "Master, did you hold back?" Wei He turned around, gently tapping her on the head, chiding lightly, "You, with such curiosity, would be better off dedicating that energy to diligent cultivation." He shook his head in exasperation, directing his gaze towards the immortal gate. Mu Xiaoyu emerged, her face a mask of shock, evidently stirred by the earlier spectacle. Once she regained her composure, she expressed her concerns. "Master, will there be any repercussions for killing those individuals?" "Repercussions are inevitable. They have yet to return, and Wanxia will surely send someone to inquire. However, I estimate it will be half a year before that occurs, given that Wanxia Immortal Sect is located in the distant ancient Tua Kingdom. Adjacent to the Great Shui, Wei He regarded her with a calm demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion. "You need not worry excessively. The Wanxia Immortal Sect is not particularly strong and will not dispatch a large force to the Great Shui. At most, they will send a sect elder, and I can handle that." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyu and the others let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate to have this new sect master. Otherwise, the Baohua Immortal Sect might have been compelled to submit to the Wanxia Immortal Sect. As a gentle breeze swept by, Wei He turned and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains, inquiring, "Do you know if there is anyone in the Great Shui capable of refining Tianyun dark iron and forging weapons? I currently require compatible silver needles to practice the 8 extraordinary needle techniques. It is said that the art of forging can imbue weapons with spiritual essence, significantly enhancing their potency." The group pondered for a moment, and after a brief silence, Tang Yuyin stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Master, I have heard that in the eastern region of the Great Shui, there is a forging city where artisans skilled in weapon forging reside. It is said that most of the weapons of the Yuding Immortal Sect are forged by them." "Forging city?" Wei He mused, glancing back at Mu Xiaoyu. "I need to make a trip there. You will temporarily oversee the sect in my absence. By the way, who was it from Yuding that severely injured you? Can you tell me?" Mu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze darkening as she enunciated each word carefully. "Yuding Immortal Sect? Sikongyu. Sikongyu? The one who annihilated the Lin Ruoyan clan. What a coincidence. It seems this matter must be dealt with decisively." Wei He squinted slightly, muttering, "Rest assured. Now that I am the master of Baohua, I shall avenge your grievances." Mu Xiaoyu trembled at his words, immediately bowing in gratitude. Tears of appreciation in her eyes, Xiaoyu thanks the master. Nearby, Emo Shuangshang noticed Wei He preparing to leave and, with a pitiful expression, stretched out her arms to block him. "Master, let me accompany you. It would be a pleasure to serve you." Wei He was well aware of her intentions. While the desire to serve was genuine, the underlying motive was likely to explore the outside world. Looking at the lively and adorable girl, he replied sternly, "You should focus on your cultivation. When you reach the later stage of Qi transformation upon your return, I will take you out." "Really, master, you must not deceive me." Mo Shuangshang's face lit up with joy, her smile radiant. The later stage of Qi transformation was not far off from her current mid-stage. Wei He gave a warm nod, then soared into the air, vanishing from sight. Chapter 30, Little Brother. Take this token and go to Qinghua Tower to find the madam in the bustling city of Luoyue. As Wei He passed through, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He stepped into the crowd, making his way towards the western slums. Arriving at the entrance of Guichen Alley, he stood in a dilapidated courtyard for a long time. Was this once home? Why were only my sister and I left? What happened to our parents? These were questions he yearned to unravel. With a soft sigh, he departed and walked along the street, lost in thought. Get lost. What are you doing here without money? Bah, with that attitude. How can you call yourselves the Jimin Hall? Even this old woman won't be attended to. It's no wonder that your so-called healer, Li, met his untimely demise. Suddenly, the quarrel nearby disrupted Wei He's thoughts, and he turned to see the three characters Jimin Hall seared into his mind, stirring a sense of familiarity. Activating his dark vision, he glanced at the shabby, dirt-covered old woman, momentarily stunned. She bore no ailments and had a robust vitality, appearing even healthier than a middle-aged person. Why was she seeking medical attention? Curiosity piqued. Wei He approached with a smile, cupping his hands. Old lady, what medicine are you seeking? I can help pay for it. The old woman, hunched over with a gnarled cane in hand, scrutinized him for a moment before replying kindly, Young man, your good intentions are appreciated. The townsfolk say that this Jimin Hall can save lives and has miraculous prescriptions. Hence I came to seek a remedy for my breathlessness. Yet, it seems they are unworthy of their reputation, Wei He remarked. You don't appear to have asthma at all. The old woman paused, scrutinizing the young man before her with newfound suspicion. Young man, you haven't even taken my pulse. How can you be so certain? Haha, don't tell me you can diagnose with just a glance. Wei He chuckled but did not respond, turning to leave. Wait, the old woman called out, contemplating before adding, you seem quite certain. You must be a skilled physician. I have a question I would like to ask. Wei He halted, quickly cupping his hands. Please, go ahead, but I dare not claim to be an expert. The old woman approached and took his hand, leading him into an empty alley. The alley was silent and deserted. The old woman released his hand, smiling kindly. Little one, the aura of true energy within you seems to resemble that of the Yuding immortal sect. Could it be that you are a disciple of the Yuding? Wei He was taken aback. When she grasped his wrist, he felt a surge of energy attempting to penetrate his skin. He quickly redirected his dark energy, only to find that the flow vanished instantaneously. What he had initially thought to be a mere illusion now appeared to be a reality. This old woman was certainly not ordinary. However, through his dark vision, he could discern that she possessed no true energy within her. How peculiar. I am a disciple of the medicinal division of the Yuding immortal sect. Have you heard of it, old lady? Wei He frowned, scrutinizing the enigmatic elder before him. The apothecary? The wife appeared somewhat dazed, leaning on her cane and offering a faint smile without responding. Instead, she inexplicably inquired, Little one, I wish to seek your counsel. If your medical skills reached unparalleled heights, yet you discovered you could not save your beloved, what would you do? Wei He pondered for a moment before murmuring, In this world, there are invariably ailments that resist healing. If salvation is beyond reach, then I shall accompany her for the remainder of her journey. The old woman sighed softly in disappointment, shaking her head as she turned to leave. Is it truly that simple? Is there not a trace of unwillingness? Wei He gazed at the retreating figure of the old woman, shrugging in resignation. He was confident that such a day would never come. Possessing the legacy of the ghost doctor, there were no ailments he could not cure. Upon exiting the narrow alley, Wei He's expression shifted slightly as he hastily departed from Luoyue City, arriving at a range of mountains. Coming to a halt, he spoke coolly, Come forth, having stealthily followed me for so long. I presume you have gathered quite a few. With a whoosh, dozens of figures sprang forth, surrounding Wei He, most of whom were early-stage practitioners of the Xuana realm. Wei He, I advise you to surrender peacefully and return with us, declared one disciple of the Yuding immortal sect. Though he dared not act first, aware of the prowess of the man before him, Wei He had even slain Zhao Yu, a late-stage practitioner of the Xuana realm. So caution was paramount. All they needed to do was delay until Zheng Shanha arrived. Disciples of the Outer Realm Affairs Department? Wei He cast a casual glance at the crowd and replied, You harbor no grievance against me. If you do not depart within 3 breaths, do not blame me for lacking compassion. The disciples of the Outer Realm Affairs Department hesitated, exchanging glances filled with indecision. Before long, the allotted time expired. Wei He's eyes turned frigid, and with a swift motion, he grasped his long sword. With a single swing, torrents of blood surged forth, consuming all in their path. The sound of splintering trees echoed as leaves turned to ash. And with a single stroke, he carved a path through them. The disciples of the Affairs Department were horrified, hastily channeling their true energy to defend themselves. However, the onslaught of blood was overwhelming and unstoppable, engulfing them in an instant. When the blood tide receded, dozens of skeletal remains littered the ground. Wei He cast a detached glance at the scene before him and prepared to leave when his gaze suddenly darted towards the depths of the forest. He lifted his sword and called out, "Who goes there?" With a whoosh, a shadow flitted past, and a figure halted not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was a man clad in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. His features were obscured by a veil, lending him an air of mystery. He glanced at the nearby remains and applauded, saying, "Little brother, your decisiveness in slaughter is commendable. You must have enmity with the Yuding immortal sect. Perhaps we could collaborate." Wei He narrowed his eyes slightly, retracting his long sword and crossing his arms. "You dare not reveal your true identity, yet you speak of cooperation?" The man in the hat paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Might I request that we converse elsewhere? Zheng Shanhe from the Hall of Discussions should be on his way. It is unwise to linger here." Wei He contemplated briefly before gesturing, "Lead the way." On the road from Luoyue City to the Forging City, in a quaint town, a tavern stood with few patrons. Wei He savored a sip of strong liquor, exclaiming, "So you are the enigmatic figure who attacked the disciples of the Yuding immortal sect." Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, whose face was marked by scars, he curiously continued, "With your cultivation, why not slay them directly?" He learned that this man was named Qi Ke, a practitioner at the initial stage of the Yunshi realm, and a rogue cultivator. Decades ago, his wife had been taken by the leader of the Yuding immortal sect, igniting a deep-seated vendetta within him. After years of secretive cultivation, he had emerged to exact revenge. Qi Ke slammed down his bowl of liquor with a fierce glare, declaring, "What I seek is the complete downfall of the Yuding immortal sect. Slaying their outer disciples will not shake their foundation. The injuries I inflict serve two purposes. First, to spread the word and gather all the wronged cultivators from the Great Shui, and second, to deceive the Yuding immortal sect into believing my cultivation to be lowly, luring out inner disciples and mentors to eliminate them one by one, thereby leading to the sect's collapse." Qi Ke's ferocity softened as he gazed expectantly at Wei He, saying, "I have already gathered nearly 1,000 individuals, all victims of the Yuding immortal sect's tyranny. Given your impressive strength, would you consider joining us?" Surprised by the number of enemies the Yuding immortal sect had, Wei He reflected on the potential aid a 1,000-member revenge group might provide. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands and replied, "Naturally, but I have other matters to attend to at present, and fear I cannot accompany you in hunting the core figures of the Yuding immortal sect." Qi Ke's expression brightened as he produced a token, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Wei He. "No matter. This is our alliance token hidden within the Imperial City. When the time comes, present it at the Qinghua Pavilion, and the madam will guide you to me." Chapter 31. Young Master, I am capable. After receiving the alliance token and engaging in further discussion, Wei He rose to take his leave. Vanishing from the small town in the heart of winter, snowflakes danced in the air, blanketing everything in white. Outside the grand forging city, a man approached steadily from afar, his figure unwavering amidst the storm. Clad in a snow-white mink cloak, he stood at the city gates, observing the few passers-by while gently warming his icy hands. "The forging city is farther than I anticipated. It has been a full 3 months since I left the sect." Wei He shook off the accumulated snow from his cloak and stepped inside. Within the forging city, iron shops dotted the landscape, each household ablaze with vibrant flames that melted the snow from their eaves, sending wisps of steam into the air. Inside a particular shop, blacksmiths toiled shirtless, drenched in sweat as they vigorously swung their hammers against glowing iron blocks. The rhythmic clang of metal echoed incessantly. Entering a small store, Wei He surveyed the surroundings and inquired of a burly man at the front, "Shopkeeper, do you have the means to forge celestial meteorite iron?" "Celestial meteorite iron?" The man's actions halted as he set down his hammer and rushed over with excitement. "Young master, do you possess celestial meteorite iron? May I have a look?" Wei He raised his hand, revealing the celestial meteorite iron, emanating a chill. He was unafraid of the man attempting to seize it. For blacksmiths typically lacked formidable cultivation. As the man beheld the celestial meteorite iron in Wei He's grasp, he trembled with awe, gently caressing it. Indeed, this is celestial meteorite iron. To see it is truly a stroke of fortune. After a moment of admiration, he sighed in disappointment. "Alas, I lack the ability to refine such a wondrous material. Perhaps you should visit the Liu family, renowned for their sword forging, within the city." The Liu family? Wei He pondered briefly before expressing his gratitude and departing the small shop in front of the grand residence of the Liu family. Wei He admired the imposing sign as he prepared to enter when a woman's voice suddenly called out from behind. "Are you here to forge a sword?" Turning to look, he found a slender woman clad in a gray-blue cloak. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her porcelain face, with a delicate nose and supple lips, was framed by elegant brows that conveyed both beauty and a spirited demeanor. Two maidservants accompanied her, looking equally refined. Wei He appraised her briefly before nodding and shaking his head lightly. "I have come to refine celestial meteorite iron. But the item I wish to forge is not a sword." "You possess such a material?" The woman's voice held a note of excitement as her eyes glimmered, and with a hint of a smile. She introduced herself. "I am Liu Mei, the daughter of the Liu family head. If you trust me, I can assist you in refining it." Wei He offered a faint smile but did not respond. Turning to walk towards the main entrance of the residence. "Wait!" Liu Mei hurriedly called out, stepping forward. "If you do not trust me, then come with me. I will take you to meet my father." To this, Wei He raised his hand in a gesture of respect. "I appreciate it, Miss Liu." Inside the opulent sitting room of the residence, Liu Mei instructed her maidservants to report their arrival while she prepared a cup of tea. Handing it to Wei He, "May I ask where you are from?" Wei He accepted the tea but did not drink immediately, gently caressing the cup's surface. "That is not of great importance. I merely wish to ascertain whether your esteemed father can indeed refine celestial meteorite iron." Liu Mei, hearing this, stood tall with her hands on her hips, confidence radiating from her as she declared, "In the great Shui, if my Liu family cannot refine it, then surely no one else can." "Oh?" Wei He felt somewhat reassured by her confidence, silently reflecting that his visit had not been in vain. Liu Mei, observing the calm demeanor of the man before her, hesitated slightly before asking, "Young master, my Xian fire is ready. I truly can refine this celestial meteorite iron. May I have a chance to try?" Xian fire. He recalled hearing that the techniques of blacksmiths were remarkably unique and challenging to master, with few attaining the crystal condensation realm. Xian fire was a manifestation that emerged within a blacksmith's body during their cultivation in the Xuanhe realm, possessing astonishing temperatures capable of melting metals and stones. It was said that in the Yunxi realm, Xian fire would transform into earth fire, and in the Daoguo realm, earth fire would evolve into heavenly fire, with the flame's temperatures steadily increasing. Due to the arduous nature of their cultivation, blacksmiths were few in number, typically found among families with generations of tradition in the craft. Wei He remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting a crimson glow. Within Liu Mei's energy center, there indeed flickered a faint red flame, swaying gently. Feeling Wei He's gaze upon her, Liu Mei inexplicably sensed that his deep-set, penetrating eyes could pierce through her very essence, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. For a moment, she felt an impulse to pry those eyes from their sockets. However, as this person was a distinguished guest, she could not act upon such thoughts. Wei He retracted his gaze, noticing Liu Mei's face flush with anger. He quickly said, "I was merely lost in contemplation." "I beg your pardon, Miss Liu. Contemplation? Then why were you staring at me?" Liu Mei shot him a sidelong glance, inwardly musing. Yet, lacking evidence, she dismissed it as mere misperception and replied coolly, "Did you hear what I said just now?" Wei He set down his teacup and nodded slightly, saying, "Of course, but I believe your esteemed father possesses greater experience, so I place my trust in him." "You?" Liu Mei, feeling helpless and distressed, stood silently to the side. Every blacksmith aspires to forge a remarkable item, for such an achievement would etch their name into history. The celestial fallen black iron is the finest material for crafting spiritual artifacts. And I truly do not wish to relinquish it to it. Is worth noting that the only spiritual artifact of the entire De Shui Yuding Xian sect, the moon-cutting sword, was forged by my father, which brought great renown to the Lu family, which fellow cultivator possesses celestial fallen black iron. Even before the person arrived, a man's voice echoed from outside. With a swish, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered, completely disregarding Lu Mei, and grasped Wei He's hand anxiously, exclaiming, "Fellow cultivator, do you have celestial fallen black iron? Quickly, show it to me." Such enthusiasm would surely startle anyone. Wei He's lips twitched as he shook off the man's hand and cleared his throat, saying, "Let us discuss compensation first." "Compensation?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, declaring earnestly, "If you can allow Lu Sun to forge this rare item, it would be a blessing for my Lu family. Thus, no compensation is needed." Wei He was taken aback by the notion of not receiving any remuneration. This was utterly unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his sleeve, and the celestial fallen black iron materialized on the table, causing a thin layer of frost to form atop it. Upon seeing this, Lu Mei quickly stepped forward to observe. Indeed, it was the celestial fallen black iron described in the texts. Seeing it in person was worth any sacrifice. Lu Sun's eyes glistened with tears, as if he had fulfilled a grand aspiration, which seemed a bit exaggerated. "Father, you've already forged a spiritual artifact. May I give it a try this time?" Lu Mei, feeling dissatisfied, tugged at her father's arm incessantly. Lu Sun was momentarily taken aback, only then noticing his daughter beside him. After some thought, he turned to Wei He, stating, "That depends on the owner's decision. I cannot make that choice." Lu Mei appeared to forget her earlier displeasure and earnestly pleaded, "Young master, please allow me to give it a try." Seeing her earnestness, Wei He waved his hand, saying, "I understand your sentiments. In that case, you may forge the black iron under the guidance of the Lu Patriarch." Lu Mei was overjoyed, nearly leaping forward to express her gratitude. "Wonderful. I shall not disappoint you. What will you be forging?" Wei He pondered for a moment and replied slowly, 39 silver needles. If there are any materials left over, I shall gift them to the Lu family, treating it as compensation." "I asked that true?" Lu Sun and his daughter were momentarily stunned. Before recovering and bowing respectfully, "From now on, you shall be a valued guest of the Lu family. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. We shall not refuse." Chapter 32. I still have one last battle. In the blink of an eye, Wei He had spent nearly half a month at the Lu residence. The silver needles had yet to be completed, likely due to the complexity of the process. He remained unhurried, stepping out of the Lu manor to wander through the forging city, immersing himself in the local culture. Outside a rather large iron workshop, several sword-bearing men wore grim expressions, pointing at a one-armed blacksmith in his 50s. Berating him, "Visitors are to be welcomed. What kind of business does not engage with customers? Do you look down upon our sword sect?" The one-armed blacksmith held his hammer with one hand, remaining silent, his focus solely on shaping a glowing red iron block clamped by a young apprentice. Sparks flew with each strike. "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Seeing the blacksmith's blatant disregard, the sword sect disciples shouted again in indignation. Attracting a crowd, Wei He stood among them, intrigued by the unfolding scene. That old He. Since the sword sect wishes to forge a flying sword, he might as well assist them. After all, these sect members are not to be trifled with. Indeed, if they were truly angered, it would be no simple matter of just smashing the workshop. A few onlookers exchanged hushed comments as the sword sect disciples continued their relentless taunts. The one-armed blacksmith, old He, finally raised his head, discarding his hammer, and scoffed, "Sword sect? Just a bunch of sycophantic fools. What? You brazenly insult me, do you? I shall sever your other arm." Fury ignited within the sword sect disciples as they drew their swords and launched an attack. "You seek death." Old He's expression darkened, as if the words struck a nerve. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and molten iron from the furnace surged upward, forming a massive, blazing sword that illuminated the surroundings. With a thunderous crash, the fiery blade descended, shaking the earth. The sword sect disciples screamed in agony, scorched by the flames, scattering in panic. In mere moments, they were reduced to charred remains. The onlookers gasped in shock and fled in disarray. Before long, only Wei He remained. Old He regarded the young man who stood with crossed arms and spoke in a deep voice. There will be no sword forging today. You may leave, young master. Wei He lowered his arms and stepped forward, stating, I did not come to forge a sword. Rather, before he could finish, a figure streaked through the sky and landed before him. Surveying the scattered corpses, the man glared at Old He, bellowing, You, blacksmith, dare to slay my sword sect disciples? Today, blood will be repaid with blood. The man's mid-level cultivation manifested as he formed hand seals, unleashing several sword beams that shimmered around him. With a push of his hand, the beams converged, forming a dazzling giant sword. With an imposing aura, the sword surged through space, raising clouds of dust from the ground. Old He maintained his composure, raising a finger and lightly touching the sword's tip. In an instant, a shockwave rippled through the air, sending his black and white hair swirling in the wind. Crack! The giant sword cracked, shattering into pieces. Unity of sword and body. Who are you? How do you understand our sword sect's techniques? The man was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unity of sword and body? Only the sect leader has reached such a level within our sect. Yet this person, how could he? Sect leader Fan. Do you not remember me? Look closely. Old He regarded the man coolly, standing there with a demeanor akin to a sharp sword capable of shaking the heavens. The sword sect leader scrutinized Old He's features, and gradually, fear filled his eyes, his body trembling. Why, you are the Grand Elder, He Ling Tian. As if recalling some terrifying truth, he hastily soared into the sky, attempting to flee. However, He Ling Tian merely raised his hand and made a swift motion, splitting the sword sect leader in two, blood raining down. Truly, he was a cultivator at the initial stage of spirit nourishing. Gazing at the falling blood rain, Wei He murmured to himself. When the sword sect disciples had provoked him, he had already sensed the danger ahead. He Ling Tian clenched his hand, crushing the young apprentice who stood frozen nearby. Turning his gaze to Wei He said coldly, Since you know my name, you cannot be spared either. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword beam that intertwined light and darkness. Boom! Dozens of iron workshops collapsed as dust billowed into the art eye in the distance. Amidst the ruins, Wei He knelt on one knee, clutching a long halberd, blood streaming from his mouth, his eyes filled with a chilling darkness. He had intended to assist in healing the severed arm, hoping to forge an alliance, but he had not anticipated the old man's ruthless nature. Leaving no room for dialogue, even the accompanying young apprentice was not spared. He Ling Tian looked at Wei He in the distance, astonished. Such a meager cultivation level, yet you managed to withstand my attack. How peculiar! Wei He soared into the air, wiping the blood from his lips, and declared, I intended to help you with your severed arm, but you old fool are so unreasonable. Do you think I am easy to bully? Upon hearing the term severed arm, He Ling Tian's expression darkened. You insolent brat, are you mocking me? I shall see what abilities you possess. He stepped into the air, summoning swords from within the forging city, which trembled and darted towards him, coalescing into a vast sword river behind him. The sword river shimmered with radiant light, and with a gesture, it surged forward. The heavens trembled as clouds dispersed. Wei He felt an immense pressure, as dark energy surged into his halberd. The halberd glowed with a brilliant purple light, and a faint dragon's roar echoed, causing the ground below to tremble. Gripping the halberd, he stepped forward and hurled it with great force. Roar! The purple cold halberd transformed into a celestial dragon, its gaze haunting, as it charged towards the sword river. Boom! The violent energy rippled outward, toppling buildings within a 10-mile radius like fragile paper. People fled in terror, cries of despair echoing high in the sky. The sword river was too vast and powerful. Even with the dragon enhanced by dark energy, it could not breach its defenses, as the phantom of the dragon dissipated and the halberd returned to him. Wei He tasted blood in his mouth and fell amongst the rubble. Indeed, even though his dark energy had undergone a qualitative transformation, he was still one realm short of being able to contend. Coughing lightly, he staggered to his feet and soared into the sky. With a flick of his hand, a purple light surged forth, gripping the halberd. Standing tall, he did not retreat, knowing he could not match the speed of his opponent and wishing to test the limits of his combat prowess. Seeing the young man still standing, He Ling Tian was deeply astonished. His gaze fixed on the intact halberd in Wei He's grasp, he suddenly realized. So it is the weapon's influence. But why can't I discern its level? He lightly adjusted his disheveled garments, stating, "You possess some skill, young man. Hand over that weapon, and perhaps your death may be a more dignified one," Wei He scoffed, his long hair billowing, as he stored the purple-cold halberd in his spatial ring. Declaring solemnly, "I still have one last battle left in me," with a swift motion, he grasped the ghostly blade, and the sky dimmed instantaneously, witnessing this scene. He Ling Tian was utterly astounded. The storage ring, the mysterious war spear of unknown rank, and this long sword capable of provoking celestial phenomena. This young man was indeed a treasure. He laughed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed. Possessing such valuables, the position of sect master was well within reach. He Ling Tian unleashed his full cultivation, transforming into a sword-like figure, cutting through the air in an instant. In mere moments, he stood before him. Wei He, wielding the ghostly blade, gazed at the approaching sword-like figure and sneered coldly. The ancient butterfly of creation fluttered forth, its wings fanning out, suppressing the heavens and rendering all things still, within the depths of his being. The river of forgetfulness rolled back, and the dark crimson aura of the underworld surged into the ghostly blade. With a swift descent of the blade, the wails of myriad spirits filled the air, and the dark clouds dispersed. A long, eerie glow spanned the tranquil expanse, landing upon the massive sword. With a spurt of blood, He Ling Tian was sent flying, crashing into the collapsing structure, his face pale as a ghost. A terrifying wound, deep enough to reveal bone, bled profusely from his chest. How could this be? A look of terror crossed his face as he hastily rose, transforming into a fleeting shadow racing towards the horizon. Not forgetting to glance back, he saw the young man still suspended in midair, resembling a deity, and his heart filled with even greater dread, compelling him to flee with increased urgency in the sky. Wei He coughed violently, spitting out copious amounts of blood. Observing the swiftly departing figure, he realized he could not pursue, nor should he. With a firm step, he sped towards the forging city of the Lu family. Chapter 33. Miss Lu, please don't be like this. In the forging city, the Lu family. Lu Mei and Lu Sun stood on their swords in midair, staring in awe at the distant battlefield, their hearts trembling. At such a young age, he could contend with a formidable being of the spirit-nourishing realm. What potential lay ahead? Lu Sun, regaining his composure, sighed repeatedly. He turned to Lu Mei beside him and cautioned, "Mayor, this individual's future achievements are limitless, with great potential to surpass even the sect master of the Yuding sect. Henceforth, do not harbor any disrespectful thoughts, understand?" As the gentle breeze blew, Lu Mei gathered her dark tresses. Her heart responding, "Mayor naturally understands. Compared to the Yuding immortal sect, young Master Wei is far superior." Speaking of the Yuding immortal sect reminded her of their years of coercing the Lu family and forging swords without remuneration, and displeasure immediately surfaced on her face. Young Master Wei? Lu Sun pondered this remark, observing his daughter's expression with a playful glint in his eye, jesting, "Could it be that our mayor has taken a liking to him? Ha ha, what if I were to betroth you to him?" Lu Mei rolled her eyes, pursing her lips. "Your daughter is determined to become the most formidable swordsmith in the wasteland, reclaiming the weapons of our ancestors. Marriage is not on my agenda yet." Upon hearing this, Lu Sun adopted a more serious demeanor, clasping his hands behind his back. "Mayor, your ambition brings me much joy as a father. However, you are no longer a child. It's time to consider giving me a grandchild to hold." "Father," Lu Mei huffed, intending to retort, but upon noticing the few strands of white hair atop her father's head, an inexplicable sadness washed over her. Suddenly, Wei He approached, suppressing his internal injuries, and inquired solemnly, "Can the silver needles be forged?" Seeing his pale complexion yet calm demeanor, Lu Mei was taken aback and promptly presented a beautifully crafted rectangular sandalwood box. As expected of young master, they have been successfully forged. We still have some heavenly fallen mysterious iron left. Might you wish to forge something else? Upon opening the box, Wei He marveled. These silver needles possess a spirit. They are indeed spiritual artifacts. Forging 39 pieces of spiritual artifacts, Lu Mei's talent in crafting is truly remarkable. After storing them in his ring, He waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Consider it your remuneration. Manage it as you see fit. Turning to Lu Xun, he added, head of the Lu family, I shall stay in your estate for a while longer. I hope to impose upon you for this favor. Lu Xun, taken aback, quickly bowed. Young brother Wei is a distinguished guest of our Lu residence. Stay as long as you wish, do not hesitate. Wei He nodded and soared into the distant pavilion. Above the estate, Lu Mei gazed towards the pavilion, stroking her smooth, fair chin, murmuring, he truly returned the remaining heavenly fallen mysterious iron to us. Such character is indeed rare in a gentleman. Lu Xun suddenly leaned closer. Asking earnestly, Mayor, have you considered marriage? Lu Mei shot him an annoyed glare, then took flight on her sword. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion, Wei He staggered, kneeling on one knee as he expelled a mouthful of blood. He quickly sat down, crossing his legs to recuperate. Days passed, and after nurturing himself with medicinal herbs, his injuries improved somewhat. However, the supplies in his storage ring dwindled significantly. After exiting the heavenly fallen ruins, he had already spent a considerable amount at the 100 Flowers Immortal Gate. He would need to find more resources to replenish his stock. Outside the pavilion, a sudden commotion arose. Wei He, puzzled, opened the door to investigate. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Lu Xun and his daughter gathering a large crowd and asked, Miss Lu, has something occurred within the estate? Lu Mei approached gracefully, offering a polite bow. Young master, there have been strange occurrences at the Lu family sword tomb. The guards have inexplicably perished, and my father and I were just about to investigate. The sword tomb? Wei He pondered momentarily. I shall accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's face lit up with joy. After all, this was someone who could contend with a spirit-nourishing realm expert. The group departed the forging city, traversing the icy wilderness. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a great mountain. Gazing at the satisfied corpses scattered in the snow, Wei He furrowed his brow. These bodies bore no wounds, and their interiors were intact. It was indeed peculiar. He looked towards the grand stone door embedded in the mountainside, pondered for a moment, then entered alongside Lu Xun and the others. Stepping through the stone door and traversing a long passage, they emerged into a spacious chamber. Surveying the surroundings, they were instantly taken aback. Before them stood thousands of tombs, each marked by a sword, some rusted and others gleaming. Seeing Wei He's astonishment, Lu Xun quickly explained, Young brother Wei, these are the tombs of our Lu family's ancestors. And those swords are the weapons they forged. Alas, the sword I crafted, the Moon Slasher, has fallen into the Yuding immortal sect. Otherwise, it would accompany me in death, providing solace in my lifetime. Wei He scanned the area and questioned. Most of these swords appear to be flying swords. Did your ancestors not manage to forge a single spiritual artifact? Upon hearing this, Lu Xun and Lu Mei exchanged glances, their expressions bittersweet. Some ancestors possessed heavenly fire, and could indeed forge weapons beyond spiritual artifacts. However, those weapons were seized by the major sects of the Wasteland continent during the family's decline, so I can only use these flying swords as substitutes. Ah, I see. Wei He expressed his deep sympathy. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a spine-chilling sound that seemed both laughter and weeping. Enveloping them all, the Lu family disciples trembled, drawing their swords and instinctively stepping back. Could it be that the spirits of our ancestors cannot rest? Lu Xun's face turned pale as he knelt before the thousands of tombs, bowing deeply. Ancestors, I, Lu Xun, am incapable and have failed to restore the family's glory. If you must lay blame, let it rest upon me, and do not harm others. The eerie sound persisted, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, like a tidal wave, a thick fog surged forth from the depths of the tombs, raising the temperature significantly. Wei He activated his underworld energy, holding his breath and focusing with vigilance. Such bizarre events were beyond his experience. Before long, the fog, accompanied by the sounds of weeping, engulfed them all. The scene before Wei He blurred, and he found himself standing before a towering tomb, shrouded in swirling black smoke, ominous and terrifying. Young master, where is this place? A trembling voice came from behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Lu Mei, while the others had vanished without a trace. Wei He contemplated briefly. This place is either an illusion or an alternate space. The ability to silently draw people into such realms signifies that there is something powerful within that fog. Suddenly, a small flame of azure white erupted from the imposing tomb, hovering steadily above it. In an instant, the temperature around them soared. This is a fragment of heavenly fire? Wei He marveled, the chilling underworld energy enveloping him. Countering the heat, beside him, Lu Mei's cheeks flushed, her eyes becoming dreamy and watery, and in the next moment, she surprisingly shed her garments and lunged at him. What the Wei He was taken aback. Gazing at the enchanting beauty in his embrace, his thoughts momentarily scattered. Fortunately, the underworld energy was icy, snapping him back to reality. Grasping Lu Mei's flailing wrist, he exclaimed, "Miss Lu, please stop. Wake up." Yet the woman in his arms seemed oblivious to his words, her rosy lips covering his mouth as her delicate tongue sought to taste something. Wei He's mind went blank, stunned for a moment. He forcefully turned his head, staring at the azure-white flame. Astonished, could it be that this remnant heavenly fire has turned into a demon, inciting desires? As I pondered this, the dark energy surged, my fingers gently pressing against the silky, snow-white skin of Lu Mei, sealing her in place. With a step forward, I approached the azure-white flames. Chapter 34. If only one were a bit more proactive, a grandson would already be in existence. The chilling dark energy enveloped my palm as I swiftly grasped the azure-white flames, which flickered rapidly, dragging their brilliance away in a desperate escape. The speed was astonishing, vanishing in an instant to a distant location. Wei He let out a soft hum, his figure flickering as he closed the distance to the azure-white flames once more. At the same time, the ancient transformative butterfly emerged, its wings fluttering, freezing time in place. Seizing the moment, I grasped the heavenly fire, its searing heat transmitting through me, igniting my entire being in azure-white flames. Through gritted teeth, Wei He channeled the dark energy and clenched his fist. The devouring force within the dark energy activated, slowly consuming the consciousness within the heavenly fire. Gradually, Lu Mei's eyes began to clear. Upon realizing her attire was entirely absent and recalling the recent events, her face flushed crimson. Just as she intended to don a dress, she found herself immobilized by the chilling energy flowing within her. Panic surged within her. Wei He extinguished the remnants of the will born from the heavenly fire, wiped the sweat from his brow, and moved towards Lu Mei. "Miss Lu, I believe this is the residual heavenly fire of the Lu family's ancestors. Once refined, you may perhaps reach their heights in the future." Gazing at the heavenly fire in his hand, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Regrettably, he was not a blacksmith, or else he would claim it for himself. Lu Mei bit her lip, flustered, and softly implored, "Young master, please release me first." Wei He suddenly understood, lifting his hand to disperse the dark energy. Lu Mei hurriedly donned her dress, standing with her head bowed. Complexities swirling within her, she dared to glance up at the earlier events. Seeing her gaze, Wei He quickly averted his eyes, saying, "I was unaware of anything before. Quickly refine this heavenly fire, and we can exit this space." With the heavenly fire drifting closer, Lu Mei ceased her hesitations, sitting cross-legged and pressing the azure-white flames into her energy sea, silently refining. Although the heavenly fire had lost its will, refining it was still no simple task. The azure-white flames enveloped Lu Mei, her tightly shut eyes fluttered as her long lashes trembled. A visage of anguish etched across her face. Wei He detected this scene, striding to her side, channeling dark energy. He pressed his palm down to aid in the refinement. After some time, Lu Mei's eyes slowly opened, feeling the surging power within her body, and she instantly leaped with joy. "I have reached the early stage of crystallization." Refining the heavenly fire had unexpectedly led to a breakthrough in her realm. Once the excitement subsided, she still did not dare meet Wei He's gaze, bowing her head in gratitude. "Mayor thanks young master for your great kindness." Noting that she did not mention the earlier events, Wei He felt a sigh of relief in his heart, and no need for such formality. "As long as you do not refuse any future requests from the Lu estate, that is sufficient." Lu Mei cast a deep glance at him, nodding in acknowledgement. Manipulating the heavenly fire within her energy sea, the surroundings shifted dramatically. The two found themselves deep within a graveyard. They stepped through the air. Arriving at the periphery, Lu Sun was anxiously pacing in a frenzy. Upon seeing Lu Mei and Wei He gliding through the air, his face lit up with joy, then froze in shock. Mayor, you've broken through? Lu Mei glanced at the seemingly unconcerned Wei He, nodding slightly. Thanks to young Master S assistance, I refined the heavenly fire and broke through my realm. What? Heavenly fire? Lu Xun was taken aback for a long moment, then immediately knelt on the ground, clasping his hands in gratitude. Benefactor, please allow Lu to pay his respects. Wei He descended and helped him up, smiling. Master Lu is being too polite. It was merely a small effort on my part. Yet Lu Xun stubbornly knelt again. My daughter has refined the heavenly fire. She will surely reach the heights of our ancestors, and the Lu family's revival is just around the corner. Such a great kindness cannot go unreciprocated. I wish to serve the benefactor in any way possible. Wei He was taken aback, glancing at Lu Mei, noticing the stunning beauty's flushed face as she averted her gaze. He pondered for a moment before saying, very well, I agree, but please rise. Seeing the exchange between the two, Lu Xun's heart soared, and he hastily stood, asking with confusion, Benefactor, is my daughter doing well? Wei He looked at him with astonishment. Then after a pause, waved his sleeve and departed, his presence ancient and fragrant, captivating and striking. Beside him, Lu Mei shot her father a fierce glare, swiftly leaving, not wishing to hear his subsequent words of this. Lu Xun bore no anger, laughing heartily as he mused. Such praise indicates there is still hope. I in the Lu family's living room. Lu Xun gazed at Wei He, a look of melancholy on his face. Benefactor, are you truly leaving? Won't you stay a little longer? Wei He gazed into the distance, shaking his head. No, I have matters to attend to. I must bid farewell. Noticing Lu Mei's complex expression as she stared down at her toes, Lu Xun felt an urgency within his heart and quickly suggested, Benefactor, why not take Mayor with you? It would be safer to have someone to look after you on the journey. In that moment, he felt himself an old father, truly worried for his daughter. And this daughter, how could she not be more proactive? If only she were a bit more forward, a grandson would already be on the way. Wei He glanced at Lu Mei not far off, speaking softly, it is inevitable that I will encounter dangers on this journey. It is best for Mayor to remain in the forging city. Is this concern for me? Lu Mei's delicate form trembled slightly, her head lifting as she stammered. Wei He smiled gently, aware that she was still entangled in the earlier matter, her emotions understandably complex. He stepped a fraction closer, saying, focus on your training. Perhaps in the future, you can assist me in forging celestial weapons. At the mention of celestial weapons, Lu Mei's spirit ignited. Rest assured, young master, I will become the foremost swordsmith of the wasteland. Then, we part ways here. Wei He nodded, taking his leave. Watching his tall figure retreat, Lu Mei stood at the door for a long time, her eyes filled with complexity, confusion, helplessness, and a tinge of reluctance. What are you staring at? The person has already left. Lu Xun looked at his daughter with disappointment, sighing, with such a remarkable individual, his future companions will only grow, and if you do not make a move, you will lose your chance. Hearing this, Lu Mei huffed lightly, ignoring him as she flicked her sleeve and left the hall. Across mountains and rivers, Wei He hastened his pace, perhaps due to the intense battle with He Ling Tian. His realm had loosened, allowing him to reach the mid-stage of the Three Lives realm. With his realm elevated, his speed quickened further. A month passed, and he arrived at Luoyu City. Upon reaching this place, he could not help but recall the mysterious old woman, prompting him to descend and search for her presence. Unfortunately, it seemed the old woman had departed, for she was nowhere to be found in the city. Junior brother, in the bustling streets, Wei He heard a call from behind, halting in his tracks. Turning around, his heart filled with joy. Brother Wang, what brings you out of the sect? Wang Pengbi, appearing thinner than he had during their encounter at the Tianyun ruins, was visibly excited upon seeing Wei He, quickly pulling him towards a nearby tea house. In the tea house's elegant chamber, the two sat across from each other. Wei He observed Wang Peng for a moment before asking, Brother, so you are here searching for the head of the apothecary department. But De Shui is so vast. How difficult it must be to locate the head. Why put yourself through such trouble? Wang Peng took a sip of tea, thumping his chest as he proclaimed, You are my brother. How can I not care? As long as I find the head and explain the situation, with his temperament, he will surely allow you to return to the sect. brother. Wei He felt deeply moved, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet returning to the sect was impossible. With Zheng Shanhe and Sikong Yu present, going back would undoubtedly be a death sentence. What do you wish to do then? Wang Peng looked up at Wei He, fearing he would say something overly emotional, quickly raising his hand to stop him. Junior brother, you dared to enter the mansion of Songlong for me. What is my search for a person compared to that? We need not be so courteous. Moreover, after such a long time, I have yet to find the head. Wei He gently caressed the teacup, pondering for a moment before curiously asking, brother, is the head truly that formidable? Can he influence the desires of the Ding sect's master? You are unaware, junior brother. The head is not actually a member of the Ding sect, but rather has some connections with the master. Thus, at the master's request, he reluctantly took on an honorary position in the apothecary department. The elders of the apothecary hall have said that although the head's displayed strength is not far from the master, there is a lingering sense of reservation. Wang Peng spoke in a low voice, filled with admiration. Wei He narrowed his eyes, contemplating, oh, has brother seen him? Wang Peng awkwardly smiled. What qualifications do I have to see him? However, when I arrived, the elder provided me with a portrait of the head. As he spoke, he set down his teacup and retrieved a scroll from his storage bag, handing it over. Wei He opened it and was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, it's her. The portrait depicted an elderly woman with white hair, leaning on a cane, a gentle smile gracing her face, her eyes radiating warmth. When the old woman had previously claimed to be a disciple of the Ding sect, Wei He had harbored some doubts about her being a significant figure within the sect. Now it seemed that indeed she was. Rolling the scroll back up, he returned it to Wang Peng. Pondering, brother, I encountered the person in this portrait not long ago, right here in Luoyu City. Now, I do not know where she is gone. It may be difficult to find her again. You should return. What? Wang Peng stood up abruptly, utterly shocked. After a moment of reflection, he sighed regretfully. If only you had seen this portrait sooner. Wei He smiled lightly. It's all right. I never intended to return to the sect. The world is vast, and it would be difficult for the Ding sect's disciples to find me. I shall consider myself a wandering cultivator. Wandering cultivator? Observing his carefree junior, Wang Peng hesitated to speak. Yet without the protection of the sect, Wei He obstructed him. Rising, he spread his arms and declared, look, am I not living quite well, brother? You may return with peace of mind, and kindly convey a message to Yu Mashi for me. What message? Wang Peng, seeing this, ceased to be obstinate and inquired. Wei He stepped to the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought for a long while. For some reason, he had many words to express. Yet upon reflection, he found himself at a loss for what to articulate. With a deep sigh, he finally said, well, after you return, please take good care of her for me. Wang Peng scrutinized Wei He's face for a moment and, with a knowing smile, replied, rest assured, junior, I shall ensure that your sister-in-law is well taken care of. With Zhao Yu's demise, I, Wang Peng, am now the foremost disciple of the medicine division. Haha, once I return, I shall give her the communication stone in my possession, allowing you both to converse more freely. Do pay attention to any changes on the stone. Upon mentioning the communication stone, Wei He was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Luo Chang'e also possessed one, which was linked to both himself and Wang Peng for mutual messaging. Having been too preoccupied lately, he had forgotten about this marvelous stone. He vaguely remembered Wang Peng mentioning that the 3 communication stones were fortuitously acquired during his experiences in the secret realm, and there were only 3 in the entire de Shui. Regaining his composure, Wei He immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you very much, senior brother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. If there are any developments, please contact me through the communication stone. Certainly. Within the inner sanctum of the Yuding Immortal Sect, in a grand hall, 2 Horror donned a flowing red dress, trailing behind a pallid-faced man. Standing in the center of the hall, the man addressed the elder of the Yuding sect seated opposite him in a deep voice. Elder Yuding, 2 years ago within the Tianyun ruins, my disciples from the Burning Flame sect were first attacked by a villain wielding a sword with great ferocity, and subsequently, they all perished mysteriously. I have heard that your sect was led by a disciple in the crystal condensation realm, who is under the greatest suspicion. Could you explain this matter? The elder of Yuding narrowed his eyes and smiled. Elder Finian, I have also heard of this incident. Did you not encounter that individual? Allow me to summon the leading disciple to let you identify them, shall I? With a light clap of his hands, a figure soon appeared at the entrance of the hall, revealing the inner sect senior brother who had led the expedition. Behind the man in white, Tu Horror glanced over and gently shook her head. Whispering, "Master, it is not him." The elder of Yuding, with keen hearing, stroked his beard and chuckled. "Is that so? Not him, you say?" Elder Finion's gaze intensified as he scoffed. "How can one be certain that this is indeed the true leading disciple? Your sect has simply brought forth someone at random. How would anyone know?" The elder of Yuding's smile stiffened as he spoke in a low tone. "There are disciples who can testify that indeed. This person was the one leading the team." Elder Finion sneered, waving his hand dismissively. "Testimony from your sect's disciples is untrustworthy. Then what do you wish to do?" The elder of Yuding's patience wore thin, and as he rose, a powerful aura swept through the hall, causing the shelves within to tremble. Unfazed, Elder Finion replied coolly, "I have heard that your sect possesses a supreme furnace cauldron. Bestow it upon my sect. Otherwise, we shall rally other sects from Gutu and invade de Shue's territory, leading to war between our sections." The elder of Yuding trembled with anger, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike down the man before him. Yet he refrained. The standing of the Burning Flame sect in Gutu was akin to that of the Yuding sect in de Shue, but the Burning Flame sect had stronger influence, while the Yuding sect had lost much prestige due to its past oppression of other sections. Should the two sects go to war, the prospects for de Shue would be bleak, given the disunity among its people. Seeing the elder of Yuding's expression darken, Elder Finion coldly smiled. "I kindly ask you to relay this message to your sect's leader. My Burning Flame sect awaits your favorable response." With that, he let out a hearty laugh and departed. Leaving Luoyue City, Wei he headed towards the direction of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Nearly half a year had passed, and he worried that the Wanxia Immortal sect might come seeking trouble. Although Mu Xiaodai had restored her cultivation, she was still merely at the mid-crystal condensation stage, making any confrontation still quite challenging. Along the way, he retrieved the communication stone, infused it with dark energy, and inquired, "Luo brother, are you there?" After a moment, Luo Chang's voice came through, filled with excitement and anger. "Wei brother, I've tried to contact you many times during this period. Why have you not responded? I thought you might have met with misfortune." Wei he silently lamented his negligence. After leaving the Tianyun ruins, he had tossed the communication stone into a corner of his storage ring and had not paid it any mind. However, this was not the time for such discussions, and he quickly pressed on. "Has the bone-concealing spirit liquid been given to my sister?" Luo Chang's voice fell silent for a moment before he sighed. "Not yet. I have been tirelessly seeking ways to get close, yet the guards at that estate have become exceedingly vigilant. Moreover, the I Ching fellow has somehow gained a connection and has become the guardian of the estate. It is challenging to slip past him." "What?" Wei he halted mid-step, his expression grave as he asked, "What is my sister's current cultivation level?" On the other end of the communication stone, Luo Chang's tone turned anxious. "She has reached the perfected stage of the Xuanhe realm." After a brief silence, he added reassuringly, "Wei brother, do not worry. Give me a little time. Once I complete the Escape Void Immortal Talisman, I will definitely help you rescue your sister." Yet time waits for no one. Wei he sighed inwardly, not holding out much hope. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Luo brother. Please keep me updated on any developments." Retrieving the communication stone, he stood in the air. Feeling a tumult of emotions, after much contemplation, he resolved to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible, to ascend to Yuding and bring his sister back. If absolutely necessary, he would risk everything to make that journey. At the 100 Flowers Immortal sect, many of the pavilions had collapsed, leaving a scene of devastation in midair. A young man in white and an elderly man in black robes stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing down at the pallid-faced Mu Xiaoyu, whose lips were stained with blood. The black-robed elder cackled, "As a disciple of Wanxia, having visited 100 Flowers and not returned, you must take responsibility for this. One way or another. Either become a vassal sect or face annihilation. Sect master of 100 Flowers, you must consider this carefully." Mu Xiaoyu wiped the blood from her lips and urged her disciples. Tang Yuyin and Imo Shuangshuang, positioned behind her, "Flee quickly, seek the sect master. I will hold off these two rogues." "No, master, I will not leave. I want to stay with you." Tang Yin's eyes were red, her determination unwavering. She then grasped Mo Shuangshuang's hand and softened her tone. Shuangshuang, you must escape from the back mountain of the sect to the forging city to find the sect master. Do not look back. Senior sister. Tears streamed down Mo Shuangshuang's cheeks as she shook her head fiercely. Master, senior sister, if you both perish, what meaning is there in my existence? I will not leave. Seeing their resolute expressions, Mu Xiaoyu bellowed. Are my words of no consequence to you? Depart at once, master. The disciples knelt in unison, unwilling to leave. Ha ha, what a touching scene, master. I almost feel reluctant to act. The young man in white observed the scene below, laughing at the black-robed elder beside him. Reluctant? I know your true nature. The black-robed elder's lips twitched as he inwardly cursed. Though he thought this, his actions remained exceedingly respectful as he clasped his hands. Since the young master is reluctant, then I shall deal with this villain. With that, he pressed his hand down, and a massive surge of true energy transformed into a colossal hand, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. At the perfected crystal condensation stage, it was nearly impossible to resist. Mu Xiaoyu's long hair billowed as she realized she was outmatched, yet still gritted her teeth and leaped into the air. Shielding her disciples below, she formed seals with her hands. The true energy within her transformed into verdant vines, which intertwined and took the shape of a sword, suddenly thrusting into the hand above. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels proved too great. As the black-robed elder shouted, the vine sword crumbled. Mu Xiaoyu was struck by the phantom hand and crashed into the stone floor. Master! The disciples of 100 Flowers rushed forward, witnessing her in a dire state, seething with rage as they drew their swords and charged towards the elder in the sky. Seeing this, the young master of Wanxia darted about, swiftly evading the strikes and sealing the true energy of the female disciples one by one, causing them to drop to the ground. Their cultivation levels revealed to be merely at the initial crystal condensation stage. Gazing at the beautiful young disciples sprawled on the ground, the young master of Wanxia swallowed hard and rubbed his hands together. Master, killing them would be such a waste. How about? The black-robed elder raised an eyebrow and turned his head away. I have no interest in this matter. Please, young master, act as you wish. Ha, then I shall trouble you to wait. It may take some time. The young master of Wanxia descended, carefully selecting from among the disciples, and flew off with 2 of them into the distant flower thicket. The black-robed elder could only shake his head helplessly, knowing that since the young master insisted on following, such events would inevitably unfold. He dared not voice further objections and could only let him run amok. After a while, gazing at the other motionless female disciples on the ground, their expressions filled with despair, he coldly declared, Very well. I shall send you on your way, sparing you from further humiliation. As true energy surged, he pressed his palm down. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he quickly redirected his hand to strike behind him. Crack! A fierce-looking man effortlessly caught the descending hand. In an instant, the hand froze, and the ice swiftly spread up the entire arm. The black-robed elder was taken aback, and with his other hand, he severed his frozen arm. Flying back far away, his face pale as he shouted, Who are you? Do you know I am the elder of Wanxia? Gazing down at the multitude below, Wei He's eyes grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, he cast his gaze toward a distant thicket of flowers, and with a single step, he found himself amidst them. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of 2 young female disciples, a surge of rage erupted within him. He seized the neck of the recently tidied Wanxia, the young master, with a fierce grip, as an aura of dark energy enveloped him, rendering the area within several miles akin to an icy tomb. Hold on! From the sky, the black-robed elder, who had contemplated fleeing, felt a jolt of fear in his heart. Should Wei He slay Wanxia, he could only return to face death as atonement, and the core disciples of the sect would also suffer dire consequences, something he desperately wished to avoid. Thus, he hastily implored, Senior, let us speak. Please release him. Unperturbed, Wei He crushed the bewildered Wanxia to death, the dark energy swirling around him obliterating even his soul. With a swift stride, he appeared beside the elder, striking down with a single palm. The sky was filled with the remnants of Wanxia's shattered form, leaving only his lingering soul, frozen in shock. You have killed Wanxia. The sect master will not let this go. The soul trembled, shouting in terror. All along, this sudden intruder had uttered not a single word. He had come only to kill, leaving the elder bewildered as to what offense had triggered such wrath. As the soul attempted to flee toward the horizon, Wei He waved his hand, and a silver needle pierced through the fabric of space, embedding itself into the soul's brow. With a shudder, it disintegrated into ashes. Retrieving the silver needle, Wei He surveyed the devastated surroundings and murmured, "I have arrived too late." At that moment, Tang Yuyin and the others were finally able to act. They beheld the critically injured Mu Xiaoyu not far away and collectively fell to their knees. "Sect Master, please save our master." Wei He nodded solemnly and approached. After a thorough examination, he lifted Mu Xiaoyu's delicate form and soared into the undamaged loft in the distance, eyeing the ruins. Tang Yuyin noticed her younger sisters gazing toward the loft with worry and promptly reassured them. "Do not fret. The sect master possesses exceptional medical skills and will surely heal our master." "Sister, they have already." Not far away, Emo Shuangshuang knelt in the flowers, her eyes vacant as she gazed at the disheveled forms of her two seniors. Tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks, falling upon the remnants of petals on the ground. Tang Yuyin approached, standing in a daze for a long while before gently patting her shoulder. "Shuang, let us lay them to rest on the back mountain. This grievance must be avenged." Inside the loft, Wei He looked gravely upon the blood-stained body on the bed. Mu Xiaoyu's meridians were completely severed, and more critically, her soul's source bore cracks, causing her essence to dissipate slowly. Without intervention, she would be reduced to nothingness by the end of the day. The rupture of the soul source rendered him incapable of employing the nurturing technique of the ghostly 8 peculiar needles, necessitating the collection of her soul to merge with the soul-gathering grass for healing. Finding the medicinal materials would be a challenge, but fortunately, the current dark energy allowed him to utilize one of the peculiar needles to seal her spirit. With his ethereal eyes glimmering, Wei He concentrated, and with a flick of his wrist, 10 silver needles entwined with dark energy spiraled above, then swiftly embedded into Mu Xiaoyu's body. The sealing technique would immobilize all living beings. Once the materials were procured, he could extract the needles and lift the seal for treatment. After completing this step, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he opened the door. Finding Tang Yuyin, Emo Shuangshuang, and the others anxiously waiting at the entrance. With a sigh, he declared, "For now, I must venture out to search for medicinal materials. You must guard Mu Xiaoyu's body until my return." Casting a glance at Emo Shuangshuang, who appeared half a head shorter and utterly despondent at the edge of the crowd, he stepped forward and gently stroked her head. "Shuangshuang, come with me." Her current state was far from ideal. Taking her outside to clear her mind would also fulfill the promise made when departing from the sect. Mo Shuangshuang, coming back to herself, nodded faintly, lacking her usual vivacity, remaining silent. Indeed, after such upheaval, how could she find joy? 10 days passed, and in a small town in southern Deshui, the streets were alive with the calls of vendors. During this time, Emo Shuangshuang had managed to adjust her emotions significantly. Following closely behind Wei He, she curiously observed the ordinary townsfolk, questioning, "Sect Master, aren't we here to find medicinal ingredients? What are we doing here?" Wei He halted abruptly, turning back with a serious expression. "I am here to teach you how to kill." "Sect Master, you two have spied on me? Kill? Now? No, Sect Master. Emo Shuangshuang retreated several steps, frantically waving her hands in rejection. After years of cultivation, she had never taken a life and was unwilling to witness the gruesome scene of bloodshed. She recalled the time of hunger and cold when she first encountered her master on the streets. She had spoken of the cruel path of cultivation and asked if she wished to enter the 100-flower immortal sect. Initially, she had nodded in agreement only for the sake of survival. However, through her experiences in the sect, she had come to understand the harsh realities her master had described. Everything was beyond her control. Yet now, to take a life with her own hands, she felt unprepared. Seeing Emo Shuangshuang shrink back, Wei He stepped forward and grasped her wrist firmly, speaking earnestly, "You will have to face this sooner or later." "Do you not wish to avenge Mu Xiaoyu?" Emo Shuangshuang shuddered, hastily replying, "My master treated me like a mother. How could I not seek vengeance? But Sect Master, I am not ready yet. Moreover, the one I must kill is a stranger to me. I find it hard to act. What must come will come. Close your eyes, strike down with the blade, and it shall be over." Wei He gently persuaded, not allowing her any time to prepare, as he dragged her toward the street in search of a target. Since she had embarked on the path of cultivation, how could she expect to navigate her life in peace? Teaching her to kill was a decision made after much contemplation in the future. He would not always be able to protect her, and a clash between Wan Xie and the 100 Flowers was inevitable. Adjusting to the reality of taking lives beforehand was not unwise. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars. Deep within the back mountain of the town, there lay a small, fenced courtyard. Within the courtyard stood a wooden house, its light flickering dimly. With a swift motion, Wei He brought Emo Shuang to the entrance of the courtyard, casting a penetrating gaze inside. Shuang, as we journeyed here, you must have heard from the townsfolk that this courtyard is home to a demoness who ensnares strong men only to slay them afterward. Your task now is to enter and kill her. Rest assured, I shall protect you from the shadows. Go on. Wei He placed a firm hand on Emo Shuang's soft lower back, gently pushing her into the courtyard. Inside, the grass felt soft underfoot. Mo Shuang lingered for a moment, glancing back at the stern figure of her sect master outside. Reluctantly, she stealthily approached the door of the wooden house. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully flung the door open. Inside, the floor was strewn with silks and satins, and there lay a man and a woman, disheveled and in a most indecent state. The woman, with delicate features and a frail frame, was sprawled atop the unconscious man, intoxicated as she absorbed the warmth of his life essence. Upon witnessing this scene, Emo Shuang's face flushed crimson. Just as she considered fleeing, the woman suddenly turned with a chilling glare. Extending a hand, strands of silk shot forth from the ground like arrows, exuding a menacing aura. In a flurry, Emo Shuang activated her true energy and slashed with her sword, unleashing a wave of azure energy that cascaded through the wooden house. Shredding the silks and splintering the beams as the house collapsed, she retreated swiftly to the center of the courtyard, her gaze warily fixed ahead. With a resounding crash, a figure flew from the ruined house. Hovering in midair, the woman, her long hair billowing, bore an enchanting visage, her body half concealed by silk, presenting a captivating yet formidable sight. "A female cultivator," she exclaimed, sizing up Emo Shuang with interest. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and giggled sweetly. "Oh, little sister, did you come to peep at your sister's activities at night? Would you like me to teach you?" Silence. Emo Shuang, blushing fiercely, glanced back toward the courtyard, panic rising as she noticed her sect master's absence. Yet, upon reflection, she understood that he would never abandon her, allowing her thoughts to settle somewhat. Glaring at the teasing woman in the sky, she declared with fervor, "Demoness, I have come to rid the people of this scourge." "Prepare to meet your end. Rid the people of this scourge?" The woman clasped her pristine arms and feigned a hurt expression. "Sister, do you not know that the man inside is a bully of the town? My actions are for the benefit of the townsfolk. Where is the wrongdoing in that?" Emo Shuang hesitated, her grip on the sword faltering as she stood rooted in place, conflicted over right and wrong. Her gaze helplessly drifting toward the courtyard. Noticing the cultivator's momentary distraction, the woman in the sky's eyes glimmered with a cunning light, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk with a fluid motion. She vanished and reappeared before Emo Shuang, her ethereal hands radiating a chilling energy as they struck down mercilessly. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Within 3 breaths, Wei He, adorned with an ancient transformation butterfly, materialized in the courtyard. Observing Emo Shuang's bewildered expression and the woman's cold demeanor, he shook his head in exasperation. "I never imagined she would fall for such words. Is this what they call sorcery to bewitch the masses?" Under the shadowy gaze of the ethereal depths, the woman exuded an aura of enchantment, evidently possessed by a minor demon. Truly, as the townsfolk had claimed, she was indeed a female demon. Wei He seized the demoness by her delicate neck, lifting her high for examination. Encountering a demon for the first time naturally sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. As 3 breaths passed, the world began to stir into motion, under the control of the suddenly appearing indifferent male cultivator. The female demon, after a moment of shock, transformed her countenance into one of beguiling allure, coaxing, "My lord, I am willing to serve you eternally. I beseech you to show mercy." Beside them, Emo Shuang regained her senses and exclaimed, "Master, She did not slay the innocent. Wei He responded with a cold smirk, turning to inquire, Shuang Shuang, do bullies attire themselves in coarse fabric? The man within the room indeed donned rough cloth. If he were a bully, he should not appear so impoverished. Mo Shuang Shuang suddenly understood, her cheeks flushing as she curiously asked, Master, did you also spy? Spy? Wei He was taken aback. Possessing the ghostly eyes enabled him to see even the ants on the distant hill. Hardly qualifying as spying, he saw it with utmost clarity. With the female demon subdued, he apathetically instructed Mo Shuang Shuang, eliminate her. Witnessing this, the demoness' eyes filled with panic as she pleaded repeatedly, spare me, exalted one. This little demon merely absorbed a man's yang energy for the first time, and he was the one who provoked me. I implore your discerning judgment. Wei He's expression remained as still as an ancient well. Noticing Mo Shuang Shuang's hesitation, he took her soft hand, wielding the sword, and swiftly pierced it into the demoness' heart. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. With a cry of despair, the woman's body crumpled. A scarlet mist escaping from her head, frantically fleeing into the depths of the mountains. This was indeed the true form of a demon. Wei He smirked slightly, stepping forward to instantly grasp the fleeing mist. Spare me, I can serve you, never to betray. The demoness' voice trembled with fear, genuinely terrified to encounter such a cold and decisive cultivator. Wei He narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He produced a silver needle and thrust it into the mist, sealing it. From the moment he recognized her as a demon, he had no intention of exterminating her, keeping her for practical use. The reason for killing the host was merely to allow Mo Shuang Shuang to experience her first taste of such sensations. The woman's body had been eroded by the demon for years, her soul long since dissipated. Thus, slaying a dead entity seemed justifiable. Returning to the courtyard, he found Mo Shuang Shuang staring blankly at the corpse on the ground, a pang of guilt stirring within him. After a lengthy silence, he sighed, Shuang Shuang, do not blame me for forcing you. All right. Mo Shuang Shuang collected her thoughts and gazed at Wei He with utmost seriousness, saying, Master, you act for my own good. How could I ever blame you? Moreover, this act of killing, a sudden surge of bloodlust washed over her as she licked her lips, murmuring, this feeling of killing is rather exhilarating. This sight startled Wei He, who quickly waved his hand in front of her eyes and even felt her forehead. Perplexed, is she not feverish? Observing the enchanting girl, who seemed to be relishing the experience, he refrained from commenting and gazed into the distance, stating, let us proceed. We must gather the soul-gathering grass in the Wanhun forest. As she watched Wei He's retreating figure, Mo Shuang Shuang hurriedly followed, asking curiously, Master, can I kill anyone I wish? Wei He paused to contemplate for a moment before nodding, as long as your conscience is clear. For reasons unknown, witnessing Mo Shuang Shuang in such a state, he felt a tinge of regret for leading her into murder. Chapter 38. One stands, 10,000 ghosts bow in reverence in the Wanhun forest. Where the trees are vast and black mist envelopes the area, Wei He and Mo Shuang Shuang arrived amidst the haunting cries of wandering spirits. Standing in silence for a considerable time, it was said that this place was once a battlefield, littered with countless dead, which over time transformed into this realm of despair. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them as Wei He's long hair fluttered in the wind. He glanced at Mo Shuang Shuang and asked, Are you afraid? If so, wait here for me. I will return shortly. Since the master is unafraid, how could I, your humble follower, be terrified? Mo Shuang Shuang replied with a smile and a calm demeanor. In the next moment, she pushed Wei He forward, urging, let us hurry inside and find the soul-gathering grass to save our master. After the incident in the town, her courage had swelled, and she had returned to her lively, active self, albeit with a hint of bloodlust stirring deep within her eyes. Wei He found himself both amused and exasperated as he was propelled into the Wanhun forest by Mo Shuang Shuang. After a considerable time, following the guidance of the ancient creation butterfly, they arrived at a desolate city shrouded in ghostly energy. The city was filled with collapsed buildings and overgrown weeds, where spectral soldiers clad in armor wandered, wailing in despair. Upon sensing their presence, the spirits brandished their swords and charged toward them in a menacing throng. Wei He snorted softly, unleashing a crimson aura that instantly halted the ghostly soldiers in their tracks. who trembled and knelt before him as if they had encountered their emperor in life. Possessing ghostly energy allowed him to exert a bloodline suppression over these weaker spirits. Point one stood, while 10,000 ghosts bowed in reverence. Emo Shuang, witnessing this shocking scene, felt a surge of admiration and curiosity toward her master. It was known that even those in the spirit-nurturing realm would retreat before such a multitude of troublesome spirits. Yet commanding the reverence of 1,000 ghosts was an unattainable feat for most. He led the still astonished Emo Shuang into the city. They soon arrived before an ancient, abandoned hall. Inside, at a stone table, stood a skeletal figure clad in armor, shrouded in swirling black mist, poised with a sword. Upon seeing Wei He and Emo Shuang, the skeleton's eye sockets glowed with a ghostly light as it grasped its long sword and charged forward. The air chilled rapidly as the dark mist enveloped them. The Ghost King? Wei He's pupils constricted as he raised his hand to strike. With splinters flew in all directions as the hall trembled. With a single blow, the skeletal Ghost King was sent stumbling back several meters, crashing against the wall and disintegrating into wisps of smoke. Soon after, the mist coalesced into another skeleton, armed with a long sword, continuing its assault amidst the swirling ghostly energy. Ghosts were notoriously difficult to eliminate, as their souls lingered unless one could strike at the elusive core of their essence. Yet for Wei He, dealing with such entities was an effortless task, with multiple methods at his disposal. Not only could his ghostly eyes pinpoint the core within the soul, but he could also utilize the devouring power of his ghostly energy to erase it entirely. In truth, there was no urgency to slay the Ghost King. Instead, he raised his hand to summon forth a scarlet mist that transformed into a captivating woman. The woman was alluring and exquisitely beautiful, inciting an instinctual desire to rush forth and embrace her. As she appeared, the Ghost King swung its blade, but the enchanting figure, momentarily stunned, raised her hand to seize the blade's hilt, disregarding the chilling ghostly energy. She cooed sweetly, "Dear Ghost King, why must you be so rough? Cannot you be gentler with a delicate woman like me?" Such honeyed words might have swayed a human cultivator, yet they held no sway over the Ghost King. With a fierce wrench, the battle between ghost and demon ensued, shaking the ancient hall to its foundations. Both warriors were evenly matched, likely equivalent to a late-stage Xuanhe cultivator. Wei He observed for a moment before guiding the astonished Emo Shuang toward the central position of the hall, where a stone table held a scroll of text and a flower pot. Within the pot, a small black grass plant thrived, continuously absorbing the ghostly energy permeating the hall. The soul-gathering grass, when consumed, would aid in the consolidation of one's essence and mend fractures in the soul. Wei He uprooted it, examining it thoughtfully. Noticing the Ghost King's furious roar, Wei He smirked slightly, stowing the soul-gathering grass in his storage ring before opening the nearby scroll. It detailed the Ghost Shadow Assassination Technique, a commendable high-tier spell. Upon seeing Emo Shuang's eyes light up, he closed the scroll and tossed it to her, stating, "This technique is remarkable. Practice it diligently, and you will be able to protect yourself in the future." Emo Shuang caught it with glee, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. I shall train diligently to protect you and the 100-Flower Immortal Sect." Wei He nodded with satisfaction and took a few steps forward, calmly beckoning the demoness. Hua Mei, return. Upon subduing the demoness earlier, he had learned her name. Hua Mei, a flower demon born from a peony that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. He, dear Ghost King, I shall no longer engage with you. My master calls. Hua Mei smiled seductively, effortlessly pushing the Ghost King back and joining Wei He. Intruders in the ancient hall shall perish. The Ghost King glared fiercely at the two human cultivators, brandishing its sword as it lunged forward. I had intended to recruit you as my subordinate. However, it seems you wish to face retribution. Wei He snorted, his hand enveloped in ghostly energy as he struck down. Boom! The ancient hall trembled violently, and chunks of debris fell from the ceiling as the Ghost King was obliterated. When it reformed, its aura was significantly diminished. Realizing that most of its ghostly energy had been devoured, it trembled in horror. This is ghostly energy. As Wei He's ghostly energy absorbed the spirit energy, a powerful suction force was unleashed. The Ghost King, devoid of any means to resist, transformed into wisps of ethereal smoke. merging into Wei He's energy sea. Yet this was not the end. The spirits outside also transformed into strands of smoke, surging in like a tidal wave, breaching the door and continuously integrating into Wei He's being. Within the energy sea, by the banks of the river of forgetfulness, ghostly soldiers slowly materialized, clad in dark armor and wielding long blades, standing at attention with a menacing demeanor that inspired dread. Observing Wei He's stillness, Hua Mei surmised that something significant was occurring within him. With a glint in her eye, she suddenly struck. How could a dignified flower demon like me yield to you? Die? Hua Mei, how dare you? Beside the stone table, Emo Shuang witnessed the unfolding scene and was about to step forward to intervene. However, Hua Mei's palm had already struck heavily against Wei He's back with a resounding thud. In an instant, Wei He's body became enveloped in a dark aura, sending Hua Mei flying and crashing through the wall, landing amidst the ruins outside the ancient temple. She gazed at the crimson mist swirling within the temple. Filled with human cultivators, terror gripped her heart. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, she hastily rose, stumbling away in panic. Boom. Within the depths of his energy sea, 10,000 ghostly soldiers materialized, stationed along the banks of the Wangchuan River. Their expressions indifferent, exuding an aura that dominated the 8 directions. Is this the underworld realm after the 3 lives realm? Wei He lifted his gaze, and a red glow flared, illuminating the entirety of the ancient city. Suddenly, in his mind, the ancient ghostly techniques turned a page. From the 10,000 ghostly soldiers of the ancient arts, they leapt forth. The technique of summoning 10,000 ghostly soldiers could vanquish immortals and demons. Hiss! Wei He inhaled sharply, elated. Such ghostly techniques were precisely what he needed to ascend to the position of the sect leader of the Yu Ding immortal sect. Master, are you all right? Emo Shuang, seeing her master standing there with a silly grin, feared that Hua Mei's earlier strike had affected him, and urgently called out softly. Wei He turned, wrapped an arm around Emo Shuang's delicate waist, and took a stride toward the distance in the shadowy forest. Hua Mei's face was haggard as she clutched her heaving chest, staggering forward. Damn it, what kind of monster is that guy? The flow of energy within him can automatically protect its master. After stumbling a short distance, she leaned against an ancient tree, spitting out more blood, her demonic energy waning. Hua Mei, can you escape? A cold voice suddenly echoed, causing Hua Mei's body to tremble in despair. Chapter 39. This dark plum island is mine. Amidst the swirling black mist of the jungle, Wei He and Emo Shuang slowly appeared. Looking at the waning spirit of the flower demon before him, his gaze turned icy. With a flick of his sleeve, ghostly energy coalesced into a massive hand. Howling as it struck, a violent gust arose, scattering the ghostly mist. Thud. Hua Mei was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing through thick ancient trees. Lying on the ground, her crimson dress was tattered, blood soaking her form. She struggled to prop herself up, kneeling amidst the withered leaves, repeatedly bowing her head in a plea for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Spare me. I shall not dare again. Wei He stepped forward, grasping Hua Mei's body as she flew into his grasp. He coldly declared, to err is to pay a price, with a fierce squeeze. The flower demon disintegrated, transforming into a dim crimson mist suspended in midair, suppressed by a formidable aura, unable to move. Master, Hua Mei truly understands her mistakes. Please grant me another chance. The voice of the flower demon trembled as she looked at the man, who resembled a demon, with genuine fear. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have extinguished you immediately. Wei He scoffed inwardly, raising his hand as ghostly energy coalesced into a crimson silver needle. With a gentle flick, it swiftly embedded itself within the crimson mist. As the pressure receded, the mist reformed into a graceful woman. Despite her pale complexion, her alluring aura remained, evoking a sense of pity. The flower demon touched her forehead, dazed for a moment, her emotions mixed. There was a feeling that if the red needle within her brow trembled, she would instantly turn to ashes. After a while, with a despondent expression, she knelt down. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. Hua Mei shall certainly not dare again. Wei He cast her a detached glance, then turned to leave in the forest. Emo Shuang glared fiercely at Hua Mei, her voice dripping with malice. Hua Mei, if there is a next time, even if the master doesn't kill you, I will ensure your demise. Be cautious. Hua Mei slowly rose, her pale face breaking into a bitter smile. Sister, the master has already placed a curse on me. How could I dare? That's for the best. Emo Shuang mimicked a flick of her sleeve and hurried to catch up with Wei He. Not long after, the two exited the Wanhun forest. Glancing back at the stumbling Hua Mei, Emo Shuang frowned slightly and murmured, Master, do you truly believe her? If not, let me eliminate her. Seeing that she did not seem to be joking, Wei He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. This flower demon has a rebellious spirit, but as long as I am alive, she will not dare to rebel. There is reason to keep her. Devouring 10,000 ghosts to reach the underworld realm, I can now prepare for matters regarding the Yuding immortal sect, and perhaps the flower demon may be of assistance in this regard. I will observe her performance. If she does not measure up, it will not be too late to dispose of her. Suddenly, several figures flew in from the distance, hovering in midair. Leading them was a strikingly handsome man in white, his sword-like brows and starry eyes scanning the ground. Upon seeing Hua Mei, he was momentarily entranced. Such ethereal beauty, like a celestial enchantress, does such a splendid maiden truly exist in this world? After swallowing hard and contemplating for a moment, the man in white descended with 4 attendants. With a smile, he clasped his hands toward Wei He, fellow cultivator. Did you encounter any dangers in the Wanhun forest? It appears your friend is in poor condition. My island is not far from here, and we could reach it in just a few days. Why not take her to recuperate? Though he spoke to Wei He, his eyes were fixated on Hua Mei, growing increasingly captivated, causing a trickle of blood to flow from his nose. The weather is quite warm. I seem to have overheated. Wei He appraised the group. The man in white possessed the highest cultivation, being at the initial stage of crystallization. His luxurious attire suggested he held a notable position. After pondering for a moment, Wei He clasped his hands and cautiously inquired, May I ask which sect you hail from? The man in white reluctantly retracted his gaze, puffed out his chest proudly, and declared, I am Yin Zi, the young master of Dark Plum Island. Fellow cultivator, I see your friend is gravely injured and cannot afford any delay. Fortunately, Dark Plum Island has a spiritual spring that can aid in healing. Why not allow her to accompany me for a visit? His tone was insistent, and had Wei He not been of higher cultivation, he might have attempted to seize her. Dark Plum Island? Wei He pondered, stroking his chin with a contemplative smile as he glanced at Hua Mei. What do you think? Hua Mei's body trembled, and she weakly curtsied. It is entirely up to my master. Master. Such a captivating beauty is merely a servant. Yin Zi's expression soured as he glanced disdainfully at Wei He. He is not that impressive compared to this young master. Striding to Hua Mei's side, he said with concern, Oh dear, your injuries are so serious. Were I your master, I certainly would not neglect you. As he spoke, he reached out to touch her delicate hand. Hua Mei cast him a resentful glance, turning her body away to stand beside Wei He, lowering her head in silence. Yin Zi, seeing that look, felt his heart nearly shatter and shouted at Wei He. Such a pitiful girl as her master, why are you still hesitating? Hearing those words, Wei He smiled enigmatically, clasped his fists, and replied, Since Brother Yin is so sincere, I shall take my mate along for a visit to see what makes the spiritual spring so special. Will you be joining us? Yin Zi's eyes flickered momentarily, contemplating for a few breaths before joyfully exclaiming, Excellent, excellent, fellow cultivator, please follow me. He soared into the air, gliding toward the distance, frequently glancing back to ensure the others were following. On Dark Plum Island, where plum blossoms bloomed abundantly, their fragrance wafted through the air. The 3 of them arrived, yet before they could fully appreciate the scenery, a large group of people surged out from the plum grove. Surrounding them, Yin Zi turned with poise and gazed at Hua Mei, softly saying, My dear, I could tell from your eyes that you have suffered greatly. This is my territory. As long as you wish, there is no need to follow your master any longer. Should you choose to accompany me, this young master will treat you well. How does that sound? Hua Mei surveyed the surrounding cultivators and quickly replied, Young Master Yin, please do not speak nonsense. I dare not harbor any grievances. My master treats me very well. Perhaps you do not dare to say it aloud, but very well, today I shall rid you of your master. So you need not worry. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding cultivators immediately attacked, their sword energies like rainbows, shattering plum blossoms. This island is not bad, Wei He murmured softly, stepping forward, the chilling aura radiating from him. Crack! The attacking cultivators transformed into ice sculptures, shattering into dust in an instant. Seeing this scene, Inzi trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. Why you are not at the crystallization realm. You have concealed your power. Under the immense pressure, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he shouted frantically, Father, save me! Swish, from the depths of the island, a figure surged forth, not explaining the reason, and struck at Wei He with a palm. The plum blossom petals on the ground trembled, swirling into the air, coalescing into a fierce tiger that roared and lunged forward. Initial stage of the spirit refinement, as the fierce wind brushed against him. Wei He remained composed, standing with his hands behind his back. Having battled He Ling Tian during the Three Lives realm, how could he possibly fear a mere initial stage now? Lifting his hand, a long sword appeared. And with a horizontal slash, a wave of blood surged forth, obliterating the giant tiger formed from petals. The petals rained down like a storm. The master of Dark Plum Island, witnessing the blood wave approaching, turned pale in shock, swiftly forming seals with his hands, shouting, Manifest plum! In an instant, a massive plum blossom appeared beneath him, its petals folding inward, radiating a brilliant white light that shielded his body. The blood wave crashed against the plum blossom. Shaking the heavens, the petals shattered, and the master of Dark Plum Island spat out blood, retreating several dozen meters, his expression one of horror. Who are you? At such a young age, possessing such cultivation, you cannot be a disciple of the great Shui sect. As Wei He raised his gaze, he stepped into the void, sweeping his sleeves and declaring, You need not be informed, for today, this Dark Plum Island shall belong to me. In Chapter 40, the Master exclaimed, Shall we not join forces? How audacious! The Master of Dark Plum Island, with a somber expression, turned to lightly chide, Brother He, foes approach. I implore your assistance. From the depths of the Plum Island, a cold and indifferent voice resonated. Who dares to intrude upon the island, seeking death? A figure clad in gray materialized, emanating a formidable aura that caused the trees to tremble. The figure cast a fleeting glance at Wei He, but suddenly froze, scrutinizing him closely, only to be overwhelmed with terror, as though confronting a demon, and fled in haste. Flee quickly. It is this brat who has gravely wounded me. The master of Dark Plum Island was momentarily stunned, also bewildered enough to follow suit, forgetting even his own kin. Watching the retreating He Ling Tian, Wei He's expression darkened. It turned out this fellow had come here to recuperate. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. With a cold smirk, he uttered, Flee, can you escape? Just as well, I am in need of souls. Wei He raised his hand and grasped the air, as dark energy surged violently, transforming into two colossal hands that seized both He Ling Tian and the master of Dark Plum Island. The frigid energy surged into their bodies, swiftly devouring their inner vitality. Spare me, little brother. It was my ignorance that led to this. Please, let me go. He Ling Tian struggled desperately, his voice filled with urgency. Months had passed without him realizing that this brat had grown so powerful. He could not even withstand a single move, which was indeed frightening. Wei He disregarded his pleas, tightening his grip, and the two were instantly reduced to mist, leaving only their souls behind. Upon witnessing the demise of two initial-stage spirit refinement cultivators at the hands of this demonic figure, Hua Mei's countenance paled, and she hastily lowered her head, internally lamenting. This person is too terrifying. He is not to be provoked. After collecting the souls of the two, Wei He intended to descend and deal with Inzi, only to find that she had already fallen to the ground, lifeless, with a sword wound on her neck. Meanwhile, Imo Shuang was gleefully wiping the blood from her sword, her eyes shining with excitement. Noticing the master's gaze upon her, she felt a touch embarrassed and said, I saw he was trying to escape, so I killed him. Master, you won't blame Shuanger, will you? Wei He chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. If you wish, you may eliminate all disciples within the island. Their cultivation is not particularly high. Really? Imo Shuang, akin to a demon, licked her lips and swiftly dashed into the depths of the island. Soon, Anguished cries echoed from within. Wei He remained unfazed. If these individuals were allowed to escape, it would expose his whereabouts, and this hidden island would inevitably be discovered. Dark Plum Island, brimming with abundant celestial energy, is indeed a splendid place. Casting a faint glance at Hua Mei, he strode deeper into the island. Indifferently commanding, "Follow me." Behind the island, atop a towering stone peak, lay a vast hot spring, emitting wisps of steam, reminiscent of a celestial treasure. Wei He gazed at the spring, utterly astonished. The water within contained the essence of heaven and earth, pure and unparalleled, a veritable sanctuary for healing. Noticing the enchanting beauty behind him, who was fixated on the spring, he paused briefly before saying, "You may enter and heal." The demon, reliant on the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, was too lazy to tend to the flower demon's injuries, so he decided to grant her this favor. Hua Mei, regaining her senses, incredulously exclaimed, "Master, you permit me to cultivate within?" "Of course. With your current cultivation? How can you assist me?" The flower demon's face brightened with joy as she promptly shed her garments, revealing her alluring form, and plunged into the hot spring with a splash. Nearby, Wei He observed without a hint of disturbance, his demeanor unruffled. The flower demon, unperturbed, was entirely at ease under his gaze. Compared to Lin Ruoyan and Lu Mei, the flower demon's figure was indeed captivating, evoking an irresistible allure. Yet, in Wei He's eyes, Lu Mei remained more intriguing. As she had once stirred ripples in his heart, gently touching his lips, he murmured, "Perhaps it is due to the kiss. Master, shall we join?" Hua Mei swam around the spring like a mischievous sprite. Casting a flirtatious glance at Wei He, her smile dreamy, "If you wish to feel my wrath, you may continue to charm me," Wei He replied, hands behind his back, a chilling smile gracing his lips. In the spring, the flower demon suddenly felt the warmth dissipate, a chill coursing through her. Daring not to act out of line, she sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth from the spring. "Master, master!" Emo Shuang flew over on her sword, casting an unhappy glance at the flower demon in the spring, continuing, "I discovered a plethora of medicinal herbs and rare ores in the island's treasury." "Oh, lead the way." Wei He's eyes sparkled as he grasped her small hand, swiftly departing. Within Dark Plum Island, unique pavilions stood in dazzling array, in a hall beneath the ground. A treasury was organized meticulously, with shelves for medicinal herbs, weapons, books, and spirit ores. Compared to the Zonglong's treasury, this one was indeed several times more orderly. Frost iron, crimson flamestone. After collecting all the medicinal herbs, Wei He gazed at the spirit or shelves, and was immediately taken aback. The frost iron and crimson flamestone, while inferior to the heavenly meteor iron, could still serve as materials for spiritual artifacts. The secondary spiritual weapon, the Moonslayer sword, forged by Lu Sun, was crafted from frost iron, while the silver needles Lu Mei fashioned for herself were considered excellent primary spiritual artifacts, close to the threshold of supreme artifacts. Collecting all the spirit ores into his storage ring, he turned to leave. As for the various techniques, he held no interest, though Emo Shuang appeared deeply engrossed. As night fell on Dark Plum Island, atop the eaves of the pavilion, Wei He sat on the azure-tiled roof, holding a communication stone, astonished as he spoke. "Emo Shi, your cultivation is progressing rapidly. Are you already at the late stage of Xuanhe?" Yu Emo Shi, brimming with excitement, replied sweetly, "Yes indeed." "So, Wei Gu, are you going to catch up to me?" After Wang Pang handed her the communication stone, though she had many things to share, she hesitated, fearing it might disturb him. Today, having achieved a breakthrough, she could not help but convey her joy. My apparent strength is at the mid-stage of crystal formation." But in reality, before Wei He could finish his sentence, Yu Emo Shi exclaimed in astonishment, "So fast! I must hurry." With that, the line went silent. Wei He scratched his head, chuckling bitterly as he returned the communication stone, enjoying the moonlight and solitude. "Very soon, once I prepare, I shall go to Yuding Xianzong to fetch you." A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of flowers. Hua Mei stood at the edge of the pavilion, hesitant to approach. At that moment, her complexion was flushed, rendering her even more enchanting. "Have you made a breakthrough?" Wei He turned to assess her, the depths of his pupils swirling with crimson light. Upon hearing this, the flower demon immediately knelt, clasping her fists. "Thank you, master." Wei He swept his gaze over her graceful form, curling his lips in a smirk. "Do you still wish to kill me?" The flower demon, filled with trepidation, dared not meet his gaze, burying her head against her proud bosom. "How could I dare? Master treats me so well. Hua Mei shall serve you wholeheartedly from now on." Wei He averted his gaze, recalling that the flower demon's words should not be taken at face value. The following morning, Wei He departed Dark Plum Island with Imo Shuang, returning to Baihua Xianmin.as for the flower demon. Fearing that this calamity might attract unnecessary bloodshed, he sealed her within his storage ring, At Baihua Xianmin. The previously damaged pavilions had been repaired considerably. Under Tang Yuyan's leadership, the charming female disciples busied themselves, creating a harmonious scene. "The master and junior sister Imo have returned," a voice called out cheerfully upon spotting the figures soaring from the horizon. In Chapter 41. Standing in midair and gazing down at the bustling female disciples, Wei He contemplated for a moment before declaring, "No need for further construction. We shall relocate the entire sect in a few days. This place suffers from thin celestial energy, and with the death of the Wanjie young master, the Wanjie sect will surely not rest easy. Remaining here would be most unwise. Baihua Xianmin is still weak, requiring time to recuperate before it can contend with Wanjie, or even Binghai in contrast. Dark Plum Island not only conceals itself well, but also brims with abundant energy, making it the optimal choice." Soaring into the pavilion, Wei He glanced at Mu Xiaoyu, who lay on the bed, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, the souls of He Ling Tian and the master of Dark Plum Island floated out. "Fellow Taoist, I am the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. Spare me, and I shall procure the sealed sword intent from the Sword Peak for you." As soon as He Ling Tian's soul emerged, he began to plead loudly, completely devoid of the demeanor of a master. The master of Dark Plum Island, witnessing this, quickly joined in. "Fellow Taoist, it was my son who provoked you. It has nothing to do with me. Since you have already killed him, please spare me. The treasury of Dark Plum Island is filled with treasures. I can offer them all to you." Wei He cast a dispassionate glance at him, pondering what kind of bargaining chips the man would present if he knew that the treasury had already been discovered by Imo Shuang. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to He Ling Tian and inquired, "Sword intent? What sword intent?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, He Ling Tian quickly replied, "In the Sword Sect's Sword Peak, there lies a sealed bloodthirsty sword intent. Only the sect master and I are aware of its existence. If you spare my life, I can reveal how to break the seal. The bloodthirsty sword intent manifests with every life taken, giving rise to a blade of willed in days of yore. The esteemed ancestor of the sword sect traversed realms, armed with 30,000 sword intents, to confront a formidable Dao fruit realm expert. A feat that left many in awe, yet, following that legendary battle, the sword ancestor vanished from sight, and the sword sect fell into decline. In an unexpected turn of events, He Ling Tian, alongside the sect leader, stumbled upon sword intents sealed within the Sword Peak. Overwhelmed with joy, they dedicated extensive time to deciphering the means to break the seal. Through diligent study of ancient texts, He Ling Tian uncovered the method to unravel the seal and planned a covert acquisition of the sword intents. However, the sect leader sensed something amiss and, after receiving no response, launched a sudden ambush, severely wounding him. Fortunately, He Ling Tian possessed commendable cultivation and managed to escape with his life, retreating to the forging city to recuperate for several years. Upon hearing this, Wei He pondered briefly before absorbing He Ling Tian's soul, his gaze shifting towards the master of Dark Plum Island. The master of Dark Plum Island felt a sudden jolt in her heart and hurriedly exclaimed, "Fellow cultivator, I possess a treasure." Nevertheless, Wei He did not grant her the luxury of further speech, swiftly erasing her consciousness and extracting her soul source, by combining it with soul-gathering grass and other herbs. He succeeded in refining the revitalizing radiance. Approaching the bed, he raised his hand, summoning the silver needles from Mu Xiaoyu's body, and pressed the revitalizing radiance into her forehead. In an instant, a faint glow radiated from her delicate form, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as her breathing gradually steadied. Stepping out of the loft, he spotted Imo Shuang peering anxiously at the door and jested, "What, are you afraid I might harm your master?" "Ah? No, no." Emo Shuang hastily shook her fair hands, saying, "It's just that during my recent training in the phantom assassination technique, I feel something is amiss and wish to seek guidance from the sect master." "Oh, demonstrate it for me to see." Wei He stroked his chin, intrigued. Although he had perused the technique, he had yet to practice it. While he might not provide substantial guidance, possessing the netherworld eye, he could discern certain nuances. Emo Shuang's face lit up with delight as she giggled. Sect master, may I attack you? Without a target, I feel nothing." Wei He stepped into the center of the courtyard, gesturing, "Certainly, go ahead." With a clang, Emo Shuang summoned her flying sword, focusing her energy. After a brief pause, her figure shifted, transforming into 10 shadowy apparitions that dispersed in all directions, darting towards him with incredible speed. The shadows resembled phantoms, closing in on him in an instant. Wei He's eyes flashed with crimson light as he reached out to grasp one of the shadows. With a gentle tug, he pulled her into his embrace, and in that moment, the other shadows dissipated, and the one in his arms gradually transformed back into Emo Shuang herself. The fragrance of a woman enveloped him as she gazed into his eyes with an innocent expression. Wei He quickly released her. Stepping back a few paces, "Master, how did you know this shadow was my true form? That's incredible." Emo Shuang stood firm, her eyes filled with admiration, seemingly unfazed by the recent encounter. Wei He contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. "You have yet to grasp the essence of the technique. Firstly, the 10 shadows conjured from true energy should be evenly distributed. This allows for seamless switching and concealment. Secondly, each shadow must harbor an infusion of your aura, making it indistinguishable to others. For instance," he took a light step forward, and instantly, 9 replicas of Wei He materialized, standing in a row, hands clasped behind their backs. Each replica bore a different expression. Some smiled, others wept, and some seethed with anger. This scene left Emo Shuang astounded as she rubbed her eyes, realizing that all 10 Wei He's were vividly lifelike, leaving her uncertain as to which was the true master. "Master, have you also practiced the phantom assassination technique?" she inquired, her mouth agape with skepticism. Wei He shook his head, admitting he had not studied it. Since receiving the inheritance of the ghost doctor, his cultivation talent and comprehension abilities had become exceedingly rare, a phenomenon not encountered in millennia. He had speculated that the acceptance of the inheritance had transformed his body, and the 9 figures were derived from his recent insights into the technique, constituting a semi-original formulation. Seeing his denial, Emo Shuang's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she rushed forward to touch the 9 Wei He's, finding them solid and real, as if they were indeed alive. After examining each one, she furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Noticing this, Wei He dismissed the 9 figures and reassured her, "Take your time. There is no rush as long as you master the 2 points I mentioned." The phantom assassination technique can be perfected. Emo Shuang remained lost in thought, even as Wei He departed, her determination evident. Days later, Mu Xiaoyu awoke, and Wei He led them southward to Dark Plum Island. Observing the blossoms in abundance, the women of the 100-flower immortal sect rejoiced as they flitted through the plum grove like ethereal sprites. After a brief stay, Wei He set off alone to prepare for matters concerning the Yuding immortal sect. First, he needed to visit the forging city to deliver the frost iron and crimson flamestone to Lu Mei, hoping to forge a few more spiritual artifacts. As he journeyed, he received unsettling news from Luo Changong, who relayed that the Yuding immortal sect had decided to send the Supreme Furnace's sister to the Burning Flame immortal sect, which would arrive in 3 months to retrieve her. Days later, he communicated again, informing Wei He that the Burning Flame sect's leader would personally lead the expedition. Upon his unexpected arrival at the forging city, Lu Sun was taken aback with joy, quickly ushering Lu Mei, who had been engrossed in her work, out of the forging chamber. Seeing Wei He, Lu Mei's eyes sparkled like autumn water, momentarily lost in thought before she quickly composed herself. Bowing respectfully, Mayer greets the young master. The beauty before him appeared somewhat haggard, likely a result of her tireless endeavors. Forging weapons was indeed a mentally taxing endeavor. Wei He felt a pang of sympathy and reached out to support her arm, his brow furrowing as he spoke sternly. "Miss Lu, do not overexert yourself. You must take better care of your health." Lu Mei trembled slightly, stealing a glance at the man who seemed to see through her. Whispering, "It's nothing. The more I practice, the more my forging skills improve. At this, Lu Xun interjected, visibly displeased. Mayor, I believe the young master is correct. Why cling so stubbornly to this? The Yuding Immortal Sect is coercing our Lu family to produce 30,000 flying swords within a month. Who among the vast Shui realm can achieve such a feat? If our Lu family cannot forge them, let them kill you in that case. You and the young master can leave. I will bear the burden alone. Lu Mei's expression turned anxious as she implored, Father, you are my only kin. I cannot bear for anything to happen to you. Rest assured, I will forge 30,000 flying swords within a month. Lu Xun sighed, frustrated, wishing to scold her. Yet how could he not understand his daughter's heart? All he could do was exhale heavily in resignation. Meanwhile, Wei He grew increasingly displeased with the conversation. After a moment of regaining his composure, he produced a vial of spiritual liquid, handing it to Lu Mei. Miss Lu, this is a spirit-calming elixir. Consuming it will restore your mental state. Furthermore, you need not worry about this matter, since the Lu family has allied with me. I will certainly not neglect you. Rest assured, I will handle matters moving forward. Lu Mei clutched the jade vial tightly, her eyes filled with emotion as she gazed at Wei He. Young master, but the Yuding Immortal Sect is so powerful. Can you truly manage alone? Wei He raised a hand to halt her. No need for concern. Your priority now is to consume the elixir and rest well for a few days. Understood? Faced with such a domineering yet warm-hearted young master. Lu Mei lowered her head, finally responding softly, Mayor understands. Lu Xun, witnessing his daughter relent, sighed in resignation. It seems only the young master can tame you. Alas, I am getting old. You no longer heed your father's words. Father Lu Mei blushed slightly, casting a reproachful glare at Lu Xun before gracefully departing with a light step. Wei He observed the still musing Lu Xun in silence for a considerable time before producing the frost iron and crimson flame stone. Lu family head, please accept these. See if you can forge spiritual artifacts from them. Originally, he intended to hand them to Lu Mei, given her possession of heavenly fire and her remarkable forging skills. However, seeing her fatigued state, he refrained from burdening her further and decided to entrust the materials to Lu Xun instead. Upon seeing the two rare spirit minerals, Lu Xun's excitement overshadowed any sense of wonderment. Rest assured, young master, I will certainly forge the spiritual artifacts. After contemplating for a moment, he added hopefully, young master, if you stay a few more days, I will ensure Mayor spends more time with you and show you around the forging city. Wei He considered for a moment before nodding slowly. Once Miss Lu has regained her mental clarity, I shall take her out for a while, then return to address the matters concerning the Yuding Immortal Sect. Does that sound agreeable? Take her out? Lu Xun's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. That sounds wonderful. Even if you take her to the ends of the earth, I have no objections. He secretly mused that perhaps this outing would strengthen their bond, and he would no longer need to worry unnecessarily. If they could return with a child, that would be even better. Wei He clasped his hands in salute. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest now. The reason for bringing Lu Mei along was due to her inevitable restlessness within the city. She might very well sneak away to forge swords again. Moreover, given my current state in the Yinming realm, I am considered among the stronger individuals in Deshui, capable of ensuring her safety. Additionally, having achieved some mastery over the 10,000 Yin soldiers technique, I can summon 100 Yin soldiers for protection without fear of being distracted during battle. In just a few short days, Wei He, accompanied by Lu Mei, soared towards the sword sect. Along the way, Lu Mei, who was venturing outside for the first time, beheld the picturesque scenery, her face radiating with joy. Akin to a garden in full bloom, captivating the hearts of all as they journeyed towards the sword sect, they passed through a small town. Walking along the bustling streets filled with people, Lu Mei was drawn to a sword shop, where she paused to pick up a flying sword, examining it with great interest. What is it? Wei He inquired as he approached, inhaling the subtle fragrance that wafted from the young woman, feeling a sense of delight. Lu Mei turned slightly, offering the sword to him with a gleeful expression. My lord, do take a look at this sword. Wei He accepted it, scrutinizing it from various angles, but failing to discern anything remarkable. He questioned, what makes this sword so special? As she played with the flying sword in her hands, Lu Mei explained, at first glance, it appears to be an ordinary flying sword, but its forging technique is unique. differing from that of the Lu family. Furthermore, it contains fewer impurities, making it a true masterpiece among flying swords. Oh, Wei He was momentarily taken aback, his Yinming eyes opening wide in astonishment. The purity of this flying sword was extraordinarily high, as if it had been born from the earth itself, unlike others crafted from various materials that were riddled with impurities. In comparison, this sword stood out as truly exceptional. Lu Mei set the flying sword down, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. She had believed that the Lu family's forging techniques were the finest in Deshui, but it appeared she had been mistaken, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. The notion of becoming the foremost swordsmith in the wasteland now seemed a mere jest. Noticing her disheartened demeanor, Wei He pondered briefly before approaching the shopkeeper, asking, "Good sir, do you remember where this flying sword originated?" The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, sized up Wei He and Lu Mei, noticing their refined attire. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, he replied, "Young masters, it has been quite some time since anyone graced my humble shop. If you were to purchase a sword, I would gladly divulge its origins. Truly a cunning old fox." Wei He wasted no time and promptly purchased the exquisite flying sword. After receiving the payment, the shopkeeper beamed, saying, "I distinctly remember this sword. Just a few days ago, old Ming from the east side of the city brought it to me, hoping to exchange it for a few coins to buy some oil and salt. Seeing him so forlorn, I took it in." Upon hearing this, Wei He grasped Lu Mei's small hand and headed towards the eastern part of the city. Along the way, Lu Mei, being pulled along, lowered her head, a hint of shyness in her eyes, and asked, "My lord, you do not think this flying sword was crafted by an ordinary person, do you?" Wei He paused briefly, contemplating. "We shall find out if we uncover the origin of this sword. We might acquire that forging technique, which would be a significant opportunity for you. It truly for my sake." Lu Mei felt a sudden sweetness in her heart, allowing him to lead her towards the eastern part of the city. Before long, they had inquired with several individuals and arrived at old Ming's modest courtyard. In the yard, a small, white-haired old man reclined in a dilapidated armchair, shielding his face with a fan, lazily swaying back and forth. Upon hearing footsteps, old Ming lowered the fan, squinting at Wei He and Lu Mei, and said indifferently, "What brings you two here?" Wei He raised his hand and summoned the flying sword into view. Asking, "Elder, do you recognize this sword?" Old Ming glanced at the flying sword, his pupils narrowing slightly, then turned his head away. "There are countless flying swords in the world, all similar in appearance. How could I possibly recognize it?" Wei He fell silent for a moment, feeling displeased by the response, before calmly asking, "So, is this sword not one that you forged?" Old Ming was taken aback and quickly replied, "Young man, do you see me as an ordinary person? How could I forge a flying sword? This sword is not of my making, and I do not recognize it. You should leave quickly, lest you disturb my afternoon rest." His tone was dismissive, laced with a hint of irritation, clearly indicating a desire for them to depart. Lu Mei tugged at Wei He's sleeve, softly suggesting, "My lord, he does not seem to be a swordsmith. Perhaps we should take our leave." Wei He remained rooted in place, a crimson glint flickering in his eyes as he meticulously scrutinized the old man in the chair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Leaning down, he whispered in Lu Mei's ear, "There is no rush. Today, I shall surely uncover that forging technique for you." Lu Mei was taken aback, uncertain of his intent. As Wei He approached old Ming, he placed a hand on the man's abdomen, causing him to gasp in shock and cover his mouth. "You are not truly enraged by my words and intend to kill him, are you? What are you planning, young man?" The old man, startled by the sudden movement, nimbly leaped up, retreating several steps with a wary expression. Wei He maintained a benign smile, appearing harmless. With his hands clasped behind his back, he casually remarked, "Elder, why not take a moment to examine your own energy sea?" Upon hearing this, old Ming, filled with confusion, turned inward to inspect, his expression shifting to one of elation. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Immortal doctor, please save me." Chapter 43. The mysterious woman in white, strong and powerful, observing the stark contrast in the old man's demeanor. Lu Mei was filled with bewilderment. She stepped forward gracefully and whispered, "My lord, what has happened to him?" Wei He did not respond, merely smiling softly as he took her hand and turned away, lamenting, since the elder is unwilling to share the origins of the flying sword. Miss Lu, let us depart and inquire elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Old Ming froze for a moment, then hurriedly scrambled to their front. Spreading his arms to block their path, "Immortal Doctor, please wait. I was rude earlier. I beg you not to take offense. That flying sword was indeed forged by me, and I assume you are here for that forging technique. If you are willing to save me, I shall gladly share it with you." Wei He narrowed his eyes slightly, flicking his sleeve dismissively, and replied, "Elder, you currently lack the leverage to bargain with me. Either you hand over the forging technique, and if it proves genuine, perhaps I can save you, or you can await your demise from the encroaching malevolence. The choice is yours." Earlier, through his Ming eyes, he had perceived the frail energy sea of the old man, which contained but a small flicker of dim, mysterious fire, indicating he was indeed a forger. That mysterious fire was enveloped by a dark malevolence, and if left unchecked, it would extinguish in due course. At that point, the malevolence would invade his limbs and bones, rendering him beyond salvation. The palm strike he had delivered earlier consumed a portion of the malevolent energy. Allowing the old man to experience a glimmer of hope, he would not refuse his offer. Old Ming stood in place, contemplating for a moment, before finally sighing in resignation. "Very well, after all, it is just an external matter. I shall give it to you." With that, he shuffled slowly into the house, and shortly thereafter emerged with a small wooden box, bowing his head as he extended it with both hands. "Immortal Doctor." The forging technique is contained within it was this very technique that had led him to his current predicament, and he pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse in the ancient secret realm of the Wasteland continent. As a forger, he had ventured into an ancient palace to obtain this item, inadvertently becoming tainted by its sinister energy, which he could not cure. Fleeing from his enemies, he had come to the remote Deshui, living in obscurity, intending to quietly await his demise. Yet now, with someone capable of dispelling the malevolence, hope reignited within him. He would not hesitate to offer the forging technique, even if it meant becoming a servant. Wei He opened the wooden box and retrieved the ancient forging technique, perusing it briefly before deeming it satisfactory, handing it to Lu Mei. "Thank you, my lord." Lu Mei accepted it, immediately opening it to study. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, unable to part with it, Wei He approached the old man, leaning in to whisper, "I can save you, but before that, you must kill someone." "Kill someone?" Old Ming was taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Immortal Doctor, do you see my current state? I possess almost no power. How could I possibly kill someone? Please do not jest." Wei He remained composed, brushing off the dust from his attire, and replied indifferently, "It is not for me that you must kill, but for your own sake. The target is yours to choose. I shall not interfere." This peculiar rule of the ghost doctor lineage puzzled him. Yet he understood the necessity of adhering to it. He had previously contemplated that saving a doomed individual and taking a life seemed to serve as a form of balance. Old Ming fell silent for a moment, glancing at Wei He before resolutely stating, "Very well, I shall go at once." Though he was aged, he had once been a cultivator. Taking the life of an ordinary person would be a simple task. Watching the small old man's retreating figure, Wei He decided to remain by Lu Mei's side, engrossed in the ancient forging technique, choosing not to follow him to see whom he intended to kill. In the ancient city, Old Ming furrowed his brow as he turned in circles, feeling at a loss for where to begin. He quickly exited the city, hiding along a narrow path, waiting for a solitary passerby. Gradually, a poor young boy clad in simple clothing, carrying a bundle of firewood, approached. Old Ming's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he lunged forward, displaying no signs of his age. With a swift strike to the boy's neck, he rendered him unconscious. Looking down at the boy, he murmured, "Little one, do not blame me. I am merely trying to save my own life." From his storage bag, he retrieved a dagger and crouched down, self-deprecatingly saying, "Humans are like ants. What hesitation was there in killing an ant just now? Was it due to my long absence from taking a life?" A sudden glimmer of bloodlust flashed in his eyes as he lifted the dagger high. Is it truly justifiable to take the life of an innocent for the sake of one's own survival? Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in the sky. Her long hair billowed gracefully, and she was clad in garments whiter than snow. Her delicate and exquisite visage bore eyes reminiscent of a cold moon, with brows that arched like the wings of a bird. exuding an aura of frost-like chill. It seemed she had been present for quite some time. Old Ming raised his head to behold that icy gaze, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a clatter, his dagger fell to the ground. He hastily knelt, his voice laden with despair, pleading, "Fairy, spare my life. This is not my wish. It was the celestial healer who commanded me to kill, or else I would not be saved. To save one must kill another? A ghostly healer?" The white-clad woman's pupils contracted as she descended swiftly, seizing Old Ming by the nape of his neck, her tone cold and indifferent. "Where is he? Take me to him at once." To the east of the ancient city, in a small courtyard, two figures suddenly materialized above. Observing a man and a woman below with detached interest, Lu Mei, having emerged from her sea of books, gazed at the ethereal figure in the sky, who seemed untouched by the mundane world, and asked with suspicion, "My lord, do you know that person?" Wei He's expression grew grave as he took Lu Mei's hand. Stepping into the air, he scrutinized the mysterious woman across from him, then glanced at the rigid features of Old Ming, his brow furrowing slightly. The white-clad woman fixed her gaze upon Wei He, her lips curling slightly as she casually obliterated the old man beside her with a single strike. Her tone dismissive, though it was the ghostly healer who commanded you to kill. Your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent is a crime deserving of death. A vast and formidable aura enveloped Wei He and Lu Mei. You are at the mid-stage of the breaking void realm. You do not belong to the Great Shui. Noticing Lu Mei's pallor, Wei He pulled her behind him, allowing his dark energy to spread forth. Dispelling the surrounding pressure, the white-clad woman, witnessing the dissipating force, felt a glimmer of cold light in her eyes. Indeed, it is dark energy. Since you are the inheritor of the ghostly healer's legacy, the previous ghostly healer must have perished. Thus, today shall mark the end of your lineage. She raised her hand, and the sky instantly darkened. Behind her, a massive, radiant full moon began to ascend, hovering above her head. "Condensing the moon," the woman uttered softly, and the full moon trembled lightly, casting vast waves of moonlight that flooded the air. The ancient city below was struck by the shimmering light, causing buildings to crumble instantaneously, while even those common folk who merely glanced up were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Wei He was horrified. The mid-stage of breaking void was overwhelmingly powerful, and that moonlight seemed to possess the ability to shatter anything it touched. It is a dispersive attribute, Wei He muttered, and with a fierce grasp into the void, summoned the ghostly blade into existence. The heavens trembled, and the chilling cries of spirits echoed continuously. He stepped forward, striking fiercely with several blows, each beam of ethereal light slicing through the air, colliding with the encroaching moonlight. The forces of devouring and dispersal clashed for several moments, yet lacking sufficient cultivation. The tide of blade light gradually disintegrated, and the moonlight surged forth in an instant. Lu Mei appeared before Wei He, pushing him forcefully in the chest. "My lord, flee!" Wei He was sent flying, his gaze momentarily vacant, an inexplicable surge of emotion swelling within him. At that moment, he would rather face death than see her harmed. It seemed he had come to understand the depth of his affection. No. Observing the moonlight nearing Lu Mei, his eyes turned blood-red, tears of blood streaming down his face. Within his brow, the ethereal flower trembled, tearing at his soul, causing unbearable pain, as if warning him against allowing true feelings to blossom. Wei He's face twisted in agony, battling the sensation of his soul being torn asunder. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Roaring, ancient creation butterfly. Everything fell silent, time itself froze. His face drained of color as he stepped towards Lu Mei, who stood against the vast moonlight. Seeing her back, largely ravaged and exposed, he felt a pang of heartache. Emotions surged, his soul ached once more. He hastily summoned his dark energy to suppress his feelings, wrapping his arms around her fragile waist as they soared toward the horizon point. 3 breaths later, the moonlight extinguished the entire ancient city. The white-clad woman, startled by the disappearance of the figures ahead, quickly closed her eyes to sense their presence. At that moment, time stood still. She resembled a celestial being carved in the air, enveloped in a serene moonlight, forbidding anyone to approach. After 3 breaths, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and all things froze once more. The woman opened her eyes, frowning in discontent in her perception. The trace of the ghostly healer's inheritor had vanished. Moments later, she produced a communication stone, stating coldly, "The ghostly healer's inheritor has appeared in great exuii in the forest." Wei He cradled the unconscious Lu Mei and dashed into a cave, laying her gently upon the ground. He gazed at her back, where flesh had decayed, revealing bone, and quickly retrieved medicinal materials, extracting the blood of the Zhongling bear to concoct a remedy. He sprinkled the elixir onto Lu Mei's back. And gradually, her flesh began to regenerate, smooth and snow-white skin reappearing. He draped a long robe over her and, observing her steady breathing, spoke softly, "Why are you so foolish? I have means to escape." As he reached out to caress her cheek, a pang of pain shot through his soul, causing him to spit out blood once more. What is happening? Wei He's face grew haggard as he suppressed his emotions and withdrew his hand. Reflecting on the previous events, a realization dawned upon him. It seemed that when he felt genuine affection, his soul would tear apart. The ghostly healer's legacy had granted him rare talents and comprehension abilities, but had deprived him of the right to love. Gazing at Lu Mei with a complex expression, he cast aside his thoughts and sat down to recuperate from his soul's injuries. "My lord, have we perished? Was I unable to save you in the cave?" Lu Mei opened her eyes softly, gazing at Wei He, who sat cross-legged ahead of her, murmuring. Wei He trembled slightly, turning to smile gently, "Rest easy. We are not dead." Immediately, he turned his head away, afraid to look at her. Fearing he could not contain the torrent of emotions within, so this was love. As for you, Ma Shi, it was merely a fondness. Otherwise, he would have felt this soul-rending sensation much earlier. After a moment of melancholy, Wei He reflected deeply, shaking his head in resignation. As a ghostly healer, he could not find a solution to his plight. How tragic! No wonder the inheritance required the erasure of all prior memories. It was to ensure the inheritor had no feelings to hinder them. Regarding the white-clad woman, her mention of the previous ghostly healer, could it be Ku or a figure from the Chongqing Xianzong? Days swiftly passed. The two recovered fully and exited the cave, soaring between the mountains. Noticing Wei He's silence, Lu Mei spoke softly, "My lord, that day was my own decision, and it caused you trouble. From the moment I regained consciousness, I knew you had saved me. Had I not acted, perhaps we would have retreated safely." Wei He cast a sidelong glance at her, immediately averting his gaze, not daring to look again. "It matters not. Just do not engage in such reckless acts again in the future. Even if the sky were to fall, I would bear the weight. There is no need for you to support me." Lu Mei shivered slightly, her head drooping in sorrow. Sensing the beauty's despondence, Wei He felt a sudden panic, emotions swirling within him. He opened his mouth to explain, but the sensation of his soul tearing returned. Instantly, his face turned pale as he clutched his head and plummeted down the mountain. Lu Mei stood stunned for a moment before swiftly diving down to catch him. Seeing his anguished expression, she anxiously inquired, "My lord, what is wrong? Are you hurt? Please, do not frighten me." Wei He suppressed his emotions, the pain subsiding as he rose from her embrace. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "There are no injuries. Merely an ailment. Indeed, this could be considered a form of affliction." "What?" Lu Mei's eyes widened in confusion. "With your medical skills, what ailment could you possibly not cure?" Wei He forced a smile, looking at her earnestly. "Mayor, sometimes even a healer cannot heal themselves. But fret not, this ailment is not severe. I will find a solution in due time." Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Lu Mei refrained from pressing further. However, the way he addressed her as mayor brought her joy. Below the Sword Sect mountain, in the forest, Wei He surveyed his surroundings, producing He Lingtian's soul and stating coolly, "Now, tell me how to break that seal." He Lingtian remained silent for a moment before timidly speaking, "I will tell you, but you must keep your promise to release me." Wei He glared at him, a cold smile spreading across his face. "If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I have no desire for that sort intent. In fact, my soul is somewhat unstable. I might as well eliminate you to remedy my losses." "You?" He Lingtian's soul trembled uncontrollably. This young man before him was akin to an ancient demon, impossible to contend with. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly conceded, "Fine, I will tell you. Tio, break that formation. You will need the blood of the Sword Ancestor's descendant. The only descendant of the sword ancestor is located not far from here, in the fishing village at the foot of the mountain. The only family with the surname Bai. When the sword ancestor vanished, the sword sect fell into internal strife over the position of sect master, resulting in the demise of most of the sword ancestor's descendants. Young He Lingtian believed the sword ancestor might not necessarily be dead, so he secretly saved a child and placed him in a commoner's household, hoping that should the sword ancestor return, he could be of assistance. Little did he know that even after becoming the Grand Elder of the sword sect, the sword ancestor still had not returned, indicating that he was likely truly deceased. The Bai family, blood. An adult man's entire blood volume could only yield a small half bottle. This meant a life must be taken. Wei He stroked his chin thoughtfully, suddenly casting a fierce glance at the soul before him. Bloodlust rising, He Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, "My friend, I know you must kill me. Before that, could you take me into the sword sect? I want to detonate my soul. Making the sword sect's master pay for his past treachery and also alleviate your burden. How does that sound?" Wei He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly. "Do you think I would trust you? If it weren't for the dark energy suppressing your soul, you would have detonated yourself long ago. Joining the sword sect is merely a ploy to leverage the sect leader's intervention and seize the opportunity to escape." The young man, He Lingtian, was filled with righteous fury, his spirit blood pouring forth in anguish. He lamented the misfortune of encountering such a calculating individual, as if everything was laid bare before them, leaving no room for concealment. Wei He cast a cold glance, swiftly extinguishing his consciousness in one fell swoop, swallowing him whole, channeling the dark energy to mend the torn soul. Lu Mei stood quietly by, showing no signs of cruelty. Ever since the harrowing battle in the Forging City, it was clear that it would be a matter of either one's demise or the other's survival. She felt a sense of relief that it was Wei He who remained alive. Having restored his soul, Wei He escorted Lu Mei to Yulin village, where they sought out the only family with the surname Bai. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted a child blissfully chasing butterflies, while a humble woman nearby was washing clothes, occasionally glancing at the child with a gentle smile illuminating her face. When she noticed the arrival of Wei He and Lu Mei, she froze momentarily, hastily halting her chores to pull the child behind her, warily inquiring, "What brings you here, esteemed guests?" Observing this tender scene, Lu Mei felt a stir in her heart and gently tugged at Wei He's sleeve. Sensing his intentions, she feared he might engage in unnecessary bloodshed. Wei He reassured her with a light pat on her soft hand, stepping forward to bow respectfully. "I come with a matter to discuss with the head of the Bai family." Upon hearing the mention of the Bai family head, the woman's eyes reddened, tears brimming as she replied, "My husband passed away last year, young sir. I fear you have come in vain." "What?" Wei He was taken aback. Glancing at the child standing behind the woman, Lu Mei felt a slight tension but refrained from acting, trusting that he would not be so merciless in the courtyard. The raggedly dressed child clutched the hem of the woman's garment. Peering curiously at Lu Mei, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Are you a fairy?" he asked innocently. "A fairy?" Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback, her face breaking into a warm smile as she knelt down to ruffle the child's hair. "Little one, I am not a fairy. Fairies are far more beautiful than I." Seeing such untainted innocence, Wei He fell silent for a moment before addressing the woman, "Madam Bai, I wish to take a drop of blood from this child." "May I have your permission?" The woman tensed immediately at his request, pulling the child back as she questioned, "Take blood? For what purpose?" Wei He raised his hand gently, revealing a small pouch filled with jewels. Smiling as he said, "Please rest assured. I mean no harm, and I am willing to exchange these treasures for just a drop of blood. I hope you will consent." The woman gazed at the valuable jewels in astonishment, then lowered her eyes in contemplation. Such precious items were a rare sight. If acquired, they could leave Yulin village and lead a better life in the city, allowing her child to attend school and learn to read. After a brief moment, she looked down at the child and softly asked, "Xianer, are you afraid of pain?" Bai Xian met his mother's gaze and firmly shook his head. "Mother, I am not afraid. It is just a drop of blood. It won't kill me." He raised his right index finger, biting it to draw blood, then offered it forward, saying, "Brother, here you go." As the droplets of fresh blood fell to the ground, Wei He felt a surge of emotion. He gestured lightly, and a drop of blood floated into his hand. After securing it, he took out a healing elixir to mend the child's wound, smiling as he said, "Thank you, little Bai Xian. Should you ever find life too difficult, you may seek me at Dark Plum Island." With the blood obtained, he departed with Lu Mei.at, the foot of the sword sect. Within a dense forest, Wei he extracted a large quantity of Songling bear blood, channeling the ghostly transformation scripture to transmute it into Bai Xian's blood. Further refining it, he acquired a small vial of essence blood. He gazed toward the sword sect's entrance, pondering for a moment. From He Ling Tian's words, he inferred that the sect leader would not be overly formidable, allowing for a swift resolution. His interest in the bloodthirsty sword intent was minimal. Seizing it was solely for Mo Shuangshuang. The seemingly lively and charming woman was, in truth, steeped in a thirst for blood. Should she attain the bloodthirsty sword intent, her achievements and power would undoubtedly escalate. With her newfound strength, she could safeguard the 100 Flowers immortal sect, thereby alleviating his burdens. This foray into the sword sect needed to be discreet, without lingering too long. After all, the mysterious woman in white was still in pursuit of him, and being discovered would be disastrous. The ancient transformation butterfly could only be used thrice per day to freeze time. Having escaped last time, she would surely be on guard, and he could not afford to be careless. Collecting his thoughts, he slowly rose and addressed Lu Mei. "Mayor, you should wait for me at Yulin Village. I shall return shortly." Lu Mei pondered for a moment before nodding, her voice gentle. "Take care, my lord." Watching her retreating figure, Wei he felt a pang of melancholy. Naturally, he wished for her presence at every moment, yet feared that she might again disregard her safety. Furthermore, being with her often stirred feelings he could not indulge in. A simple gesture, a word, a smile could evoke a torrent of emotions. With a sigh, his gaze turned steely as he strode toward the sword sect's heights. Activating his ghostly eyes, he surveyed the myriad peaks and pinpointed the one harboring the sword intent. "Who dares intrude upon my sword sect?" Suddenly, several figures descended from below, surrounding him. These individuals bore modest cultivation, all at the crystal refinement stage, presumably the sword sect's elders. Wei he cast a disinterested glance, his tone apathetic. "Bring forth your sect leader and elders. These instructors are no match for me. Arrogant, a mere child." 5 figures swooped in, hurling insults. They were all elders, 2 at the initial stage of spirit nourishing, and 3 at the pinnacle of crystal refinement. 5 elders? Yet still insufficient. Summon your sect leader to join. Wei he narrowed his eyes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, speaking languidly. Such ignorance of one's limitations. "Allow me to teach you a lesson." 1 elder at the pinnacle of crystal refinement stepped forward, his face a stormy shade of anger. He quickly formed seals, and sword beams flitted around him, coalescing in midair into a massive golden sword, its fierce aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast, instilling fear in onlookers. Old 5 has mastered this technique to perfection. I wager this brat will not withstand this strike. Indeed, since when has our sword sect been so feeble? Even a mid-stage crystal refinement brat dares to provoke us. He truly knows not the meaning of death. The onlookers from the sword sect maintained their composure, observing while whispering among themselves, "Child, prepare to meet your end." Elder 5 sneered, slicing downward with his sword finger, the golden giant sword plummeting, causing the heavens to tremble, sword light scattering across the sky. "I have no time to play with you. I granted you the chance to strike together. If you fail to seize it, do not blame me." Wei he snorted lightly, stepping forward with a sudden, forceful stomp, unleashing a terrifying aura. Crack! The golden giant sword swiftly froze, shattering with a resounding boom, boom. The explosive noise resonated in the ears of all present, their faces paling instantly, as if a foot had crushed their hearts, blood spewing forth as they staggered back. Eyes wide with horror at the young figure at the center. Behind him, 50 soldiers clad in dark armor emerged, their fearsome bronze ghost masks concealing their faces, wielding long blades, emitting tendrils of gray smoke that obscured the clear skies. With the appearance of these 50 ghost soldiers, the temperature plummeted, a chilling wind howling incessantly. This aura is terrifying, comparable to the pinnacle of crystal refinement. 50 subordinates at that level? Who exactly is he? The elders trembled in shock, their bodies quaking uncontrollably in a modest sect like the Sword Sect. There were only a handful of cultivators surpassing the pinnacle of crystal refinement. Wei He observed their expressions. A smirk curling on his lips. The ghost soldiers had not yet been fully summoned, yet they were already so shaken. If he were to call forth another 50, who knows whether these elders would flee in panic? The 10,000 ghost soldier technique summons soldiers one tier below the user's cultivation. Currently, being at the initial stage of Yin Ming, the ghost soldiers equate to the pinnacle of 3 lives. Akin to crystal refinement cultivators, as his cultivation rises, the ghost soldiers will only grow stronger. In due course, he would be able to summon 10,000 ghost soldiers, an unimaginable terror. Slaying gods and exterminating demons is no mere boast. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect is that unless the summoner perishes, the ghost soldiers can never be vanquished. Wei He glanced coolly at the crowd, raising his hand with a cold command, "Kill, roar." The 50 ghost soldiers bellowed, an overwhelming aura of carnage filling the air, shaking the heavens. They brandished their chilling long blades, transforming into fleeting shadows as they charged toward the Sword Sect's elders. All disciples of the Sword Sect, defend yourselves. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect immediately shouted. In an instant, all disciples of the sect soared into the air, ready to engage in battle. The clash was imminent, blood would flow like rivers. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect shattered a ghost soldier with a single palm strike and moved to intercept Wei He, who was advancing toward the sword peak. However, a gray mist erupted before him. As the destroyed ghost soldier reformed and charged at him once more, high above the towering sword peak, Wei He gazed contemplatively at the middle-aged man atop the eaves of the pavilion. This man is at the mid-stage of spirit nourishing. He must be the Sword Sect leader. The middle-aged man glanced at the distant battlefield, then shifted his gaze to the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. It seems you have discovered the sword intent within the sword peak. Did He Ling Tian reveal this to you? Wei He had no time for idle chatter. He raised his hand and grasped the air, pointing the Zihan battle halberd directly at the Sword Sect's master. The dark energy surged, his long hair billowed, standing in midair like a deity or demon. Sensing the overwhelming chill emanating from Wei He, the Sword Sect master's expression turned grave. He formed hand seals, causing all the flying swords within the sect to tremble and converge behind him, creating a vast river of blades. Regardless of your origins, the sword intent belongs to my sect and shall not be taken from us. The Sword Sect master gestured, and the river of swords surged forth, sweeping away. I have already experienced this move. Wei He remained indifferent, swinging his halberd in a sweeping arc. The roar of a dragon echoed through the air as a colossal dragon's shadow appeared, infused with devouring power, tearing open a breach in the river of swords and charging towards the Sword Sect master. Chapter 46. Indeed, we have long since achieved mutual cultivation. As the enormous dragon claw descended, the Sword Sect master hurriedly formed hand seals, transforming his body into a giant sword that slashed at the dragon's shadow. Boom! The pavilion shattered, the sword shattered, and the Sword Sect master was sent flying, retreating dozens of steps, his face pale and filled with terror. The sword unity that the Sword Sect prided itself on had been broken. How could this be? Trembling, he felt the power from earlier, his eyes wide with shock. Was this energy imbued with attributes from a distant great celestial sect? In the Wasteland continent, celestial sects were ranked. There were minor celestial sects, ordinary celestial sects, great celestial sects, super celestial sects, and ancient celestial sections. The Sword Sect, Baihua, and Wanjia were considered minor celestial sects, while Yuding and Fenyans belonged to the ordinary celestial sections. Kwe was classified as a super celestial sect. At this moment, Wei He, wielding the battle halberd, hovered above the Sword Sect master and decisively brought the halberd down. The heavens roared, deafeningly. The Sword Sect master gritted his teeth and hurriedly formed seals, summoning 8 distinctive sword shadows that spun rapidly around him. A sword formation. With a low growl, a massive golden shield appeared in the sky. The 8 flying swords merged into it, and the shield radiated brilliance, resembling a miniature sun. Crack! The halberd cleaved through with unstoppable force, splitting the shield apart. Pfft. The Sword Sect master spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing into the ancient hall. Wei He squinted slightly, preparing to pursue for the kill. However, at that moment, The sword peak trembled and emitted a faint red glow. An ancient figure flew out, standing in the sky, hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the world. The sword ancestor? In the distance. The sword sect's elder was startled by the sight. The old man appeared dazed and pointed downwards. From the bodies of those slain by the dark soldiers, streams of blood mist emerged, converging in the sky to form a gigantic crimson sword. As the giant sword emerged, the sky filled with red clouds, and under its reflection, the entire sword sect resembled a hell on earth. The terrifying aura from the blood-red sword intensified, the stench of blood overwhelming. Crack! The giant sword sliced through the air like a bolt of red lightning, crashing down. The entire sword sect was devastated. Mountains crumbled, pavilions turned to dust, and even the ground sank several inches, leaving chaos in its wake. After unleashing this strike, the old man's figure gradually dissipated. Once the smoke cleared, Wei He appeared, holding the ghostly blade. How is this possible? That strike was the sword ancestor's bloodthirsty sword intent. How could it not have killed him? In the distance, the disheveled sword sect master, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear and fled without a second thought. Wei He, with a pale complexion, observed the old man's vanishing form, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "This must be the remnant left by the sword ancestor to protect the sword sect on the sword peak." Looking down at the translucent array seal's red glow amidst the rubble, he retrieved some blood essence from Bai Xian and dripped it onto the seal. Crack, indeed, the array's cracks erupted, shattering apart. Wei He descended swiftly, seizing the bloodthirsty sword intent and storing it in his storage ring before hastily departing the area. Such a tremendous commotion might attract unwanted attention, especially from that mysterious woman in white. After locating Lu Mei in Yulin village, they returned together to the forging city. With the end of the month approaching, the disciples of Yuding Celestial Sect would likely come to the Lu family to collect the swords in the Lu family's parlor. Wei He sat in contemplation, then spoke to Lu Sun beside him. "Lu family head, shortly, I will lay an ambush along the path the Yuding disciples will take and eliminate them all. With the disciples unreturned, Yuding Celestial Sect will surely send instructors to inquire. Just insist that the flying swords have been handed over." Lu Sun lowered his gaze to the ground, gently stroking his chin-s stubble, and asked with some concern, "Benefactor, won't they trace it back to you?" Wei He smiled enigmatically, rising with a wave of his sleeve. "Once they arrive, they will not return." Seeing his confidence, Lu Sun's worries eased. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Sun grinned and said, "Benefactor, let Mei follow you from now on." "What do you think?" Wei He was taken aback, recalling the girl who had bravely stood before him, his expression turning pale with a surge of pain as his soul began to tear apart. This sight frightened Lu Sun, his body trembling with anxiety. "Benefactor, did my daughter offend you?" Suppressing his feelings, Wei He shook his head, his face ashen. "No, Mei has been engrossed in ancient forging techniques lately. She probably doesn't wish to go anywhere. We can discuss my matters with her later." Seeing this, Lu Sun felt somewhat reassured. Outside the forging city, amidst the mountains, Wei He sat cross-legged atop a peak, eyes closed in meditation, awaiting the arrival of the Yuding disciples to collect the swords. Once these disciples were dealt with, he would head to the Qinghua Tower in the Great Shui Imperial City to seek out Qi Ke and discuss matters. Time was of the essence. He had little left before the Fenyan Celestial Sect would take his sister away. During this period, he aimed to eliminate as many of Yuding Celestial Sect's instructors and elders as possible to weaken their vitality. Preparing to confront the Yuding sect master directly, days passed swiftly. A group of individuals appeared in the sky, their robes adorned with the emblem of Yuding Celestial Sect. There were exactly 20 of them, all at the crystal condensation realm, evenly split between men and women, seemingly couples. To Wei He's surprise, he spotted Lin Ruoyan among them. At this moment, Lin Ruoyan's face was frosty, her brows tightly knitted, evidently impatient. Beside her stood a charming young man in white, smiling and engaging her in conversation. "They must be here to collect the swords, but it matters not. Kill." Wei He's gaze turned icy as he rose, standing in midair to block their path. Upon seeing the figure blocking their way, Lin Ruoyan's expression brightened, but recalling the numerous disciples around her, a cloud of worry shadowed her beautiful face. "Why do you block our path?" The young man in white beside Lin Ruoyan frowned and spoke sternly. Before he could finish, A couple among the group drew their swords and stepped forward. Senior brother, why ask so much? Kill anyone who dares obstruct Yuding Celestial Sect. Wei He's eyes turned cold as his body flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he held two limp corpses in his hands. After stowing away their storage bags, he tossed the bodies into the ravine. This scene terrified the Yuding Celestial Sect disciples, who retreated several steps in fright. Among the crowd, the young man in white's expression darkened as he shouted, "This person is strange. All disciples, prepare for defense." He then leaned down to whisper in Lin Ruoyan's ear, "Ruoyan, we'll hold this person off. You quickly leave and report this to our masters." Lin Ruoyan glanced at Wei He, pondering for a moment before suddenly drawing her sword and stabbing it into the young man's chest. With a swift motion, she moved to Wei He's side. "You?" The young man in white coughed up blood, barely able to stand. Fortunately, someone rushed over to support him. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the deep forest. "Lin Ruoyan, why have you done this? You've even harmed your own partner. Are you still human?" Someone shouted angrily, questioning her. Lin Ruoyan cast a nonchalant glance at the young man in white, crossed her arms, and turned her head away with a huff. "Partner? We haven't even cultivated together yet. What qualifies him as a partner? Besides, this person assigned by the sect is too weak. I have no interest in him." "What?" The young man in white was deeply wounded, spitting more blood, his face growing paler. Weakly, he pointed at Wei He, his expression filled with rage. "Could it be you have long since cultivated with this person?" Having reached the crystal condensation realm, the sect assigned him a partner, yet he found her unsatisfactory. It was only with Lin Ruoyan's arrival that he felt a spark of hope. Lin Ruoyan, with her graceful figure and stunning beauty, embodied the ideal partner. The only regret was the unsatisfactory assessment before their cultivation together. Her essence was impure, having leaked before. Yet, he had not minded, as it wouldn't greatly affect their cultivation, so he allowed the sect to forcefully assign them together. After collecting the swords, they would begin their joint cultivation. But now it seemed she had already pledged her heart to another, the one with whom she shared her body, this unremarkable man before him. "Indeed." Lin Ruoyan raised her chin and embraced Wei He's arm, declaring, "We have long since cultivated together. How about it?" The young man spat blood again, losing consciousness. Adulterous couple, truly despicable. The disciples of Yuding Celestial Sect gritted their teeth, wishing they could tear apart the two flirtatious individuals before them. Wei He glanced at Lin Ruoyan, feeling the softness of her figure against him, and quickly withdrew his arm. Her impure essence was due to her inability to withstand the torment of the cold, devouring worm. Resulting from her own actions, he wanted nothing to do with it. "Brothers, kill these dog lovers." In the midst of the crowd, a disciple shouted loudly, and in an instant, all present drew their swords and charged forth. Chapter 47. "Oh dear, you've hurt someone." Wei He raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. Raising a hand, a massive hand wreathed in crimson smoke descended from the sky, shattering the assailants into fragments. Observing some astute disciples of the Yuding Xianzong fleeing in the distance, he swiftly pursued them. Soon, apart from Lin Ruoyan, all the disciples who had come to seize the sword lay dead. Gazing at Wei He, who stood calmly in midair, Lin Ruoyan sighed, then smiled gently. "Little junior brother, you wouldn't be thinking of killing me too, would you?" Little did she expect that after a few months apart, this junior brother had grown so formidable. With just 2 moves, he had annihilated 19 disciples at the initial stage of the crystal condensation realm. Had he perhaps already reached the later stage of crystal condensation? In the air, Wei He glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Sister, why would I do such a thing? I still need you to convey a message back to the sect." "Convey a message?" Lin Ruoyan pondered, her eyes suddenly brightening. "Little junior brother, are you planning to lure out the master?" "Indeed, Lin's sister, if you can devise a way to draw Sikong Yu out, I can assist you in eliminating him." Wei He grinned, his demeanor innocent and harmless as he observed his mature and composed senior sister. Lin Ruoyan nodded, her expression grave as she paced back and forth. "Little junior brother, Sikong Yu possesses the cultivation of the later stage of the spirit-nurturing realm, comparable in strength to the elders. You must not overestimate yourself. I believe we must proceed with caution." Killing Sikong Yu was a dream she had long harbored. Though Wei He was powerful enough to slay so many crystal condensation realm cultivators, The disparity between the spirit-nurturing and crystal condensation realms was vast and insurmountable. She could not bear the thought of this capable junior brother falling short in his endeavor. Seeing the concern etched on his senior sister's face, Wei He waved his sleeve dismissively, saying, "Fear not, I shan't undertake any reckless actions. You need only draw him out, and I shall fulfill my promise to avenge you." Currently, the Yuding Xianzong had only the sect master left who could pose a challenge. According to what Wang Peng had said, the sect master had only broken through to the aperture opening realm a decade ago, and he likely had not yet reached the mid-stage, given that the path to greater strength becomes increasingly arduous. Unless he had encountered a significant fortuitous encounter, with his current strength at the initial stage of the underworld realm, combined with the Ghost Blade's heaven opening and the 10,000 Ghost Soldiers technique, he could contend with those in the initial stage of the aperture opening realm that, of course, to achieve victory would inevitably involve sustaining injuries. Considering that the Yuding Xianzong still had numerous elders at the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm, it was prudent to avoid confronting the sect head-on. If they were outside, it would be relatively easy to kill an elder or Sikongyu. Possessing the ancient transformation butterfly allowed one to freeze time and space. Even if their true energy could provide protection at all times, they would still be unable to withstand a single blow from him. When one reached the spirit-nurturing realm, true energy could be summoned for protection at will. Just like during his breakthrough to the underworld realm, when the flower demon had attempted a sneak attack, only to be repelled by the surge of ghostly energy. Observing the confidence radiating from his junior brother, Lin Ruoyan deliberated for a long while before finally stating, "Then I shall return and give it a try." Wei He nodded and continued, "The Lu family in the Forging City has ties with me. When you return, simply say that after you accepted the flying swords, you were attacked by a mysterious individual." Lin Ruoyan gazed at him intently, a playful smile gracing her lips, so that SY little junior brother is so eager to kill. It's all for the Lu family. Indeed, being loyal and righteous, acting with composure, this is precisely the kind of man I aspire to be, Wei He remarked, rolling his eyes at his beautiful and captivating senior sister. "If you were in trouble, I would do the same, so there's no need for surprise." "Really?" Lin Ruoyan's lips curved upward slightly, and after covering her mouth with a soft laugh, she turned to leave, adding, "Then I shall thank my little junior brother for his kind intentions." As she departed, Wei He turned his gaze towards the direction of the Forging City, and after a long moment, he sighed, foregoing a farewell. He then set off towards the Great Shui Imperial City. At the Great Shui Imperial City, the Qinghua Tower was alive with song and dance, a dazzling display. "Oh dear, young master, come in and have some fun." Upon arriving at the entrance, before Wei He could take a step, several alluring women with partially exposed bosoms rushed towards him, tugging him inside. Their sultry bodies brushed against him, igniting primal desires. While Wei He remained composed, others were not so fortunate. They maintained a facade of virtue outside. But once pulled into the tower, their baser instincts surged forth. One man scooped up a courtesan and dashed upstairs to a room. The intoxicating sounds of pleasure were drowned out by the revelry within. Stepping inside, Wei He surveyed the scene of debauchery with a furrowed brow. Grabbing the dainty hand of a nearby woman who had pressed against his chest, he asked in a low tone, "Where is the matron here? Where can I find her?" "Young master, you are hurting me," the woman whimpered, tears glimmering in her eyes as she called out plaintively. Wei He smirked coldly, dismissing her hand. This woman was a cultivator, and her strength was minimal. How could she truly be in pain? It was clearly an act. Without further ado, he produced the alliance token and waved it. The woman's expression shifted, and she grasped his hand. Leading him upstairs, before long, they arrived at a uniquely decorated room on the top floor. The woman lightly knocked on the door, announcing, "Matron, an ally seeks an audience." "Matron?" Wei He pondered, somewhat perplexed. Hadn't she been referred to as the brothel keeper? With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a fragrant breeze. As he entered, through the thin curtains of the bed, he beheld a figure reclining within. The figure was draped in gauzy garments, propping her head with one hand, radiating an aura akin to that of a courtesan. Her long, shapely legs and proud curves seemed poised to burst forth from their bindings. With a soft clatter, the leading woman closed the door behind Wei He and retreated. "Is the alliance token from Chi Ke?" The sultry voice of the beauty resonated from the bed. Wei He paused for a moment before responding with a question of his own. Are you the matron of Qinghua Tower? The beauty slowly rose, drawing aside the curtain to reveal a delicate visage. Her emerald brows were like paintings, her apricot eyes lively and pure, and combined with her breathtakingly alluring figure, she resembled a celestial maiden fused with a demoness. Captivating all who beheld her, barefoot, she approached with a sway of her hips and remarked casually, "The matron sadly perished while eliminating the Yuding elders. I am now the owner of this establishment." Mu Wanwan. Wei He took a moment to appreciate her form again, his brow furrowing. This woman had reached the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm. How had Chi Ke managed to gather such a figure? Someone of her caliber would be regarded as an elder in any ordinary sect. What grudge could she possibly hold against the Yuding Xianzong? Noticing him lost in thought, she slightly pursed her lips and said, "Friend, since you bear the alliance token, you are indeed one of us. You may rest here for a few days, and afterward, I will escort you to the alliance." After a long, deep glance at the woman, Wei He nodded quietly and chose not to stay at Qinghua Tower, instead walking alone through the imperial city. Inside Qinghua Tower, Mu Wanwan stood by the window with her hands clasped behind her back, while a charming girl in a blue gauze dress stood behind her, looking puzzled. "Miss, we have no enmity with Yuding. Why do we wade into these murky waters? Shouldn't we seek the ghost doctor?" Mu Wanwan turned her head, playfully tapping the girl's forehead with her finger. "The ghost doctor is gravely wounded and likely dead by now. What use is there in searching for him? As for why we are forming an alliance, I have my own plans." Turning her gaze out the window, she continued, "That young man just now had a trace of Yuding's aura in his true energy. Qing Yi, follow closely behind him. Die in a few days, confirm with Chi Ke. If he does not recognize him, eliminate him on sight." Qing Yi complied and swiftly departed. Walking through the bustling streets, Wei He was lost in thought. At that moment, his communication stone suddenly stirred to life. Glancing around to ensure he was in a deserted alley, he queried, "Luo brother, what is it?" Luo Chang'e spoke urgently. "Yesterday, a formidable woman from Yuding Xianzong flew directly into the sect master's hall, unimpeded. Your incident with Zhao Yu has long since passed, and few mention it now. However, shortly after that woman left the main hall, the sect master issued a command, dispatching Elder Zhou with a large group of inner disciples to summon all sects to jointly search for you." Chapter 48. The Ever-Changing Flower Demon. What? Wei He was taken aback, hastily considering if it were that enigmatic woman in white. How could she know he was a disciple of Yuding? After some reflection, he gently shook his head. "No, she wouldn't know. It must be that she sought me in vain, prompting the Yuding Xianzong, the strongest force in the Great Shui, to assist in the search. With the elevation of his cultivation realm, manifesting another S-likeness using true energy had become quite simple. Selecting Elder Zhou, whom he had encountered before, even if his appearance had changed considerably, careful observation would reveal his identity. They had not gone to the Forging City's Lu family, so it was likely that the woman's target was solely him, overlooking Lu Mei. With this thought, Wei He felt a wave of relief. Turning to Luo Chang'e, he asked, "Brother Luo, have you still not seen my sister recently?" Luo Chang'e sighed softly. "No, since Yuding agreed to the Burning Flame Xianzong, the estate has been guarded by elders, making it even more difficult to enter. However, there is something peculiar. Yi Qing seems to be anxious as well. A few days ago, he secretly infiltrated the estate, only to be discovered by the elders. He is now facing the wall in reflection. Why Yi Qing? What is that rascal up to now?" Wei He racked his brain, unable to comprehend why Yi Qing had first revealed Zhao Yu's matter and had then stood guard at his sister's estate to prevent Luo Chang'e from approaching. Now, he had secretly infiltrated the estate. What was his intention? At that moment, through the communication stone, Luo Chang'e whispered, "Brother Wei, do you think he might have taken a liking to your sister's supreme furnace body? He dares." Wei He's gaze turned frosty, and with a crackling sound, the surroundings of the alley began to freeze, wisps of white smoke drifting gently like mist from an ice cellar. "Brother Luo, keep a close watch on Yi Qing and contact me at any time." After calming his emotions and retracting the communication stone, Wei He's gaze fell deep into the alley, and he remarked coolly, after trailing for so long, "Aren't you tired? Come out with a rustle." The petite figure of Qing Yi appeared, glancing at the thick ice on the walls, shivering slightly. You've concealed your cultivation? Wei He cast her a sidelong glance, hands clasped behind his back, and indifferently replied, Go back and inform your master that I am not an undercover agent from the Yuding immortal sect, so you need not follow me anymore. Qing Yi stood frozen in place, hesitating. What? You still want to follow me? A surge of murderous intent swept through, causing Qing Yi to tremble, feeling a chill run down her spine. Not daring to defy, she hurriedly departed. This chilling aura was even stronger than the young lady's. Judging by his age, he didn't seem very old. Could he also be from a super-immortal sect? In a flash, Qing Yi quickened her pace, eager to inform the young lady. Wei He watched her retreating figure without taking action. After all, he was currently allied with Mu Wanwan, and it was not yet time to sever ties. Exiting the alley, he gazed at the distant inn and was about to step forward when he suddenly spotted Xue Panpan entwined with a white-clad man. Laughing as they entered together at this moment, Xue Panpan's cultivation had surprisingly reached the mid-stage of crystal condensation, even surpassing Lin Ruoyan. The middle-aged man appeared to be at the mid-stage of spirit gathering. Could he be the master of the Yuding? Wei He initially intended to leave in search of another inn, but upon contemplating the possibility that the man might be the master of Yuding, he swiftly changed his mind. During the Tianyun Ruins incident, Xue Panpan had mentioned being coerced by her master to devour others in Yuan, all in the name of cultivating together with her master during the crystal condensation stage to enhance his strength. However, why were they choosing to stay in this mundane inn? Were they perhaps seeking thrill, or were they out of the sect to track his whereabouts? After shaking his head, Wei He also entered the inn. That night, within the inn's room, the middle-aged man in white gazed at Xue Panpan, whose skin glistened like jade in the bath barrel, his eyes ablaze with desire as he cackled, Little beauty. I have arrived. Suddenly shedding his robe, he leaped in as well. Master, don't be hasty. Feeling a pair of large hands roaming over her skin, Xue Panpan's face flushed crimson as she gasped softly. The Yuding elder grinned wickedly. Don't be afraid. I've enveloped this area with my true energy. If you can't endure, feel free to scream. No one will hear you. Xue Panpan's cheeks flushed even deeper. Just as the Yuding master was about to proceed further, he turned his head toward the wooden table in the room and discovered someone leisurely sipping tea, seated there unbeknownst to him. Friend, how did you get in? The Yuding master was taken aback, paralyzed with shock. This room was laced with true energy barriers. How could anyone have entered silently? There was only one possibility. This person's true cultivation was higher than his own. Upon seeing the person by the table, Xue Panpan's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. She quickly jumped out of the bath barrel, grabbing her clothing to cover her body, curling up in a corner as she whimpered. Brother Wei, you are Wei He? The Yuding master was astonished, his true energy surging rapidly as he prepared to strike. However, Wei He had already appeared beside him, gripping his throat tightly. With a smirk, he snapped it. Casting a weary glance at the corner where Xue Panpan huddled, he gently tapped his forehead in exasperation and walked over. Brother Wei, everything I did was under my master's coercion. Please spare me. I swear I want to reveal your whereabouts. If you wish, I can serve you right now. Xue Panpan clutched her clothing tightly, trembling all over, her small face filled with terror. Wei He approached, crouching in front of her, and abruptly asked, Do you know that I can easily kill your master? Xue Panpan froze for a moment, her expression turning bewildered. What are you saying? Wei He furrowed his brows. This Xue Panpan was far too cunning. Logically speaking, upon seeing his weaker cultivation, she should have had no reason to panic, expecting her master to take action. Yet she did not. Instead, she emerged from the bath barrel with a victimized demeanor, subtly revealing her name to her master. Thus, if he were to kill her master, she could present herself as the victim. If her master were to kill him, it could be explained as being frightened by the sudden appearance of another. Such a scheming individual could not be left alive. Brother Wei, I swear, I want to expose your whereabouts. For the sake of Luo Chang'e, please spare me. Upon seeing Wei He raise his hand, Xue Panpan hurriedly pleaded. Luo Chang'e? Wei He paused, contemplating, and ultimately brought his hand down. Even though Luo Chang'e would surely be displeased upon learning of this, such a person could not be allowed to live. Standing up, he waved his hand, and a crimson mist billowed forth, taking the shape of a seductive and enchanting woman. As the flower demon emerged, she pouted and complained, "Master, I thought you would never let me out again," with an expressionless face. Wei He pointed at Shui Panpan's lifeless body and commanded, "Transform into her likeness and infiltrate the Yuding immortal sect. You possess my dark energy within your demon body, enabling you to communicate. Once you enter the sect, await my orders at all times. If you perform well, I will seek the essence of heaven and earth to elevate your realm." "Really?" The flower demon gazed at the smooth body of the deceased woman, contemplated for a moment, twirled around, and swiftly transformed into Shui Panpan's likeness. Seeing this, Wei He formed hand seals, sending a wisp of ghostly light into the flower demon's body. Soon, the demonic energy dissipated from the flower demon, and her aura and cultivation mirrored that of Shui Panpan precisely. The flower demon possessed a unique ability capable of myriad transformations, a feat even Wei He, who possessed the ghostly transformation scripture, could not accomplish. The only drawback was that the aura of demonic energy could not be altered. However, with the modification from the ghostly transformation scripture, it could be said that even a divine being would be unable to discern the truth. This was also the reason for keeping her around, to subdue her for his own use. Chapter 49. I am just here to watch the commotion after the flower demon departed. Wei He snapped his fingers, and dark energy surged forth, engulfing the bodies of Shui Panpan and the Yuding master, restoring tranquility to the room. Days later, at night, Wei He visited the Qinghua Tower with Mu Wanwan, having left the imperial city to immerse themselves in the wild mountain range. They arrived at a spacious cave that had been artificially excavated. Inside, a multitude of people filled the space, comprising men, women, and children. They sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought, the atmosphere eerily silent upon their arrival. Chi Ke immediately approached, respectfully cupping his hands toward Mu Wanwan before turning to Wei He, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Little brother, you finally made it." Seeing that the two were indeed acquainted, Mu Wanwan nodded slowly and took her seat in the central position, in the corner of the cave. Wei He exchanged glances with Chi Ke and quietly asked, "Brother Chi, judging by the current situation, has Mu Wanwan become the leader?" Chi Ke's body slightly stiffened, and he nodded softly. "Not long ago, I led a group to eliminate the inner realm master of the Yuding, but we were ambushed. At a critical moment, Mu Wanwan appeared, dispatched the Yuding members with a single move, and expressed her desire to join us. Naturally, the allies were elated to have such formidable strength and regard her as the leader. However, she seems disinterested in the title and often refers to herself as the Tower Master." Upon hearing this, Wei He glanced towards Mu Wanwan's distant seat, lost in contemplation. This person was certainly not a native cultivator of the Great Shui, but rather someone from a super-immortal sect. Her intentions were undoubtedly not rooted in genuine enmity toward the Yuding. If she truly held a grudge, the ordinary immortal sect's Yuding would have likely been eradicated long ago. To discern her true motives, more interaction would be necessary. Seated, Mu Wanwan absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair around her finger and casually asked the crowd, "Everyone, have there been any recent updates regarding the Yuding immortal sect? It's rare for us to gather, so do share." Her tone was calm, yet it exuded an irresistible gravity. The crowd fell into a brief silence as one by one, they stood and cupped their hands in response. "Tower Master, recently an elder from the Yuding immortal sect has been visiting various sects with inner realm disciples, but we are unsure of their intentions. Tower Master, some brothers have discovered the whereabouts of the Yuding Master. Zheng Shanhe, in Beiyuan City. Recently, a large group of inner realm disciples from Yuding went to the forging city to retrieve swords but were ambushed. Only one managed to return. Tower Master, during this time, many Yuding masters and inner realm disciples have perished. The 9th elder of Yuding has already descended the mountain and killed dozens of our brothers. What do you think?" Upon hearing these updates, Wei He was astounded. The information network was extraordinarily robust. Suddenly, his storage ring's communication stone vibrated. As he retrieved it, he heard Yumashi's anxious voice, "Brother Wei, senior sister Lin asked me to inform you that tomorrow she will take Sikongyu to the forging city to investigate the deaths of the sword-retrieving disciples." "Sikongyu? That guy is finally making an appearance." Wei He's gaze sharpened, and after some contemplation, he inquired, "Are there others accompanying them?" "Besides senior sister Lin, a few female disciples will be joining." "All right, I understand." After acknowledging, Wei He had just put away the communication stone when Yumashi's worried voice came through again. Brother Wei, please be extra cautious. On the stone seat of the cave, Mu Wanwan furrowed her emerald brows. Her gaze lowered in thought. After a moment, she suddenly looked up at Wei He in the corner and smiled. Daoist Wei, since you are new to the alliance, you should have a token of loyalty. How about this? Tomorrow you handle Zheng Shanhe. As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Ke sprang to his feet, clasping his fists in a gesture of urgency. Master, you must not. Wei Xiao brother is merely at the mid-stage of crystal condensation. How could he possibly contend with Zheng Shanhe? Allow me to go instead. Mu Wanwan cast a sidelong glance at him, her sleeve waving dismissively as she asserted, a token of commitment is essential. Moreover, your little brother might not be as outmatched by Zheng Shanhe as you presume. Tomorrow, I shall accompany him. Should he falter, I will naturally intervene. Qi Ke, eager to express further objections, was silenced when Wei He gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Shaking his head slightly, taking in Mu Wanwan's breathtaking figure, he smirked, wishing to test your own limits? Then let it be as you desire. Stepping forward, he cupped his hands and declared, Master, is it not merely a token of commitment? I have just received word that the esteemed instructor Sikong you will be traveling to the forging city tomorrow. I shall set out immediately to intercept him, he added. As for Zheng Shanhe, he can wait for another day. The gasp rippled through the assembled crowd as they exchanged murmurs. Such audacity from the young brother. But Sikong Yu is at the late stage of spirit gathering. Do you truly think you can slay him? Indeed, the difference between mid-stage crystal condensation and late-stage spirit gathering is vast. Young brother, while I understand youthful bravado, I urge you to reconsider. Even Qi Ke was quick to voice his concerns. His brow furrowed with worry. Little brother, this is no jest. Heed your elder brother's advice and do not proceed. Wei He smiled silently, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Wanwan. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Once he dispatched Sikong Yu, he would gain their acknowledgement and bolster his influence within the alliance. Observing the fervent debate around her, Mu Wanwan slowly raised her delicate hand, and in an instant, silence enveloped the group. She rose, hands clasped behind her back, her lips curling into a slight smile as she addressed Wei He. Then I shall await the spectacle tomorrow. With that, she gracefully departed, her long, beautiful legs carrying her swiftly out of sight. Within the cave, the crowd gradually dispersed. Little brother, even if the master accompanies you tomorrow, she will not lend a hand. She despises those who boast. Sighing, Qi Ke cast a helpless glance at Wei He before shaking his head and leaving. Others followed suit, some mocking, others sighing in pity. On the following day, above the verdant mountains, Wei He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly ahead as a gentle breeze tousled his garments and long hair. Atop the peak, Mu Wanwan lounged languidly in an exquisite chair, sipping tea before passing it to the attendant Qing. Behind her, several members of the alliance had gathered, drawn to the unfolding drama. By midday, the sun blazed brightly in the sky. In the distance, 5 figures gradually emerged. A man clad in moon-white robes led 4 graceful women, each exuding elegance. The man possessed striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Radiating handsomeness. Among the women, Lin Ruoyan, upon spotting Wei He, momentarily lowered her gaze in contemplation. With a determined expression, she broke from the crowd and approached him. Sikong Yu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Wei He and then directing his attention to Mu Wanwan atop the mountain. Taken aback by her enchanting presence, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Regaining his composure, he felt the weight of her unfathomable cultivation and solemnly inquired, I come to intercept you. May I ask what enmity exists between us? Mu Wanwan's lips parted slightly, a smile dancing in her eyes. We bear no animosity. I merely wish to observe the spectacle. The esteemed instructor need not take it to heart. Sikong Yu felt a slight relief, but his gaze shifted to Lin Ruoyan and Wei He, his tone indifferent. Lin Ruoyan, what is your intent? To obstruct my path with a mere mid-stage crystal condensation practitioner. Do you seek rebellion? Why did you annihilate the Lin clan? Lin Ruoyan's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed her sword at him, her voice ringing with accusation. The pent-up resentment erupted, a torrent of emotion unleashed. You, a woman, what business do you have in a brothel? The Lin clan? Sikong Yu pondered, his brow furrowing as realization dawned. So you are of the Lin family. You have hidden your identity well. I ask you again, why did you slaughter an innocent family? Lin Ruoyan's tone was icy, each word laced with venom. Sikong Yu dismissed her with a wave of his sleeve, his disdain palpable. Mortals are but ants. If they offend me, I shall eradicate them. Oh, you truly expect this mid-stage crystal condensation practitioner to avenge you? You shall pay for this, Lin Ruoyan roared, gripping her flying sword, ready to charge. Wei He swiftly grasped her hand, soothingly saying, Sister, I have promised to slay him. You need only observe. Slay me? Ha! Sikong Yu paused, then erupted into laughter. You? A mayfly daring to shake a tree? Utterly ridiculous. Master, he seems to be the Wei He that the sect leader commanded us to find, a nearby woman remarked, her brow furrowed. Sikong Yu's laughter halted abruptly as he scrutinized Wei He. Realization dawning upon him. Indeed, the mysterious woman mentioned that if the Yuding immortal sect could locate Wei He, they would become a vassal of Keiyue. You have delivered a grand gift unto me. Boy, boom. The sky trembled, clouds scattering. The terrifying aura of a late-stage spirit-gathering practitioner enveloped the area, causing ancient trees to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground. Sikong Yu stepped forward, arrogance radiating from him as he stood before Wei He and Lin Ruoyan. His hands clasped behind his back, with a cold smirk, he unleashed a palm strike. The space froze. Lin Ruoyan found herself immobilized, helplessly watching as an enormous hand reached for her eye. In that moment, she remained calm, firmly believing that her young junior brother would not let her die in vain. Indeed, Wei He remained unaffected by the pressure of Sikong Yu's aura. He slowly raised his sword, whispering, How do you know I am but a mayfly? Not a tree. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, a resounding crack echoing as crimson light flashed. The massive hand of true energy was cleaved in two, dissipating into nothingness. Pooh! Sikong Yu coughed blood, hurtling backwards several dozen meters. Glancing down, he was horrified to discover a grievous wound on his chest. Staring in disbelief at the seemingly weak practitioner before him, he stammered, How is this possible? Clearly, he is at crystal condensation. How could he? Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his mind, and his expression turned grave. How could one who eluded Chueyue's grasp be weak? Taking a deep breath, he quickly formed hand seals, summoning the energies of heaven and earth to coalesce behind him. Transforming into a towering three-zhang giant, the giant roared. The ground splintered, trees shattering into splinters, scattering far and wide. Mu Wanwan furrowed her brow, pressing her palm down to stabilize the mountain peak, which remained unaffected by the roar. Standing firm high in the sky, the giant ape, with blood-red eyes, swung its massive fist toward the diminutive Wei He. Let this end. Wei He took a step, transforming into a streak of black light that traversed the space. Appearing behind Sikong Yu, the giant ape froze mid-motion, and with a resounding crack, its body split in half, darkness consuming the heavens. Sikong Yu too was caught in the maelstrom, blood erupting from his body as he was left with nothing but his fleeing soul. Wei He coldly pursued, clapping his hands together. The soul scattered. Casting a glance at the four bewildered women nearby, he raised his sword and struck down. A tidal wave of blood surged forth, sweeping away everything. Leaving no trace behind, he approached Lin Ruoyan, who was still in shock, and gently smiled. Sister, I believe I have fulfilled my promise. Lin Ruoyan snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply to steady her emotions before kneeling. Little brother, thank you for avenging my deep-seated vendetta. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Wei He, bending down to assist her, replied, Sister need not be so formal. My slaying of Sikong Yu was for my own sake. For the sake of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. Even without a deal with you, I would have slain him. Lin Ruoyan, with his help, gradually rose and paused momentarily before flashing him a charming smile. Then, how about I offer myself to you? My sister-in-law, she would surely not mind. Wei He's expression soured, and he quickly waved his hands. Please, no. I fear I cannot bear such a burden. This was no jest. Simply having Lu Mei's affections had subjected him to inhumane torment. The emotions he could not express, the feelings he could not articulate, constantly stirred within him. If he were to add another, his soul would surely shatter. Lin Ruoyan, hearing this, covered her mouth and burst into laughter, blooming like a flower, stunningly beautiful. I was merely teasing. Do not take it to heart. Her demeanor shifted slightly as she turned away, gazing toward the horizon. Now that my vengeance has been exacted, there is no need for me to remain in the Yuding immortal sect. Little brother, I shall journey to the wilderness continent. Take care of yourself. With a soft sigh, she took to the skies with swift resolve. Wei He stood, gazing at her retreating figure for a long while, when suddenly a cool sensation washed over him. He reached up to touch his face. Looking to the sky, it was not raining. Why then did he feel raindrops? As he pondered, a languorous voice drifted beside him. Those are the tears of your sister. Did you not notice her weeping as she departed? Wei He was momentarily taken aback, gently rubbing the tear stains on his face, his brows slightly furrowed. Having avenged a great grievance, why did she still weep? Mu Wanwan regarded him as though he were a simpleton. Hesitating for a moment before shaking her head and reflecting languidly, pondering the nature of love in this world, which compels one to pledge life and death. Wei He turned to observe the extraordinarily beautiful owner of the building. Stating nonchalantly, "So, how do you find this letter of allegiance?" Mu Wanwan touched her delicate, alabaster chin, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "At such a young age, possessing such strength, who exactly are you? And what enmity do you hold with the Yuding immortal sect?" Wei He narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. He feared that Mu Wanwan might recognize him as the ghost doctor, which was why he had concealed the devouring power of his ghostly energy during their earlier encounter. It appeared she had indeed not discovered his true identity. After some thought, he replied indifferently, "Mistress, that woman from Yuding was my senior sister, and I was previously also a member of the Yuding immortal sect. As for other matters, I have nothing to disclose." Mu Wanwan cast a skeptical glance his way, rubbing her temples. "Very well, as long as you are not an insider for Yuding, I hereby declare you officially allied with us. Your position shall be that of deputy master." Wei He was naturally incredulous at her statement. Theo easily slay someone at the late stage of spirit nourishing at such a young age. He must be a disciple of a formidable sect. However, as long as he did not hinder her plans, it was of little concern. In fact, with this assistance, their future assaults on the Yuding immortal sect would likely be considerably easier. Deputy Master. Wei He was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the enigmatic woman for a long while before finally clasping his hands in gratitude. "Then I thank you for your graciousness, mistress." Mu Wanwan waved her hand dismissively, turning to leave. "No need for thanks. It is your due by the way. I plan to visit the brothel in the nearby city. Care to join? A brothel?" Wei He was left agape, frozen in mid-air. What business does a lady have in a brothel? Chapter 51. In days gone by, the young lady had ventured alone into a brothel. Within the inner sanctum of the Yuding immortal sect's main hall, a man clad in a black robe, adorned with twin cauldrons, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Rising swiftly, he ascended into the skies, gazing into the distance with a piercing glare, his eyes glinting coldly. "Sikongyu, has the soul stone shattered? Where are Elder 5 and Elder 6? Abruptly, two elderly figures appeared, their presence exuding an aura of full mastery over spirit nourishing. Noticing the man's somber expression, they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to the sect master." The Yuding sect master's long robe billowed without wind as he glanced at the two, snorting coldly. "So many of our elders and disciples have perished recently. What has Elder 9 been doing? Has he failed to locate that alliance site? You must hasten to assist him. Within a month, find the allied members and eliminate them all. If you fail, do not return." The 5 and 6 elders of Yuding, trembling with fear, hastily bowed before soaring away. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Yuding sect master furrowed his brow tightly, his mind troubled with numerous confusions. Why did a seemingly ordinary Wei He provoke such concern from the Kayue immortal sect that they personally dispatched to capture him? Furthermore, what was the purpose of the recently emerged anti-Yu alliance? Was it truly as simple as seeking revenge? Even more infuriating was the fact that the flame demon threatened war to seize the Supreme Cauldron's body. Did they truly believe that figure had departed? Each sect that stands firm has its own backing. The Yuding immortal sect's prolonged dominance over the Dashue region is certainly attributed to other reasons. The Yuding sect master retrieved a jade slip, caressing it gently, sighing, "I hope it doesn't come to that. After all, there is only one chance I in a small city within Dashue. Wei He trailed behind Mu Wanwan, softly inquiring of Qingyi, "What business does your mistress have in a brothel?" Qingyi halted her steps, pursing her lips. Of course, she is going to have some fun. What else could she do? Observing the stunned expression of the vice master, she quickly clarified, "The young lady acts spontaneously, unfettered by convention. During her leisure, she often visits brothels to enjoy the performances of songstresses playing melodies." Recalling the times when the young lady had ventured into brothels alone, applauding her performances, her eyes filled with gratitude and nostalgia. Seeing the odd expressions on the duo, Wei He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently thinking it fortunate that they were cultivators. Had they been ordinary folk, they would likely have been captured on the spot by the brothel madam, destined to become the brothel's prized courtesan. Before long, the trio arrived at a brothel named Drunken Bliss. Upon entering, Mu Wanwan immediately eclipsed the allure of the other courtesans, drawing numerous heated gazes, scanning her figure with unabashed desire, envy, and jealousy. A young nobleman, adjusting his attire, approached with languid elegance, fanning himself with a folding fan. Exuding an air of gallantry, with a countenance that screamed righteousness, he addressed her solemnly, "My lady, this place is rather unsavory. Lingering here is unwise. How about accompanying me for a stroll elsewhere?" Mu Wanwan's eyes sparkled like misty waves, and she merely chuckled charmingly. Qingyi understood immediately, stepping forward to seize the young nobleman by his collar, lifting him with a fierce glare. "Get lost." With a casual toss, she shattered several nearby chairs, plunging the brothel into silence. Soon, a group of burly attendants rushed in, but without exception, they were sent flying. Recognizing that the trio were cultivators, they dared not provoke them and could only help their master up. Retreating in disarray, seated in a private hall, Mu Wanwan reclined comfortably in her chair, gently patting her rounded thigh, thoroughly engrossed in the melodious tunes sung by the courtesans below. Meanwhile, Wei He felt like a fish out of water, downing his cup of fine tea in one gulp and preparing to take his leave. "Vice Master, do not be hasty. Our guests have yet to arrive. Please accompany me a while longer." Mu Wanwan's mellifluous voice halted him. It seemed this excursion to the brothel was not merely for music, was it? Wei He furrowed his brow as his gaze fell upon her pure and radiant visage. "Guests? What guests?" Mu Wanwan smiled enigmatically, gesturing for him to remain seated and enjoy the performances. After a considerable time, just as Wei He began to grow impatient, 3 figures entered from outside. His pupils constricted sharply. These men were all cultivators, and moreover, all possessed mastery over spirit nourishing. The foremost figure, clad in a white robe, approached the hall and directed his gaze straight at Mu Wanwan. Soaring towards her with respect, he clasped his fists and bowed. "Miss Mu, you have summoned us. May I inquire as to your business?" Mu Wanwan pursed her lips slightly, sitting upright. "I have heard that you gentlemen have come to Dashue in search of the ghost doctor. May I ask if you have made any progress?" The white-robed man exchanged glances with his companions before shaking his head. "None, but we have confirmed that the heir of the ghost doctor is indeed in Dashue. Recently, the Moon Cold Fairy of the Keiwe Immortal Sect engaged in battle with him, but regrettably, she could not bring him down. Currently, all the strongholds surrounding Dashue are being patrolled by disciples of major sects. Capturing him is merely a matter of time." Mu Wanwan's eyes flickered, losing her previous interest in the music as she murmured, "If even Moon Cold could not succeed, it seems the lineage of the ghost doctor is truly formidable." After a moment of contemplation, her lips curled into a slight smile as she addressed the trio. "If you acquire any information regarding the ghost doctor's heir, please inform me promptly. The Treading Snow Immortal Sect shall certainly reward you handsomely." The white-robed man's expression brightened, and he bowed deeply. "To assist the young lady is an honor for our sect." After expressing their gratitude, the 3 departed hastily. Within the elegant hall of Drunken Bliss, Mu Wanwan observed Wei He, who remained silent with his head bowed, his large eyes slightly squinted. "Vice Master, are you familiar with the ghost doctor?" Wei He looked up, bewildered, and replied, "Ghost doctor? This is my first time hearing of it." Mu Wanwan regarded him for a moment before rising and standing at the railing. "The ghost doctor wields soul-reaping medicine, with miraculous hands that can restore life. He can heal damages to the soul of the supernatural and mends the wounds of celestial beings. Compared to celestial doctors, He is indeed much more proficient. Wei He raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, then why are they pursuing him? He was aware of some reasons. The ghost doctor had left behind a jade slip of information indicating that celestial beings were displeased with their actions. However, this alone hardly seemed to be the true cause. Mu Wanwan turned back, sighing, there are many factors intertwined, too complex to elucidate. However, while some wish to extinguish him, others undoubtedly seek his aid. Vice Master, I see that you are quite young yet possess considerable cultivation. If you assist me in locating the ghost doctor, I can offer you an opportunity to join the Treading Snow Immortal Sect. Wei He was taken aback by the unexpected favor, hastily clasping his hands. Should I discover him, I will certainly be the first to inform you, mistress. Mu Wanwan was quite pleased with this, reclining back in her chair once more, lightly waving her hand. Go now, attend to your duties. As she leisurely listened to the enchanting melodies, once outside the pavilion, Wei He's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He had not anticipated being caught in such a web, fraught with peril. He needed to rescue his sister promptly before making further plans. Summoning the ghostly energy, he projected a fleeting image of Hua Mei's current location, inquiring, Hua Mei, how fares the inner sanctum now? At that moment, Hua Mei, disguised as Xue Panpan, was flirting with an inner sanctum disciple, whose cheeks flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with desire, appearing ravenous. Upon hearing the voice in her mind, the flower demon was startled, quickly glancing around. Not seeing any figure, she pondered for a moment before swiftly leaving the inner sanctum disciple and returning to her own quarters, securing the door and cautiously asking, Master, is it you communicating? Wei He's brow furrowed in displeasure as he retorted. If not me, could it be a ghost? Speak quickly, how is the situation at my sister's residence? Hua Mei was so frightened that she hurriedly knelt on the ground, lowering her head and saying, Master, there are 3 mid-stage Yunshi masters guarding that place. I cannot enter at the moment. 3 masters? Wei He pondered for a moment and asked, is it possible to bewitch them, allowing you to get inside? The flower demon thought carefully, licking her crimson lips. Master, are you suggesting enchanting all 3 of them at once? That would be quite challenging. However, I can certainly give it a try. Go ahead, but be extra cautious. Wei He dissipated the dark energy and set off towards Dark Plum Island in haste. On Dark Plum Island, where flowers bloomed in all seasons, fragrant scents wafted through the air, and colorful butterflies danced gracefully. Among the plum groves, the female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, upon noticing someone's arrival, quickly took to the sky, brandishing their swords to block the way. Seeing it was the sect leader, they hurriedly clasped their hands and knelt in reverence. Whoosh! 10 shadowy figures swooped in, forming a line in midair, as a joyful female voice rang out, Sect leader, guess which one is me? Chapter 52. Mysterious artifact, do not forget the mysterious sword Schwanger, do not act foolishly. Mu Xiaoyu and the others flew over, casting exasperated glances at the shadows before respectfully kneeling. Wei He smiled slightly, approaching one of the shadows and directly giving her a playful tap on the head. The shadow dissipated, revealing Imo Shuang, who rubbed her head, looking dejected as she murmured, It seems I still cannot hide anything from the sect leader. Wei He looked at the lively and adorable girl with genuine joy, thinking to himself how wonderful it would be if she were his sister, sparing him from the need to roam around. He produced the bloodthirsty sword intent and pressed it into Imo Shuang's forehead, saying, Cultivate this sword intent diligently. Sword intent? Imo Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. Hee, thank you, sect leader. You treat Schwanger the best. Nearby, Tang Yuyin and the others looked on with envy, their hearts tinged with jealousy, though they dared not show it at present. Imo Shuang's cultivation had reached the late crystal condensation stage, on par with Mu Xiaoyu. This achievement was partly due to the sect leader's guidance. Wei He glanced at them seriously and said, Sikong Yu has been slain by me. Now, focus on your cultivation. Also, recruit more disciples within the sect, striving to develop into an ordinary celestial sect and avenge Wan Xie's grievances. Moreover, I will be residing on the island for a few days. Should you have any doubts regarding your cultivation or techniques, feel free to come to me. He gently patted Imo Shuang's head and stepped into the depths of the island. Sikong Yu is dead? Mu Xiaoyu remained suspended in the air for a long while, eventually bowing deeply towards the island's core, murmuring, Thank you, Sect leader, during the following days on Dark Plum Island, Tang Yuyin and the other disciples frequently visited, blushing as they respectfully sought guidance on various matters. Wei He was generous with his advice, providing considerable assistance to them. As night fell, he took out a communication stone, his brow furrowed in confusion. Luo brother, what is the matter? Is there something unusual on Yiqing's side? Luo Chang'e pondered for a moment before responding peculiarly, no, not that. Wei brother, I feel there is something off about Shui Panpan. Over the past few nights, she has been frequently visiting your sister's residence, and during the day, she keeps trying to flirt with me, asking if I want to cultivate together. It feels as if she has become an entirely different person. If it weren't for the fact that her aura seems normal, I would suspect she has been possessed. Wei He was taken aback, quickly replying, she probably has feelings for you. Just ignore her. Feelings? Luo Chang'e suddenly leapt up, pacing back and forth, and said solemnly, I have always regarded her as my own sister. This won't do. I must clarify things with her tomorrow. After saying this, he hurriedly severed the connection. In the attic. Wei He's eyes turned cold as he pulled a wisp of dark energy from his forehead, focusing his thoughts, in the projection before him. The flower demon was bathing, her complexion pale as she held her head in distress, writhing in pain. Hua Mei, this serves as a warning. Should you entertain any ideas about Luo Chang'e again, I will not spare you. Hua Mei trembled, pleading pitifully, Master, I did not know you were acquainted with him. I sensed the celestial energy within him and merely wished to absorb it for cultivation. I promise I won't dare again. Humph. Wei He snorted coldly, choosing not to press the matter further. He was already aware that Luo Chang'e had acquired celestial fortune from the Tianyun ruins and was not concerned about Hua Mei harming him. Rather, he feared that he would discover that the current Shui Panpan was not the real one. Given Luo Chang'e's feelings for Shui Panpan, if he were to find out, after a moment of silence, Wei He asked coldly, were you successful in bewitching those three masters? With the pain in her consciousness alleviated, the flower demon sighed heavily and replied, 2 have already succumbed, but the third possesses quite a strong will. I kindly ask for more time, Master. Upon hearing this, Wei He's expression softened somewhat. Then please put in more effort. Once you enter the residence, contact me promptly. As he dispersed the dark energy, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. In less than a month, he needed to leave Dark Plum Island to eliminate the masters and elders who sought to rise against him. Afterward, he would join forces with the allies of the Dingxin Celestial Sect. All major celestial sects were currently searching for him. He could not afford to wait any longer. At dawn, Missouri Shuang hurriedly flew over, directly pushing open the door to his room. Sect leader, a woman outside says she wants to see you. What should I do? She wants to see me. Wei He hesitated for a moment before swiftly appearing at the island's periphery. Looking at the woman in the air, holding a sword and trembling slightly, he rushed forward, grasping her soft hand tightly. Mayor, how did you find your way here? The visitor was none other than Lu Mei. After days of separation, it felt like an eternity. Seeing Wei He holding her hand, her cheeks flushed as she said, you once told Bai Xian in the Sword Sect's Yulin village that I could come to Dark Plum Island to find you. It took me a month of inquiries to finally locate this place. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to the long sword in her arms, joyfully exclaiming, young master, this is a mysterious artifact I forged using cold ice dark iron and crimson flame stone, combined with ancient forging techniques. Try it out and see if it suits you. Upon noticing Wei He's pale complexion, she became anxious. Young master, are you unwell again? Wei He gritted his teeth against the tearing pain of his soul, murmuring, you traveled thousands of miles just to deliver a sword. Looking into her tender eyes, Lu Mei's delicate frame trembled slightly as she lowered her head and softly confessed, it's not just that. I missed you, boom. Emotion surged, breaking down defenses. Wei He staggered, his face ashen, yet he gritted his teeth, pulling her into his embrace. Lu Mei's body stiffened for a moment, then a sweet smile graced her lips. Realizing that the young master held her in his heart, embracing the lovely lady, although beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his gaze remained resolute. After a long while, he released her, suppressing his feelings, and looked into her eyes earnestly. Wait for me to bring back my sister, and I will find a way to cure my ailment and propose to the Lu family. Young master, Lu Mei's eyes brimmed with emotion as she nodded earnestly. I will wait for you. Gently stroking the sword in her arms, she handed it over, saying, "This sword is named Do Not Forget." Do not forget. Wei He paused for a moment upon receiving the long sword. As he activated his netherworld eye, he discovered that the sword contained Lu Mei's blood essence, exuding a peculiar spirit, as if it were expressing endless longing. Carefully storing the Do Not Forget sword, he turned to see Mo Shuang standing at a distance, smiling. Shuang, I shall be leaving the island today. The 100 Flowers sect is in your capable hands." Mo Shuang snapped back to reality and clasped her hands, saying, "Master, do not worry. I will guard the sect with my life." Wei He nodded in satisfaction and smiled gently at Lu Mei. "Mayor, let me escort you back." Lu Mei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No, this place is far from the forging city. Young master, you should focus on your matters and not delay it. I will return on my own." Wei He lowered his gaze, contemplating, and realized that this round trip would indeed consume a lot of time. Seeing Wei He still hesitating, Lu Mei tied up her hair that had been tousled by the sea breeze, reassuring him, "Young master, do not worry. I am currently at the mid-stage of crystal condensation and will be fine." Very well. After all, rescuing his sister was an urgent matter. Wei He took out a vial of spiritual liquid from his storage ring and pressed it into her hand, saying, "This liquid is called Heart Strengthening Liquid. After consuming it, it will enhance your consciousness and aid in sword forging." Familiar with the miraculous properties of the spiritual liquid, Lu Mei accepted it without surprise, knowing that the young master before her was the inheritor of the Ghost Doctor's legacy. With exceptional medical skills, after she gratefully accepted it, the two departed the island. With their fingers entwined, they walked a short distance before reluctantly parting ways, watching the figure of the lovely lady fade into the distance. A deep yearning for love flickered in Wei He's eyes. He resolved to find a way to resolve the Ghost Doctor's inability to fall in love, ensuring he could accompany her for a lifetime. In Qinghua Tower, Mu Wanwan smashed the wooden table before her with a palm, exuding a fierce aura as she exclaimed, "What? The elders of the Dingxin sect, numbers 5, 6, and 9, joined forces to destroy the Alliance's headquarters?" Chapter 53. Perfect cooperation in the fragrant chamber of a young lady. Qing Yi lowered her head, not daring to look at her, and weakly replied, "Yes, Mississippi, the Dingxin elders are still boasting about waiting for us at the Alliance's territory. What should we do now?" Mu Wanwan paced with a stern expression for a moment before suddenly halting, gazing towards the door. "Deputy Leader, what do you think?" Creak. The exquisite sandalwood door swung open, and Wei He walked in with composure. Having reached her level of cultivation, she was not surprised by his arrival. After observing Mu Wanwan, adorned in a delicate lotus-colored dress, for a brief moment, his gaze flickered before he slowly declared, "Kill," as the word kill escaped his lips. The temperature in the room plummeted, turning cold as if it were midwinter. A glimmer of surprise passed through Mu Wanwan's eyes. Her brows furrowed slightly as she nodded slowly. "All right, I will leave the elders and inner disciples to Chi Ke and the others. Are you confident in facing the 3 elders with me?" The 5 and 6 elders of the Yuding sect have reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, while the 9th elder is in the latter stages of the Yuding realm. Given that Wei He can effortlessly eliminate Sikong Yu, it is reasonable to surmise that his true strength is comparable to that of the perfected spirit gathering, as a member of a super sect. My inner energy possesses an elemental attribute, allowing me to easily restrain the 5 and 6 elders. Upon hearing this proposal, Wei He readily consented. Originally, he alone could have dealt with the 3 elders of Yuding. But with assistance at hand, why not seize the opportunity? Although he had not yet achieved a breakthrough in cultivation during this period, his ghost blade had approached a state of great mastery, wielding immense power. However, there had been little progress with the 10,000 ghost soldiers technique. He had attempted to channel his vitality towards the ghostly spirits, hoping to replicate the method of summoning the divine underworld through the sacrifice of flesh and blood as he had done in the past. Alas, the ghostly spirits seemed to be in slumber, paying him no heed. With that technique unavailable, he had to rely solely on himself as he faced the entirety of the Yuding sect. Above the mountains where the Yuding Alliance resided, the 5, 6, and 9 elders sat cross-legged, their aura imposing. Behind them were several esteemed mentors, including Zheng Shanhe, along with over 1,000 inner disciples, creating a formidable presence. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from afar. "They have arrived." The 5th elder abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the horizon. Old 6, Old 9, prepare yourselves. Let us annihilate them all, and we can return to report, he commanded, with a glance at the team of fewer than 1,000 in the distance. A smirk appeared on the ninth elder's lips. They truly dare to come. They possess quite the courage. He then rose, waving his hand lightly, prompting the inner disciples behind him to draw their flying swords. Their cultivation energy radiating powerfully, causing the ancient trees beneath to tremble and sway in the distance. Mu Wanwan stood at the forefront of the crowd, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the opposing forces. Raising her delicate jade-like hand, she pointed at the three elders of Yuding and boldly challenged, "Dare you engage in battle elsewhere?" Sensing that she had reached the perfected spirit-gathering realm, the fifth elder scoffed disdainfully. "You alone wish to contend with the three of us?" Mu Wanwan pursed her red lips, shifting her body slightly to the side. "Of course not. We have our vice sect leader with us." "The vice sect leader?" The fifth elder's eyes narrowed as he noticed Wei He behind her, and he burst into laughter. "Wei He, have you come to offer a gift? Perfect. I shall claim your head. And the sect master will surely be delighted." Mu Wanwan raised an eyebrow, her innocent face displaying a hint of confusion. It baffled her why the elders of Yuding would harbor such murderous intent towards Wei He, accompanied by an unusual excitement. Could it be that this fellow had committed some heinous act against Yuding, provoking their ire? Calmly observing the raving fifth elder, Wei He stepped forward, appearing in the sky, and coldly declared, "You all, come forth to battle, arrogant. I alone am sufficient." The ninth elder's eyes turned icy, ready to advance. The sixth elder, however, looked grave and held him back, cautioning, "Old 9. He is the one that KU has marked for death. He may possess hidden tactics, be wary." The ninth elder frowned, dismissing the warning. "His cultivation aura is so feeble. It poses no threat. He must have committed some vile act to earn the displeasure of the moon-cold fairy. You deal with that woman. Leave him to me." With a swift motion, the ninth elder appeared before Wei He, conjuring a long spear in his grasp. The spearhead shimmered with a ghostly light, emanating a chilling aura. "Boy, prepare to die." As his figure flickered, the ninth elder vanished from sight, the spear creating a whirlwind that transformed into a saber-toothed tiger, its roar echoing like thunder. Simultaneously, combat erupted on Mu Wanwan's side. Both forces clashing, the heavens trembling, and blood staining the forest floor. The ninth elder charged towards him. Wei He raised his hand to seize a dark blue long sword. The blade trembled lightly, radiating a cold light. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the sky, each drop imbued with melancholy, gradually intensifying. It resembled the tears of a woman in longing, stirring the heart. The raindrops cascaded down, causing the spectral figure of the saber-toothed tiger to waver. Eventually shattering. Startled, the ninth elder channeled all his true energy to protect himself, appearing before Wei He and lunging towards his heart with a thrust of his spear. "This sword is called Forget Not." Wei He tenderly caressed the dark sword. His gaze icy, "If you can behold it, you shall die without regrets." With a sweeping motion, a faint sigh of a woman echoed, and the vast sword energy surged forth, instantly pulverizing the long spear. Poof! The ninth elder spat blood, his body cleaving in two, his soul escaping in disbelief. How is this possible? This sword is a profound weapon. Impossible. Even if it is a profound weapon, how could you kill me in one strike with your cultivation? Wei He's lips curled into a cold smile as he grasped the escaping soul. "I apologize. I cannot provide you with an answer." With a firm grip, the ninth elder's soul was obliterated. Old 9. In the distance, the fifth and sixth elders, engaged in fierce combat with Mu Wanwan, were filled with grief, unable to break free to save him. They had never anticipated that this young woman was a member of a super-celestial sect. The elemental attribute of her true energy had a solidifying effect. Each strike rendered their bodies and true energy immobilized, causing excruciating discomfort. "How about it? Is my vice sect leader impressive?" On the battlefield, Mu Wanwan navigated with ease, not forgetting to taunt as a disciple of a super-celestial sect. "Why do you target Yuding?" The fifth elder's true energy surged wildly, dispersing the solidifying aura as he bellowed. "You tell me, guess for yourself." Mu Wanwan replied with a radiant smile, her hands forming a seal as a massive snowflake appeared behind her, a frigid chill spreading everywhere. In an instant, the 5 and 6 elders were enveloped by the snow, transforming into 2 snowmen as they struggled to break free from their bindings. Wei He, wielding the Forget-Not sword, swept past. A line of blood suddenly appeared at their throats as their bodies collapsed to the ground, their souls hastily attempting to flee. Just as they began to escape, Mu Wanwan raised her hand, causing the snowflakes behind her to tremble, freezing their souls in place, rendering them immobile. Seeing this, Wei He swiftly approached, seizing their souls and crushing them. Glancing at Wei He, who stood indifferent nearby, Mu Wanwan nodded with satisfaction. Perfect coordination. Now, I formally invite you to join the snow-treading celestial sect. Are you willing? Wei He surveyed the Yuding mentors and inner disciples in the distance, offering a nonchalant smile. In a rush, the battlefield has yet to be cleared. With the deaths of the 3 Yuding elders, the remaining mentors and disciples fell into disarray, retreating in disarray in a corner of the battlefield. Zhang Shanhe struck down a fellow cultivator with a palm and, without a second thought, turned to escape swiftly. However, a tall figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Wei He, you treacherous scoundrel, you shall not die a good death. Confronted by the perpetrator of his disciples' demise, Zhang Shanhe gritted his teeth in fury but found himself powerless, lacking the courage to strike back. With the 9th elder of the perfected spirit gathering realm slain, how could he possibly stand against Wei He? He could not fathom what kind of opportunity had enabled this individual to become so terrifyingly powerful, no longer the easily extinguished outer disciple he once was. Chapter 54. Another senior sister added treachery against one's master? Wei He scoffed coldly, offering no rebuttal as the Forget-Not sword sliced through Zhang Shanhe's throat, shattering his soul. He then turned to the sky, targeting the numerous fleeing inner disciples. These individuals must be eliminated. If they return unscathed, they may expose my whereabouts. Not only would Yuding take precautions, but the Moon Cold Fairy and disciples from other sects would likely narrow their search, trapping me. The sky was shrouded in clouds, and the ground was stained crimson with blood. It was a scene of desolation and sorrow. All inner disciples and mentors had perished in midair. Mu Wanwan stood gracefully, her alluring form captivating all eyes. Watching the man approach with his sword drawn, her face lit with anticipation as she licked her lips. So, have you considered my earlier proposal? Wei He retracted the Forget-Not sword, clasping his hands respectfully. That of course, it would be a privilege to join the snow-treading celestial sect. However, before that, I have a request. Mu Wanwan paused, pondering him with a curious expression. What is it? To join a super celestial sect is an honor beyond measure. Yet this individual dares to make a request. She was intrigued to learn what he sought. Wei He turned his gaze toward the Yuding sect direction, speaking slowly. Allow me to temporarily assume the position of sect leader and command the others to ascend to the Yuding sect. Mu Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, studying him intently before shaking her head with a sigh. Theo Gain, a formidable disciple. Why should I hesitate to grant you the sect leader's position? However, the Yuding sect master is powerful, and there are 7 elders and numerous mentors present. I do not wish for you to face death needlessly. What animosity do you harbor against Yuding? Is it not possible to wait a while longer? Wei He met her captivating gaze, offering a wry smile. Go be frank. My sister is imprisoned within Yuding in a few days. A significant figure from the Burning Flame sect will come to take her away. To prevent any unforeseen complications, I must ascend to the sect ahead of time. As the flames of the Inferno sect prepared to take his sister away, he contemplated the possibility of a rescue. However, upon receiving word that the sect master of the Inferno would personally lead the team to retrieve the Supreme Furnace body, he abandoned that thought resolutely. His sister was in their hands. Even with the ancient transformation butterfly at his disposal, he dared not act recklessly. After all, she was his only sister. Should anything go amiss, he would regret it for a lifetime. Perhaps it would be wiser to create chaos within the Desire Cauldron sect, allowing Hua Mei to take advantage of the turmoil to rescue his sister, as this would pose a lesser risk. Yu Wanwan fell silent upon hearing this, a frown crossing her face. The Inferno sect? Alas, if it were any ordinary celestial sect, a mere word from me would ensure your sister's return. However, the Inferno sect is a different matter. I've heard that their sect master has connections with the KUS celestial sect, which complicates things. Again with the KUS celestial sect? Wei He furrowed his brow, realizing that this was why Tu Horror had claimed to be a disciple of Keiwe during the Tianyan Ruins incident. It was all connected. Observing Mu Wanwan lost in thought, he suddenly inquired, "Is there any way you could intervene and persuade the Desire Cauldron sect to release my sister?" At his words, Mu Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she burst into laughter. "Indeed. It was precisely because I struggled to find an excuse to act against the Desire Cauldron that I stealthily joined the Anti-Desire Alliance. Now that you are a disciple of the Treading Snow sect, and with your sister being held captive, I have the perfect justification." She gleefully grabbed Wei He's shoulders, her demeanor so animated that it seemed she might peck at him in excitement. Wei He regarded the carefree Treading Snow fairy with suspicion. Does a super sect really require an excuse to target an ordinary celestial sect? Mu Wanwan released her grip, pacing in midair as she elaborated, "As a super celestial sect, while our status is paramount, all matters must be conducted with propriety. Otherwise, we risk provoking discontent among sects of equal standing, which could lead to alliances formed against us. If the ancient celestial sect becomes involved, it would spell disaster. Targeting the Desire Cauldron sect is a personal matter for me. If I were to act in the name of the sect, once discovered, I could face severe punishment or even annihilation. But now, the situation has changed. You are a disciple of the Treading Snow sect, and with the Desire Cauldron holding your sister captive, we can approach them under the banner of the sect. It becomes entirely justified." Wei He was taken aback, realizing how many taboos were at play. He had initially thought that a powerful sect could easily eradicate smaller celestial sects, but it appeared that many factions were indeed watching closely. He suddenly recalled the Baihua celestial sect inside, wondering why Sikongyu had not destroyed them, perhaps for similar reasons. With a radiant smile, Mu Wanwan looked at Wei He and tossed him a jade token engraved with snowflake patterns. "From this moment, you are a disciple of the Treading Snow sect, and the position of the leader is entrusted to you. Have you decided when we shall confront the Desire Cauldron?" Seeing her eagerness, Wei He furrowed his brow further, curious. "May I know your true intentions?" Mu Wanwan's expression dimmed instantly as she shook her head gently. "Little junior brother, this is confidential. Just know that it is of great importance to me." "Very well." Noting her refusal to elaborate, Wei He turned to the remaining 600 members of the Anti-Desire Alliance and proclaimed loudly, "All of you are victims. Will you join me in seeking justice?" Seeing the crowd hesitate, he continued, "Fear not. Now that I am a disciple of the Treading Snow sect, even if the sect master of the Desire Cauldron possesses formidable strength, he would not dare to strike easily. I assure you, you will be safe in this endeavor." Despite the backing of the Treading Snow sect, he remained uneasy. What if the sect master of the Desire Cauldron turned mad and refused to release her? He certainly did not wish to provoke a conflict with the Inferno sect. Otherwise, he would not have offered the Supreme Furnace Body. The presence of more people to obstruct the elders, teachers, and inner disciples of the Desire Cauldron would be advantageous in confronting the sect master. After a prolonged silence, Chike stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. "I know I can no longer advance in this life. Wei, little brother, I will accompany you. The grudge over my wife must be avenged. And even if I perish, I wish to see if she still lives." With his lead, the rest of the members, inflamed with righteous indignation, clasped their fists and bowed in agreement. "We are willing to follow." With a surge of fervor boiling in his heart, Wei He narrowed his gaze and clenched his fists. "Very well. We shall confront the Desire Cauldron sect the day after tomorrow. Mo Shi, are you there?" That night, Wei He took out a sound transmission stone and softly called her name, but there was no response. She was likely engrossed in her cultivation. As they prepared to confront the Desire Cauldron, he wished to inform her of their plans, but it now seemed impossible. After some thought, he transmitted a message to Luo Chang'e. Strangely, she, who usually responded promptly, took an unusually long time to reply this time, leaving him puzzled about her activities. Just as he was becoming increasingly anxious, a sultry voice echoed in his mind. "Master, the 3 elders have been enchanted and will obey my commands at any time. Your sister is safe. Do you have any other instructions?" Wei He was momentarily stunned before joy surged within him as he summoned his astral energy, gazing at the projection before him, his body trembling slightly. Beside Hua Mei sat a girl of around 12 or 13, exquisitely beautiful. She sat quietly on a cushion, gazing blankly at the flower demon beside her. "Is this my sister?" "Sister, sister," Wei He called out repeatedly. But the girl remained unresponsive. He then remembered that at this moment, she could neither see nor hear him. The divine shadow message could only be heard by the connected flower demon. After calming his racing heart, Wei He transmitted to the flower demon, "Take good care of her in 2 days, heed my command." Casting a deep gaze at his sister, he crossed his legs and began to meditate, preparing himself to face the sect master of the Desire Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Wei He sat cross-legged in the loft, still striving to mobilize his vital energy toward the corpse flower spirit, yet the flower showed no signs of awakening, continuing to absorb his energy at its usual pace. After fruitless attempts, he resolved to give up. The next day, at the Desire Cauldron sect, perhaps due to the deaths of the 3 elders, the guards were on high alert, preventing disciples from leaving. Suddenly, hundreds of figures soared in from the horizon, exuding an imposing aura. "Quickly report to the elders. Enemies are approaching." The disciples stationed at the gate were taken aback. Dozens moved to obstruct their path, while one swiftly entered the sect. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Desire Cauldron sect. I must ask you to halt," demanded a trembling disciple of the Crystal Condensation Realm, gritting his teeth even as fear gripped him. Wei He disregarded him, raising his hand to press down, causing the stone gate of the Desire Cauldron sect to collapse with a thunderous crash, resulting in the blood of dozens of disciples spilling on the ground. As the majority of them entered the outer realm, numerous figures flew towards them, standing in opposition, swords drawn. These were the elders and disciples from various halls of the outer realm, including Wang Peng and Umo Shi. Seeing Wei He, Umo Shi immediately flew over to stand beside him, declaring her allegiance. In response, the elder from the affairs department furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice to the head of the medicine hall. "Head of the medicine hall, your department is truly brimming with talent, yet you dare to commit such treason against the sect. Can you provide an explanation?" The head of the medicine hall ignored him, gazing at Wei He with a bitter expression. "Wei He, even if the sect has misjudged you, it does not warrant such an attack on the sect. After all, you have cultivated here." Though he had never met the disciple before, he believed Wang Peng's words. Unfortunately, his lowly status prevented him from effecting any change in midair. Wei He bowed respectfully to the head of the medicine hall and said solemnly, "Master, you have treated our medicine department well, and I will remember it. I come not out of resentment for being pursued, but rather to seek an audience with the sect master of the Desire Cauldron." "Preposterous. Do you think you are worthy to meet the sect master?" The affairs elder glared at him angrily. "Do you believe that you and your companions can shake the foundation of the Desire Cauldron?" In an instant, disciples behind him drew their flying swords, stepping forward in unison, clearly intent on crossing into the inner realm over their bodies. Wei He narrowed his eyes, turning to Wang Peng. "Brother Wang, you know my intentions. Today, I am determined to breach the inner realm. If you still recognize me as your brother, please step aside to avoid any misunderstanding." Wang Peng trembled slightly, feeling the gazes of the outer realm disciples upon him, caught in a dilemma. He had anticipated this day would come, but he never expected it to arrive so swiftly, leaving him unprepared. With a deep sigh, he bowed to the head of the medicine hall. "Master, thanks to your guidance, I have become who I am today. However, Wei He remains my brother, and I—" The head of the medicine hall helped him to his feet with a kindly expression. "I understand. Do not feel troubled. Follow your heart." Wang Peng felt utterly helpless, knowing that his master would side with the sect and that persuasion would be futile. After pondering for a moment, he flew aside, indicating his neutral stance. With this, Wei He felt slightly relieved. His gaze turned cold, and with a wave of his robe, he commanded, "Kill!" Boom. He was the first to strike, the purple light of the Zihan battle halberd gleaming brilliantly, while the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the ancient palace, echoing across the entire outer realm. Several masters, caught off guard, expended their utmost effort but were no match for a single thrust, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. Some perished on the spot, while others fell heavily to the ground. As for the master of the medicine hall, he retained a modicum of strength, rendering him unconscious and tossing him to the care of Wang Peng not far away. Witnessing Wei He's unstoppable momentum and the staggering death toll among the disciples of the sect, the overseer of the outer realm was filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that this once feeble disciple had, in such a brief span, grown to such formidable heights. They struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating while engaged in battle, until they reached the edge of the inner realm. At this moment, only 3 masters remained alive. The rest had perished, leaving piles of corpses on the ground, staining the blue tiles with blood. A sight that pierced the heart with sorrow. Wei He, with his long hair billowing, gazed at the outer realm's overseer, who was covered in wounds, and without uttering a word, thrust his halberd forward. The phantom of a soaring dragon roared deafeningly, "Rebel, how dare you?" Just then, 2 elderly figures emerged abruptly before the Elder of the Outer Realm, joining forces to block the attack. Elder 8, Elder 10, eliminate this person swiftly. The Overseer of the Outer Realm spoke in a rush, his face brightening instantly. At that moment, a large number of disciples surged forth from the inner realm, all at the crystal condensation realm, numbering in the hundreds. Wei He remained impassive, stepping forward as the dark energy coalesced, wielding his halberd like a sword, sweeping through, causing a tide of blood to surge and envelop the air. This was a sword technique from the Yuding sect, one sword across the sea. The tremendous waves crashed forth, leaving Elders 8 and 10 filled with terror. With no time for reflection, they circulated their true energy and unleashed a massive handprint that howled as it shot forward. Yet, the relentless waves soon engulfed both elders and the multitude behind them, sending them flying far away, crashing to the ground, barely alive. Stepping into the inner realm, after exchanging messages with Hua Mei, Wei He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the ancient palace cluster atop the distant mountain, and strode forth. Throughout, Mu Wanwan followed closely behind him, hands clasped behind her back, as if taking a leisurely stroll. She did not engage in combat, appearing as a mere observer. Yuding sect leader, will you not show yourself? Wei He halted above the ancient palace, calling out indifferently. Suddenly, numerous figures darted from the sky. 5 elderly men with white hair stood at the forefront, followed by many masters and inner realm disciples. Among the inner realm disciples, Luo Chang'e cast a complex glance at Wei He before bowing his head in silence. At this moment, Yi Qing was also present, glancing occasionally at the distant ancient palace. Lost in thought, such a rebellious scoundrel must be punished. The great elder of Yuding, with a shadowy gaze, waved his wrinkled hand. The other 4 elders moved, encircling Wei He and his companions with their formidable presence. All 4 were at the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm, while the Yuding Great Elder exuded an even stronger aura, being a half-step into the breaking aperture realm. Upon witnessing this, Mu Wanwan took a small step forward, aligning herself with Wei He, aware that it was time to make a show of strength. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "Yuding sect leader, I am a disciple of the Treading Snow Immortal sect. Will you not come out to greet us?" Treading Snow Immortal sect? The Great Elder and the others were momentarily taken aback. That was a super-immortal sect. How could they be involved in this matter? After a brief pause, the distant space trembled, and a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe appeared. His countenance was resolute, his vitality surging, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. The moment he emerged, all eyes were drawn to him, especially those of Wei He and Chi Quebec. Chi K's face turned crimson, his fists clenched tightly, as if he were about to pounce and devour him alive. The Yuding sect leader stepped forward, arriving before the Great Elder, looking at Mu Wanwan with a furrowed brow, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings the Treading Snow Immortal sect here? What brings us here?" Mu Wanwan smiled faintly, glancing at Wei He. "Perhaps it would be better for my junior brother to explain." Wei He stepped forward, calmly gazing at the Yuding sect leader and stated, "I, Wei, have come for my sister. Do you recall the girl you took from the western outskirts of Luoyue City?" The Yuding sect leader's sword-like brows twitched as he turned to a middle-aged master behind him. That master immediately clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Sect leader, I indeed brought back a girl from that place, the current supreme cauldron body within the estate." Upon hearing this, the Yuding sect leader fell silent for a moment and then replied slowly, "As for the killing of so many of my disciples and elders, let us set that aside for now. Do you have any evidence to prove she is your sister?" Initially, he intended to let the elders handle this, but now that it involved the Treading Snow Immortal sect, the situation had become complicated. To avoid offending a super-immortal sect, He had to resolve this matter first. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was internally troubled and even agitated. If Wei He had become a disciple of the Treading Snow immortal sect, killing him would provoke their wrath. Yet, sparing him would be equally problematic, considering he had slain so many from Yuding. Moreover, the Keiwe immortal sect had explicitly demanded his execution. Offending either side was precarious. Furthermore, if the Supreme Cauldron Body truly was his sister, granting her back would undoubtedly ignite a war with the Burning Flame sect. It was a triple bind, causing him considerable distress. If pressed, he might have no choice but to risk killing Wei He and shift the blame to the Keiwe immortal sect, leaving the two sects to resolve their grievances. Should the Treading Snow seek vengeance for their disciple, launching an offensive against Yuding, he might have to resort to his final trump card. Chapter 56. Where's my sister? In midair, Wei He narrowed his eyes, deep in contemplation. He had just received a response from Hua Mei, confirming that she was still within the inner realm estate. As the masters emerged, she had intended to escape with the girl, but unexpectedly encountered the selection elder Zhou, and was now captured again. After pondering for a moment, Wei He said, "Let her come out. We can directly inquire if she has a brother." The Yuding sect leader's gaze flickered as he looked at the leisurely Mu Wanwan, ultimately agreeing. After speaking to the ancient palace behind him, the selection elder Zhou brought forth Hua Mei and a 12-year-old girl. Upon seeing Wei He, Hua Mei hurriedly flew over without a second thought. Bowing her head in nervousness and fear, standing beside him, at this point, she was aware that she had failed her mission. She just didn't know how her master would punish her. Would it be a beating? Wei He cast a faint glance at her, sighing at his misfortune. The outer realm had been thoroughly swept clean. Had the flower demon managed to sneak out with his sister, he could have withdrawn immediately. But now, it seemed impossible. Noticing the Yuding sect leader's overwhelming aura enveloping the bewildered 12 or 13-year-old girl, he suppressed his thoughts of seizing her. Gently addressing the girl, he said, "Sister, do you remember me?" The girl looked at Wei He in confusion, thought for a moment, and then shook her head lightly. Instantly, Yu Moxie and the others were taken aback, and Mu Wanwan furrowed her brow. If this girl was not Wei He's sister, how could they proceed to exert pressure? How could they compel Yuding to reveal their trump card? Had they come here for nothing? Bang! In midair, Wei He felt as though his heart had been struck hard, his body swaying unsteadily, and he staggered back several steps, then hurriedly advanced a few steps, pointing at his face, exclaiming, "No, take a good look at me. I am your brother." The girl scrutinized him once more, still bewildered, and shook her head. "I do have a brother, but he looks nothing like you, sister." At this moment, among the inner realm disciples of Yuding, Yi Qing could no longer restrain himself, trembling as he shouted. Tears welled in his eyes as he rushed over. The girl trembled slightly, gazing at Yi Qing, and the confusion in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by glistening tears. She rushed into his arms, crying, "Brother, Linger misses you so much." Poof! On the opposite side, Wei He abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his aching chest as he half knelt. His complexion turned pale, his eyes bloodshot, fixed on the scene of the siblings' reunion not far away. He hoarsely cried out, "Impossible! You are not my sister. Where's my sister? Where has she gone?" His voice echoed across the heavens, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered. A chilling wind howled, sending shivers down spines. Yi Qing released his sister from his embrace and turned to face the seemingly demonic Wei He, speaking calmly, "She is indeed my sister. I came to Yuding immortal sect for her." Wei He stood trembling, his ghostly eyes opening, revealing the girl's bloodline origin, which was indeed different from his. She was not his sister. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he pointed at the Yuding master who had taken the girl, demanding, "You took her from a dilapidated little courtyard in the western slums of Luoyue City, did you not?" A piercing gaze shot forth, causing the Yuding master to tremble, quickly responding, "Yes. How do you know so accurately?" Wei He ignored him, shifting his gaze to the girl, coldly asking, "And how did you end up in that place?" Looking into his blood-red eyes, the girl trembled in fear, unable to articulate her thoughts. Yi Qing immediately stepped in front of her, raising his voice, "Do not scare her. I will answer you." An old man on his last legs took her there. One winter, an old man found us on the street. He transformed my body, granting me an unparalleled talent. But when I awoke, My sister was missing. After searching, I learned she had entered Yuding Immortal Sect. At this moment, the young girl managed to quell her inner fears and stepped forward to meet Wei He's gaze directly. In a soft voice, she confessed, "Yes, it was indeed that old man who led me to the courtyard and urged me to remain here in peace." After that, he departed, claiming he needed to retrieve something from Ku. Shortly thereafter, the master of the Desire Ding pursued an evil cultivator to the small courtyard, and I was taken back to the sect. By the way, when that old man left, there was also a young girl by his side. One who should be your sister. The mention of a body transformation, the old man, and the ghostly master sent a shudder through Wei He. His body felt as if it were on the verge of collapse, and his eyes grew vacant. Why would the ghostly master act in such a manner? How could the master of the Desire Ding pursue an evil cultivator all the way to a slum courtyard? Could it be that all of this is a trap set by the ghostly master himself? Ha ha, you hold a parental place in my heart, yet why do you treat me so? Wei He spat out a mouthful of black blood, suddenly erupting into a frenzied laughter that echoed with despair, sorrow, and profound loneliness. Seeing him in such a state, Yumashi felt a pang of sympathy and gently grasped Wei He's hand. Wishing to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she sought to convey her presence through the warmth of her touch. I in the distance. The master of the Desire Ding observed Wei He's apparent madness with a furrowed brow and remarked coolly, "Since she is not your sister, there must be an explanation for why the disciples of the Treading Snow Immortal Sect have slain so many of my people without cause." Mu Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, crossing her arms and gazing intently. "What explanation do you seek?" The master of the Desire Ding curled his lips in disdain and replied indifferently, "To kill, one must naturally pay with their life." At that moment, his anxieties dissipated. He could justifiably eliminate Wei He and, in doing so, secure the protection of Ku while simultaneously absolving the Treading Snow Immortal Sect from retaliation. Moreover, with Ku's sect backing him, there would be no necessity to surrender the Supreme Furnace Body to the Burning Flame Sect. What started as a predicament had now turned into a triumphant scheme, leaving him in high spirits and even prompting a desire to laugh maniacally. Mu Wanwan glanced at Wei He and narrowed her eyes at the master of the Desire Ding, slowly speaking, "What if I refuse?" Upon hearing this, the master of the Desire Ding's expression darkened ominously. "Given that the Treading Snow Immortal Sect was in the wrong, do you truly believe that your mere perfected Yuanshan cultivation can obstruct me?" His murderous intent surged, the aura of his early-stage breakthrough overwhelming the atmosphere. Shaking the very heavens, he raised his hand, a colossal hand descending upon the Anti-Desire Alliance, intending to obliterate them all. "Little junior brother, run!" To her surprise, the master of the Desire Ding dared to strike. Mu Wanwan shouted urgently, her figure flickering as she vanished from the spot, aware of the vast difference in their cultivation levels and the futility of resistance. This plan had utterly failed. Retreat was the only option. Wei He was jolted awake by her urgent cry and turned to see Yumashi, unafraid. Gripping his hand tightly, a flicker of warmth surged within his icy heart, and his eyes regained their former resolve. Stepping in front of her, he drew the ghostly blade, and the wails of 10,000 specters echoed, evoking apocalyptic imagery. The blade radiated brilliantly, splitting the ominous clouds of the sky as if tearing the very heavens apart. The terrifying palm of true energy that had come crashing down shattered into two halves, yet its remnants still surged towards him. Wei He stumbled back a few steps, channeling the dark energy within him to devour the invading true energy. With blood-red eyes, he glared at the master of the Desire Ding and sneered, "Is that all you have? Your true energy bears no properties. It cannot harm me to have drawn the ire of Ku. You are indeed formidable, but do you truly believe I cannot kill you?" The master of the Desire Ding remained composed, raising his hand in a beckoning gesture, summoning a long sword that radiated a ghostly moonlight. Chapter 57. Wei He defying expectations. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted behind him, blinding white light engulfing the surroundings, reducing every tree and structure within reach to mere fragments, swept away by the shockwave. At the boundary between the external and internal realms, Mu Wanwan halted, noticing that Wei He and the others had not followed. She turned back, momentarily stunned. The disciple she had just recruited was actually engaged in battle with the master of the Desire Ding. who was at the early breakthrough stage. He wielded a long spear, and amid grand motions, the phantom of a azure dragon danced, matching the master of the Desire Ding, who wielded the moon-slaying sword. How could this be possible? In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, each sustaining injuries and staining their garments with blood. Not just her, but the members of the Anti-Desire Alliance and the Desire Ding sect were equally dumbfounded. I never imagined you would grow to such an extent. If I were to let you remain for a while longer, my Desire Ding might truly face annihilation. After a powerful blow separated them, the master of the Desire Ding hovered in midair, fixing his indifferent gaze on Wei He, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn. That spear he wielded was an unknown weapon, remarkably resilient, proving impossible to sever. If it was above a spiritual tool, it bore no sentience. Yet if it was not, it still managed to withstand the relentless onslaught of the moon-slaying sword. Regardless, he vowed to eliminate this opponent today. He could not allow him to grow stronger. Taking a deep breath, the master of the Desire Ding formed seals with his hands, a formidable aura cascading forth, shaking the very void. The ground trembled. As if on the verge of splitting apart, clang! A round moon unexpectedly manifested beside Wei He. An overwhelming pressure of true energy pressed in from all sides, seeking to ensnare him within its grasp. With a swift gesture, the master of the Desire Ding sliced through the air, and a magnificent giant sword appeared in the sky, shimmering with brilliance. With a soft chime, it suddenly descended, aiming to annihilate Wei He along with the moon. This was the essence of the moon-slaying sword, akin to the tears of heaven invoked by the Forget-Me-Not mystic sword. Within the moon, flesh and blood were ravaged by the true energy, and Wei He furrowed his brows, his complexion paling. Yet his eyes remained calm, crimson dark energy swirling and devouring the immense true energy within the moon. With a gentle tremor, the bright moon shattered as he gazed at the descending giant sword. He called out, and suddenly, an ancient butterfly appeared beside him. In an instant, time froze. He took a step forward, arriving at the master of the Desire Ding's side, thrusting his spear towards his chest. Bang! The master of the Desire Ding was sent flying several dozen meters. A massive gaping wound visible, revealing bone and splattering blood across the sky. Wei He squinted slightly, letting out a quiet sigh. Indeed, with his enhanced cultivation and true energy, even with the presence of the ancient creation butterfly, he could not achieve a single strike kill. As the order of the world restored itself, he refrained from employing time stasis again. Currently, having used up 3 opportunities, he could at most inflict heavy damage. From Mu Wanwan's words, he had gleaned that the Desire Ding sect was not to be underestimated and likely had hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. Thus, he resolved to conserve the remaining 2 chances at space stasis to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Looking down at the gruesome wound, the master of the Desire Ding was taken aback and hurriedly summoned true energy to dispel the devouring force at his chest. Raising his gaze, he regarded Wei He warily. Mumbling, "Why? His true energy clearly bears the essence of my Desire Ding's techniques. Why does it possess attributes?" This was sheer lunacy. He had never encountered such an anomalous phenomenon. In the distance, Mu Wanwan watched as Wei He shattered the moon's illusion. Momentarily frozen, realizing that the force he wielded seemed to possess a devouring attribute. Was he a ghostly physician? Only those from major sects were aware of ghostly physicians. Locals in remote areas like Deshui had no inkling of their existence. As the possibility of Wei He being a ghostly physician dawned on her, Mu Wanwan's beautiful eyes sparkled with revelation. Realizing the master of the Desire Ding had been injured, he abandoned any pretense of martial virtue and called out to the elders watching from a distance. "Qi Li, eliminate this person." Swish! The 5 elders snapped back to their senses, swiftly appearing around Wei He, encircling him. They formed seals with their hands, unleashing a myriad of bizarre attacks that trembled the heavens. In response, Wei He did not dare to underestimate them, wielding his spear to engage in a fierce battle with the 5 elders. Though their cultivation was not as formidable as the master of the Desire Ding, a half-step breakthrough combined with 4 perfected Yuanshan cultivators collectively held the potential to contend with an early-stage breakthrough expert. He could not afford to be careless. The master of the Desire Ding refrained from intervening, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the worried expression of Yumashi in the distance. From the previous scene, it was evident that this woman held some connection to Wei He. If he could capture her, it would surely throw Wei He into disarray. With that thought, the master of the Desire Ding suddenly appeared before Yu Mashi, a cold smile curling his lips as he reached out a hand. Wei He, witnessing this moment, felt a surge of fury erupt within him. With a single thrust of his spear, he repelled the 5 elders, and the ancient creation butterfly reappeared. He swiftly reached Yu Mashi's side, pulling her behind him. Gazing at the master of the Desire Ding, who was frozen in place with a mocking smile, he enveloped his palm in dark energy and struck at his chest wound. The master of the Desire Ding coughed up blood, crashing against the ancient palace, his complexion paling and his energy waning. Master! The 5 elders were taken aback by this bewildering turn of events. Once they regained their composure, they rushed towards the collapsed ancient palace to assist the master of the Desire Ding. They grew increasingly wary of the man who resembled a demon god. Unwilling to strike first, the master of the Desire Ding clutched his wound, spitting out another mouthful of blood, gazing at Wei He with fear in his eyes, murmuring, "Impossible. How can he be so enigmatic?" Earlier, he had assumed his injury was due to Wei He's speed, but just moments ago, he had clearly been held back by the 5 elders. How could he suddenly find himself struck at this moment? Wei He was still in good condition. Although he bore injuries, they were not fatal. Holding his spear, he stepped forward, hovering above the master of the Desire Ding and the others, preparing to strike down. Suddenly, a number of powerful auras approached from the distance, causing him to halt and grow vigilant. The master of the Burning Flame sect? Seeing the newcomers, the master of the Desire Ding's face brightened, and he called out loudly, "Friend of the Burning Flame, quickly, help me eliminate this person, and the supreme furnace body shall be yours." In the distance, upon hearing those words, Yi Qing hurriedly grasped his sister's hand, attempting to flee, yet was paralyzed by the intimidating gazes of several elder masters nearby. The master of the Burning Flame sect glanced at Wei He, then surveyed the pitiful state of the master of the Desire Cauldron sect, and erupted into hearty laughter, declaring, "Master of the Desire Cauldron, you must submit to me. Only then will I have reason to intervene. Otherwise, I shall remain merely an observer." Submission implied that the Desire Cauldron sect would become a vassal sect. Revealing the master of the Burning Flame's predatory ambitions, the master of the Desire Cauldron, his face darkened, clenched his fists slowly, remaining silent. Among the entourage of the Burning Flame, Tu Hua stared at Wei He for a long moment, then sighed and spoke to his elder, the one who attacked me in the celestial ruins was him. The elder of the Burning Flame was taken aback and relayed this information to the master of the Burning Flame. "Oh?" The master of the Burning Flame raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Wei He from head to toe, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, yet he made no immediate move. He contemplated testing whether the master of the Desire Cauldron still possessed any hidden cards before making his move. The moment Wei He saw Tu Hua, he realized he was ensnared in a precarious situation. With a swift step, he appeared before the members of the Anti-Desire Alliance. Observing the flower demon retreating from the crowd, sensing trouble, he quickly sealed it and withdrew it into his storage ring. Gazing distantly at the master of the Desire Cauldron, he spoke coolly, "Since we have shared a bond in the sect, I shall spare you. Farewell." Helplessly, he discerned through the nether eye that the master of the Burning Flame was at the mid-stage of the Aperture Realm, and their techniques contained mundane fire properties that he could not withstand. Upon hearing this, the expression of the master of the Burning Flame darkened. What was happening with this kid? Why had he suddenly shrunk back? He was not following his expected script, as Wei He and his companions prepared to depart. The master of the Burning Flame coldly shouted, "Brat, you think you can just walk away after killing my disciples?" Chapter 58. From this day forth, we have no further entanglements. At these words, everyone was stunned. In the distance, Mu Wanwan rubbed her temples, pondering how many enemies her junior brother had made. Just when it appeared that the master of the Desire Cauldron was being forced to reveal his cards, now the Burning Flame had entered the fray, which was indeed a headache. Wei He calmly regarded the master of the Burning Flame, indifferently stating, "If you wish to kill, then kill. What do you intend?" The master of the Burning Flame was taken aback, not expecting this person to be so composed and assertive. Could it be that he also had hidden cards? He glanced at the master of the Desire Cauldron and smiled at Wei He, saying, "How about this? Let us join forces to eliminate the master of the Desire Cauldron, and we will let bygones be bygones? Not far away, the master of the Desire Cauldron, who had initially thought there was a chance for a turnaround, turned pale with anger, shouting, "You wish to eradicate the foundation of my burning flame? A fool's dream." He raised his hand to retrieve a jade slip, shattering it in an instant. Wei He and the master of the burning flame locked eyes, quickly retreating several steps. However, the surroundings fell silent for a long while, and nothing occurred. The master of the burning flame's gaze flickered with excitement as he cackled. "Today marks the end of your Desire Cauldron." With a wave of his hand, a fiery dragon roared, its searing heat enveloping the entire space. Just then, an aged figure appeared, raising a hand to gently crush the massive dragon, causing it to explode into nothingness. The master of the burning flame spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back in shock. "Master of the Desire Cauldron, you are still alive." The master of the Desire Cauldron was equally astonished. Having never anticipated that the buried master on the back mountain still lived, he had personally buried him. Furthermore, the one he intended to summon was not this individual. In midair, the old man clad in gray looked weary, murmuring, "Soon. But before that, if I can eliminate you, it would be a small contribution to the Desire Cauldron sect." In an instant, a torrent of power erupted from his frail body, destabilizing the space One Leaf realm. Wei He was utterly astonished. Within the desiccated chi sea of the master of the Desire Cauldron was a dim young sprout, with only a single leaf. This was the One Leaf realm. Above the Aperture realm, the sprout in the old man's chi sea was slowly collapsing, a manifestation of its forced awakening and retrogressive illumination. Yet, despite this, it remained inadequate. Wei He, with a thought, summoned the primordial transformation butterfly, freezing time and space, quickly fleeing with Moxie. After a breath, everyone remained frozen. While the old man moved, he let out a soft sound, reaching out to grasp, causing Wei He and Moxie's bodies to shrink by an inch. Their bones cracking, blood seeping from their skin, a sight too horrific to behold. 3 breaths passed. Wei He gritted his teeth, witnessing the waning Moxie, desperately channeling nether chi to shield her. Yet, the devouring force met with such formidable true chi. Momentarily obstructed. Just as crisis loomed, a figure radiating celestial light appeared before Wei He, disregarding the overwhelming pressure around. Looking at Wei He and Moxie, he sighed, "Brother Wei, you have slain Shui Pan. I ought not to save you. However, we have shared a bond, so after rescuing you today, we shall have no further entanglements." Luo Chang's face was filled with melancholy as he formed seals with his hands, a shimmering talisman enveloping both Wei He and Moxie. Instantly, they seemed to merge with the void, disappearing from sight. Celestial inheritance? The master of the Desire Cauldron stared in shock. He quickly furrowed his brow, glaring at Luo Chang'e, demanding loudly, as a disciple of the Desire Cauldron, "Why did you let them go?" Luo Chang'e stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the howling pressure of true chi, his celestial body trembling slightly, yet all was extinguished at this moment. His cultivation appeared to be at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm, yet it emanated a terrifying aura. "Master, if you wish to punish me, I have no words to say." Luo Chang'e gazed at the numerous corpses below, murmuring, "Isn't cultivation merely for the sake of longevity? Why must there be slaughter?" You, the master of the Desire Cauldron, trembled with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Following that strike, the sprout within him had already collapsed, transforming into a cracked seed, his cultivation falling to the Aperture realm. The opponent possessed a celestial body and knew how to attack without inflicting harm. In an instant, a graceful figure flew in. Pausing in mid-air, observing the horrific scene below, she frowned. Upon seeing Luo Chang'e, her previously icy demeanor softened slightly, and she inquired, "Would you care to join my KUS celestial sect?" Luo Chang'e glanced at the master of the Desire Cauldron and the master above. Reflecting on their methods, his expression filled with disappointment. He nodded at Yuhan, stating, "I am willing, but after joining the sect, I shall focus solely on cultivation and will not concern myself with other matters." Yuhan was taken aback for a moment. What kind of reasoning was this? Yet after pondering briefly, she consented. After all, this individual was a celestial body, unique across the entire vast sky continent. After recruiting Luo Chang'e, She turned her gaze to the waning master of the Desire Cauldron, asking, "Where is the inheritor of the ghost doctor? Where has he gone?" The lingering aura of Wei He in the surroundings indicated that he had been here. "The ghost doctor inheritor? Are you referring to Wei He?" The master of the Desire Cauldron coughed lightly, pointing at Luo Chang'e in a rather peculiar manner. He let him go. "What?" Yu Han was taken aback, casting an exasperated glance at Luo Chang'e. Seeing his calm demeanor, as if he had done nothing wrong, she ultimately shook her head. "Forget it. I shall seek him out later." Having spoken, she glanced at Mu Wanwan not far away. Frowning, sister treading snow, "What brings you to this place?" Mu Wanwan came back to her senses, somewhat unwilling. She had not anticipated that the master of the Desire Cauldron's hidden card would fail to summon that person, while the master above had suddenly appeared. Regaining her composure, she replied coolly, "Just came to play. Is that not permissible?" Witnessing the standoff between the two women, the master of the Desire Cauldron immediately turned to Yu Han. Lamenting fairy, "It was this woman who brought that ghost doctor and killed many of my Desire Cauldron sect members. You must take my side." Yu Han coldly regarded him, then scrutinized Mu Wanwan for a moment, stating, "I will report this to the sect, and I hope Treading Snow will provide a thorough explanation." Mu Wanwan curled her lips, flicked her sleeve, and turned to leave. "This matter is solely my doing. I will accept the punishment, so there is no need for Kei Wei to pay a visit. Farewell." With that, she turned and strode away. Yu Han remained silent for a moment before departing with Luo Chang'e. The master of the Desire Cauldron did not attempt to stop Mu Wanwan as she left in the past. He had feigned death by stifling a breath of true qi to bide his time for when the Desire Cauldron faced peril. Now, awakened, the true qi within him was dissipating. In less than a day, he would truly perish. Go provoke the Desire Cauldron into entanglements with a super celestial sect was undeniably unwise. As for the Burning Flame sect, while time still permitted, he needed to eliminate its master. Otherwise, this individual would surely return to seize the foundation of the Desire Cauldron. With a palm raised, he descended with a mighty force, exuding the aura of the late stage of the Aperture Realm. As he made his move, the master of the Desire Cauldron immediately expressed concern. "Master, the Burning Flame has connections to an elder of Kei Wei. I believe it would be better to." The old man was momentarily stunned, his disappointment palpable as he scolded, "What are you afraid of? It's merely an elder. Can they represent Kei Wei?" The assault continued, swiftly traversing the void. From the aggressive stance, the master of the Burning Flame discerned the master of the Desire Cauldron's intentions. Even though his cultivation had fallen, he was still at the late stage of the Aperture Realm and dared not endure it head-on. True qi surged wildly as he grasped Tu Hua. Fleeing rapidly, the shadow of the palm descended, scattering the elders and masters of the Burning Flame, causing them to fall on the spot. The master of the Burning Flame also spat blood, severely injured. Fortunately, he possessed strange techniques that allowed him to escape. Above the mountains and rivers of the Great Shui, the master inquired, "Master, why did you save me?" Tu Hua gazed at the pale-faced lord of the Burning Flame sect, her eyes brimming with emotion. Chapter 59. The Demon Cave. In the dim, damp forest, the air was thick with the stench of decay. The space trembled, and Wei He materialized in this location, observing the severely injured Yumashi in his arms. He hurriedly retrieved silver needles and employed the sealing technique of the 8 extraordinary needles of the ghostly underworld to seal her wounds. Her bones were completely shattered. Only the combination of the bone-molding demon vine root and certain herbs could facilitate her healing. After a period of internal adjustment, he waved his hand, summoning the flower demon. At this moment, she had reverted to her original form, captivating and enchanting, a true beauty that could bring nations to ruin. Every frown and smile could ensnare souls. However, her essence still resonated with Shui Ponpon's presence. Upon meeting Wei He's indifferent gaze, the flower demon trembled and stammered, "Master, have I done something wrong?" Wei He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied coolly, "Did you inform Luo Chang'e about Shui Ponpon's situation?" "Ah?" The flower demon was taken aback, quickly explaining, "That day he came and expressed he had no feelings for Shui Ponpon. Seeing your close relationship, I thought it best to inform him." Realizing the gravity of the situation from Wei He's silence, the flower demon promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Master, I truly did not mean to." Wei He remained silent, stroking his chin. Lost in thought, The flower demon, growing increasingly fearful, timidly glanced at him and pleaded, "Master, please, punish me as you see fit." Wei He looked up, curiously choosing not to punish the flower demon, and slowly instructed, "Go and inquire about the nature of this place." No matter how much one tried to conceal it, Luo Chang'e would eventually discover the truth. Punishing anyone would be futile. Seeing this, the flower demon felt a weight lifted off her heart, standing up swiftly to exit the forest. After refining a spirit medicine and taking it, Wei He's injuries healed significantly. He summoned the ancient creation butterfly to search for the bone-molding demon vine root within a 100-mile radius. However, there were no results. Suddenly, the flower demon hurriedly flew back, hiding behind Wei He while peeking out to see a few figures approaching from a distance. "And why, Lord, please surrender that woman quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite." Among the group, a white-clad man pointed at Wei He and shouted, his gaze greedily fixating on the flower demon. This was the first time he had encountered such a mesmerizing beauty, and with his master's upcoming birthday, presenting her would surely earn him favor. Wei He cast a glance at the 5 individuals across from him, noting that the strongest among them was the speaking white-clad man, who was at the initial stage of the essence cultivation realm, while the others were at the late stage of crystal condensation. At such a young age, reaching the essence cultivation realm must mean he was a disciple of a great sect. After pondering for a moment, Wei He rose slowly, clasping his hands behind his back as he addressed them. "Tell me, where is this place, and I may spare your lives." "What?" The 5 exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. A mere crystal condensation cultivator dares to speak so boldly? Feeling ignored, Wei He narrowed his brows and stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared before the white-clad man, pushing his palm forward. A violent gust of wind surged, shattering trees in succession. The 5 were sent flying, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Wei He approached the white-clad man, crouching down to grasp his collar, icy words escaping his lips. "Tell me, where is this place?" The white-clad man, trembling in fear, stammered, "Please don't kill me. This place is the beast domain of the 10,000 Transformations Kingdom." The 10,000 Transformations Kingdom is located in the central region of the Wild Heaven continent, with the supreme sect being the Xuanmu Immortal Sect, just 1 kingdom away from the Keiwe Immortal Sect. To his surprise, Luo Chang'e's void-breaking talisman could transmit across such distances. It was indeed a marvel of immortal heritage. After understanding the situation, Wei He crushed the man beneath his foot, killing him instantly as the remaining 4 scrambled to escape. He swiftly pursued. In less than 3 breaths, he had dispatched all 4. He glanced at the flower demon, who was bowed in silence, and sighed inwardly at the fickleness of beauty before stepping out of the damp mountain range. Within the beast domain, ferocious beasts and abundant medicinal herbs were plentiful. In just a few days, Wei He had slain numerous beasts and gathered various herbs, yet he had not found the bone-molding demon vine root. On this day, he had slain a beast comparable to those in the late essence cultivation stage, when several figures suddenly soared into view from afar, occupying the skies. They were both men and women. The men were heroic, and the women were stunningly beautiful. Despite their vital energies being at the crystal condensation realm, they were capable of slaying such powerful beasts, indicating that they concealed their true cultivation. After exchanging glances, a dashing man in a black robe stepped forward, cupping his hands and calling out, "Fellow cultivator, I am Huang Ao of the Jinling Immortal Sect. Deep within the beast domain lies a demon cave that erupts with treasures every 3 days. Would you be interested in joining us?" Wei He scrutinized him carefully. This man was at the late stage of essence cultivation, his vital energy similar to that of the 5 he had slain, all infused with the attribute of gold, indicating they were likely of the same sect. Why would he invite him without cause? Was it to form an alliance, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Wei He pondered briefly before nodding. "Since you extend an invitation, how could I refuse? Please, lead the way." As they traveled, the group of male cultivators frequently cast lecherous glances at the flower demon, some even daring to approach her, much to the discontent of the female cultivators accompanying them. Huang Ao walked ahead with Wei He, recounting everything about the beast domain. He did not spare a glance at the captivating flower demon, which was rather surprising, and revealed his true intent for the invitation. When the demon cave began to erupt with treasures, Many cultivators would flock there to vie for the riches. Having allies would indeed increase the chances of successfully obtaining treasures. Before long, several days passed, and the group arrived at the Demon Cave. The cave was situated at the surface of a towering mountain, with an entrance diameter of 10 meters. Black demonic energy continuously billowed outward. Resembling an abyss that could swallow everything, at this moment, numerous cultivators gathered in the vicinity. Some hovered in the air, while others perched atop the mountain, their eyes fixed on the entrance, all awaiting the eruption of treasures from the Demon Cave. Wei He stared into the deep, dark cave, his brows slightly furrowing. Through the ancient creation butterfly, he sensed the presence of the bone-molding demon vine root within. Now, only the bone-molding demon vine root stood between him and the healing of Yumashi. While excitement surged within him, uncertainty lingered. Would this eruption yield the sought-after root? If not, what would he do? Venture into the cave alone. Gazing at the terrifying demonic energy, he contemplated briefly before cautiously reaching out to touch it. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically, and he quickly withdrew. The demonic energy was overwhelmingly powerful. The devouring force of the underworld had barely consumed a sliver when a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, effortlessly obliterating the underworld energy. The demonic energy contained an indomitable property. With his current cultivation, he found it nearly impossible to contend with. Fellow Taoist Wei, do not waste your efforts. If this demonic energy were easily dealt with, these cultivators would have rushed in for the treasures long ago, rather than waiting, Huang Ao advised, shaking his head at the mocking expressions from the cultivators hovering above. Chapter 60. The Master of the Day of Slaughter has not perished. Wei He sighed softly, resigning himself to the situation, hoping that this time the Demon Cave would indeed produce the bone-molding demon vine root, rendering this journey worthwhile. Gradually, the crowd swelled, densely packed, occupying half the sky. Wei He sat beside the flower demon, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from within the Demon Cave, causing the ground to tremble and trees to sway. The demonic energy within the cave roiled. And in a moment, hundreds of dazzling beams of light shot forth. Some foolish cultivators attempted to intercept them but were instantly severed and fell lifeless. A mystic artifact. Wei He was astonished. The items that emerged were immensely valuable. With the least being of mystic artifact grade, he fixated intently on the hundreds of glowing orbs, shaking his head in resignation after a while. There was no bone-molding demon vine root among them. Fellow Taoist Wei, assist me. At that moment, Huang Ao's voice reached him from a distance. He was embroiled in a struggle with several others over a dazzling treasure, engaged in fierce combat. Through his netherworld eye, Wei He could see that it was an ancient scroll. Given its brilliance, it seemed to be an exceptional item. Just as he hesitated to intervene, the Demon Cave trembled once more, and a golden, gleaming orb appeared. The onlookers in the sky rejoiced, quickly abandoning the treasures they were fighting over to rush towards the golden light. However, as the golden light shimmered, anyone who drew near was reduced to ashes. It was a heart. Wei He stared in disbelief. Within that golden light was a beating heart, pulsating rhythmically. With each beat, it sent waves of dizziness through the onlookers' minds. Realizing this item was unattainable, he turned to flee. Yet, the heart seemed to have singled him out, swiftly rushing towards him and merging into his chest. Immediately, Wei He was engulfed in surging demonic energy, uncontrollably drawn into the depths of the Demon Cave. Master! The flower demon watched in shock, calling out loudly. Before long, her brow arched in delight as she swiftly fled the area at Ayan Madair. The treasure hunt continued, blood spilling across the heavens. Deep within the Demon Cave, Wei He found himself bound to the wall by a vine, his eyes tightly shut as if in a deep slumber. Surrounding him was a plethora of treasures scattered across the ground, rivaling the wealth of the Songlong treasure vault. I have waited for so many years, luring cultivators with treasures. At long last, I have found one with exceptional potential in the depths of the divine sea. A towering demon, its crimson eyes gleaming menacingly, gazed upon the minuscule soul of Wei He. With a sinister cackle, it proclaimed, "Little one, to be possessed by me is a privilege you should cherish. Henceforth, I shall utilize this corporeal form to return to the upper realms and carve my name into the annals of history." The demon's visage was grotesque, as if charred by flames, and its jagged smile revealed fearsome fangs. instilling terror in all who beheld it. It seized Wei He's soul, preparing to devour it. The divine sea trembled violently. Suddenly, a crimson blood lotus materialized in midair, casting the entire sea in a sanguine hue. The demon, astonished to find itself immobilized, exclaimed in panic, "I was unaware that a senior was present. I implore your mercy. I shall take my leave immediately." Yet, the ghostly spirit merely quivered slightly, and the demon was instantly reduced to ash, vanishing without a trace. Wei He stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, taking a moment to regain his composure. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself bound by vines, and in an instant, exhilaration surged within him. "This is the bone-shaping demon vine," he exclaimed. He freed himself from the vines, uprooted them, and stowed away a lengthy section of root in his storage ring. Surveying the treasures strewn across the ground, he meticulously gathered herbs, celestial minerals, and several impressive manuals, claiming all but one of the arcane artifacts, a particularly exquisite sword. After completing these tasks, he turned his gaze towards the dissipating demonic aura at the cave's entrance, contemplating his next move before striding forward. Curiously, as he traversed the passage, the demonic aura did not harm him. Rather, it swirled around him affectionately. Wei He placed a hand over his heart, feeling its powerful rhythm, and mused, perhaps it is due to the essence of the demon heart. Upon exiting the demon lair, he was immediately met with the piercing gazes of hundreds from the heavens, all fixated upon him. "Little one, such great fortune cannot be yours alone. Quickly surrender your acquired treasures, lest I resort to bullying you with my might," declared an elderly figure in the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Casually crossing his arms, a cold, unfeeling smile gracing his lips, not just he, but the other cultivators followed suit, encircling the entire demon lair. Wei He raised an eyebrow and stepped into the sky. Observing the confident crowd around him, he raised a hand, summoning the ghostly blade, which plunged the sky into darkness, echoing the mournful cries of spirits within his heart for an eternity. A spectral beam swept across the heavens, obliterating all who dared to touch it, their souls shrieking as they fled in terror. The unassuming figure had caught them off guard with a single strike, leaving them bewildered and cursing the cunning display of strength. Wei He strolled leisurely in midair, and before long, he had devoured the souls of all present. Suddenly, he cast his gaze into the distance, and with a single step, he vanished from his location in the valley. Huang Ao beheld a captivating flower spirit. Swallowing hard as he said, "My lady, your master has perished within the demon lair. Why not come with me? I shall cherish you dearly from now on." The flower spirit, nervously clutching her garment, gazed up at him with alluring eyes. "Young master, if that is the case, I hope you will treat me kindly," she replied, her voice laced with charm. Huang Ao, upon hearing this, trembled with excitement, eager to approach and shower affection upon the enchanting figure before him. However, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the flower spirit to freeze. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted to Wei He's side, her eyes glistening with tears as she pitifully lamented, "Master, this man is a beast in human guise. While you were away, he sought to force me into servitude. You must stand up for me." Her emotions were tumultuous, partly due to the deep-seated malevolence lurking within her spirit, making it nearly impossible to sense whether Wei He was truly alive. Yet, recalling the terror of the demonic presence, she was convinced he must have perished, and thus felt a rush of joy at her newfound freedom. Just as Huang Ao's ambitions were laid bare, she seized the opportunity to enchant him, wishing to absorb his vitality. Yet, the fateful master appeared, unscathed. Wei He cast a nonchalant glance her way before focusing on Huang Ao, smiling wryly, "I never imagined you to be such a person. Huang brother, alas, I misjudged you. How surprising. You seem to possess quite the resilience, emerging unscathed from the demon lair. Surely, you have acquired many treasures within," Huang Ao exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he ascended into the air, preparing to claim Wei He's treasures and the flower spirit for himself. With a swift motion, a golden hand descended from the heavens, accompanied by a resounding metallic clang. Wei He remained expressionless, leaping into the void, his fist propelled by a torrent of dark energy aimed at the colossal hand. Boom! In an instant, the golden hand was consumed entirely, disintegrating into nothingness, I asked this. The power of devouring? Are you the ghostly physician? Huang Ao gasped, trembling in fear as he turned to flee. It was not that he wished to retreat. Rather, he understood that the ghostly physician's devouring power was too enigmatic. Knowing he could not withstand it unless he significantly outmatched Wei He chose to escape. As he observed Huang Ao's panicked retreat, Wei He stepped forward, appearing above him, a cold palm descending. If you kill me, the Jinling sect will not spare you, Huang Ao shouted, channeling his true energy to manifest a colossal golden bell beside him, bellowing defiantly towards the heavens. Wei He remained impassive, his eyes filled with indifference as his hand pressed down, intertwining black demonic energy with crimson ghostly energy. Distorting the void, on the verge of shattering, puff! The immense golden bell crumbled, and Huang Ao spat blood as he was ground to dust by the dual energies. Not far away, the flower spirit watched in shock, her brow arching slightly, sensing that her master seemed somewhat different. Something indefinable yet peculiar. He cast a frigid glance her way. She trembled and quickly approached, nervously clutching her hands, her head bowed as she timidly expressed, "Thank you for standing up for me, master. Don't think I am unaware of your thoughts. Should you attempt to flee again, I shall break your legs." Wei He scoffed lightly, folding his hands behind his back as he walked away. "Break my legs?" The flower spirit paused momentarily, her heart racing as she touched her long, graceful legs before hastily following him. She vowed that unless she witnessed her master's demise with her own eyes, she would never again attempt any underhanded actions. Amidst the mountains and rivers of the beast domain, Wei He carved out a dwelling within the stone walls. With a wave of his hand, Umoshi appeared, and through the refinement of ghostly energy and the roots of the bone-shaping demon vine, he successfully concocted the bone-shaping elixir. After administering it to Umoshi, he observed the shattered bones within her slowly healing, radiating a faint glow, which brought him a sense of relief. In truth, it was her innate vitality that facilitated this healing. Had it been another with such a feeble cultivation, even with his protection, a strike from a master at the Leaf Realm would have surely led to immediate demise. Approaching the entrance of the cave, Wei He gazed contemplatively towards the direction of the KUS sect. The ghostly master taking his sister to the KUS sect is akin to walking into a trap. What could be so vital that he would risk such a journey? Furthermore, why did he create all these illusions to make me believe his sister had joined the Yuding sect? The more he pondered, the more his head ached, ultimately leading him to smile bitterly. Regardless, he resolved to investigate the KUS sect to ascertain whether the ghostly master had indeed visited. It would prove troublesome, as the disciples there likely recognized his face by now. Suddenly, the flower spirit returned, her chest heaving as she urgently reported, "Master, there are numerous disciples from the Jinling sect stationed at the outer perimeter of the beast domain. Anyone attempting to leave is thoroughly interrogated." Wei He furrowed his brow, not overly concerned as he replied, "Do not mind them. Tell me, is there a way for me to alter my appearance?" The flower spirit's pupils constricted, and she took several steps back, lowering her head to the ground. "But master, you are not a demon. How can you change your appearance?" Wei He fixed his gaze upon her delicate figure, a sudden smile gracing his lips. He raised a hand, and a stone crystal appeared within it, containing pure essence of heaven and earth. "This is a treasure obtained from the demon lair, and I possess more than just one." Upon seeing the essence crystal, the flower spirit's eyes widened in awe, her breath quickening as she exclaimed, "Master, there are indeed methods to alter one's appearance." Her expression resembled that of a greedy cat. And Wei He tossed the essence crystal toward her, crossing his arms as he declared, "I have plenty of these. If you can resolve this matter, I shall reward you with cultivation resources." Delighted, the flower spirit eagerly absorbed the essence from the crystal and, with a graceful turn, transformed into a crystalline mask. The mask soared through the air, enveloping Wei He's face in no time. His ordinary visage began to shift and morph, staring into an ancient mirror. Wei He was taken aback as he beheld a fierce countenance and quickly declared, "This one will do." Understanding his intent, the flower spirit solidified the transformation, and Wei He now bore a face marred by 2 scars, his eyes shadowy and menacing. At first glance, one would perceive him as a formidable adversary. "Excellent!" Wei He nodded in satisfaction, reaching up to touch his face, feeling the softness and smoothness akin to a woman's skin. Master, you, the flower spirit, now transformed into a mask, felt a pair of hands roaming over her form. Her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Startled by her breathy tone, Wei He quickly withdrew his hand, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "Once you have absorbed the essence from the crystal, you may request more from me." The earlier touch was indeed unintentional. Although the flower demon is enchanting and alluring, she is not enough to ensnare his soul or lead him into fantastical reveries. With the myriad transformations of the demon mask, combined with the ghostly creation sutra, he is instantly filled with renewed confidence. Even if he were to stand before Yuan now, she would not recognize him. "Brother Wei." At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the stone bed, belonging to Moxie. Seeing her struggle to prop herself up, Wei He hurried forward to support her arm. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure before her, Moxie's face paled in an instant. She leapt off the bed, clutching her arms tightly as she curled up in the corner, her eyes wide with panic. "You? Who are you?" Wei He extended his hand, hovering in the air. After a brief moment of astonishment, he pressed his palm against his face and, with a swift tug, removed the crystal mask, revealing his true visage. "You are Brother Wei." Once Moxie regained her senses, she rushed towards him and buried her head in his embrace, her voice trembling as she said, "I thought I would never see you again." Wei He sighed deeply for a while before finally offering a gentle smile and softly patting her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's all in the past now." Soon, Moxie regained her composure, glancing around in confusion. "Where is this? Are we not at the Yuding Xian sect?" At the mention of the Yuding Xian sect, she suddenly grew anxious, grasping Wei He's hand tightly. "Brother Wei, is the sect master of Yuding still alive? What shall we do? My defection from the sect will surely implicate my family." Seeing her so agitated, looking as though she wished to fly back to Deshui immediately, Wei He felt a chuckle rise within him. He gently patted her small hand, comforting her, "Do not worry. When I was at the Yuding Xian sect, I reached out to you. When I received no response, I had Qing Yi from the Treading Snow Xian sect assist in relocating your family. Oh, I see." Moxie's expression instantly relaxed. "Thank you, Brother Wei. Otherwise, I would have been condemned as a traitor to my family for eternity." Wei He simply shook his head, saying nothing further. Such actions were merely his duty. Why Moxie's willingness to stand by him moved him deeply. Assisting in relocating her family was but a trifling matter in comparison. Observing Wei He's tender treatment of Moxie, Hua Mei muttered in dissatisfaction, "Master is truly biased. He is cold as ice with others, yet so affectionate towards her." Wei He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Donning the crystal mask once more, he communicated, "If you were not so intent on fleeing, would I have treated you with such indifference?" Hua Mei fell silent, lost in her thoughts, in the blink of an eye. A day had passed. Wei He led Moxie out of the cave, heading towards the outskirts of the beast domain. The outskirts, a group of disciples from the Jinling Xian sect, adorned in robes engraved with their sect's emblem, hovered in the air. They scrutinized every passerby, comparing them against a drawing before allowing them to leave. To Wei He's astonishment, the figure depicted in the drawing was none other than himself. "How could they possibly know that I was the one who killed Huang Ao?" Chapter 62. The Immortal Physician Competition. At the time, there had been no one else around, making it impossible for the Jinling Xian sect to know it was he who had slain Huang Ao. This was indeed perplexing. Murmuring to himself, Wei He continued onward, accompanied by Moxie. After the Jinling disciples had scrutinized them, they were permitted to leave the beast domain. Suddenly, a figure clad in white appeared in the distance. Upon seeing him, the Jinling disciples immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Taoist Xuanmu." The white-clad man raised his hand slightly, signaling for them to stand at ease, his gaze fixed on the depths of the beast domain as he stroked his chin and inquired, "What of it? Has that person yet to emerge?" The Jinling disciples wore expressions of bitterness as they shook their heads. "No. We do not know if he has already fled." The white-clad man furrowed his brow and pondered aloud. "That is impossible. Based on the aura at the scene, he could not have left the area for more than an hour. The beast domain is vast. In an hour, he could not possibly have escaped. In my estimation, he must be hiding in some corner." Upon hearing this, the Jinling disciples found it quite reasonable. One of them suggested, "Shixiang Shiqing, shall we conduct a thorough search?" Shi Qing considered for a moment before nodding. Yes, that is feasible. This sounded as though the Jinling Xian sect was working on his behalf. Wei He glanced back at Shi Qing and swiftly departed with Yumoxi. That Xuanmu from the Jinling Xian sect is at the initial stage of breaking through. And oddly enough, the energy within his true qi faintly resembles that of Tai Xian, possessing a wood attribute. Leaving the beast domain, they made their way towards the Xian sect. The pair arrived at an ancient city and checked into an inn. Initially intending to stay only for a night, they soon learned that a competition for immortal physicians was to be held in the city. The Immortal Physician competition gathers various immortal physicians to treat patients on the spot. The ultimate victor not only earns the title of Little Immortal Physician, but may also gain entry into the ancient immortal sect. Along with a piece of celestial stone, it was said that the organizer of this competition was the Chongqing Immortal Sect. Upon hearing this, Wei He was taken aback for quite some time, astonished that the Chongqing Immortal Sect was actually the ancient immortal sect. However, his suspicions regarding the Ghost Master had lessened, while his animosity towards this ancient immortal sect was not quite as intense. Conversely, his desire to eliminate the Xian sect was considerably stronger. He was well aware that becoming a ghost physician would inevitably place him at odds with these major sects. It was fate. Immutable. Thus, anyone who harbored ulterior motives against him would be met with death. As he contemplated this, he suddenly paused, wondering when he had become so vengeful, seeking retribution for every slight. Upon further reflection, Wei He resolved to stay and observe this so-called immortal physician competition. Just the allure of that celestial stone was enough to entice anyone, for it could facilitate a breakthrough in cultivation. After a brief stay at the inn, the immortal physician competition commenced, taking place in the city center. The sudden emergence of the ancient immortal sect to report on the competition drew many major sects and super sects to the scene. The entire ancient city was filled with a bustling crowd, lively and vibrant. Not only that, but there were also many severely ill and hopeless cultivators who willingly volunteered as test subjects for the competition, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Wei He stepped into the central area of the city alone. In the vast square, numerous jade stone tables had been set up, each occupied by a patient. Some appeared pale, with darkened foreheads, while others looked lethargic, exuding an aura of despair. The further back one went, the more severe the injuries and ailments became. At the very rear, Wei He unexpectedly spotted the elderly man and young boy he had encountered in the ancient medicinal garden within the Tianyun ruins. Now, the elder was gravely ill, his energy already overrun by toxins, his days numbered. Wei He pressed his lips together. Had he truly believed in himself, how could it have come to this? Now, dispelling that toxin would be a mere trifle. The real question was whether he was willing to do so. To be frank, he was not inclined. Welcome to the Immortal Physician competition hosted by my Chongqing Immortal Sect. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky at some point, surveying the sea of people below with a smile. The rules of this competition are quite simple. The patients here are classified into 4 categories, A, B, C, and D. Treating one from category D earns 1 point. Treating one from category C earns 5 points. Treating one from category B earns 10 points. And treating one from category A earns 20 points. After 10 days, the individual with the most points will be declared the winner of this competition. Receiving a celestial stone and the opportunity to train within my Chongqing Immortal Sect. As the middle-aged man concluded his announcement, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Cough cough. At that moment. In the category A area of the square, the elder at the fruit realm coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, feel free to treat without hesitation. During this time, I have gathered quite a number of medicinal materials for your use." He was aware that his time was short. If he could not find a way to dispel the toxins this time, having more treasures and medicinal materials would be of no use. He might as well buy a favor. The middle-aged man from the Chongqing Immortal Sect seemed to hold the elder in high regard, bowing respectfully before addressing the crowd. "I also have a considerable amount of medicinal materials here. If you need any, feel free to come and claim them. Now, let the competition begin." As his words fell, numerous immortal physicians rushed toward the various areas, diagnosing patients with great urgency. Wei He remained still, stroking his chin as he pondered. The ghost physician's principle is to save one, kill one. How many must I kill this time? His thoughts then turned to the ghost master's actions, filling him with dissatisfaction. What principle? It would be better not to mention it at all. Just as he was about to step forward and begin his diagnosis, several figures suddenly flew in from the distance. It was Mu Wanwan, who looked quite intrigued as she observed the immortal physicians below, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Upon spotting Wei He's back, she softly exclaimed and edged closer to gently tap him. However, when he turned around, she was met with the fierce visage of a stranger. Frowning slightly, she said, "I apologize. I mistook you for someone else." Wei He's lips twitched. Her tone of apology was so cold, it hardly resembled a genuine apology. Perhaps it is the reason of the malevolent faces that now abound. Reflecting upon his own visage, Wei He felt a sense of satisfaction. And no longer did he need to fear the exposure of his identity. Should the need arise, he could simply don a new countenance and continue to survive. Once his cultivation reached formidable heights, it would be time for vengeance. Simultaneously, he held a deep affection for the flower spirit, contemplating how he ought to indulge her more, for maintaining a perpetually cold demeanor would only drive others to flee. Regaining his composure, Wei He flashed a grin at Mu Wanwan before turning to step into Zone D. The cultivators here bore lighter injuries, mostly suffering from depleted vitality and some with severed limbs. Wei He pondered. A nearby man's technique caught his attention. He watched as the handsome man waved his sleeve, causing medicinal herbs to levitate in midair. With a series of hand gestures, the medicinal essence was extracted from the herbs, showcasing an exceptionally high purity. This was the work of a celestial physician. Employing the art of essence extraction, the middle-aged man from the Chongqing Xianzong was utterly astonished, not because such techniques were rare, but because the purity of the extracted liquid was truly a sight seldom seen in a century. Chapter 63. The skillful hands of the beautiful woman. And Miaoyin, the dazzling display from the young and handsome celestial physician, immediately drew the attention of all of them. Yu Wanwan's eyes were fixated on him, occasionally nodding in approval or frowning in thought, lost in her own reflections. Meanwhile, an elder from the Dao fruit realm in Zone A, witnessing the celestial physician's methods, suddenly brightened with anticipation. In the past, he had visited many renowned doctors, none of whom could extract such pure medicinal liquid. Before long, the dashing celestial physician had concocted several vials of potion, their fragrance lingering in the air, deeply soothing to the senses. Within Zone D, several individuals with depleted vitality consumed the potions, and immediately, a radiant aura enveloped them. In mere moments, their faces flushed with vitality, resembling a return to youth. They excitedly bowed in gratitude to the young celestial physician, asking for his name, pledging to repay him well for his kindness. Such exquisite medical skills would certainly attract the attention of various celestial sects, and they hoped to cultivate connections, perhaps needing his assistance in the future. Across the vast expanse of the celestial physicians held a prestigious position and possessed extensive networks. Generally, few dared to provoke a renowned celestial physician, for one could never know the multitude of lives he had saved and the strength of those whom he had aided. Presently, every major celestial sect, even the ancient ones, spared no expense to recruit physicians with boundless potential, understanding the intricacies of their status. On the ground, the young celestial physician offered a gentle smile and clasped his hands in gratitude to the newly healed individuals, saying, "No need for rewards. I am Su Minin, and it is a pleasure to meet you all." With that, he continued his work, employing various techniques for fire therapy and other methods. In no time, he had healed dozens of individuals with a success rate of 100%. Wei He was taken aback. Previously, he had thought that physicians in the Yuding Xianzong merely concocted spiritual medicines. Now, it seemed he had been too hasty in his judgment. Taking a deep breath, he began concocting spiritual liquids himself. The nether chi, transformed through the ghostly transformation scripture, shimmered with golden light. As long as he refrained from using his devouring abilities, others would find it difficult to discern his actions. Moreover, merging these lower-tier spiritual liquids did not require him to counteract the medicinal properties through devouring. And everything proceeded smoothly. Gradually, Wei He managed to heal a dozen individuals. Just then, Su Minin unexpectedly moved toward Zone C, leaving many injured individuals in Zone D, where several celestial physicians were still busy tending to the wounded. It seemed he had deliberately left some work for others, as completing all healing would be somewhat impolite. Consequently, Su Minin's points reached 25, and after healing 2 more individuals in Zone C, his score ascended to 35, placing him in first position. The second spot was not occupied by Wei He but rather by a beautiful woman with long hair styled in a cloud-like bun. Her skin was flawless, her eyes brimming with warmth, and her slightly pursed lips exuded a mature allure. She was entirely absorbed in her healing work, oblivious to the fact that Su Minin held the top rank, while Wei He was in third. Wei He, on the other hand, occasionally cast glances at the beautiful woman, not out of infatuation, but because her healing techniques were quite unique. She employed a method of massage, her delicate hands gliding over the patients, prompting soft sighs of pleasure from them. They appeared to be in a state of bliss, far removed from the notion of receiving medical treatment. Before long, the malevolent energy within her patient was skillfully extracted and dispersed by the woman. Wei He was astounded. Such a peculiar technique made him wish to try it for himself, as that the celestial physician and San Yang. And Miaoyin? Someone recognized her. Swallowing hard, I've heard tales of her marvelous hands that cure a myriad of ailments, and it seems those tales are indeed true. Ha! Her marvelous hands do more than simply heal. They can also kill. Another voice chimed in, a grave expression adorning their face. In the past, an unwise soul dared to pursue this widow, only to end up skinned and left hanging from a tree for 3 days and nights. What? Is that true? The crowd gasped in shock, no longer daring to speculate on Miaoyin's methods, fearful that a mere attempt might lead to their demise. As time passed, evening descended, marking the end of the day's competition, which would resume the following day. The top 3 positions remained unchanged: Su Minin, and Miaoyin, and an unnamed individual. The latter was a false name used by Wei He, as many disciples of the Keiwei Xinzong were present to observe the celestial physician competition. They had already learned of Wei He's true identity, and despite his altered appearance, it was unwise to continue using that name. In the end, Yu Moxie lit a candle and leaned over the table, resting her forehead on her hand, her gaze fixed on the door as though waiting for her husband to return. Creaking, the door swung open, and Wei He entered. Noticing her sparkling eyes, he chuckled. Why are you not in your own room? Are you afraid? Yu Moxie immediately straightened up, stammering, It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that the room next door makes strange noises at night. At this point, her cheeks flushed slightly. Wei He paused, contemplating. Then how about we switch rooms? You can sleep here from now on, but you still have a competition tomorrow. Won't that cause any issues? Yu Moxie expressed her concerns, looking down timidly. How about you take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor? Wei He gazed at her delicate face, stepping closer to gently tap her forehead. It's fine. You can rest assured. With that, he made his way to Yu Moxie's room. Their rooms were not adjacent, and upon their arrival at the inn, many guests occupied the premises, making it impossible to find a neighboring room. Upon entering Yu Moxie's chamber, Wei He sat cross-legged, silently cultivating. His current cultivation remained at the initial stage of the Yinming realm, making it difficult to break through. Thus, he was determined to acquire the celestial stone. With the celestial energy within it, he might just achieve a breakthrough. In the middle of the night, strange noises indeed emanated from the adjacent room, accompanied by sounds of whipping and crashing, disturbing the peace. Wei He, engrossed in his cultivation, furrowed his brow. Rising, he opened the door and approached the room next door. As he stood at the threshold, the sounds grew louder. The woman's voice was laced with desperation, while the man's was filled with wickedness. Isn't there a need to conceal this with true energy? Could they be mere mortals? Wei He muttered, dissatisfaction evident as he pushed the door open. Instantly, the two inside were taken aback. A woman, her hair disheveled and clothing askew, was sprawled across the table, her eyes brimming with tears, radiating despair. Behind her stood a bare-chested monk. To Wei He's astonishment, both were cultivators. The woman was at the early stage of the spirit-nourishing realm, while the monk was at the initial stage of the aperture-breaking realm. Gasp! Before he could catch his breath, the woman, as if seizing her last hope, pleaded, Fellow cultivator, I am a disciple of the Keiwei Xinzong. Please help me. Keiwei Xinzong? Wei He's lips curled into a slight smile as he clasped his hands in apology to the startled monk. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. Just as he turned to exit, the monk snapped back to reality, ruthlessly shattering the woman's skull with a single slap, leisurely saying, Are you in such a hurry to report me? As he spoke, he had already appeared at the doorway, blocking Wei He's path. Wei He frowned, sizing up the nefarious monk, and replied coolly, I have no intention of intervening. Please step aside. Step aside? Ha! Once you've pushed open this door, you predestined to not leave. The monk cackled maliciously. Just as he was about to strike, he abruptly halted. His figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Chapter 64. Together on the bed in that instant, a figure burst through the window. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the woman on the floor, her eyes turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon Wei He, coldly articulating, "Where has that wicked monk gone? With your formidable cultivation, shouldn't you be able to sense it yourself?" Wei He replied, crossing his arms, unperturbed. Yu Han was momentarily taken aback, then realizing the situation in the room, her composure faltered, and she momentarily forgot. She closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, and after a short while, she opened her eyes again. As she prepared to leave, she suddenly glanced back at Wei He, striking out with a palm. "If you stand by and do nothing, a small cultivator like you deserves to die." With a casual flick of her palm, she did not even glance back, convinced that Wei He was doomed, and turned to pursue the wicked monk. Boom! The room shattered into fragments as the dust settled. Wei He stood amidst the debris, pale and covered in deep wounds. The nether chi enveloped him, relentlessly devouring the collapsing power of the Keiwa techniques. At that moment, his heart raced violently. A stream of golden demonic blood surged forth, mingling within his veins. In the blink of an eye, his wounds healed rapidly, and his complexion fully restored. The blood energy coursing through him became increasingly formidable. Wei He clenched his fist, feeling capable of slaying a ferocious beast at the early stage of breakthrough with his bare hands. His physical form had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. "Yu Han, just you wait. In the future, Wei will surely trample you beneath my feet." After regaining his composure, he realized that Yu Moxie's room had also been affected and was no longer habitable. Moreover, given the magnitude of the commotion, it was likely that others would soon emerge to investigate. To avoid any troublesome inquiries, he swiftly fled into his own chamber. Hearing the tremendous uproar outside, Yu Moxie donned her clothing and was about to step out to take a look when, before she could open the door, Wei He hurriedly entered. Taken aback for a moment, she quickly exclaimed, "Brother Wei, what happened? What transpired just now?" Wei He closed the door behind him, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and replied, "There was a clash among cultivators, and your room has been destroyed. It seems I must share a space with you." "What?" After her initial surprise, Yu Moxie felt her cheeks bloom with a rosy hue. Lowering her head, she turned away and said, "Then I shall fetch some bedding and sleep on the floor." Wei He squinted slightly, remained silent for a moment, and then grasped her small hand. Ignoring her startled gasp, he lifted her gently and placed her on the bed, smiling as he said, "Let us share the bed." "What?" Yu Moxie, bashfully, covered her head with the quilt, her legs tightly pressed together, trembling slightly. Wei He lay on the bed, glancing at the beauty concealed beneath the covers, his expression one of bewilderment. "Is my soul not torn asunder? Do I truly harbor no feelings for her? Yet my earlier actions and words seem to stem from the depths of my heart." After pondering for a while, he slowly lifted the quilt, revealing Yu Moxie's flushed face and her large, glistening eyes staring directly at him, undeniably alluring. Still, he felt no stirrings. Could it be that I am free to feel as I wish? Wei He was startled, suddenly recalling Luim Ei. In an instant, the ghostly spirit of the otherworldly flower trembled, and his soul felt as if it were being torn apart. Veins bulged on his forehead. Sweat poured down, and his complexion turned frightfully pale. Yu Moxie tightly shut her eyes, anxiously awaiting his next move. After a long time without receiving any response, she sensed the bed shaking and, filled with suspicion, opened her eyes to see Wei He hunched over, clutching his head in a fit of tremors. She quickly rose, gently stroking his back, and exclaimed in panic, "Brother Wei, what is wrong? Please don't frighten me." After a lengthy pause, Wei He suppressed his longing for Lu Mei, his expression softening considerably. Gazing at the worried Yu Moxie, he felt a pang of guilt for using her as a means to test his affections. His previous actions had indeed strayed far from his usual cautious demeanor. Everything had been far too haphazard. In recent days, he had also noticed subtle changes within himself, though the specifics eluded him. He gently caressed Yu Moxie's face and spoke softly, "It's nothing. Just go to sleep." Seeing this, Yu Moxie felt a great weight lift from her heart and nodded. wrapping her arms around Wei He's, drifting peacefully into slumber. Wei He initially intended to withdraw his arm, but upon witnessing her enter dreamland, adorned with a sweet, dimpled smile, he hesitated. Such a woman deserves to be cherished. He, master, have you also noticed something amiss? At that moment, a playful voice echoed in his mind. Wei He furrowed his brow and inquired, "You know?" The flower spirit paused for a moment before replying. "I can sense a force within you that is subtly manipulating your negative emotions." Manipulating emotions? Wei He was taken aback, his gaze flickering. Could it be the demonic heart? After some contemplation, he grew increasingly certain that it was indeed the cause. Flipping through the pages of his mind's repository of ghostly medical scriptures, he found relevant records. Any cultivator who had transplanted demon-kin organs would gradually lose their sanity, ultimately succumbing to a demonic transformation. The remedy required the use of 3 rare treasures: the heart-stabilizing holy lotus, the Tianshan spirit spring, and the immortal herb. With the application of ghostly medical techniques, it could be undone. Upon learning this, Wei He was taken aback. The heart-stabilizing holy lotus was said to bloom once every 500 years. How could one possibly find it? Moreover, where was the Tianshan spirit spring? He had never heard of it before. What left him feeling most powerless was the immortal herb. Any single stem, as long as it had a breath of life, could prolong existence. Such an item was elusive and could only be encountered by chance. Some true immortals sought it for a lifetime without success. To obtain, it would rely on a stroke of luck. With a soft sigh, Wei He glanced at the sleeping beauty beside him, her sweet smile bringing him a sense of peace. His worries dissipated as he murmured, "Let everything unfold as it may." The next day, in the heart of the ancient city, the celestial medic competition continued to heat up, drawing an ever-growing crowd, both in the sky and on the ground. After Wei He healed an elderly man from a Ding-level area, he entered the Bing area. There was no other choice. After all, he needed to accumulate points. It wasn't that he didn't wish to directly treat patients in the Jia area, but those individuals were exceedingly difficult to heal, likely requiring the use of devouring power. Should that happen, his identity as a ghostly medic would be exposed. As for Wei Su Minin was also in the same predicament. He was unaware An Miao Yin, on the other hand, had gone to the Jia area from the very beginning, spending a considerable amount of time to treat only one person before reluctantly shaking her head and retreating to the Yi area. Clearly, the Jia area was indeed quite troublesome. With swift precision, Wei He soon healed many more individuals, his score rapidly closing in on An Miao Yin's eye in the Bing area. He glanced at a middle-aged man with a severed arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. While such an injury was not fatal, its treatment could prove to be quite troublesome. It required a limb of the same bloodline, or else haphazard reattachment might lead to necrosis and even potential paralysis throughout the body. This was why the celestial medics present had been unable to cure those with severed limbs. For Wei He, who possessed the ghostly rebirth technique, resolving this matter was naturally not difficult. However, fearing that someone from the Chongqing immortal sect might catch on, he contemplated and then stepped forward. "Little celestial medic, is there truly no way?" The middle-aged man, seeing the third-ranked celestial medic walk by, grasped his sleeve in desperation and asked through gritted teeth. Wei He paused, turned his head to glance at him, and slowly shook his head, saying, "Unless there is an arm of the same bloodline and of appropriate size, there truly is no solution." The middle-aged man lowered his head, remaining silent for a while before hastily departing. He did not utter a single word along the way, leaving the outcome of his endeavor uncertain. In the Yi area, Su Minin and An Miao Yin encountered a dilemma. Their expressions filled with concern. Before them stood a frail youth, wrapped in a thick coat, emanating waves of hot vapor. The youth's lips were blackened, his eyes sunken and devoid of spirit, appearing as though his life was hanging by a thread. Beside him stood a young woman in a light blue dress. She was of ordinary appearance, but possessed impressive cultivation, being at the late stage of the spirit-nourishing realm. Seeing An Miao Yin and Su Minin pause before her brother, the woman furrowed her brow in contemplation. Her expression was tense as she trembled and asked, "Two celestial medics, what affliction has befallen my brother?" Su Minin exchanged a glance with An Miao Yin. Gesturing for her to proceed, An Miao Yin frowned slightly, not adhering to formalities, and stepped forward to gently feel the youth's forehead, closing her eyes in concentrated sensing. Her expression grew increasingly perplexed. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and took hold of the youth's wrist. Gradually, her brow furrowed deeper as she murmured, "Strange. From the looks of it, it appears to be unintentional poisoning, yet his body remains intact." And Miao Yin, filled with suspicion, rose and pulled the youth's sister aside to inquire about specific details. During this exchange, Su Minin squatted before the youth, smiling gently before pointing to his brow in an instant. The youth's entire being radiated a hazy glow. Su Minin began to close his eyes, examining the youth's internal condition. Gradually, his expression grew more serious. After a while, he opened his eyes and, seeing the youth's sister and Miao Yin staring intently at him, spoke gravely, "Your brother is afflicted by cold evil energy, which has lodged itself in his marrow. I will need to gather numerous medicinal herbs and refine them over 49 days before I can proceed with treatment. Thus, once the Celestial Medic competition concludes, I will treat your brother." "How does that sound?" The youth's sister trembled slightly, filled with gratitude, and quickly bowed, saying, "I will heed the words of Su Xianyi." Upon learning that Su Minin could cure this ailment, many present were taken aback, secretly resolving that after the Celestial Medic competition concluded, if he did not choose to enter the ancient immortal sect, they would strive to recruit him wholeheartedly. Yu Wanwan's gaze flickered with a similar thought. However, upon seeing the man from the Chongqing immortal sect above, she sighed and shook her head repeatedly. Who could refuse the invitation of the ancient immortal sect? Surely Su Minin was participating in the competition with the intention of entering the ancient immortal sect. Alas, one could not help but wonder where Wei, the little junior brother, had been transported to. She murmured to herself, if she had known earlier that he was the heir of the ghostly physician, she would have certainly bound him and kept him by her side, thus avoiding the current predicament of uncertainty between life and death and the fruitless search for him. Her intention in visiting the Yuding Xian sect was to force out the elusive head of the medicine department. Renowned as the saintess of divine physicians, pleading for her assistance in saving a certain individual. This person had a profound connection with the head of the medicine department, and she believed that merely stating his name would compel her to take action. However, to her dismay, after the sect master of Yuding shattered the jade tablet, the head of the department did not appear, as if he had truly perished. Had it not been for the recent news that someone had spotted the saintess of divine physicians in Dashue, one might have thought she no longer existed in this world. Miao Yin cast a deep glance at the graceful Su Minin, intrigued by his words, eager to see if he could indeed cure this affliction. Just as Miao Yin was about to attend to others, a fearsome man abruptly approached. Ignoring the group, he squatted down, fixating on the small boy, occasionally stroking his chin in contemplation. Miao Yin raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling that this man was seemingly the third-ranked one. Could he perhaps have a solution? The boy's sister, noticing the rudeness of this nameless individual who had not even greeted them, felt somewhat displeased and stepped forward, saying, "Esteemed physician, my brother's ailment has already been entrusted to Su Xianyi. You should attend to others." He closed his eyes in the shadows, glancing up at her impatient expression without anger, and replied coolly, "The affliction your brother suffers from is indeed due to the cold evil energy, but the source of the illness lies not in the marrow, but in the soul." What? At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Su Minin furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Friend Wu Ming, do you have any basis for this? The cold evil energy is evidently within the marrow. Do not make reckless diagnoses." He regarded him for a moment, clasped his hands in greeting, and replied, "Indeed, there is cold evil energy in the marrow, but it has spread from the soul." Upon hearing this, Su Minin shook his head and chuckled, "Brother Wu Ming, if the cold evil were in the soul, then he would have perished from poisoning long ago. How could he have endured until now?" He smiled enigmatically and took a step back, saying softly, "What if that cold evil has developed a consciousness?" Su Minin's smile immediately froze, and he stood motionless. Suddenly, he lifted his head to look at Hei's retreating figure, exclaiming in surprise, "Brother Wu Ming, are you suggesting that this young man has been possessed? How is that possible?" The boy's sister looked down at her trembling brother and rushed forward, stammering, "Esteemed physician, has my brother truly been possessed?" He glanced at her sideways and replied, "Not possession, but assimilation. If he can endure, he may gain control over that cold evil power. If he cannot endure, he will surely perish. Currently, The process of assimilation is at a critical juncture, although the soul is disintegrating. As long as he can hold on for 5 days, he will be safe. If he cannot endure, death is inevitable. With a thud, the boy's sister collapsed to the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded. You must have a way, right? Please, save my brother. Wei He paused, finding her words eerily familiar, as if he had once said something similar to someone he could not recall. He indeed had a method, but it would require the use of his devouring ability, thus he could not promise anything. Everything depended on the boy himself. After listening to Wei He, Su Minun hurriedly approached the boy, placing his palm on his forehead to sense a moment. His face instantly paling. Indeed, the boy's soul was gradually disintegrating. Had it not been for this nameless individual's timely intervention, he would have made a grave mistake. Misdiagnosis, for a physician, was of great consequence. For instance, had he followed his previous diagnosis, the boy's condition would have manifested before the end of the competition. He would either die or survive. Either outcome would tarnish his reputation, possibly branding him a quack. Su Minun wiped the sweat from his forehead, rose, and bowed gratefully to Wei He, saying, "It was my negligence. Thank you, Brother Wuming, for your guidance. Would you care to join me for a drink after the competition concludes?" Wei He pondered for a moment, smiling and nodding. Certainly. Not far away, and Miaoyin gracefully approached, saying sweetly, "I would also like to learn from your esteemed medical skills. May I join you?" Su Minun, after a brief pause, smiled warmly and replied, "Of course, it would be my honor." As the sun set behind the western hills, just as Wei He was preparing to conclude his work, a figure flew in from the distance. He grasped a bloody arm with one hand and presented it, saying, "Esteemed physician Wuming, please help me reattach this." Gasps arose among those still lingering in the sky, startled by the sight. Oh my! Could this fellow have truly harmed his own kin? It seems so. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? Absolutely deranged. I bet that nameless physician will refuse to help him. After Wei He corrected Su Minun, his status subtly shifted. Even though his points were insufficient, in the eyes of others, he was the true first place. Wei He scrutinized the man, then glanced at the bloody arm. The blood coursing through it indeed matched the man's own. And the wound was remarkably fresh, evidently not severed long ago. The man had left around noon and only just returned. The only explanation was that he had struggled internally for a long time before taking action. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that it was done voluntarily. Noticing the man's solemn expression, Wei He pondered for a moment, refraining from inquiring about the arm's origin, and raised his hand, saying, "All right, have a seat." Su Minun and Miaoyin ceased their medical work, both curious to observe. Reattaching a severed limb is neither too difficult nor overly simple. It requires reconnecting the meridians, merging the bones, and healing the wound. The most challenging part is fusing the bones together in an instant. All eyes were on Wei He, everyone watching his performance with rapt attention. Mu Wanwan, seeing that fearsome-looking fellow display such skill, pursed her lips. Although she had no fondness for him, his silhouette seemed familiar, akin to that of Wei He's junior brother. What was going on? Wei He examined the smooth, severed arm of the middle-aged man, first retrieving various medicinal materials to concoct a healing elixir. He then used a long sword to smooth the severed end of the arm and applied the elixir in a flash, before anyone could react. He reattached the severed limb. The wound healed at a visible pace, and the man's fingers twitched before he moved his arm freely. He jumped for joy, kneeling on the ground, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed physician Wuming. Your great kindness will never be forgotten." After thanking him, the man seemed to have urgent matters to attend to and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Su Minun and Miaoyin were still in shock. Having just witnessed Wei He reattach the arm with a mere wave, without even looking at it first. How was this possible? Didn't he even reconnect the meridians or merge the bones? To think it could be done with just a bottle of elixir was simply unprecedented. Had they been in his place, although they could reattach it, the speed would not have been so swift. Nor would the technique have been so peculiar. Curiosity about this nameless physician's skills surged within them. That night, in a tavern, Wei He, Su Minun, and Miaoyin settled in an elegant room on a high floor. "Brother Wuming, your medical techniques are truly remarkable, and the elixirs you concoct are quite unique. May I ask who your mentor is?" Su Minun inquired after raising a cup of wine at Miaoyin. equally curious, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, fearful of missing anything. Wei He took a sip of tea and replied with a smile, "To be honest, my medical skills were taught to me by an old lady." After imparting her knowledge, she hurried away, sighing that she did not even tell me her name. "It seems I shall find it difficult to encounter her again." "An old lady?" Su Minan was taken aback. Muttering, "It seems Brother Wuming has received guidance from a remarkable teacher." Just then, a graceful figure flew in through the window and landed in their chamber. She fixed her gaze on Wei He and asked urgently, "The old lady you mentioned, was it the one you encountered in Dashue?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Wei He trembled slightly, stammering, Perhaps not." Mu Wanwan arched an eyebrow and stepped closer, directly sitting on the table before Wei He. Her long, fair legs swaying enticingly, stirring a flutter in the hearts of onlookers. She leaned in, her delicate face close to his, their eyes meeting just inches apart. A bead of sweat trickled down Wei He's forehead. Confused by the girl's actions, he quickly stood back and expressed his displeasure. "Fairy, what are you doing?" It wasn't only he who was puzzled. Su Minan and In Miaoyin were equally dumbfounded, as it seemed the girl was testing whether this nameless fellow was speaking the truth. Rising and moving to the window, she gazed at the starry sky and murmured, "Have you three heard of the saintess of divine physicians, Qiu Yuling?" Upon hearing the name, Su Minan and In Miaoyin displayed expressions of admiration, clearly aware of her esteemed reputation. While Wei He looked utterly bewildered, In Miaoyin sipped her tea and remarked, "Qiu Yuling is the most accomplished physician of the past millennium. Many of the medicinal texts we study were authored by her. It is said that she was originally from the ancient immortal sect, but for reasons unknown, she left the sect and now it is uncertain whether she still lives." Mu Wanwan glanced at the beautiful woman and asserted, "I can assure you that the saintess of divine physicians has not perished, for I was recently informed that someone spotted her in Dashue. I have journeyed through the past and uncovered her connection with the local ordinary Xian sect. The Yuding Xian sect. It is said that Qiu Yuling once shared a deep bond with a wandering cultivator, defying the opposition of her sect and resolutely departing from the ancient Xian sect, after which they bore a son together. Her son, possessing remarkable talent, created the Yuding Xian sect out of boredom and ventured to another continent. His fate remaining unknown to this day, Su Minan, listening intently while caressing his wine cup, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "So, my friend, do you suspect that the one who imparted medical skills to the nameless brother is the celestial physician saintess, Qiu Yuling?" Upon hearing this, Wei He, taken aback, felt a wave of black lines cross his forehead, astonished that a mere jest had spiraled into such a situation. At that moment, Mu Wanwan, with her sinuous figure, leaned closer, cornering Wei He against the wall. Supporting herself with one hand against the wall, she pursed her lips and asked, "Nameless celestial physician, haven't you yet told me if that old woman you encountered in Dashue is the one?" Wei He calmly gazed into her eyes, tilting his head slightly. "And what if she is? What if she isn't? Does it truly matter?" After a moment of surprise, Mu Wanwan withdrew her hand and smiled. "If so, perhaps the medical skills she passed on to you could aid me in treating someone's injuries. As for the reward, that can be easily discussed. Whatever I have, I am willing to give." Wei He straightened his disheveled attire and replied with a sly grin, "Is that so? What if I were to ask you to devote yourself to me? Would you consent?" "You?" Mu Wanwan shot him a cold glare, flicked her sleeves and said, slightly irked, "Your appearance is too fierce. We are not suited for each other. If you truly desire a woman, I could certainly fetch a few for you." Upon hearing this, Wei He couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head, "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Once the celestial physician competition concludes, I shall accompany you to take a look. If it can be treated, I will naturally assist you." After all, they had once stood united, and there was no animosity between them, so helping was only natural. Mu Wanwan regarded Wei He with surprise, stroking her chin. "I never expected you to be so unattractive yet possess such a good heart." Not bad at all. Hee. I may not be ugly, and my heart may be kind. How about you two lovely ladies consider me?" Just then, a sinister laughter echoed from outside the window. The four turned their heads to see a wicked-looking monk hovering in midair outside the window. Chapter 67. Seizing First Place. The monk, Wu Jie, clad in a dark yellow robe, held a string of prayer beads in his hand, squinting as he brazenly scrutinized Mu Wanwan and In Miaoyin. When he spotted Wei He, his expression momentarily faltered, then darkened. So it is you, huh? Very well. I shall send you to meet my Buddha today. Wu Jie raised a hand, causing a tremor in the air, and the structure of the tavern instantly splintered. Wei He and the others swiftly flew out, hovering in the air with grave expressions, their eyes fixated on the sinister monk Wu Jie. They could not fathom how this individual had suddenly appeared here. It seemed far too coincidental. Could it be that he had followed Mu Wanwan? This person was formidable. We must scatter and flee, Su Minan bellowed, urging them to depart without hesitation. Wu Jie cast a glance at him, disregarding him, while his aura remained firmly locked onto Miaoyin and the others, preventing their escape. How audacious of you, wicked monk, to cause a ruckus in the ancient city. Are you not afraid of being hunted down by the various sects? Mu Wanwan shouted, her face calm yet her body trembled slightly, clearly uncertain of her ability to flee. What terrified her most was Wu Jie's notorious reputation. No woman who had fallen into his clutches had ever met a good end. Hearing Mu Wanwan's words, Wu Jie laughed derisively. After all these years, have the various sects not still been unable to deal with me? What do I have to fear? Even if your masters were present, they could not capture me. He held great confidence in his escape techniques. Gazing at the two women's delicate figures, Wu Jie licked his lips, and with a mighty grasp, the two women were pulled towards him by an invisible force. Helpless to resist. After all, they were both at the peak of the spirit-nourishing stage, and before a monk at the initial stage of the breaking aperture realm, they stood no chance of resistance. Nameless friend, I implore you to lend us your aid. And Miaoyin cried out as she neared capture, calling out to Wei He, who was not far away. Wu Jie, upon hearing this, scoffed, do not harbor such delusions. Does he possess the ability to save you? Ha, what a joke! Wei He furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp, and as his eyes glimmered, time seemed to freeze momentarily. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, is that so? The moment his cold voice resonated, the temperature around them plummeted. The stars flickered erratically, as if shivering. Wei He's long hair billowed, tendrils of demonic energy swirling around him. Raising his hand, the purple cold battle halberd appeared, and with a roar of the azure dragon, he stepped forward, positioning himself just a short distance from Wu Jie. The spear thrust forth, the dragon's shadow swirling, piercing through Wu Jie's form. Puffed! The wicked monk Wu Jie spat blood, staggering back several steps, his expression one of shock. He had not anticipated that this individual was concealed so deeply. Even with all his might, he could not withstand that force. And injury was inevitable. After a moment of astonishment, without a second thought, he formed a seal with his hands, his body swaying, and in an instant, he vanished as if merging with the very fabric of space, disappearing without a trace. This was also the reason he had survived all these years despite his numerous wrongdoings. He prudently fled when danger loomed. Wei He, having retracted the battle halberd, wore an expression of displeasure. That wicked monk indeed possessed some skills. That escape technique seemed akin to the void escape technique. No wonder he had been so confident earlier, claiming that even if a master were present, they would be at a loss. Clearly, he was not boasting. Humph, should we meet again, you shall not be so fortunate to escape. Wei He muttered with a snort as he turned. He found Mu Wanwan standing behind him with an odd expression, staring intently at him. Wei He turned around, offering a gentle smile. What is it, sister? Knowing that the mere use of the purple cold battle halberd would lead Mu Wanwan to deduce his identity, he had, of course, done so intentionally. From their earlier conversation, he understood that Mu Wanwan was eager to find a renowned physician for treatment. She was aware of his identity as the ghost physician and, given her character, likely would not betray him. Is it truly you, little junior brother? Mu Wanwan exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward to poke Wei He's face in confusion. Why have you changed so much? Your aura feels entirely different. Wei He brushed her hand away and shrugged, declining to respond. Poke me again, and the flower demon shall become furious. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, nameless friend. And Miaoyin approached slowly, performing a gesture of respect. Wei He regarded her with a slight smile. No need for formalities. But how did that wicked monk Wu Jie suddenly appear here? Turning to Mu Wanwan, he asked, sister, you weren't targeted by him on your way here, were you? Mu Wanwan pondered for a moment and assured, no. I specifically looked back to check when I arrived, and there was indeed no one following me. Then that is peculiar, Wei He remarked, furrowing his brow in thought. An Miaoyin observed his expression and suggested, nameless brother, perhaps it was merely a coincidence? Wei He contemplated for a moment, then replied with a smile. Ah, let it go. We should hasten our departure in the blink of an eye. A night had passed. Over the next few days, the competition continued unabated. The scores of the three began to converge, with Su Min'in still holding the top position, followed by Wei He in second and An Miaoyin in third. Throughout these days, the wicked monk had not reappeared. However, Yu Han, upon witnessing Wei He's second ranking in the celestial physician competition, furrowed her brow but refrained from making a move against him. Today marked the conclusion of the celestial physician competition. Due to Wei He's hesitance in stepping into Area A, his score lagged significantly behind Su Min'in. Currently, Su Min'in had successfully treated 2 individuals in Area A and was now tackling a third. Wei He gazed upon Area A, deep in thought. As it stood, to surpass Su Min'in, he would need to treat a greater number of patients in other regions. However, after these few days, most patients in other areas had already been healed. Leaving few opportunities available, Tio surpassed Su Min'in. He would have to enter Area A. After some deliberation, he resolutely made his way over. Some ailing elderly individuals, upon seeing Wei He approach, were filled with excitement. They had long awaited the arrival of this nameless celestial physician, their anticipation palpable. Had it not been for the presence of those from the Chongqing Xian sect, they would have already dragged him over to treat them. Su Min'in appeared somewhat flustered upon seeing Wei He enter, seemingly concerned that he might snatch away his first place. An Miaoyin, on the other hand, had given up and sat by, watching as Wei He treated patients. She supported Wei He because, following the tavern incident, they had made a pact. Time ticked by. Within Area A, Wei He did not immediately take action but instead searched for a suitable target, one that did not require the use of his soul-absorbing power. However, after a thorough search, it was regrettable that he found none. This left him in a quandary. Could it be that he truly had to concede first place to Su Min'in? Wei He frowned in distress. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and time was running out. Su Min'in successfully treated another patient, adding another 20 points to his score, placing him 60 points ahead of Wei He. This meant that for Wei He to claim first place, he would have to treat 3 patients in Area A within a mere hour. This was nearly impossible. Su Min'in, feeling confident of victory, ceased his frantic efforts, sitting aside with a cup of tea. Occasionally taking small sips, Wei He shot him a sidelong glance. Inhaling deeply, it seemed he had no choice but to attempt that approach. Chapter 68 10 Celestial Stones. Wei He approached a frail middle-aged man whose complexion was ashen and whose eyes lacked luster. This man was a patient whose ailment had eluded both Su Min'in and An Miaoyin. Standing beside him, Wei He merely uttered, "Remove your shirt." Upon hearing the words of this nameless celestial physician, the man hesitated, stunned. Could it be that there was still hope for his affliction? He had initially given up, planning to prepare for his own funeral once the celestial physician competition concluded. Yet now, a glimmer of hope rekindled within him as he hastily stripped away his shirt, revealing his gaunt and emaciated frame. Endowed with the spectral eyes, Wei He effortlessly discerned an astonishing presence within the man's heart, a peculiar entity identified in the records of the ghostly physician as Mist Evil. This phenomenon concealed itself within the human body, evading both true energy and spiritual perception, rendering it remarkably elusive. Wei He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and gradually raised his hands. In an instant, a soft white glow enveloped his palms. Gentle and not blinding. Is this the miraculous technique of An Miaoyin? Su Min'in was taken aback, rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he was not mistaken. He then cast a sidelong glance at An Miaoyin in the distance. His brow furrowed. How could these two have become entangled? An Miaoyin had even imparted her signature technique. Could it be that they had, a shameless woman, despite the apparent superiority of Wei He's technique over An Miaoyin's? Su Min'in felt no panic. After all, without identifying the source of the illness, it would be futile. He had meticulously examined the man before and found no other anomalies within his body. Under the scrutiny of thousands, Wei He's fingers danced, repeatedly tapping the man's body. With each tap, the man's body quivered. After approximately 30 taps, Wei He's hands gradually came to a halt. He pressed a palm against the man's heart, seized it forcefully, and commanded, "Come out!" Whoosh! A dark mass was yanked free, laid bare before the eyes of the crowd. Is this mist evil? The elder from the Dao fruit realm, well-versed in various matters, looked on in astonishment before his face lit up with excitement as he turned to Wei He. Little physician, if you can extract this strange mist evil, you should also be able to draw out the toxins within me. Please assist me, and I shall reward you handsomely. Wei He cast a sidelong glance at him and shook his head. Elder, time is of the essence. I must first gather points. As for your ailment, we can discuss it later. This proclamation. Silence enveloped the crowd. Cough, cough. A middle-aged man from the Chongqing celestial sect regarded Wei He with an odd expression and remarked, Little physician, if you can cure Elder Lu, you shall be crowned the champion of this celestial physician competition. What? Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd as they speculated about the relationship between the Chongqing celestial sect and the elder. Wei He, too, suddenly realized that the true purpose of the ancient celestial sect, calling upon so many physicians, was indeed to treat that elder from the Dao fruit realm. Could it be that he was also affiliated with the Chongqing celestial sect? As Wei He furrowed his brow in contemplation, the elder stroked his beard and smiled. Little physician, I am Lu Zhongxiu. If you manage to cure my ailment, I can offer you 10 celestial stones. What say you? Wow. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd was electrified. 10 celestial stones. What an extraordinary sum, equivalent to that of 2 major celestial sects. The man from the Chongqing celestial sect was equally stunned by Lu Zhongxiu's declaration. Hesitating to speak before ultimately falling silent, Mu Wanwan gazed at the elder, astonished, murmuring, Lu Zhongxiu, Lu Zhongxiu. Isn't he the husband of the saintess of celestial physicians, Zhou Yuling? That toxin even she cannot resolve. Unbeknownst to her, the two had been estranged for many years due to various circumstances. Zhou Yuling was aware of her husband's poisoning and sought to cure him, but she could neither find him nor discern the nature of the toxin. Wei He appraised Lu Zhongxiu for a moment, stroked his chin in contemplation, and finally smiled. In that case, I shall give it a try. 10 celestial stones. No matter what, he had to obtain them. Approaching Lu Zhongxiu, Wei He circled around him, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He understood that the toxin within was formidable. Even a mere touch could yield dire consequences. To extract it using miraculous techniques, he would need to reach the pinnacle of mastery, at which point his hands would be impervious and immune to all toxins. Yet, Wei He had only just begun learning these techniques. Achieving even a modicum of success was already a testament to his exceptional talent. The challenge was further compounded by the fact that he could not employ the ghostly 8 miracles needle. To do so would require invoking ghostly energy, which would undoubtedly reveal his lineage as a ghostly physician to Lu Zhongxiu, who had ties to the Chongqing celestial sect, an adversary of the ghostly masters. However, he was currently in desperate need of celestial stones. Contemplating the situation, he found himself in a quandary. Would the demonic energy be able to counteract the toxin? Let us give it a try. Resolute in his decision, Wei He continued employing his miraculous technique. He tapped Lu Zhongxiu's body 403 times, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The toxin had infiltrated the energy sea, and each tap consumed considerable mental and physical energy. With a forceful exhale, Wei He's gaze ignited with determination. He raised his hand and grasped firmly. Boom! Lu Zhongxiu's body trembled, and a look of agony crossed his face as the toxin clung tightly to the energy sea sapling. Wei He furrowed his brow, issuing a low shout as he summoned all his strength, finally extracting a wisp of the toxin. The moment the demonic energy enveloped his arm, the toxin remained still, obediently refraining from movement upon contact. A surge of joy coursed through Wei He as he retrieved a small vial and contained the toxin within. He continued extracting, and soon another wisp was drawn out. Time passed, and after several hours, he finally managed to extract the majority of the toxin from Lu Zhongxiu's body. Meanwhile, Wei He was utterly drained. Good, little physician, I thank you. Lu, keep my promises, and here are your 10 celestial stones, Lu Zhongxiu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he waved his hand, sending the 10 celestial stones floating towards Wei He. Wei He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted them, bowing with a smile. Thank you, elder. Let us continue extracting the toxins. With the celestial stones in hand, his motivation surged. Before long, the toxins within Lu Zhongxiu were completely eradicated. High above, The middle-aged man from the Chongqing Celestial Sect watched in admiration and nodded at Wei He, saying, "Well done, little guy. Would you care to join our Chongqing Celestial Sect?" The onlookers who had yet to depart were filled with envy at this scene. Su Minen's eyes fixated on Wei He, a flicker of resentment brewing within him. He believed that all of this should have been his. Had he dealt with this nameless physician at the tavern, none of this would have transpired. If Wei He succeeded in joining the Chongqing Celestial Sect, he would be beyond his reach. Killing a member of the ancient Celestial Sect was a feat he lacked the courage to attempt. Wei He reined in his thoughts and bowed towards the sky, saying, "I would be honored, but I have some matters to attend to. May I report later?" The Chongqing Celestial Sect man pondered for a moment. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, produced a token that floated towards Wei He. "You may sense it. It will lead you to the Chongqing Celestial Sect. With this token, you can bypass the barriers and directly enter the sect to report." Wei He cautiously accepted the token, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed master of Chongqing." Chapter 69, Becoming an Enemy of My Sister. As the Celestial Physician competition concluded, Wei He secretly conversed with Miaoyan before bidding her farewell. He then took Yumashi with him, heading towards the Keiwa Celestial Sect as for Mu Wanwan. They had agreed to meet in half a month to assist her. Upon leaving the ancient city, the two soared through the air, only to be confronted by three individuals blocking their path. To his surprise, they were none other than Su Minen, Bu Jie, and Shi Qing, a disciple of the Xuanmu Celestial Sect. Seeing this trio, Wei He was taken aback. Su Minen with Bu Jie was somewhat explicable, but Shi Qing's presence was entirely unexpected. Having previously encountered Bu Jie without reason at the tavern, he suspected Su Minen had orchestrated the encounter. Now, it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Furrowing his brow, Wei He feigned confusion at Su. "What is the meaning of this?" "What do you mean?" Su Minen took a step forward, raising his hand to point accusingly at Wei He. His expression contorted with rage, devoid of the amicable demeanor he once displayed. "Nameless brother, you seized my first place. What is your intention? Today, you either surrender the celestial stones, or you shall perish." Wei He cast a sidelong glance at the trio, feigning indifference. "Are you not afraid of offending the ancient celestial sect? Afraid? How could we not be?" Bu Jie crossed his arms and smirked. "However, for the sake of 10 celestial stones, it is worth it." Shi Qing regarded Wei He coldly, turning to Su Minen and declaring, "Let us make quick work of this, lest we prolong the matter." Bu Jie nodded in agreement. The three advanced with a surrounding formation, launching their assault swiftly. In an instant, the sky trembled, the clouds roiling ominously, and a fierce wind swept through the forest as beasts fled in terror. Wei He narrowed his eyes, summoning demonic and ghostly energies. With a single step, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Shi Qing. Seizing the opportunity while Shi Qing was distracted, he struck with a powerful fist, sending him flying. Having witnessed Wei He's prowess before, Bu Jie, seeing his companions falter, quickly urged, "Do not hold back. Exterminate this individual with all your might." In an instant, Su Minen and Shi Qing returned, their faces etched with solemnity. The three of them joined hands in a seal, and a multitude of Buddhist beads filled the air, casting heavy shadows. A torrent of energy engulfed the area surrounding Wei He. With a cold snort, Wei He exuded a dark aura that coalesced into a fiery phoenix. Encircling and shielding Yumashi, boom. As the assault subsided, he narrowed his eyes slightly, summoning the ancient transformation butterfly. The ghostly blade appeared silently beside Su Minen and Shi Qing, and with a swift stroke, both met their demise. Wu Jie was thrown into a panic, unable to comprehend why 3 initial stage cultivators failed to vanquish this individual. Could it be that his true strength was at the mid-stage of the breakthrough? Little did he know, bolstered by demonic energy, Wei He was indeed nearing the mid-stage of the breakthrough. Seeing Wu Jie attempt to flee, Wei He scoffed lightly, and the ancient transformation butterfly flapped its wings. Silence enveloped the surroundings as it approached the rogue monk Wu Jie, seizing him by the throat and twisting it violently. Thus perished the notorious rogue monk. Afterward, Wei He rummaged through Wu Jie's storage pouch and discovered the remarkable escape technique. Finding it satisfactory, he discreetly accepted it for his own cultivation. Accompanied by Yumashi, he set forth towards Keiwa. The Zhaofeng kingdom bordered the territory of the Keiwa immortal sect. Upon their arrival, Wei He and Yumashi quickly gathered information and soared towards the mountains. As the flower demon sought to devour the essence of the crystal stones for cultivation, Wei He, without a mask, flew with his true visage. Just then, several figures emerged, encircling the two of them. Leading them was an elderly man. His eyes narrowing as he addressed Wei He and the others. Friends, if you wish to depart unscathed, you must pay a toll. A toll? A robbery? Wei He smirked coldly. If you wish to avoid death. Then scram. Witnessing the refusal of courtesy, the old man ceased to be polite. With a wave of his hand, his disciples were commanded to attack. Wei He was incensed. A mere group of junior cultivators dared to provoke him, utterly unaware of their own insignificance. Raising his hand lightly, the forget-me-not artifact appeared, and droplets of rain began to fall from the sky as they struck the dozens of cultivators enveloped in true energy. Their defenses faltered, and they staggered unsteadily. The old man, witnessing this turn of events, was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "Please, do not be angry. We have been blind to your might." However, Wei He remained utterly indifferent. Sweeping his sword horizontally, the group was instantly transformed into a mist of blood, scattering in every direction. "Master, senior brother." At that moment, a frail figure of a young woman flew in from a distance. Upon seeing her master slain, her eyes reddened in an instant, and she brandished her sword, preparing to strike. Wei He furrowed his brow and turned to gaze at the girl. In that moment, his heart skipped a beat. The girl, upon seeing Wei He, trembled and halted her advance, scrutinizing him closely. Finally, with a tentative tone, she uttered, "Brother." The word brother echoed with a familiar timbre, stirring memories within Wei He. He hastily activated his netherworld eyes. Fixating intently on the girl, gradually, his emotions surged, and he took a few steps forward, exclaiming, "Sister." The girl bore a bloodline strikingly similar to his own, unmistakably indicating that she was the sister he had long sought. Yet, he could not fathom why she was in the Zhaofeng kingdom. As Wei He approached, the girl, overwhelmed with complexity, retreated, gritting her teeth and declaring, "Stay back. You killed my master and my senior brother. You are not my brother." Wei He trembled, gazing at the corpses on the ground, rendered speechless and powerless to defend himself. Beside him, Yu Mashi quickly interjected, "It is not your brother's fault. They initiated the robbery." Wei Xian was well aware that their small sect survived by such means. Yet her master and senior brother had treated her with kindness. Now, her own brother had slain her master, leaving her lost and unsure of how to proceed. After a while, Wei He composed himself, looking at his sister with a heavy heart. "Xianer, tell me, where is the old man who brought you here?" At the mention of the old man, Wei Xian's defenses crumbled instantly, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed an accusing finger at Wei He. "Where have you been all these years? The old man died, and I was left to beg on the streets. If it weren't for my master, I would have perished long ago, as my brother. Where were you? Did you ever think of your sister?" Wei He was taken aback, witnessing her hysteria. He stepped forward, intending to embrace her, only for Wei Xian, agitated, to lash out with her sword, plunging it into Wei He's chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Wei Xian froze, releasing her grip and trembling as she fled into the distance. Wei He pressed his hand against his wound and swiftly pursued her, that night, gazing at the dimly lit, small sect. A myriad of emotions played across Wei He's face. Wei Xian lay prostrate on the table by the window, her eyes vacant. If only her master and senior brother had not perished, it would not be so desolate. She longed for revenge, but the enemy was none other than her own brother. Blood is thicker than water, making it impossible for her to act. She recalled when she had first arrived with the old man. Asking, "Where is my brother?" She remembered the old man's warm smile as he murmured, "Your brother has gone far away and will not return for many years. Xianer, be good and wait for him to come back." Chapter 70. Gazing into the realms, the river of yellow springs, the other shore realm, and the blooming flowers of the other shore. Wei Xian had envisioned countless scenarios of her brother's return, yet she never expected it to unfold this way. Soon, the night passed, and by morning, Wei Xian collected the remains of her master and senior brother, burying them on the back mountain. Before the graves, paper money was carried far away by the wind. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Master, I am an unfilial disciple. Even though I know who the culprit is, I cannot avenge you." her sorrowful voice resonated throughout the space behind her. Wei He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at his frail sister with a heart full of remorse and guilt, grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. What is right and what is wrong? In that moment, he felt lost. Gradually, Wei Xian stood up, casting a cold glance at Wei He. The old man brought me here not long ago before he passed away. He should have left a letter for you. With that, she waved her hand, and an envelope flew forth. Wei He grasped the letter and saw his sister walking away. He hurriedly called out, "Xianer, where are you going?" Wei Xian paused, murmuring, "With my master and senior brother gone. What am I still doing here? I must find a place to start anew." Wei He was taken aback, pondering for a moment before replying, "Would it be all right to stay by your brother's side?" Wei Xian turned to look at him, her tone flat. "Since you killed my master and senior brother, you are no longer my brother. Do not seek me out again." With that, she resolutely departed. Wei He trembled, his complexion paling as he was struck by her words, his form unsteady as he half kneeled on the ground. "Big brother Wei, it's all right. I believe that one day, your sister will come to understand and return to your side." Yu Mashi quickly comforted him. Wei He took a deep breath and nodded. Opening the envelope, he found it filled with hurriedly scrawled characters. "Wei He, by the time you read this letter, I will have passed on. You must surely be curious why I arranged everything as I did. It was all to spur you on to grow swiftly. Only when you are strong enough can you protect the ghostly spirit. I brought your sister here primarily to allow her to cultivate in Keiwa, so that one day you two siblings might join forces to avenge your master. I admit my selfishness, and before I could act, I fell in my critical condition. I leave behind this letter, earnestly beseeching you to take revenge for me. By the way, I trust you have understood the matter of the ghostly physician not being able to act with emotion. To resolve this, I speculate that perhaps it can only be addressed once the ghostly spirit awakens." The ghostly master mentioned many things in the letter, and Wei He clenched and then released his fist repeatedly. For some reason, he found it hard to harbor hatred towards this ghostly master. Logically, he should have been furious, yet everything the master had done was in pursuit of his own growth. Imagine, had he returned home after receiving the inheritance only to find his lively sister waiting. He likely would have chosen to retreat from the world and forsake all affairs. Of course, he would not have achieved the present accomplishments. After a moment of reflection, Wei He finally carved out a stone cave, intending to enter seclusion and absorb the celestial stones entirely. Within the cave, Wei He sat cross-legged, taking out a celestial stone and channeling his dark energy to consume its celestial power. Soon, within his energy sea, a platform gradually coalesced upon the Naiha Bridge. This platform, named the Viewing Platform, served as a place for souls to gaze upon their past homes before reincarnation. As the platform solidified, Wei He broke through to the realm of longing. He did not stop there, continuing to draw in celestial power for cultivation. Before long, a yellowed road slowly materialized in the distance, leading directly to the Naiha Bridge. This road was named the Yellow Springs Road. Wei He trembled at the sensation, breaking through to the Yellow Springs realm. Having consumed 5 celestial stones and achieved 2 breakthroughs, he was filled with exhilaration as he pressed on. Before long, the 5 celestial stones beneath him were depleted. Boom! At that moment, along the banks of the Wangchuan River within him, clusters of other shore flowers bloomed, vibrant and stunning. The other shore realm. Wei He suddenly opened his eyes wide, a powerful aura sweeping forth, shattering the stone cave into fragments. The other shore realm equated to the 2-leaf realm for cultivators, and paired with the ancient dark arts, he could contend against initial stage cultivators of the 3-leaf realm. In that instant, Wei He stood tall and resplendent, his long hair flowing like a divine being, unyielding. Yet, he pondered the strength of the Keiwa immortal sect's leader. He needed to gather intelligence and must not act recklessly. The realm of cultivators is classified into stages: energy gathering, chi transformation, mystical river, crystal condensation, spirit reservoir, aperture breaking, 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, Dao flower, green fruit, and Dao fruit. Beyond the Dao fruit stage lies the true immortal realm, a level of existence that possesses the formidable power to pluck stars and fill oceans. A terror indeed. It is said that upon reaching the true immortal realm, cultivators ascend to the upper cosmos, a place suffused with celestial energy, teeming with countless immortals, truly the abode of the divine, and the ultimate destination of every cultivator's aspirations. They dedicate their entire lives to entering the upper cosmos to cultivate and attain immortality. Weha, having gathered his thoughts, was about to rise when suddenly, the ancient nether art was unfurled. A technique titled Flowers Blooming on the Other Shore emerged before him. With each step into this realm, flowers blossomed. Now, having reached the other shore stage, his nether chi had grown potent enough to condense 500 nether soldiers, and with newfound confidence, he endeavored to master this technique. In recent days, he had also practiced the void escape technique of the evil monk, achieving great success. When encountering formidable opponents, he no longer felt so passive. If he could not win, he would simply escape into the void. This void escape technique was a form of celestial art, the origins of which were unknown, and without a miraculous artifact like the ancient creation butterfly, capturing him would indeed be a challenge. After organizing his thoughts, Weha, accompanied by Yuma Shi, pursued Wei Xian, reluctantly parting ways only after witnessing her settled in a mountain stream. Subsequently, donning the illusory demon mask, Weha transformed into a handsome scholar and made his way to the Keiwe Immortal Sect. The purpose of his visit was to investigate the true strength of this super sect. Preparing for future encounters, for knowledge of oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. In the depths of Tongyue country, amidst towering mountains that resembled the spine of a dragon, Weha arrived at a small town. Entering a modest tavern, he ordered a plate of peanuts and absent-mindedly began to chew. Yuma Shi quietly sat beside him, occasionally refilling his cup, resembling an ordinary serving girl. At that moment, a man entered from outside. He glanced around, spotted an available seat at Weha's table, and approached with cupped fists, inquiring, "May I sit here, esteemed sir?" Weha raised his gaze to regard him. The man bore a resolute countenance, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of decisive ferocity. As if he had emerged from a battlefield strewn with corpses, Weha smiled and gestured for him to take a seat, replying, "Of course." Once seated, the man immediately called out to the waiter, "Bring a fine wine and 3 pounds of beef." Weha scrutinized the man and remarked, "Friend, you appear somewhat anxious. Is there something troubling you?" The man paused, forcing a wry smile and shaking his head. "Brother, you are unaware I am in the rocky coastal regions adjacent to the wasteland continent. There are rumors of an ancient secret realm appearing. I am preparing to return and report this to my sect." This man was a disciple of the Keiwe Immortal Sect, possessing the cultivation of a spirit reservoir. As confirmed by his observations through the nether eyes, before long, the beef was served at their table, and disregarding manners, the man devoured it voraciously. Given their current levels of cultivation, they had no need for sustenance. Yet, he relished the taste, consuming meat and wine with abandon. Reveling in the sheer delight of it. As night fell, Weha sat cross-legged, once more directing his blood energy towards the nether spirit. Suddenly, the blood energy swiftly dissipated, and inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming force surging within him. He promptly released the gathered energy, his eyes shimmering with newfound light. With the ability to perform the blood sacrifice technique, his current strength was at the 3 Leaves realm, allowing him to confront those at the Green Fruit realm. Through inquiries conducted during the day, he had learned that the Keiwe sect leader was merely at the Dao Flower realm. With this knowledge, he resolved to enter the Keiwe sect the following day to fulfill the Ghost Doctor's commission. Steeling his determination, Weha entered a meditative state to recuperate. The next day, as dawn broke, Weha stood with Yuma Shi suspended at the entrance of the Keiwe Immortal Sect. His long hair billowing as he emanated nether chi, causing frost to blanket the surrounding 10 miles. The disciples of Keiwe, upon witnessing this, immediately took up arms, drawing their mystical swords, surrounding the pair. "Who dares to act recklessly within my Keiwe?" A voice thundered. An elder of the Keiwe sect emerged, his formidable aura tearing through the layers of clouds. 3 Leaves realm? Weha narrowed his eyes, and with a single step, hundreds of nether soldiers materialized behind him. The chilling nether chi surged forth, obliterating the surrounding Keiwe disciples into mere dust. The elder of Keiwe spewed blood, hurtling backward for dozens of meters, his face a mask of horror. "Raise the alarm. All disciples, prepare for battle," he bellowed. In an instant, thousands of figures erupted from within the Keiwe sect. Dozens of elder-level cultivators, all at the early 3 Leaves stage, along with thousands of aperture-breaking disciples, including Hanyu, surged forth, while 5,000 spirit reservoir disciples filled the air with their presence. The might of this super sect was indeed formidable. With a sigh, Weeha mused that had he not been able to forcibly infuse blood energy into the nether spirit, he would not have dared to approach. Steeling himself, he declared coldly, KUS sect leader, come forth to battle. What audacity! Do you presume we are mere decorations? The Grand Elder of KUS shouted, waving his hand as dozens of elders launched their assault. Their true energy enveloping the sky. If you do not come out, I shall make my way in. Weeha's gaze turned frigid, his body rapidly withering as his hair turned crimson, his eyes swirling with crimson mist. Resembling a demonic figure, using blood energy to sacrifice the nether spirit, the number of nether soldiers surged to several thousand, a dark tide advancing. Attack? He commanded in a deep voice, raising his hand to unleash a devastating blow. The surrounding elders were shattered by a single strike, severely injured. The nether soldiers roared like a pack of wolves, tearing through the KUS disciples. The ghost doctor lineage could not be allowed to survive. At that moment, the sky trembled as a figure clad in gray appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. Indeed, the KUS sect leader. Sensing Weeha's might, the leader furrowed his brow, forming seals with his hands as a massive crimson blood moon emerged behind him, its light descending with destructive force. Weeha remained expressionless, raising his hand to summon the ghost blade. The dark clouds blotted out the sun, and the cries of spirits echoed through the heavens. The blade fell, a spectral light piercing through the realm. The KUS sect leader's eyes widened in terror as he coughed up blood, the blood moon behind him splitting in two, retreating several steps in shock. How have you grown so formidable? In his panic, he called out, Longxing sect allies, please lend your assistance. Weeha was taken aback. He had not anticipated the KUS sect's alliance with Longxing sect and the sky. Another figure appeared, glancing at Weeha and sighing, too powerful. I had to summon the sect leader with that. He produced a jade slip and crushed it without hesitation. Boom! The heavens quaked as a figure descended from the void. Standing high above, surveying the world with an overwhelming presence, the half-step Dao Fruit Realm exerted pressure that left the crowd gasping. The Longxing sect leader gazed at Weeha's 10,000 nether soldiers, murmuring, another ghost doctor has emerged? Very well, eliminate him to prevent future troubles. With a wave of his hand, the space around him solidified, attempting to crush Weeha. Killing me will not be so easy. Weeha's eyes blazed like fire as he roared, summoning blossoms of the other shore that bloomed in the air. Tearing apart the solidified space, he charged toward the Longxing sect leader, and a fierce battle ensued, blood raining down from the skies as mountains crumbled and rivers reversed their flow. The two clashed for several hours, until finally, Weeha coughed up blood, weakened by the side effects of the blood sacrifice. In midair, the Longxing sect leader glanced at his grievous wounds, his heart filled with dread. Seeing Weeha in a state of extreme weakness, he laughed heartily, heaven is aiding me. If I allow you to grow any stronger, you will surely become a calamity for my sect in the future. Today shall be your end. With a mighty slap of his hand, the sky trembled as a colossal wild hand swept toward him. Just as Weeha lamented his reckless approach, an authoritative voice boomed. Who dares to harm my little brother? Are you seeking death? A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as a majestic azure dragon coiled protectively behind Weeha, its massive claws striking down and shattering the Longxing sect leader's attack. Song Long, how did you emerge from the ruins? Has it not been less than a decade? Weeha exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the dragon. With a proud gaze, the azure dragon replied, this king unexpectedly broke through, effortlessly tearing apart the barrier. Now, I have reached the level of a celestial beast. I told you, once I emerge, I would protect you. Now, let me see which fool dares to harm my little brother. The dragon's piercing eyes fell upon the Longxing sect leader, causing him to tremble in fear. Forgive me, celestial dragon. I had no idea he was your little brother, he stammered, hastily bowing in submission. Hemph! Before he could finish, the azure dragon coldly snorted, and its form disintegrated, vanishing from existence. After dispatching the Longxing sect leader, the dragon winked at Weeha and said, is there any other sect you wish to eliminate? Speak up, and this king shall demonstrate my might. Weeha's lips twitched slightly as he contemplated and realized there were none left. The dragon, seeing this, expressed disappointment, but soon suggested, Then let us roam the world together. Weeha shook his head, gazing into the distance as he murmured, I must return to Dashua. There are those I long to see. Riding on the Azure Dragon, Wei He and Umo Shi returned to the land of the great Shui Kingdom's forging city after just one day. Wei He stood in the snow, gazing at the woman draped in sable at the city gate, who awaited with bated breath. A smile danced upon his lips as he declared, May Air, I have come to take you as my bride.